Chapter 361 Lord Dragon God. Is Haoyan your destined person? Haoyan is very organized and has a plan. Before doing anything, it will be arranged in advance. Assess the corresponding benefits and risks. Every time you do something, you will be fully prepared in advance. The wise and demon Zhuge Liang has always been Haoyan's role model. Zhuge Liang has a very apt description of himself. Zhuge was only cautious all his life. Haoyan, take this sentence as his motto. Therefore, Haoyan would never put himself in a dangerous situation. No matter what opponent he is facing, Haoyan is sure to win. Even if the opponent is very strong and invincible, he has a way to escape. But it was the first time that he had been reborn for so long, which made him a little panicked. Because of Rayquaza stared at him motionless for 10 minutes. For Haoyan, these 10 minutes were like years. If Rayquaza comes together, it will be the same energy light wave as before. Aim at him and Charizard, and there's basically no chance of escape. Fortunately, from Rayquaza's expression, he didn't feel any malice. Rayquaza's eyes the size of watermelons are only curious. Wale, Steven, and others have already arrived, and they are all worried about watching Haoyan and Rayquaza in a confrontation, for fear that Rayquaza would suddenly attack. After all, they may not be able to understand the thoughts of God sometimes. Sweat dripped from Haoyan's forehead. This silence is a very bad feeling. Was about to say something to break the eerie silence. Suddenly, Rayquaza calmly retracted his gaze. He uttered a dragon roar at Haoyan, and a gust of wind blew up, flying towards the sky. In an instant, it disappeared. Speed, much faster than before. Call. Haoyan's back was completely wet with cold sweat. Although I don't know what Rayquaza is thinking, at least he's gone. Could it be that Rayquaza thinks I'm handsome and wants to be friends with me? Haoyan laughed at himself and made a joke, slightly diluting the tension just now. Haoyan didn't expect that one of his joke would become a prophecy. In the near future, he and Rayquaza really became friends. Let go back. Haoyan patted Charizard, signaling him to land. As for Rayquaza's thought, even Haoyan, who has the power of Viridian, can't guess. If you can't guess, don't guess. What's more, Haoyan, who has been in high tension these days, there is no extra effort to guess. As soon as Charizard returned to the gate of Kana Gym, the citizens who had come to escape gathered around him. Director Haoyan, are you alright? Citizens originally wanted to thank Haoyan for his contribution, but when they saw the 2 bloodstains on Haoyan's face, as well as the bloodstains on his fist that had not been cleaned up in time, they all knew that Haoyan must have gone through a lot before saving Slateport City and quelling the dispute. Seeing everyone's caring eyes, Haoyan showed a signature smile and reassured the citizen, I'm fine, you don't have to worry. This time, I finally got through it. In Haoyan's smile, there is a weakness that cannot be hidden. Thank you, Curator Haoyan. Thank you for protecting Slateport City. Thank you for protecting our home. Curator Haoyan, you are our hero. Yes, Hero Haoyan. The citizens who learned that Haoyan was okay, all sincerely thanked Haoyan. The citizens of Slateport City feel very lucky. There is such a gym curator who spares no effort to protect their home. After the dispute was settled, Haoyan and Wallace and the others who came back gave a few orders and then retired. He went back to his room, lay down on the bed, and slept without taking off his clothes. I've been really tired these days. Hidden in Slateport City, there is a woman with short hair in a gray cloak. The woman stretched out her hand, as if to capture the traces of Rayquaza's departure. His gaze reluctantly retracted from the direction Rayquaza left, and looked at Haoyan, who was surrounded by many people in Kana Gym. He muttered to himself, Lord Dragon God, is he the one you chose to be destined to? After the last time, the Kana newspaper reported on Haoyan's article and became very popular. The editor-in-chief of Kana newspaper used all his connections to interview Mr. Mura, who had returned to Laveridge Town. Learn more about the whole thing from Mr. Mura in detail. As for the student he was proud of, Mr. Mura, he knew everything and said everything. A complete retelling of the entire incident. After listening, the editor-in-chief of Kana newspaper recorded it completely, and at the same time sorted out the relevant information overnight and sent it to the printing factory. A report titled, The Model of Gym Leader Haoyan Saved the Entire Hoenn region once again. The report detailed what happened. Haoyan calmly commanded on Yantu Mountain. After repelling Groudon, he forced the ancient giant beast Groudon to change the route. Guarded Laveridge Town. On the island of gravity, how to disintegrate the combined sniper of Team Magma and Team Aqua and overwhelm 2,000 villains with your own power. Finally enter the Sky Pillar. After a few hard times, call Rayquaza. When writing this article, the editor-in-chief of Kana newspaper was very excited. Restored the whole event, all the hardships and difficulties. In particular, the spirit of Haoyan, who is not afraid of suffering, is fully expressed in words, so that all readers can experience it from the Chinese characters. Later, the Alliance also sent people to Gravity Island to capture the news of Team Magma leader Maxi. There are also nearly 1,000 remnants of Team Magma and Team Aqua. It also raised Haoyan's prestige to the highest level. In the entire Hoenn region, Haoyan is a household name. The name name Haoyuan has also changed from the elite curator at the beginning to the hero curator. Citizens of Slateport City, when talking about Haoyuan with outsiders, they are all called by our curator Haoyuan. The pride in it is beyond words. As long as someone mentioned when I go to Slateport City, the first thing that comes to my mind is the developed freight transportation of Slateport City, or think of a tourist mecca. But now, as long as someone mentions Slateport City, the first reaction is to think of Haoyuan. Haoyuan has become a sign of Slateport City. Chapter 362 Kanto region began to surge. The news that Haoyuan broke Team Magma and Team Aqua to resolve the dispute between two ultra-ancient Pokemon, not just Hoenn region. It has spread throughout Kanto, Johto, Sinnoh, Unova and other regions. Sinnoh region, MT, Coronet. Hearing that Maxie was arrested and Team Aqua fell apart, Cyrus shook his head silently and said disdainfully, trash is trash after all. A loser is a loser after all, and no matter how much you help, you're still a loser. As long as there is a heart, there will be desire. Once a person's heart has desires, it's just a container for filth. Kanto region, the secret base of Team Rocket. On the desk in Giovanni's office, there was a newspaper from the Daily Kenna. In the room, Athena and Saranu Professor stood hand in hand. Boss, we have confirmed through various channels that what the newspaper said is true. Maxie was arrested. Archie is missing. Hoenn region, there is no organization anymore. Athena respectfully reported on the sideline. Well, I see. Giovanni put down the newspaper in his hand, tapped the table lightly with his fingers, and looked at Saranu Professor, who was standing beside him. Saranu Professor understood and took the initiative to report. After this period of time has been proved, the Three Saints plan has been successful. The blood of Zapdos and Frozen Bird, like Moltres, has successfully merged with the carrier Firo, and gained some of their ability. In other words, as long as there are enough raw materials, then we can mass-produce alternatives to Sanshung Bird. Giovanni heard the words of Saranu Professor, and there was a rare look of excitement, but it was soon overshadowed by his deep theming. Athena, I heard that during this period, some team members were dissatisfied that we did not pay salaries on time. Tell me about the current funding situation of the organization. Yes, Athena stepped forward and said, as the leader said, there are indeed some lower-level team members who are quite critical of the organization's failure to pay salaries in time. This is because before, we used a lot of manpower and material resources to carry out the Mewtwo project. Then, the Three Saints project was launched immediately. It has resulted in limited flow of funds on the organization now. Fortunately, we sold a few replacements of the Three Saints to the families of each region, and the Helping Hand organization pulled back a little money, relieves our lack of funding. However, this method can only be used for a short time. With the passage of time, those families who buy Sanshung substitutes will sooner or later find out that they are fake. There is an urgent need for a new way of accounting to supplement the loss of funds and maintain the operation of the organization. After speaking, Athena stepped aside and waited quietly for Giovanni to speak. After Giovanni listened, he remained silent, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table. Team Rockets has a great business, but to support so many people, the monthly consumption is also a big expense. After a while, Giovanni said, urgently need additional funds. How about Saffron City? When it comes to Saffron City, the first thing Athena thinks of is the Saffron Company established in Saffron City. Then he asked aloud, Boss, are you talking about Silver Company? Silver Company, a leading company specializing in Pokemon skill machine, medicines, sprays and other tools. In addition to money, Silver has strong technology. So far, only they have mastered the method of producing skill machine. Being able to bring Snatch's assets over from Sever's company can indeed greatly ease the current funding dilemma of Team Rocket. If we go a step further and can master this core technology, Team Rockets will no longer have to worry about funding issues. Clearly, though, Giovanni wasn't satisfied with a Sever company. He said, I'm talking about the entire Saffron City. A Sever company, the goal is too small. Giovanni's two short sentences surprised Athena. Looking at Giovanni's appearance, he seemed to want to hold the richest city in the entire Kanto region in his hand. This is obviously to fight against the Alliance. Athena said quickly, First Leader, on the Alliance side. Giovanni waved his hand impatiently and interrupted Athena. Alliance. Hoenn region's Team Magma and Team Aqua. If not for that great word, it is estimated that it is still a mess. Now that we have a replacement for the Three Saints, we already have the ability to directly talk to the Alliance. Athena was silent. She was a little excited, and at this moment she fully understood Giovanni's intention. She understands why. After the failure of the Mewtwo plan, Giovanni will immediately launch the Three Saints plan, in order to control the entire Kanto region in their own hand. Taking down Saffron City is just the first step. The success of the Three Saints plan also heralds that Team Rockets has officially moved from the ground to the ground. Kanto region, the storm begins. Chapter 363 Curator Haoyuan, please help. The undercurrent of Kanto region is surging. Haoyuan is not clear. Settling the dispute between Groudon and Kyogre, he also returned returns to his normal life. Good morning, Curator Haoyan. A night shift citizen got off work and greeted Haoyan enthusiastically when he saw Haoyan running on the streets of Slateport City. Good morning, Mr. Heron. Haoyan also smiled back at the other party. Continue running around the perimeter of Slateport City to warm up. Director Haoyan, he is really full of energy. Heron sighed as he looked at Haoyan's distant figure. It has been half a month since I came back from Gravity Island. With Team Magma being captured and Team Aqua falling apart, the Hoenn region has regained its composure. Every day at 5:30, Haoyan gets up on time, runs around Slateport City for 2 laps to warm up, and then goes back to gym for training. Every day, never stop. Citizens can see Haoyan every day, which gives them an inexplicable peace of mind. Haoyan, who was running, was thinking, this time to settle the dispute between Kyogre and Groudon. The reward points obtained are enough to exchange for Xiaoming's Mega Stone. It's also time to prepare for Xiaoming's Mega Evolution. But Xiaoming is a bit special. You have to be well prepared. Mewtwo is the beast, and it is a mythical beast standing at the top of the pyramid. Has a strong fighting power. Even if he has not yet entered the state of Mega Evolution, he has been able to tie with Lucario after Mega Evolution. Once he entered Mega Evolution, his strength has skyrocketed. At present, Haoyan has had 4 experiences with Mega Evolution, but these experiences may not necessarily be effective for Mewtwo. Mewtwo is a divine beast and must be fully prepared in advance. While thinking about it, Haoyan also finished his warm-up and ran back to Kana Gym. As soon as he returned to Kana Gym, Sabrina stepped up to him and said, Director Haoyan, Mayor Wuhi and Miss Vivian came to you just now, and Keiko has arranged for the 2 to wait for you in the reception room. Mayor Wuhi and Miss Vivian. Haoyan simply wiped the sweat from his face with a towel. Yes, Miss Keiko is accompanying them both. Sabrina replied. Well, I see. Sabrina, go get busy. Haoyan put the towel away and walked to the conference room. After Haoyan's training, Sabrina's growth was obvious during her stay in Kana Gym, and her temperament became much calmer. In addition, her Alakazam, Espeon, has been greatly improved. From the gym level at the beginning, it has been upgraded to a quasi-elite. Now she is much stronger than before. Haoyan is quite satisfied with Sabrina, an intern, to be honest. Fighting against trainers who came to challenge, coaching trainers, etc. were all entrusted to her. Haoyan is a hands-off shopkeeper. With a high salary, you can fish at work, which is of course a good feeling. Director Haoyan, good morning. I'm sorry to disturb you early in the morning. As soon as Mayor Wuhe saw Haoyan, he immediately got up and quickly walked out of the living room to greet him. Mayor Wu and Mayor kept his stance very low. No way, Haoyan is now the hottest person in the entire Hoenn region. It is the golden sign of Slateport City again. But don't be lazy at all. Sorry, Mayor Wuhe. And Miss Vivian, I've made you wait for a long time. Haoyan also greeted with a smile. Haoyan didn't have the slightest arrogance because of his higher status. Curator Haoyan, you're welcome. When Vivian smiled, she was very standard. 10 teeth were perfectly exposed, and the 2 small pear eddies on her face perfectly decorated her gentle smile. While speaking, he also pulled the blue silk on his temples with his hand, showing the style of a mature woman at a glance. Sure enough, he is a host who is used to the big stage, and he is generous and decent in his gestures. Keiko, who is also a woman, is ashamed of herself and has to admire Vivian's full of feminine charm. I'm sorry you two. I went for a morning run just now, and I was still sweating. Please bear with me. Haoyan folded his hands together as an apology, and asked the 2 guests to take their seat. Where is Director Haoyan? We came uninvited and disrupted your plan. Mayor Wu, he said with a smile. Do you know Director Haoyan? Your daily morning run has created a wave of exercise. The citizens of Slateport City have been influenced by you and have taken to the streets to exercise. The sportswear store in Slateport City has seen a 339% increase in sales in just 1 week. When Vivian heard Mayor Wuhi say this, she also answered with a smile. Mayor Wuhi, although I don't know much about economic, but I guess the best-selling sportswear should be women's clothing, right? Mayor Wuhi was stunned for a moment, and replied in surprise. Yes, what Miss Vivian said is absolutely correct. Our city hall has never made this data public. How did you know it? Vivian covered her mouth with her hand and smiled, and replied, Director Haoyan is so young, handsome, and so famous in Slateport City. There must be many girls, in order to coincidentally meet with Curator Haoyan in the morning run. When Mayor Wuhe heard this, he suddenly realized. Then, in the pleasant atmosphere of the 3, they politely said a few words and began to get to the point. Curator Haoyan, this time there is something I want to ask for your help. Chapter 364. 1 month later. Duel with Wallace. Curator Haoyan, you also know that those 2 super ancient Pokemon have a great influence on Slateport City. Although the stagnant water has been removed, I have also released preferential policies accordingly, but it's not going to do much for Slateport City's economic recovery. In order to promote the economic development of Slateport City, this time we have initiated an application to the Alliance to make the city where the splendid celebration will be held in Slateport City. In order to allow our Slateport City to quickly restore the economy, the Alliance also agreed with us on this idea. Mayor Wu He continues. So this time, we would like to invite Curator Haoyan to be a guest of this celebration. It would be best if we could show the gorgeous tricks of Pokemon at the festival. As we all know, the Hoenn region is the region that values the most gorgeous contest. This may be influenced by the current champion Wallace. Gorgeous celebrations are different from ordinary gorgeous contests. The standard of the celebration is higher than that of an ordinary competition. Ordinary gorgeous competitions can be compared to challenging gym. Then the celebration is equivalent to the Evergrande City Conference in Hoenn region. Every year, the venue is selected from various cities. Moreover, because of Hoenn region's gorgeous celebration and high specifications, it will attract a lot of attention from other regions. It is foreseeable that Slateport City will hold a gorgeous celebration, which will definitely attract a large number of tourists from all regions, thus driving the economic growth of Slateport City. With Haoyan's current reputation, it can be said that he is the most concerned person in the entire Pokemon world. If he can attend, it will be more interesting. This is also the reason why Mayor Wu and Vivian came to Haoyan together. Haoyan nodded and said, "No problem, it's just a guest present. It's a job. How do you need me to cooperate?" Kana Gym's funds are collected in accordance with Slateport City's taxes. The more developed the economy of Slateport City is, the more money Haoyan has at his disposal each year. It's not too much trouble to just attend, and to help the hand Slateport City economy develop. That fine. Curator Haoyan, this time we want to hold the gorgeous celebration more grandly. Mayor Wu He said nervously. So, in addition to bothering you to attend, I also want you to perform. Performance. Haoyan was a little curious. At this time, Vivian said, yes, in addition to inviting you this time, we also invited the current Mr. Champion Wallace. We hope Curator Haoyan and Champion Wallace, as a guest, come to a gorgeous exhibition match. I believe there is a gorgeous exhibition match between you and Mr. Wallace. The tourists who come to the celebration will definitely hit a new high. Mayor Wu He continued. Have a gorgeous exhibition match with Wallace. Mayor Wu He's idea is indeed very good. Wallace is an avid glamour contest participant, as everyone knows. Usually, what I like most is to study how to make Pokemon make gorgeous moves. Even, in some places, the gorgeous competition is named Wallace. Haoyan and Wallace have an exhibition match, which can indeed attract the attention of many people, and it is a good gimmick. Seeing Haoyan meditating, Mayor Wu He couldn't help a little nervous and sweaty palm. Haoyan is gym leader of Slateport City though, but the jurisdiction is not in the city hall of Slateport City. Only the Alliance can restrain him a little. However, Hoenn region champion Wallace obeys Haoyan. Want to command Haoyan? That's simply not possible. If Haoyan is not willing, they have nothing to do. After pondering for a while, Haoyan said, Mayor Wu He's proposal is very good. I have no problem. On Wallace's side, you might have to put in some effort. Mayor Wu He was overjoyed when he heard that he was able to get Haoyan's present. The splendor of the gorgeous celebration can be guaranteed. The economy of Slateport City will take off again. Mr. Wallace, he has already agreed. He said that it was his honor to have an exhibition match with Curator Haoyan. Vivian said on the side. Mayor Wu He said happily. The gorgeous celebration will start in a month. Okay, just talk to Keiko, Jim's manager, about the specific arrangement. I will try my best to cooperate with you. Haoyan smiled and pointed to Keiko who was sitting next to him. Okay. Mayor Wu He nodded hastily. Thank you so much. After chatting for a while, Haoyan arranged for Keiko to send the two of them away. The work of Slateport City Hall is very fast. In just 2 days, the entire Slateport City has a large area of posters. In cooperation with the TV station and the Kana newspaper, the atmosphere of the gorgeous celebration was quickly set off. The entire Pokemon world knows that Slateport City will hold a gorgeous festival a month later, and by then, the heroic Curator Haoyan will also have a gorgeous exhibition match with Hoenn region champion Wallace. For a time, the gorgeous celebration of Slateport City became the center of everyone's discussion. Because of Haoyan's blessing, the tickets for the magnificent ceremony were sold out in just 3 seconds. A ticket to a gorgeous celebration was fired up to 20 times the original price by scalpers. Many people are looking forward to the showdown between Haoyan and Wallace. Although, that was just an exhibition match. Chapter 365. It's time to let Xiaoming Mega Evolution. Inside Kana Gym, there is still a month to go before the grand ceremony. Although the opponent was the current champion Wallace, it was only an exhibition match, and Haoyan didn't take it too seriously. At this time, it was rare for Haoyan to accept the challenge of a trainer. The conductor borrowed Hitmontop from a gym intern named Qingtian. In the fight with a challenger named Takumi, Hitmontop attacked Swampert with a triple kick. Hey! Hitmontop takes advantage of the sharp horns on his head and spins quickly, approaching Swampert. Swampert, use Earthquake! Challenger Takumi shouted loudly. Takumi has already obtained 6 gym badges, and he can be regarded as an experienced trainer. When he came to challenge Kana Gym, he thought he was going to meet Sabrina, the chief intern of Kana Gym. Unexpectedly, it was Haoyan himself. This made him extremely nervous, and his palms were sweaty. The name of a man, the shadow of a tree. Haoyan's name has long been known to trainers. Swampert stomped with both feet, causing a small undulation on the ground. A small fissure was sent across the direction Hitmontop was heading. Although it is also an earthquake with a power of 100, the power caused by different users is very different. If it is used by Haoyan's Tyranitar, the entire battlefield will tremble 3 times. However, the earthquake used by Swampert is enough to make Hitmontop sluggish. Swampert, use the water gun. Takakai's tense muscles tightened. According to the trainer's order, Swampert sprayed out a jet of water with decent power. Hitmontop slowed down due to uneven ground. The posture of spinning on the spot remained unchanged, and he blocked Swampert's attack with his spinning feet. Take advantage of the continuous use of earthquake and water gun, and quickly approach the giant swamp monster in the skill gap. With the spinning body, beat Swampert continuously. Swampert was beaten back and forth by Hitmontop, and his physical strength was not small. Come on, Swampert. With the trainer's cheers, Swampert struggled to stand up. Yes, the fighting spirit has been cultivated well. Haoyan praised the challenger Takumi softly during the battle. Hitmontop, through the wisdom of curator Haoyan, is several times stronger than me. Intern Qingtian, who was watching the game, was full of emotion. Tuohai received Haoyan's praise, although he was very happy, but at this moment he tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart. After all, the battle continued. Takumi glanced at his Swampert and said loudly, Swampert, use Rock Tomb. Swampert stomped on the ground, the energy surging in his body. Under Hitmontop's body, 3 stones suddenly appeared, trapping Hitmontop temporarily. Forcibly trap Hitmontop in place. Seize the opportunity to make a move. Swampert uses Aqua Tail. Swampert's tail glowed with light blue water, and attacked the trapped Hitmontop. Hitmontop, use Dig. Haoyan's voice came from Frillish. Hitmontop didn't waste his energy breaking the rock that trapped him. Instead, he used the sharp horns on his head to quickly dig a hole in the ground, and then drilled in. What? Tuohai was at a loss for a while. Rock Tomb and Aqua Tail are his unbeatable move. I didn't expect it to be so easy, and it was crack. Attack, Hitmontop. Hitmontop quickly emerged from Swampert feet and attacked. Quickly use Protect. After a short period of panic, Tuohai reluctantly adjusted. The white energy shield blocked Swampert's body and avoided Hitmontop's attack. Although the attack was blocked, the force could not stop it. Swampert was knocked out due to the impact of the force. Hitmontop, rolling kick. Hearing this, Hitmontop rushed over and hit Swampert with both feet. Swampert, who had been fighting for a long time, lost all his strength and fell. I lost. Tuohai put away the Pokemon in disappointment. Haoyan also put away the Hitmontop and returned the baby ball to Qingtian. The continuous skill your Swampert uses is pretty good. Haoyan stretched out his hand. Sabrina understood what he meant, took out a badge and handed it to him. Haoyan handed the badge that Sabrina handed over to Takumi, who lost the game, and said, you have good potential, and you have passed my test. You deserve this badge. Gym leader, as long as you agree that the trainer has potential, even if the trainer loses the battle, you can still issue a badge. Tuohai took the badge that Haoyan handed over in surprise, and said solemnly, thank you, Curator Haoyan. In the future, please do your best. Haoyan encouraged the other party with a smile. I will. Being able to get Haoyan's praise and encouragement, even if he lost the battle, Takumi was also mega happy. That Haoyan, being able to get his praise, and being able to get a badge from him, is enough for Takumi to show off in front of his friends for a lifetime. After finishing the challenger, Haoyan gave Sabrina a few words. Yes, I understand. I'll do it right away. Sabrina nodded and left the gym quickly. Haoyan walked back to the training ground and looked at Mewtwo who was training. He murmured to himself, it's also time. Let Xiaoming Mega Evolution. He seemed to have a heart-to-heart with Haoyan. Mewtwo, who was training, silently glanced at Haoyan. His eyes were full of expectation. Chapter 366 Blocking Kana Gym. The weather in September is very hot. The sun is like fire. Slateport City. The main road, which is 5 kilometers away from Kana Gym, was blocked by Officer Jenny leading a group of investigators. Investigators, under the leadership of Officer Jenny, are on guard. Don't let anyone near Kana Gym. At the same time, Kana Gym announced that it will be closed today. The curator of gym is also a human being. It is normal to close the museum temporarily and go out. Everyone can understand. However, why are people not approaching when the museum is closed today? This has attracted the attention of many trainers. A large number of trainers gathered at the blocked intersection, looking at the Kana Gym in the distance. Hey, what happened to Kana Gym? In addition to closing the museum, Officer Jenny was asked to close the main road so that no one could approach. Why? Could it have something to do with the gorgeous celebration that took place a while back? Curator Haoyan is secretly training some trick to deal with Wallace. You think too much. Curator Haoyan, when Sinnoh region participated in the Attribute Expert Tournament, he was already called the Elite Curator. In the past period of time, the strength must have been greatly strengthened. Besides, gorgeous Celebration vs. Wallace. It's just an exhibition match. It's not an official game. Do you need to prepare so seriously? Yes, I think you are right. So why is there such a big battle today? Quote. I don't know either, but curator Haoyan must have his reasons for doing this. That's right. After all, even director Haoyan is so serious. It must be a big deal. Many trainers surrounding the blocked intersection were discussing with each other curiously. Just when everyone wondered what the big event was that caused Haoyan to be so real, suddenly, the world changes color. A white light about 3 meters wide fell from the sky. It penetrated directly through the roof of Kana Gym and fell into Kana Gym. From the direction of Kana Gym, there was a huge sense of oppression. The sense of oppression came from Kana Gym and spread in all directions. This sense of oppression is extremely heavy. It seems that in everyone's heart, a huge boulder has been pressed. For this sense of oppression, the most obvious feeling is the Pokemon. Officer Jenny's Arcanine, who was standing by her side, kept order with her, but at this time, he was screaming in panic. Arcanine, what's wrong with you? Officer Jenny quickly hugged her Arcanine, trying to control Arcanine's turmoil. Arcanine's eyes were fixed on Kana Gym's direction, her forehoofs trembling in fear. It seems that there is a terrifying existence at Kana Gym. Officer Jenny's Arcanine has reached the gym level, but even at the gym level, it still performs so poorly. Other people's Pokemon behave even uglier. The investigators who originally maintained the order, their Pokemon, the weak ones, all slackened their limbs and screamed in fear. Many of the trainers surrounding the intersection, many of their Pokemon have been suppressed by this heavy sense of oppression, unable to make a sound. The scene was a mess. Sabrina, who maintained order with Officer Jenny, shouted to the people around, "Quick, put away your Pokemon." The people around them woke up like a dream. They took out the baby balls and put their panic Pokemon into the ball. Finally, after a short period of turmoil, the scene finally calmed down, but a heavy sense of oppression still floated in the hearts of everyone. Everyone looked at Kana Gym in horror. The source of this powerful sense of oppression is Haoyan's Mewtwo. In Gym, white light completely enveloped Mewtwo. Mewtwo, shrouded in white light, exudes an unprecedented aura, and this powerful momentum is still rising. Chapter 367 Mewtwo's Mega Evolution. The reason why Haoyan closed the museum and asked Officer Jenny to block off the gym area so that no one could approach it. That's because today he's going to perform Mega Evolution on Mewtwo. Mewtwo is a divine beast, the top divine beast standing on the pyramid. He himself has a powerful aura. After Mega Evolution, the improvement is even greater. Mewtwo after Mega Evolution is likely to have difficulty controlling his momentum. Ordinary people can't bear the momentum of Mewtwo after Mega Evolution. If you don't keep people away, it's very likely to cause harm to them. The white light that fell from the sky continued to surround Mewtwo. Mewtwo, constantly changing shape. The white light lasted for a full 5 minutes before slowly dissipating. What appeared in front of Haoyan was a brand new Pokemon. Pokemon, Mewtwo, Mega Evolution X Form. Attribute Psychic. Fighting. Level 75. Quasi-Champion. Characteristic Unyielding Heart. This Pokemon will not fall into a state of fear. Open black lens bracket. Introduction. Close black lens bracket. The muscles of the body are strengthened by the strength of the mind. His grip strength is 1 ton. You can run 100 meters in just 2 seconds. After the Mega Evolution was completed, Mewtwo floated in the air and let out a roar. The air seemed to be wrinkled by his roar. A huge sound wave was formed. A pair of emotionless eyes, full of mania. In his mind, there is a desire to destroy, which is gradually occupying him. Sanity is about to be wiped out. After all, when Team Rockets made Mewtwo, they wanted to make him the strongest biological weapon. In his DNA, there are many cruel genes. This also led him to have the most brutal heart. Although under Haoyan's careful care, Mewtwo enjoys care and warmth. But after Mega Evolution, the brutal gene in his body has been stimulated to the greatest extent. Little dream. Haoyan watched evolution become Mewtwo in X form, gently opened his leg, and looked at him with a little worry. Through Viridian's power, Haoyan could feel that Mewtwo's situation was not very stable at this time. Like Lucario, when he first entered Mega Evolution, Mewtwo's manic eyes looked at Haoyan. Sometimes there is tenderness in the eyes, sometimes it is manic, constantly changing. Haoyan took 2 steps forward quickly, trying to wake up Mewtwo. The rest of the Pokemon wanted to enter the Mega Evolution state one after another. Beware of unexpected surprises at any time. When several Pokemon were just about to enter Mega Evolution, Mewtwo's eyes sharpened. Observing this situation, Haoyan immediately stopped them with the power of Aura. You all back away, and don't enter the Mega Evolution. I'm fine by myself. Little dream, it won't hurt me. A few Pokemon had no choice but to give up Mega Evolution and step aside. But at this time, they were still very nervous. Gardevoir is ready to use teleport for Haoyan at any time. Haoyan walked slowly to Mewtwo's side. Little dream, it's me. I'm Haoyan. Haoyan stepped forward gently and reached out to touch Mewtwo. At the same time, let the Viridian power in the body come to helping hand Mewtwo to ease ease the mood. Haoyan stroked Mewtwo softly, as if talking about the bonds between them. Ho, Haoyan. In Mewtwo's heart, she called silently. In his mind, bits and pieces of getting along with Haoyan appeared, and the wonderful things that happened after meeting Haoyan. Like him, Lucario, who doesn't talk much, is the most reliable partner. The gluttonous, naive Tyranitar, proud but hard-working Charizard. Like him, Gardevoir with Psychic, cute and lively, the little Ninetales who often find him to play. Like Haoyan, they will not betray or hurt him, and give him strength and light to his partners and family. All these made Mewtwo's heart gradually occupied by tenderness. Gradually, the manic eyes began to be replaced by reason and gentleness. Little dream, Haoyan could feel that Mewtwo was in some state at this time, and began to change, slowly guiding him. Outside the Kana gym, the investigators and trainers surrounding him gradually felt the heavy feeling suppressed in their heart, which began to gradually weaken, and then disappear. This puts them at ease. Although Sabrina has reached the strength of quasi-elite, she is still driven out by Haoyan and is responsible for blocking the road together with Officer Jenny. The terrifying sense of oppression just now is simply breathless. No wonder Curator Haoyan doesn't let anyone approach Sabrina. Did such a terrifying sense of oppression come from the Mewtwo of Curator Haoyan? Officer Jenny wiped the sweat from his head and asked. Sabrina's face was pale at this time, and she nodded with difficulty. As a psychic controller, she can feel the power of it the most. Chapter 368 Evergrande City Conference, the highest mountain for trainers. Time flies. It's been a week since Mewtwo Mega Evolution. Boom, boom. In the training ground of Kana Gym, I saw that Lucario entered the state of Mega Evolution, and used the power of Aura to transform into two bone rods, which quickly danced and attacked. His opponent is Mewtwo after entering Mega Evolution. Mewtwo uses confusion to create a giant spoon, which he uses to block Lucario's attack. Howling Wind. Every attack by Lucario and Mewtwo was accompanied by a loud crash. The battle between Haoyan's two powerful Pokemon brought Xiaoran's fighting spirit in the air. Lucario threw the bone rod in his hand at Mewtwo. Then he splashed high, raised his fist with a strong white light, and smashed it down at Mewtwo. Mewtwo fought calmly and threw the huge spoon out, colliding with Lucario's bone rod. Then the two fists burst into a fiery flame, pulled out Fire Punch and punched Lucario. Boom! The two fists collided, creating a huge wave of air. Okay, stop. Both exit the Mega Evolution state. Haoyan stepped forward quickly and placed both hands on Lucario and Mewtwo, using the Viridian power in their body. Helping Hand restores lost stamina and energy. After Haoyan's recovery, Lucario felt the energy in his body filled up again, and exited the state of Mega Evolution. Mewtwo did the same, exiting the Mega Evolution state. After recovering the two Pokemon, Haoyan patted Mewtwo on the shoulder and praised, "Little Meng, your special training has been very effective during this time. Now you're starting to get used to it." The post-Mega Evolution state. You can also control your anger at will, and prevent it from leaking out. Keep training like this, and you will soon be able to use Mega Evolution proficiently like Xiao. Thank you, Haoyan. Mewtwo's voice appeared directly in Haoyan's mind. After he mastered Mega Evolution, Haoyan has been by his side all the time. Helping Hand coaching, he quickly adapted to the status of Mega Evolution. Now, he can well control the mania in his mind after Mega Evolution. Moreover, his strong sense of oppression can already be well controlled. So polite to me. Actually, it's Xiao who should be most grateful. Xiao accompanies you to practice every day during this time, and he has contributed a lot, Haoyan said with a smile. Mewtwo, looking at Lucario. Haoyan's several Pokemon have the best relationship with Mewtwo, except for the group pet Ninetales in the team, followed by Lucario. Especially with regard to the experience of controlling the Mega Evolution, Lucario has the most. After all, he is the first to Mega Evolution with so many Pokemon. During special training, Lucario often shared his experience with Mewtwo. Lucario stepped forward and patted Mewtwo on the shoulder kindly. Mewtwo also patted and Lucario on the shoulder. Okay, let go practice. Haoyan smiled and waved his hand. Just as Haoyan was about to sit down and take a rest, the door of the training room opened. A girl jumping around with a sweet smile on her face shouted excitedly, "Brother Haoyan, here I come." The person who spoke was Sapphire, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Long time no see, Sapphire. Haoyan greeted this cute little sister with two little tiger teeth with a smile. "Hello, Brother Haoyan tilde." After saying hello, Sapphire couldn't wait to take out a box containing the badge from his arms and hand it to Haoyan. There are 8 badges neatly placed on it. "Brother Haoyan, I have collected 8 Hoenn region badges." Sapphire is really amazing. He collected 8 badges so quickly, Haoyan said casually. Sapphire nodded again and again. "This time I came to Kana Gym, not only to meet Brother Haoyan, but also to challenge Kana Gym. Collect all the badges of the Hoenn region, and then prepare for the battle to participate in the Evergrande City Conference in half a year. This time, I hope to achieve a good result at the Evergrande City Conference." The Evergrande City Conference is the most watched conference in Hoenn region. It can be said to be a feast for Pokemon trainers. If you can win the Evergrande City Conference, you can get a high bonus. More importantly, if you win this trainer's feast, you will become famous. Winner of the Evergrande City Convention, with one entitlement. That is to challenge the 4 elites. If you defeat the 4 elites in a row, you can challenge the current champion. Evergrande City Convention. Haoyan muttered to himself. Although he doesn't want to be champion, dealing with a bunch of alliance chores. I just want to be a gym curator who can catch fish and has a high salary. However, I still yearn to go beyond the highest mountain, stand on the highest point of the mountain, and overlook the wonderful scenery of the world. Chapter 369. The First Battle of Little Ninetales. Brother Haoyan, please give me more advice. Sapphire bowed to Haoyan with a serious look on his face. Sapphire, come on. Haoyan responded with a smile. Afterward, the two stood still on the battlefield. Come out, Blaziken. Sapphire released her Pokemon first. Open black lens bracket. Pokemon closed black lens bracket. Blaziken. Attribute Fire. Fighting. Level 45. Characteristic Fierce Fire. As the physical strength decreases, the power of fire-type moves will increase. Introduction. When fighting, it will shoot out scorching flames from its wrists and bravely face the opponent. The stronger the opponent, the stronger the flame will burn. Sapphire, your Blaziken is pretty good. It's been a very fast improvement after a while. Haoyan praised when he saw Blaziken's level. In the past, I traveled to different cities and challenged different gyms. I always remember the teachings of Brother Haoyan, and my Pokemon is also working hard and getting stronger. So please, Brother Haoyan, fight me seriously. Sapphire is very happy to be praised by Haoyan. Do not. After a while, I put away my joy and became serious. Haoyan was a little surprised by Sapphire's growth and how quickly he could adjust his mentality. Since Sapphire is so serious, Haoyan doesn't fight with borrowed Pokemon as usual, ready to pull out the baby ball and send Lucario to fight. At this moment, outside Kana Gym, there was a Mimi growl. Little Ninetales rode her mount, Charizard, and flew back to Kana Gym. Little Ninetales, after training, often let Charizard drive her outside to play. Mi. Little Ninetales jumped off Charizard lightly, ran to Haoyan's side, and used her beautiful tail to swing on Haoyan's body, playing trick. What a beautiful Pokemon. Is this Alola Ice Ninetales? Sapphire said in surprise, looking at the beautiful Little Ninetales. The shape of the Little Ninetales, with a hint of violet in the white. Beautiful coat color. Proud expression, full of mysterious and noble atmosphere. As long as a girl sees such a beautiful Pokemon, she will be amazed and addicted to her beauty. Well, it's the Pokemon I just recovered. Haoyan replied, then bent down, rubbed Xiaoju's head, and said to her, Xiaoju, I'm currently fighting. I'll play with you later. Okay. There's really nothing you can do about the playfulness of this cute, clingy little guy. Haoyan held it in his hand for fear of falling, and held it in his mouth for fear of melting. A proper little princess. Little Ninetales heard the word, looked at the Blaziken in the battlefield, and then uttered a Mimi to Haoyan. She told Haoyan that she wanted to fight. Haoyan frowned slightly. His first reaction was to refuse. In terms of level, the level of Little Ninetales is the same as that of Blaziken of Sapphire, which is level 45. Both sides have reached the gym level. At the same level, the Little Ninetales are the best Pokemon to play on. But how can the cute little princess go to battle? It's not good if the beautiful hair on the body is stained later. Little Ninetales saw Haoyan's hesitation, and repeatedly said growl, Mi. The look of pleading was obvious. All right. Haoyan had never rejected Little Ninetales, so he had to reluctantly agree. With Haoyan's consent, Little Ninetales' temperament changed suddenly. She, who was originally gentle and lovely, narrowed her amber eyes and became aggressive. Usually, the Little Ninetales also train and battle with other Pokemon, but Lucario, Charizard, and Tyranitar were only beaten and never took the initiative to attack. Makes her feel boring. Now, finally got the chance to play. She has to do well. Haoyan and Sapphire both confirmed the Pokemon, and the referee announced on the side, the challenger Sapphire vs. Kana Gym Curator Haoyan. The first round officially begins. Although Sapphire liked the beautiful Little Ninetales very much, she is not polite in the battle, and takes the lead in commanding her Blaziken to attack. Blaziken, use flamethrower. Hearing this, Blaziken suddenly spewed out a solid flame from his mouth. Xiaoju, change shape. Mi. When Little Ninetales received Haoyan's order, his form changed in an instant. The hair, from the original white and purple colors, changed into a piece of saffron. The attributes have also changed from the original ice and fairy type to the fire type. For the flamethrower issued by Blaziken, Fire Ninetales twitched its tail. The flames from the air were guided. When it was about to hit, the flame suddenly turned a corner and attacked Blaziken. Blaziken was hit by his own skill. What the situation? Sapphire opened his eyes wide, and his face was full of disbelief. Chapter 370. This how to play. On MT. Miss Groudon's magma attack failed to have any effect on Little Ninetales. The Little Ninetales who received the blessing of the Wind King are simply masters of playing with flame. To deal with a gym-level Blaziken, the flamethrower used as a piece of cake. Sapphire was shocked. Originally she thought that Blaziken's fire type restrained the ice type of Little Ninetales. That's why flamethrower is used to attack. Unexpectedly, the small Ninetales changed form in an instant, replaced by the fire Ninetales. Moreover, he can command the flames so strangely to counterattack Blaziken. Brother Haoyan's Pokemon is incredible. Sapphire quickly put aside his surprise and returned to the battle. Since fire-type moves are useless, it is to use fighting-type skills. Blaziken, use the bottom kick. Hearing this, Blaziken ran quickly, flashed high, and kicked the burning Ninetales. Little Ninetales saw the attack of the other party without a trace of panic, like amber eyes flashing with excitement, already eager to try. Haoyan's instruction also came in a timely manner. Xiaoju, use mental interference. Am I? The Ninetales of the Little Ninetales swung, exuding a strange energy. Strange energy filled the entire battlefield. The air, like water, sent out waves of ripples, oscillating out, attacking the approaching Blaziken. The effect is outstanding. Ordinary Little Ninetales, under the joint teaching of Psychic Queen Gardevoir and Psychic Mythical Beast Mewtwo, use Psychic signature skill, Psychic Interference, with ease, and the Little Ninetales was very excited because of the first battle. It is not surprising that he mobilized a lot of energy to attack and kill Blaziken in an instant. Before Blaziken got close, he fell to the ground, his eyes started to circle, and he lost his fighting power. Fire! Blaziken! Break! By second, Sapphire looked at the fallen Blaziken in disbelief. If Blaziken is killed by the strongest Pokemon Lucario, or Gardevoir and Mewtwo of Psychic, she can understand. However, didn't Haoyan just say that Ninetales is his newly captured Pokemon? The newly recovered Pokemon is also so strong. But she quickly recalled, when challenging Green Ridge Gym, Kaide and Nan used Psychic Pokemon to fight against her, and they also used a mental disturbance. However, in terms of power, it is obviously much smaller than the power used by Fire Ninetales. Blaziken was second, and it was reasonable. Mi tilde. Little Ninetales was a little disappointed with his opponent Blaziken, who was one-shot kill. I was fighting so seriously, I thought it was a big battle, but I didn't expect the opponent to be so useless, and I was instantly killed. This is kind of boring. It's no surprise that Little Ninetales think so. After all, Charizard and Tyranitar are the ones who accompany her in training. Charizard and Tyranitar, although not the strongest Pokemon of Haoyan, but anyway, there is also the strength of quasi-champion, especially the Tyranitar, which is a tank with outstanding defensive capabilities, naturally resists some beating. Mi tilde. Little Ninetales growls at Sapphire with some dissatisfaction. Let her release the second Pokemon quickly. Sapphire had to silently withdraw the Blaziken, thought for a moment, and released her second Pokemon. Come to Zon Haoyan's Little Ninetales. Donphan, please, open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket. Donphan, attribute ground, level 44. Characteristics and hide. In sandstorm weather, the Pokemon with this feature has an increased evasion chance. Introduction, the teeth are sharp and hard, and it has strong skin, so its tackle can even crash the house. Seeing that the opponent is the bulky Donphan, the Little Ninetales feels a little bored. Without Haoyan's instructions, the original Saffron's hair changed instantly, turning into the original Snow White with a little purple. The form has also changed to a combination of ice and fairy. Feeling the desire to attack the Little Ninetales, Haoyan also wanted to see the geometry of the Little Ninetales' combat power. He gave the order, Xiaoju, Blizzard. Mi tilde. Little Ninetales shouted, and the water vapor in the air quickly condensed into ice. The beautiful tail swung, and quickly mobilized the icy air in the air, forming a continuous rotating icy wind. In an instant, Donphan was wrapped in it. Ice element versus ground element. The effect is outstanding. Little Ninetales uses ice-based skills, and it is natural to catch them. Donphan just appeared on the stage, and before he made any move, he was frozen into an ice cube and was instantly killed. Sapphire was done. Her original plan was to use Donphan's ground type to restrain the fire type of Little Ninetales. Unexpectedly, Haoyan's Little Ninetales changed directly from Fire Ninetales to Ice Ninetales, killing her Donphan with a single blow. How does this play? The collapse Sapphire finally sent Aggron. When facing Aggron, Haoyan's Ninetales changed from Ice Ninetales to Fire Ninetales. One move Flame Thrower. Again Sapphire's Aggron. There is no room for negotiation. Chapter 371. The gorgeous celebration begins. Sapphire challenged Kana Gym leader Haoyan and failed in the third round. In this challenge, the challenger Sapphire failed. As soon as Sapphire's Aggron fell to the ground, the referee waved the flag and announced the result. Mi tilde. After the Little Ninetales defeated Sapphire's last Pokemon, Aggron, he briskly jumped to Haoyan's side and swung his long tail. Then he ran to the side again and played with Gardevoir, who had just watched her fight. When the Little Ninetales were fighting just now, Gardevoir had been standing by and watching. Little Ninetales kept moaning at Gardevoir, waving at Gardevoir Gardevoir with his just beautiful tail. It seems to be saying, "I am very powerful tilde." Gardevoir also bent down affectionately, rubbing the cute little head of little Ninetail. Shanay tilde, praise the little Ninetail. Haoyan has always been very fond of the delicate little Princess Ninetail. Naturally, Gardevoir also spoiled the little Ninetail. Haoyan took his eyes back and looked at Sapphire, who was a little lost. Although Sapphire lost all 3 games, and it's ugly to lose. As soon as the Pokemon appeared, it was instantly killed. But it is undeniable that her Pokemon has reached the gym level and has already surpassed the level of an ordinary trainer. This kind of strength can completely get the badge. It's just that her opponent is Haoyan. Haoyan took out a badge and handed it to Sapphire. "Sapphire, don't be discouraged. You have shown me your potential, so you can get the Kana badge." Sapphire's mood was a bit complicated, and the game was lost badly, but can get badges. "For a while, I didn't know whether to be happy or disappointed." Sapphire took the badge that Haoyan handed over with both hands. "It seems that brother Haoyan has never lost. Losing to him is normal and natural. I always feel that if brother Haoyan exerts his full strength, it is estimated that even Wallace is not a match for brother Haoyan." Thinking of this, Sapphire was happy. After a few chats, Sapphire asked curiously, "By the way, brother Haoyan, are you ready for the gorgeous exhibition competition in 2 days? It would be nice to have Gardevoir on the pitch then." Haoyan didn't pay too much attention to the gorgeous celebration. "During the time I came back, I stayed by Mewtwo's side and practiced Mega Evolution with him. He is not good at this kind of game that look better than actual combat, and it is still an exhibition game, so he will not pay attention to it." At that time, the promise of Wu and the mayor was just to add a gimmick. Sapphire tilted his head for a while and asked, "Brother Haoyan, what kind of performance are you and Gardevoir preparing for? Are you performing?" Haoyan didn't think about this problem at all, just like the gorgeous contest he participated in Fallarbor Town before. Let Gardevoir show his face, and then reuse the skills at that time. Sapphire saw Haoyan's appearance and knew what he was thinking, and raised a little objection. "Brother Haoyan, this time is not an ordinary gorgeous contest. It's the most talked about gorgeous celebration. It is the most sacred and important festival in the hearts of all coordination trainers. And you are gym leader of Slateport City. You represent Slateport City, and you are a special guest of this celebration, so you can't be so casual. Before this, everyone has seen your performance with Gardevoir, and the expectations will definitely be higher. Gardevoir is really beautiful and elegant, but if you repeat the last performance, the audience will also get tired. So I suggest it's better to be different so as to give the audience a sense of freshness." Haoyan was a little embarrassed about this, and found that in the exhibition competition of the gorgeous celebration, he did think a little rough. Haoyan glanced at Gardevoir, who was playing with little Ninetails, and suddenly had an idea. 2 days passed in a flash, and finally came the day for a gorgeous celebration in Slateport City. The streets of Slateport City were deserted. Only a handful of search officers, led by Officer Jenny, patrolled the street. Team Magma and Team Aqua of Hoenn region have been completely defeated by Haoyan. Hoenn region, quiet and peaceful, law and order, arguably the best region. Moreover, because Slateport City has Haoyan as the curator, some petty thieves dare not do evil in Slateport City. For today's magnificent ceremony, the Slateport City Council consciously ordered a day off. Let the citizens watch the festival with peace of mind. Families with more affluent conditions have purchased tickets for the gorgeous celebration and led a family of 3 to watch the game live. Those with weaker economic strength also squatted in front of their own TV set. All kinds of snacks and drinks are ready, waiting for the start of the celebration. Chapter 372 Haoyan's super popularity. Slateport City, the stage for a gorgeous celebration. Spotlight comes together a little. Under spotlight walked out a young woman in a gorgeous dress with 3000 blue silk on her head. Vivian Su wore a layer of black lace gloves, showing a standard smile of 10 teeth. Holding a microphone, he spoke to the audience of 100,000 people in the most excited voice. "Welcome to everyone. Hoenn region all coordinator trainers are looking forward to this annual gorgeous celebration. I'm the host, Vivian. Please take care of everyone. Wow lala tilde wow lala tilde." There were more than 100,000 spectators at the scene. Hundreds of thousands of people applauded together, and the overwhelming applause and cheers echoed throughout the venue. Let us welcome the guests of this visit with the warmest applause. As usual, Vivian introduced the guests one by one. The curator of Rustboro City, Roxanne. The curator of Laveridge Town, Asha. The curator of Fortree City, Winona. And the 4 elites from the league, Mr. Drake, Miss Bonnie, Mr. Sydney, and Miss Phoebe. An ex-champion, Mr. Steven. And the resident champion of the gorgeous contest, the current champion of our Hoenn region, Mr. Wallace. Every time Vivian introduced a person, she received huge applause. Basically, all the celebrities in the entire Hoenn region gathered here to participate in this gorgeous celebration. Like Nurse Joy, who represented the Pokemon Center, Wu and Mayor of Slateport City City Hall, all dressed up to attend. Vivian and others applauded a little smaller. scholar, took a deep breath, and used a warm voice to reach the ears of the 100,000 audience at each scene through the microphone. The following is the person everyone is most looking forward to, our Hoenn region, and the pride of our Slateport city. With the power of one person, we defeated Team Aqua and Team Magma, and made Hoenn region the region with the best law and order. It is with this outstanding strength and fearless courage that the dispute over the super ancient Pokemon has been resolved. Protect Slateport city. Let the entire Hoenn region return to the hero of peace. I believe I don't need to say more. Everyone knows who this hero is. Let's welcome our most beloved curator Haoyan with applause and cheers. When Vivian finished saying 2 words, the entire venue of the gorgeous celebration boiled like it was full of boiling water. Countless audiences stood up and burst into huge applause and shouts. Spotlight, which hit Vivian, moved to the edge of the stage. There was a handsome young man with Jian Xing's eyebrows. Handsome appearance, but has a mature masculinity. Wearing a decent black suit. Tall, lean, and full of masculinity. Good-looking eyes, shining with wisdom, like a gentle and elegant scholar. Under everyone's attention, he slowly walked to the front of the stage. Haoyan tilde Haoyan, I love you like Raticate loves rice. Haoyan tilde Haoyan, you are the best, like a golden red sun. The fanatical female fans spontaneously offered support to Haoyan. Haoyan walked up to the stage with a smile on his face, took the microphone that Vivian handed over, smiled warmly, and waved to the audience. On the guest seat, every one of the guests looked at Hao's words and deeds. Like the audience, Haoyan was welcomed by applause. In particular, the 3 sisters headed by Asha looked at Haoyan in admiration. In the audience, Sapphire looked at Haoyan, who was radiant and admired by countless people, with a look of longing. Powerful, wise, young and unrestrained, and mature in his gestures. Such a man, as long as he is a female, will like it. Even if you don't like it, you definitely won't hate it. Brother Haoyan, he is someone who shines wherever he goes. It's like the sun in the dark night, always so dazzling. Haoyan pressed his hand like a commander. Immediately, the voices in the entire venue fell. All the audience at the scene, waiting for him to speak. Thank you for your enthusiasm. On behalf of Slateport City, I welcome everyone to come and watch this gorgeous celebration. Haoyan's voice just fell, and immediately the applause and cheers of heaven and earth. Just one appearance, plus 2 polite sentences, completely mobilized the atmosphere of the entire scene. Before the celebration started, Vivian specially asked Haoyan to come on stage and say a few words. Vivian deeply felt that her decision was correct. As a professional host, Vivian knows that the most difficult part of hosting a party is the opening. Sure enough, as soon as Haoyan came on stage, he mobilized the atmosphere of the entire scene. It exploded as she expected. Later, curator Haoyan and Mr. Champion Wallace will bring you 2 wonderful performances. The first game, like all the contestants, is a performance review. Show the contestants a sample, and let the contestants relieve their tension. After Vivian's word, the staff also began to prepare for the stage. Chapter 373 Wallace Jump. Next, the first to play is the resident champion of the gorgeous contest. It's also our current alliance champion in the Hoenn region, Mr. Wallace. Bring us a great show, Vivian said enthusiastically into the microphone. Wow Lala tilde. There were bursts of applause. Wearing a gorgeous Wallace, he walked to the front of the stage. As Vivian introduced, he is the resident champion of the gorgeous competition, and he will participate in every gorgeous celebration. He was already familiar with the stage. He has an unusual obsession with gorgeous contests. Even when he was standing on the stage, he had adjusted it countless times. Even walking, he has studied in depth how to be gorgeous and elegant. Wallace, known as the artist who uses water, focuses on the elegance and flamboyance of battle. On the stage, he gracefully walked to the center of the stage and bowed slightly to the audience. Then Wallace snapped his fingers. The spotlight disappeared, and the whole place was dark. Meanwhile, Wallace unleashes his Pokemon, Melodic, use Life Dew, then Confuse Ray. While Wallace bowed, Melodic used his skills. In the air of the stage, tiny water droplets appeared and condensed in the air. Then Melodic beautiful snake body swung, and many strange lights appeared on his body. With a flick of Melodic tail, the strange light on his body was brought into the air. Bright, mixed with water droplet, constructed a general appearance of the Milky Way. Melodic, mist. Wallace swung his fingers up and his Melodic acted immediately. Melodic moved again, and there seemed to be a dense air in the air. Decorated the original Milky Way map. Melodic, swift. Wallace said again. Melodic waved his tail, and in the galaxy, shooting stars with beautiful tails suddenly appeared, shining and passing quickly. The picture that put people in outer space lasts for 30 seconds. Wallace snapped his fingers into the air, and the lights in the room gathered. Lights up the entire venue again. The abrupt ending made the audience wake up like a dream. At this time, Wallace is posing elegantly on the stage, paying tribute to the audience under the stage. Immediately, applause came like a tidal wave. It's so beautiful. It's even more shocking than the last time I saw it at the Fall Arbor Town Gorgeous Contest. This is obviously Mr. Wallace's improved design. Yeah, it's really beautiful. I believe believed it just now. I really thought I was in outer space. I also stretched out my hand, trying to catch those falling meteors. It can be seen that Mr. Wallace put a lot of thought into this performance. Of course, it must have taken a lot of thought to construct such a beautiful scene. Moreover, you must have a strong control force. Wallace was satisfied with the way the audience was immersed in it. Ever since he knew that he was going to perform on the same stage as Haoyan, he thought hard about calm mind, and he must show a perfect performance in front of everyone. I thought about it for a whole month and practiced for a whole month. In order to improve the previous performance and enhance the sense of immersion, he has spent a lot of effort. When facing Groudon and Kyogre, he had already experienced Haoyan's decisiveness and ruthlessness. Now in the entire Hoenn region, as long as Haoyan is mentioned, there are countless topics. Naturally, his light was covered a lot. Humans have a heart for comparison. Therefore, Wallace will be so concerned about preparing for this gorgeous performance to get back a little attention to him in what he does best. I really appreciate the wonderful performance brought by Mr. Shaman Kali. I believe that Mr. Wallace's wonderful performance will surely conquer the audience and friends at the scene. Let us applaud once again for the visual feast Mr. Shaman Kali brought us. Way Vivian took the stage to agitate the audience. Wow tilde. In fact, without Vivian's agitation, the audience also admired Wallace's performance. It is no exaggeration to say that Wallace's performance reached the highest level of flamboyant celebration. Next, let's give our applause and cheers to our curator Haoyan. Welcome Curator Haoyan, who brought us a wonderful performance. Vivian spoke up again, and there was overwhelming applause in the venue again. The applause was for Haoyan. Everything Haoyan did affect the entire Hoenn region. Through newspapers, television, the internet, various channels, everyone knows about Haoyan's deeds. Some people know that Haoyan once participated in Fall Arbor Town's gorgeous contest and won a champion one. There is also a beautiful and gentle Gardevoir, but most of the audience did not particularly expect Haoyan's performance. After all, he's not known for being gorgeous. Haoyan in a black suit came to the stage calmly. Looking at the audience under the stage, he took out the baby ball and pressed the switch on it. Gardevoir appeared beside him, looking at him tenderly. Haoyan hasn't started acting yet. Wallace under the stage, for some reason, suddenly felt a sigh in his heart. Suddenly, he was not so confident in his performance just now. Chapter 374. The 4 Seasons of Haoyan and Gardevoir. Haoyan didn't start performing in a hurry after playing, but quietly looked at Gardevoir standing beside him. The one who responded to Haoyan was also Gardevoir's gentle and watery gaze. No one disturbed the scene. After a full minute, Haoyan said softly, "Xiaolu, let's start." Gardevoir nodded slightly and entered the state of Mega Evolution. Gardevoir, changing the indifferent look of the Psychic Queen, became tender like water, like a Jiangnan woman, standing gently on Haoyan's side. In Haoyan's mouth, he sang softly, "The wind blows and wrinkles a pool of spring water." Gardevoir waved his hand at the sky casually, and used a magical leaf that had no attack effect. Green magical leaf flying in the air. There was a slight wind and a little chill, like the warm and cold in early spring. It also has the meaning of early spring. Xiaoyu is boundless, and the free-flying flowers are as light as a dream. Haoyan sang softly again. Gardevoir waved his left hand and used a move of rain dance, and waved his right hand and used a move of sunny day. The two skills merged with each other, causing the warm drizzle to slowly fall from the air. The drizzle added a bit of greenery and vitality to the flying magical leaf. The slightest drizzle moistens the earth. Sunny and warm. The sun sets and the autumn smoke rises. Xiao Xiaofeng Forest. Gardevoir began to shake his body slightly following Haoyan's word. At the same time use a trick. Sandstorm. In the venue, the warm sun disappeared, replaced by a yellow autumn color. The composition of this autumn color is a piece of fine sand. The flying sand did not fall on the audience. Instead, it is constantly mixed with the magical leaf flying in the air. The wonderful picture of autumn leaves full of frost blends together. The winter scenery is light spring flowers, and the cold sky is mixed with snow. Gardevoir, whose body swings gently, uses icy wind. Icy wind condensed the water vapor in the air, turned into pieces of soft icirus. Icirus fell, covering the autumn frost leaf, making the whole stage look like a snow country. Haoyan approached Gardevoir slowly, singing in a clear voice while walking. Gardevoir also used disarming voice to echo, "Send you the wind in March, the rain in June, and the autumn in September. It's snowing heavily in December. How beautiful it is to be your wedding dress. Send you every dream, every time you wake up, and a long-term companionship. Let the rest of my life be about you." Haoyan walked to Gardevoir's side. Gardevoir was like a pretty girl, leaning gently on Haoyan's shoulder. They are like a pair of good-natured people. Finally, Haoyan looked at Gardevoir and softly said 4 words. 4 seasons for you. The picture seems to be frozen at this moment. After a long time, Haoyan gently held Gardevoir and bowed to the crowd. Audiences, this is like waking up from a big dream. The audience stood up spontaneously and burst into huge applause and cheers. Many viewers were moved to tears. The beauty of early spring, the boiling of midsummer, the bleakness of autumn frost, and the warm sun of winter. The The scene of the Four Seasons is like a dream. The last sentence of the title, Four Seasons is for you. It's amazing. The girl's heart of the old man just burst. Woo woo woo. It's so perfect. This performance is so real and so wonderful. My god, this is not a watch acting. This is nothing short of a miracle. Woo tilde curator Haoyan killed me. My heart, take it away if you want. Director Haoyan, it's useless to stay with me. The audience, all with a feeling of understanding, were addicted to the illusion created by Haoyan. Okay, let's thank you with warm applause for the wonderful performance brought by director Haoyan. Vivian took the stage with a smile and brought the audience back to reality with words. This seems to be the beginning. People who are waking up from a dream have once again turned their attention to Haoyan smiling on the stage. Crash tilde crash tilde. The applause was thunderous. Haoyan tilde Haoyan tilde Haoyan cheered like a storm. The applause and cheers continued for a long time. Haoyan and Gardevoir were on stage, smiling at the audience off the field. This performance was 2 days ago when Haoyan accidentally remembered a song adapted to this song. Didn't put much thought into it, but often his and Gardevoir's true feelings make people feel the most real. Like the overwhelming applause, it lasts for a long time. A full 5 minutes passed, and finally Haoyan stretched out his hand and pressed down a little, and then he slowly lowered. Vivian seized the opportunity to take the stage and speak with a microphone. I believe that curator Haoyan's performance just now has conquered everyone. Next, let's hear what the judges have to say about Haoyan leader's performance. The specially invited judge of the celebration, Concanton, had tears in his eyes at this time, and said moved. At this moment, my heart is very excited. Everyone knows that I have been a judge of the gorgeous contest for many years, but even so, I don't think I have any capital to evaluate. Director Haoyan's performance is truly amazing. I don't deserve to evaluate such a miracle at all. Another judge, Suki Zuo, he also continued, I feel the same as Konkan. This is a perfect performance. I hate that I'm not literate enough to describe this performance in words. I can only say that this is the most profound gorgeous performance I have ever seen. Spring, summer, autumn and winter, the alternation of 4 seasons. It made people feel that time is passing by like a white horse. Curator Haoyan is taking advantage of this performance. Come and tell us all to cherish the time and cherish the people who are destined. The words of the two judges were too exaggerated, and even Haoyan, who had gone through the wind and wave, was blushing. The performance just now had no special meaning. It's just that he made up his mind and cooperated with Gardevoir. No meaning at all. This situation is like a famous person who wrote a poem, but it was a limerick written at the time. But later generations have all kinds of speculation. What is combined with the background of the poet at that time, the opportunity for the occurrence of the poet, etc. A lot of analysis. But in fact, the people who wrote poetry at that time didn't think so much at all. But does it matter? Unimportant. At least Haoyan felt that this time the task was completed. Chapter 375 The Gorgeous Showdown between Haoyan and Wallace. Gorgeous competitions, including gorgeous celebration. The main coordination trainer and Pokemon to complete a performance together to show gorgeous. The curator Haoyan just now told everyone the meaning of this gorgeous celebration very well. I hope that the players who will play next time will successfully complete their performances with Pokemon. At the same time, let's give our applause to curator Haoyan and ask Haoyan to take a rest. Vivian took over the words of the judges and said to the audience at the scene. The audience nodded in approval. There was huge applause and cheers again. Haoyan, in the cheers of everyone, returned to the guest seat. Wallace, looking at the excitement of everyone on the scene, he knew that he lost in this link. The Milky Way map he worked so hard to create is beautiful and gorgeous, but it can't make the audience so fanatical and intoxicated. There is no Haoyan. Such a profound mood. Hey, although Wallace was helpless, he had to be impressed by the performances of Haoyan and Gardevoir. Wallace is not a stingy person. Seeing Haoyan returning to the guest seat, he stood up first, applauded Haoyan, and expressed his sincere appreciation. Haoyan, I remember the gorgeous contest held in Fall Arbor Town. I gave you a trophy. I didn't expect that in less than a year. You have made such great progress. I am ashamed of myself. Wallace, you're welcome. Haoyan waved his hands again and again, seeing Wallace's appearance, knowing that Wallace, who always pays attention to gorgeous performances, must be very disappointed. The two performances between him and Wallace just now were exhibition competitions after all, so no one rated them. But in fact, in everyone's heart, there are highs and lows. He comforted him and said, I put a lot of thought into this performance. I usually practice when I'm at gym. I've been practicing for half a year. Practice regularly at gym. Still practicing for half a year. Fortunately, Sapphire was not in the guest seat, otherwise if she heard it, she would definitely sneer. Bright, this idea was prepared only 2 days ago. Where did I practice for half a year? Asha, Winona, Roxanne, Tangshu and the others, but they have been training at Kana Gym for 2 months. I have never seen Haoyan train such a flashy performance. But well, what Haoyan is talking about is a scene, and everyone is a scene person. It will not dismantle Haoyan. For Wallace, Wallace, whether Haoyun's words are true or not, at least he feels a lot better. Afterward, I chatted a few times with the curator. Under the stage, the contestants also began to perform on the stage. Haoyun changed the subject so that everyone's attention was no longer on himself. The contest of the players has begun. Thanks to curator Haoyun and Mr. Wallace for their wonderful performances. I believe that through their wonderful performances, they can help the players to relieve some of the tension. Vivian held the microphone and said to the audience with a smile, "Let's applaud the first player to play." The audience burst into applause. Although the contestants who can participate in the gorgeous celebration have good gorgeous attainment, after all, the premise of participating is to collect 5 gorgeous ribbons to participate. It's a pity that with Haoyun Zuyu's performance in front, it is difficult for people to have any interest in the performances of the players. Most of the audience are looking forward to the neck battle between Haoyun and Wallace. After the slightly lengthy first round of review, the second round of review is about to begin. The second round of review is the same as the first round of review. Haoyun will have a gorgeous battle with Wallace. The first round of review is equivalent to getting started. The second round of review will decide the winner. Countless spectators sat up straight and look forward to it. Although it's just an exhibition game, but the audience all want to know, is Haoyun, like the first round, better, or Wallace, as always, to keep his champion title? Audience friend, I believe that everyone, like me, is full of unprecedented expectation. Vivian spoke passionately to the audience with the most unprecedented passion. Next, let's welcome Mr. Wallace with warm applause. Wow Lala tilde, wow Lala tilde. Wallace, dressed in gorgeous clothes, walked slowly from one side of the stage. Wallace tilde, Wallace tilde. As the double champion of the league in the gorgeous competition, the gorgeous celebration is equivalent to the home court for him. There are also many fans. When the audience's shouts were a little smaller, Vivian raised her hand and pressed it. This, like a signal, quieted the audience, because they knew what Vivian would say later. Taking a deep breath, he said loudly to the audience in the most sonorous word, "Let's welcome curator Haoyun with the warmest applause." There was no difference between Vivian's introduction to Haoyun's welcome and Wallace's introduction. It's just one word, most, missing, but the context is different. It wasn't that Vivian deliberately suppressed Wallace, but her subconscious exit. Whoa, whoa, Haoyun tilde Haoyun, I love you. I will give you my whole heart. Haoyun tilde Haoyun, I love you. Everything I have is for you. The female fans in the field cheered loudly. Before Haoyun didn't play, this might be Wallace's home court, but since Haoyun came out, this place has become Haoyun's home court. Chapter 376 Series 2. The applause and cheers about Haoyun lasted for a long time. Vivian looked at Haoyun for help. The enthusiastic cheers from the audience had lasted for 5 minutes, and it didn't seem to stop at all. She couldn't hold back the enthusiasm of the audience. Haoyun understood what the other party meant, and pressed his hand against the audience. The audience, like the army under command, stopped at a unified page. Director Haoyun, the popularity is really high. As a professional host, it was the first time that Vivian had encountered such a scene that she couldn't grasp and needed to seek helping hand. Okay, dear audience friend, let's hand over the stage to the two of you. Let's watch this wonderful exhibition match together. After Vivian finished speaking, she slowly exited the stage. Spotlight hitting both of them. Come out, melodic. Wallace released his Pokemon first. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket. Melodic. Attribute, water. Level, 86. Champion level. Characteristic, aggressive. When the ability is reduced by the opponent, the special attack will be increased by 2 for each ability reduced. Introduction. The beautiful scales have celadon, rainbow-like colors, which change to various colors depending on the viewing angle, and have the power to appease the hearts of rage and hatred, and calm the fight. Level 86. 10 levels higher than Xiaolu. Champion. It really is champion. Haoyun's Gardevoir is only level 76, and the level is only quasi-champion. It's 1 level worse than Wallace's melodic. Xiaolu, come out. Haoyun also threw the baby ball and released Gardevoir. Haoyun, please give me more advice, Wallace said calmly, with a little war intent. Correct instruction. Haoyun replied with a little surprise. Isn't it just an exhibition match? Wallace so serious. Wallace's expression was serious, as if he really wanted to fight Haoyun seriously. This made Haoyun a little puzzled. Stephen, who had been sitting in the guest seat watching the performance, he suddenly stood up and looked at Wallace's master, Adam, the curator of Sutopolis Gym, in surprise. Mr. Adam, Wallace. Adam shook his head silently, gave a wry smile, nodded at Stephen, and said, "That's right, just as you thought. The 4 elite Ray, Bonnie, Sydney, and Phoebe are all in Evergrande City because of their office location." Relatively familiar with Wallace, you can probably guess what Stephen and Adam were talking about. Their faces were all solemn. Asha and the others felt the change in the atmosphere in the guest seat, and were full of doubts about it. Mr. Stephen, what did you say to curator Adam? Stephen and Wallace are close friends, and Adam is Wallace's teacher. They are all aware of Wallace's state at this time. Wallace is serious. What the meaning? Asha's reflex arc is a little long longer, and she doesn't understand. Wallace's expression shows that he is serious about this battle. Steven added, clarifying the matter. What? Wallace seriously wants to fight Haoyan. Isn't it just an exhibition match? Are you serious? Asha said in shock. For you, maybe it's just an exhibition match at a gorgeous celebration. But for Wallace, the flamboyant celebration has irreplaceable meaning. What's more, Wallace lost just now. Adam, the master, is naturally familiar with the character of his apprentice. In addition to caring about the gorgeous celebration, Wallace regarded Haoyan as an opponent of the same level as himself. So, be careful. Asha and others can understand a little more or less. The people in this guest are gym leader, elite champion. These people are all very proud people. Asha and the others, long ago, were easily challenged by Haoyan. Haoyan has already been convinced. Let go of your proud heart. In terms of wisdom, command, and decision, Haoyan does his part and will not be the first person. But in battle, Wallace has not personally fought against Haoyan. And here is the gorgeous celebration that Wallace values most. Inevitably, there will be a competitive heart. His gaze returned to the two in the battle. Haoyan and Wallace looked at each other from a distance. Gardevoir and Melodic both have competitive heart. Haoyan, possessing the power of Viridian, felt Wallace's seriousness. Also seems a little eager to try. Being able to play a serious battle with Hoenn region, the strongest champion, is also a kind of growth and something that Haoyan looked forward to. Although Xiaolu is only a quasi-champion now, she is also one level lower than Melodic in level. However, Xiaolu can Mega Evolution. Melodic can. As long as Xiaolu Mega Evolution, you can fight. Since you're so serious, Wallace, then, let's fight seriously. Haoyan suppressed the smile on his lips and began to take the battle seriously. Seeing Haoyan adjusting his state, Wallace became more and more serious. Come on, Haoyan, let's have a real battle. Chapter 377 Adam. Wallace wants to win too much. The key to ignore this gorgeous battle. The game is limited to 10 minutes. The referee confirmed that both sides were ready and waved the flag to announce the start of the game. The gorgeous battle between Curator Haoyan and Champion Wallace starts now. Melodic, use the Aqua Ring. At the beginning of the battle, Wallace quickly directed Melodic to move. A layer of blue mist along the beautiful torso of Melodic covered the body, constantly moisturizing Melodic body. Aqua Ring can not only act as a part of the armor, but also continuously restore Melodic stamina. Watertight, very good at recovery. In addition to the buffs like Aqua Ring, there are also recovery skills like Recover and Life Dew. Moreover, Melodic defensive attributes are much better than offensive attributes, and he is very good at attrition. At the same time as the other party raised the buff, Haoyan also commanded Xiaolu, enter Mega Evolution, and then use Calm Mind. Within a second, Gardevoir was in Psychic Empress mode. Bainen's hands on the chest before the air in front of him swayed, completed a use of Calm Mind. Calm Mind can increase both special attack and special defense. Raising special attack can effectively deal more damage, thereby offsetting the recovery of Melodic Aqua Ring. Secondly, Melodic has a lot of special attack move, and improving the special defense further weakens Melodic's attack ability. Melodic user. Wallace did not hesitate to take the lead. Melodic beautiful body swayed slightly, condensed a lot of water-type energy. Then he opened his mouth, and suddenly sent out a 5-meter wide water column, which quickly attacked Gardevoir. Champion level Melodic is really amazing. Haoyan praised the opponent after the battle. Even though Melodic's attack attribute is not high, in terms of the prestige of his skills, it is Haoyan's strongest one against all opponents. But while deciding to fight Wallace seriously, Haoyan has already made a plan. Xiaolu, use Specular Reflection. Facing Melodic's attack, Haoyan was not worried. In addition to high special attack, Gardevoir is also very good at special defense. Coupled with the use of Calm Mind 1, the special defense ability has been greatly improved. After being attacked by Sir, Gardevoir shook the air with both hands, and a mirror suddenly appeared in front of his opponent Melodic. Psychic waves appeared in the mirror, and he doubled the damage he had done before returning it to Melodic. Specular Reflection, which can return special attacks with double the damage. Gardevoir's speed should be able to dodge Melodic's attack. Even if you can't dodge, you can use Teleport to dodge. My Melodic is very good at War of Attrition. Haoyan should know this. Why did he choose Specular Reflection? Although Wallace was a little confused, it didn't affect him, instructing Melodic to continue his move. Melodic, use the Hydro Pump. Hydro Pump is a powerful skill of water type. The skill power reaches 130 points. Melodic's snake body swayed slightly, condensing a lot of water vapor, and its tail hit the ground heavily. Suddenly, at the foot of Gardevoir, a huge water column with a height of nearly 10 meters suddenly formed. Encore, Wallace will use that move. Wallace's move was completely in line with Haoyan's psychological expectation. Once again, he directed to Gardevoir. Xiaolu, continue to use Mirror Reflection. Shanaido. Like last time, Gardevoir quickly created a mirror after taking the attack, returning double the damage to Melodic. A Mirror Reflection again. Wallace found it very difficult. He had no idea that Haoyan would let Gardevoir use Mirror Reflection reflection again. Gardevoir only deals twice as much damage, while Melodic takes twice as much damage. In other words, Melodic's injury was worse. Seeing Wallace's brows furrowed, Haoyun's mouth curled into a slight smile. Wallace has started to fall into his rhythm. Wallace wants to win so much. Ignoring a key factor, it is now passive. Adam in the guest seat frowned and murmured. Seeing this, Stephen quickly asked, "Mr. Adam, what do you mean by being passive?" When Stephen opened his mouth to ask, the eyes of the people around them were all on the two people who were fighting on the field, but their ears were carefully listening to the conversation between the two. Among them, one of them was the former champion, and the other was the master of the current champion. Their words carry a lot of weight. Adam shook his head silently and responded, "Melodic has suffered double damage from Surf and Hydro Pump." "Stephen, if it was you, what would you do?" "How to do it?" Stephen briefly thought and said, "I will let Melodic use the recover skill." Although Melodic stamina has lost a lot of stamina due to these two mirror reflection, but it's entirely possible for Melodic, using recover, to restore lost stamina. Gardevoir doesn't have a lot of recovery skills, and it's definitely been Melodic who has the upper hand in the long run. Adam nodded affirmatively and said, "I guess Wallace, the same idea as you. But have you ever thought about why Haoyun made Gardevoir use specular reflection instead of Melodic, who is good at consumption and defensive counterattack?" After Adam mentioned this point, everyone in the guest room noticed this. Stephen's reaction was the fastest, thinking of a possibility. He murmured, "I understand." Chapter 378. From the first move of the battle, start the layout. After Haoyun's Gardevoir entered Mega Evolution, it has the same combat power as Wallace's Melodic. Melodic is an excellent special attack shield because of the skills of mirror reflection and recovery. In the face of the opponent's special attack, use the mirror reflection to counter the opponent, and use recover again to restore the stamina consumed. Such a move is a bit rude. However, this time the situation has changed. Gardevoir, who is good at attacking, uses 2 mirror reflection. Melodic, who is good at defense, attack twice in a row. The situation was completely reversed. This is also the change Haoyun wants. The reason Adam said that Wallace was in a passive state was because Melodic, who had suffered 2 mirror reflections in a row, was running out of energy. In terms of skills, there is no choice. Melodic. Wallace looked at his Pokemon, and as a trainer, he knew exactly where Melodic was. If recover is not used immediately, Melodic will be in danger if attacked by Gardevoir. Wallace could only see ability, commanding Melodic, "Melodic, use recover." Melodic snake body swayed, absorbing the surrounding water vapor, emitting a strange light. Non-stop, there are stars to restore their physical strength. Recover can restore half of the stamina. At the same time, being nourished by Aqua Ring, Melodic physical strength is rapidly recovering. Haoyun's expression froze. Now is his chance, and immediately ordered, "Xiaolu, take advantage of Melodic's use of recover and use Calm Mind twice." Shanaido. Gardevoir kept shaking the surrounding air, constantly reinforcing her special attack and special defense. Using Calm Mind 3 times in total, Gardevoir's special attack and special defense increased by 2.5 times. At the same time, Melodic has recovered to full strength in the recovery of Aqua Ring and recover. Melodic, use the Hydro Pump. Wallace regained his full strength and once again commanded Melodic to make move. Although Haoyun's Gardevoir used Calm Mind 3 times before and after, the special defense and special attack were both increased by 2.5 times. But Wallace is not afraid of Haoyun's Gardevoir attack at all, because once Gardevoir attack, it's Wallace's Melodic's turn to counter with a mirror. With Gardevoir's current physical strength, he simply can't withstand the high attack counter injury. In contrast, Wallace felt that he had no worry, so he would just let go of the attack. In the face of Melodic's menacing approach, Haoyun still adopted defensive tactic. Wallace thought he had no worry, but in fact he had fallen into the trap created by Haoyun. "Xiaolu, use light green." Shanaido. Gardevoir waved his hands gently, and in front of her, made a transparent light green, blocking it. Light green, which can cut the special attack in half again. Although the power of the Hydro Pump is not low, the Gardevoir with 2.5 times the special defense plus the halving effect of the light green, the power of the Hydro Pump is further reduced. It can't cause any effective damage to Gardevoir, who has little physical strength. At the same time, Stephen, Adam and others in the guest room clearly saw Melodic's weak attack. Stephen was the first to speak. "Wallace made a mistake, and will be completely passive." Adam was on the side, looking at the time. It showed the battle time, and there were 7 minutes left. Shaking his head, he said, "Wallace will probably lose this battle." The 4 elite, Dre, Phoebe, Sydney, Bonnie, and others, also silently shook their heads. They didn't understand Adam and Stephen's conversation at first, but as time went on, combined with the current situation on the court, the situation began to become clearer. Although Asha hoped that Haoyun can win, but with her fighting ability, for the time being, I can't see what they're talking about. Then she asked her grandfather Mula, "Grandpa, Gardevoir, who is obviously now Haoyun, is running out of physical strength. The one who is at a disadvantage should be Haoyun, right? Even if Haoyun wants to use the fairy-type draining kiss to to absorb physical strength. Wallace also makes Melodic use Specular to deal double damage. Why do Steven and Mr. Adam think Haoyan will win? Mura, once one of the 4 elite, tactical the cultivation is also very high, and he also saw the changes on the field, and explained to Asha, Asha, you were right. However, nothing can only be superficial. Gardevoir's stamina is indeed running out, but Melodic's attack doesn't have much effect either. Certainly, Wallace's Melodic has the upper hand. If Haoyan wants Gardevoir to regain his strength, draining kiss is not the only way. Mura's point is already very clear. Asha turned her head and understood what Mura meant. He couldn't help but sigh. Haoyan's mind is really too deep. Haoyan has already started the layout since the first move from the battle. That's what made Wallace sink into the swamp step by step. Even if you wake up now, the last chance is missed. Chapter 379. The 10-minute time limit has come. The winner is Haoyan. As the saying goes, the authorities are obsessed, and the bystanders are clear. Adam and Steven's views are still in place. As they expected, Haoyan launched a counterattack under the previous confrontation. Xiaolu used hypnosis. For the first time, Haoyan took the initiative to make a move. The way of making a move, he did not choose a move that would have an outstanding effect on Melodic, but chose to put Melodic into a hypnotic state. Shanai, Gardevoir's Binen right hand, which was placed on his chest, pointed sharply towards Melodic. The energy of Psychic shook the air extremely violently. Air obviously produces a sense of dislocation. Powerful psychic energy penetrated into Melodic body, constantly invading her brain. Among psychic skills, the master skills must be teleport, mental interference, and hypnosis. Teleport can move quickly, avoid damage, and create offensive skills. Mental interference is Psychic's master attack skill. Hypnosis is an auxiliary skill that can force the opponent into a dormant state. This is also the reason why Psychic Pokemon is so difficult to deal with. Raised Calm Mind's Gardevoir 3 times, and her Psychic got a huge bonus. Forcibly put Melodic into a sleep state. Melodic, wake up! Wallace hurriedly shouted loudly. At this moment, he understood Haoyan's thought. It's a pity that Melodic couldn't be awakened in a short time. Used to cooperate with hypnosis, there is another skill. That is Dream Eater. Dream Eater, a powerful skill that reaches 100 points of damage in the damage judgment of the Alliance, can swallow into sleep Pokemon's physical strength to restore half of his stamina. Not many trainers use this skill, because the release conditions are not very friendly. You must let the other party go to sleep before it is effective. No wonder Wallace, unprepared. Haoyan seized this gap and quickly instructed Gardevoir to make a move. Xiaolu, use Dream Eater. Shanai, Gardevoir stretched out his left hand and pointed at Melodic in the distance. Melodic, who was being pointed at, twisted involuntarily. She, who seemed to be sleeping, experienced an unpleasant nightmare. At the same time, her snake body kept breaking out of the white stars and gathered on Gardevoir's body, constantly replenishing Gardevoir's lost stamina. Melodic, wake up! Helpless Wallace could only call out loudly. I don't know if Melodic was in more pain in his sleep, or because Wallace's cheers finally had an effect. When Gardevoir's physical strength was almost absorbed, Melodic finally woke up leisurely. But even if he woke up, Melodic's state was not very good, and his stamina was running out. Seeing this, Wallace quickly ordered, Melodic, use Recover immediately. Although Melodic had just woken up, he immediately moved. Anyway, she is champion class, and her reaction speed is still very fast. The starlight quickly appeared, constantly replenishing the physical strength that he had not absorbed just now. Haoyan wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. Xiaolu, use the energy ball. Haoyan officially launched the general attack. Shanai, Gardevoir put his retracted hand on his chest. A dark green energy ball condensed in front of her and threw it towards Melodic, who was using Recover. In Melodic with Recover, there is nowhere to dodge. You can only choose hard resistance to withstand Gardevoir's attack. Although the grass-type energy ball can have an outstanding effect on the water-type Melodic harm. However, Gardevoir has no grass-type bonus, and its power is relatively small. Failed to instantly kill Melodic, who had already used Recover. However, in this way, the stamina that Melodic had just recovered lost more than half of it. Melodic, keep using Recover. In desperation, Wallace had to continue to let Melodic repeat the Recover to recover his rank. Xiaolu, use the energy ball. Melodic, use Recover. The scene was completely inclined towards Haoyan. As the saying goes, one step is wrong, and one step is wrong. One mistake and the whole game loses. Master trick, a little mistake can have a fatal effect. Wallace, who was caught in a passive state, had to keep Melodic using Recover. Because one stop, Melodic will be attacked and defeated by Gardevoir. Now he has no chance to fight back. Melodic, completely targeted by Gardevoir. Melodic, use Recover. Wallace kept repeating. Melodic replenished his stamina again. Wallace was surprised to find that Gardevoir didn't continue to attack. Just when Wallace thought that Gardevoir might be tired and was about to fight back, he heard a bell ring. Time is over. The referee was on the side, waving the flag. The 10-minute time limit has come. The battle is over. Melodic's side has been attacked more. Part-4. According to the rules of the gorgeous festival, the winner is curator Haoyan. Haoyan won, that is to say, Wallace lost in the flamboyant celebration he valued most. Chapter 380. After half a year, the Evergrande City Conference. I lost. Wallace, who was standing on the battlefield, was a little lost. According to the rules of the flash game, he lost to Melodic and was hit too much. But in fact, everyone in the guest room knew that Wallace's defeat was set. If Haoyan keep Gardevoir attacking, Melodic won't last long. If you use Safeguard at the beginning of the battle, Melodic will not go to sleep. Or in the middle of the battle, use Haste to reduce Gardevoir's ability advantage. Then at least, I won't lose. Wallace quickly recalled the battle just now and found the problem. He lost on his ego. At the beginning of the battle, let Melodic, who is good at defense, attack. This led to a series of downturns. I haven't lost in a long time. Wallace silently withdrew Melodic, and quickly went through his experience from childhood to adulthood. As a descendant of the people of Sootopolis, he inherits the heritage of the entire Sootopolis land, and has countless resources for him to breed Pokemon. Since childhood, he has been carefully educated by Adam, the master of water type. As a child, Wallace came to prominence and won numerous accolades. Moreover, he is also better than Blue. Throughout Wallace's growth experience, it can be said that Tailwind is smooth. Although Wallace's champion position was given to him by his friend Steven, but he took over the role of champion in the Hoenn region, but no one questioned his rank, even against Steven, known as the Hoenn region barrier. Wallace also has the upper hand with his Pokemon. Unexpectedly, he actually lost. I'm tired of champion's name. Champion is not the end, but the beginning. Thinking of this truth, Wallace's loss was swept away. Seriously looking at the opponent who defeated him, Haoyan, thank you. Let me understand that even if I reach champion, I need to keep training. I am convinced that I lose. After speaking, Wallace bowed deeply to Haoyan. Haoyan looked at the serious Wallace and spoke highly of him. According to the rules of the flamboyant celebration, Wallace is only defeated by special rule. There are only a few people who can see the decline of Wallace. Now, in front of the audience of 100,000 people, he personally said that he lost. With the attitude of champion, he bowed his head and conceded defeat. It takes extraordinary temperament to do this. Losing is not terrible. It's terrible not to admit it. You're welcome. We have a chance to fight again. Seriously. Haoyan stepped forward and patted Haoyan on the shoulder. Haoyan, will you participate in the Evergrande City Conference in half a year? Wallace looked up, his eyes full of fighting spirit, the desire to fight covet. Seriously. I have this plan. Haoyan also answered seriously. It's great. I hope to have a meeting with you when the time comes, a real showdown. Wallace felt like his long-lost passion was burning. The whole person became full of fighting spirit. I'm looking forward to it too. Haoyan was also full of fighting spirit. Just ask, who doesn't want to climb the highest mountain in the Hoenn region and stand on the highest point to enjoy the beauty of the small mountains and small mountain? The host Vivian came to the stage with a smile and saw Haoyan and Wallace. Both of them were full of fighting spirit towards each other. Slightly stunned, Vivian was very curious what was said between the two just now, but at this time, she is still the host of the gorgeous celebration, and she still has to do her best to support the process of the celebration. He quickly adjusted and said through the microphone, okay, thank you Curator Haoyan and Mr. Champion Wallace for the wonderful battle. Let's applaud and thank you too for the wonderful showdown. Although Haoyan and Wallace were just an exhibition match, the audience at the scene were hooked on seeing such a high-level battle. With vigorous applause and cheers, the two were welcomed off the stage. When Wallace returned to the guest seat, he couldn't wait to pull Adam. Master, in the next 6 months, please give me special training. Adam froze for a moment. Wallace was his proudest disciple. It's already better than Blue, and he's got nothing left to teach Wallace. Wallace quickly added, Master, my Xingqing still needs to be improved. Adam knew Wallace very well. He looked at Haoyan, who was held in the hands of many gym curators, and said softly, is it because of Haoyan? That's right. Haoyan will participate in the Evergrande City Conference in half a year. Wallace said slowly without concealing it. Okay, I get it. For the next 6 months, you will stay at Sootopolis Gym. Adam understood what Wallace was thinking. Steven, who was on the side, heard the conversation between Adam and Wallace, and was infected by Wallace's fighting spirit, which also aroused his fighting spirit. An idea came to mind. This idea quickly formed in his mind. Steven also silently made a decision. Chapter 381. Steven is also participating. The best news. The grand celebration finally decided a final winner. Haoyan and Wallace. One awarded the trophy and the other awarded the ribbon medal. Finally, the gorgeous celebration came to an end. After the celebration, the interview session is of course indispensable. Vivian brought 2 cameras and quickly came to the guest seat. Go to interview Haoyan and Wallace. She was very interested in the chat between Haoyan and Wallace just now. Mr. Wallace, can you tell us what you and Curator Haoyan talked about after the exhibition game just now? Wallace glanced at Haoyan, saw Haoyan nodded slightly, and said, I and Haoyan the curator, agreed to have a battle between trainers after half a year. Half-year later, Vivian's first reaction was the Evergrande City Conference. He quickly took the microphone, placed it in front of Haoyan, and asked excitedly, "Director Haoyan, are you planning to attend the Evergrande City Conference in half a year?" Haoyan replied calmly, "Yes, I will participate in the Evergrande City Conference in half a year." Haoyan's answer was like a stone stirring up thousands of waves. Evergrande City is the biggest and most watched competitive event in the entire Hoenn region. If you want to participate in such a level of competition, you must get more than 8 badges for admission ticket. After countless masters and fierce competition, a winner was finally decided. As the winner of the Evergrande City Conference, in addition to high bonuses and honors, one more chance for a challenge. Do you want to challenge the 4 elites representing the highest combat power of Hoenn region, as well as the current champion? However, it has been 15 years. For 15 years, no one who has won the Evergrande City Conference has challenged the highest honor of the trainer champion, because there is one rule that limits most challengers. During the challenge, supplies are not allowed in the middle. You must defeat the 4 elites in order. Finally, defeating the current champion Wallace can be considered a successful challenge. It is a long and narrow road, and few people can pass it. In other words, Haoyan's participation in the Evergrande City Conference was aimed at the most glorious place in the Hoenn region. Just when Vivian wanted to continue the visit, Haoyan's communicator rang. Haoyan glanced at the information above, said sorry, and left the guest seat. After Haoyan's departure, Vivian had no choice but to retreat and ask for an interview with Wallace. "Mr. Wallace, what do you want to say to Curator Haoyan who wants to challenge you? Or do you think who will win between you and Curator Haoyan?" Wallace looked at the camera and said seriously, "I'm looking forward to playing against Haoyan. As for who will win, we will know after the battle. In the next 6 months, I will retreat and practice at Sutopolis Gym. In the best 8, meet Haoyan's challenge." Wallace finished speaking and left with Adam. Wallace is going to retreat for half a year. Vivian was shocked to receive such important news. Only when she wanted to continue the interview, Wallace also left. Suddenly, in the guest seat, Stephen, the former champion, hurried over, seized the opportunity to interview. "Mr. Stephen, what do you think of Curator Haoyan's participation in the Evergrande City Conference, pointing to the highest throne in the Hoenn region?" Stephen spread his hands and said, "No idea. However, I will also participate in the Evergrande City Conference in half a year. I also want to have a battle with Haoyan. Hopefully I can collide with him to create a different Ember." Vivian's interview was broadcast in real time. Broadcast the conversation between Haoyan, Wallace, and Stephen to thousands of households through the camera. Such explosive news swept the entire Hoenn region in an instant. The people of the entire Hoenn region boiled. Everyone talking about this year's Evergrande City Convention. "I propose that Curator Haoyan will no longer be called Curator Elite, but Curator Champion. The champion throne of the Hoenn region is definitely Curator Haoyan." "That's right. Curator Haoyan is the strongest and doesn't accept refutation. However, Wallace is also very strong. Don't look at Curator Haoyan's victory over Wallace at the splendid celebration, but in the real battle, it's not necessarily who wins and who loses." Stephen, Mr. Stephen is known as the bulwark of the Hoenn region, and he is also a very powerful character. Upstairs, Curator Haoyan is super strong. "Didn't you hear Wallace say just now that he is going to Sutopolis Gym for half a year to face the challenge of Curator Haoyan?" As for Stephen's steel combination, I can predict that Lucario, Curator Haoyan, will wear sick directly without any pressure. Well, what the upstairs said makes sense. Anyway, this year's Evergrande City Conference will be very exciting. That's right, it's going to be amazing. There are also many Slateport City citizens who express some concern. If Curator Haoyan becomes champion, what will we do at Kana Gym? Wu tilde Curator Haoyan is such a good person. I can't bear to be Curator Haoyan. I hope that Curator Haoyan will always serve as the curator of our Kana Gym. Me too. It's not as good as our blood book. Let's Slateport City Council increase the financial subsidy of Kana Gym. In this way, Curator Haoyan can have 2 roles. Everyone can say whether it is good or not. Good. 10,000 blood book. I am the first to sign. I, Nicholas Jousey, agree first. I agree with Elizabeth Beauty. Chapter 382. Blue wants to be the curator. Wu and the mayor give gift. Haoyan left the venue of the gorgeous celebration and returned to Kana Gym. As soon as he returned to the gym, Haoyan immediately turned on the computer and connected the video. Haoyan's video is his disciple and grandson, Blue. Just now, it was Blue who sent Haoyan a message. "Master." Blue in the picture was very happy to see Haoyan replying to him so quickly. "I haven't seen you for a while, Blue. You have matured a lot." Haoyan smiled and looked at Blue in the video. The so-called people who are close to Zhu are red, and those who are close to Ink are black. Perhaps it was because he studied with Haoyan, which accelerated Blue's growth. Although his face is still a little immature, he feels calm and mature. "Tell me, what do you have to do with me?" Haoyan said. Blue organized the language, sorted out his emotions, emotions, and said seriously, "It's such a teacher. I have signed up for the Viridian City Gym campaign. I want to be an excellent gym curator just like my master. I hope that when the gym campaign starts, Master Shi can come to the scene and cheer me on." Haoyan was stunned for a moment and murmured, "Gym campaign in Kanto region Viridian City." Blue in the video quickly replied, "That's right. Viridian Gym, which has been closed all the year round, has led to the lack of coaching of trainers in Viridian City and the lack of gym curators. At the same time, the security issue in Viridian City has always been a headache for the league. There needs to be a gym leader to quell those evil spirits. So, the league removed the previous gym leader and called this gym campaign." "Oh, I understand now." Haoyan is naturally very clear that the curator of Viridian Gym is Giovanni of Team Rocket. Giovanni formed Team Rockets and wanted to conquer the world. Naturally, he will not stay in the gym to educate new trainers. A city that lacks a gym curator will also have no backbone. In the long run, the citizens will certainly have a lot of complaints, and the people in Viridian City were panicking. Haoyan had already seen it before. It is also expected that the Alliance will re-recruit the gym curator. "Are you confident in this Viridian Gym campaign?" Haoyan asked curiously. "Since the last time I parted with you, I have always insisted on the way my teacher taught me and trained with my Pokemon. Every moment, every day, there is no slack. I'm very confident that I can win this gym campaign." Blue said seriously. "That good." Haoyan still liked this young man. Blue, diligent, studious, although a little arrogant, but overall is still very good. "Master, do you have time?" Blue asked cautiously and full of expectation. "When will the gym campaign start?" Haoyan asked with a smile. Listening to Haoyan's tone, he should have agreed. Blue quickly replied, "Start in a week." "Okay, I'll make arrangements for gym and go to Kanto ahead of time. Let's visit Professional Oak by the way." Haoyan replied with a smile. "Great, with your support, Master, I will definitely win." Blue, who got Haoyan's reply, was so happy that he almost jumped up. "Okay, let's do this first, and speak to Professional Oak for me by the way. Just say I'm going to harass him again." "Okay, my grandfather has already said that, and he is looking forward to meeting you." "Okay, see you then." "Good Master, I'll be waiting for you in Pallet Town." After closing the video screen and just closing the laptop, Haoyan heard a knock on the door. "Director Haoyan, Mayor Wuhei is looking for you." Sabrina's voice came from outside the door. Haoyan was a little puzzled. It stands to reason that the gorgeous celebration has just ended, and Mayor Wu and Mayor should be being interviewed and have other things to do. How could there be time to find him? Haoyan opened the door and said to Sabrina, "Sabrina, invite Mayor Wu and Mayor to the reception room to sit down for a while. I'll come later." "Yes." Sabrina answered respectfully and went to entertain immediately. Haoyan changed his black suit and changed back to his usual casual clothes. Just came to the reception room. The restless Mayor Wu he immediately put on a smile and stepped forward, holding Haoyan's hand excitedly. "Director Haoyan, Mayor Wu he, sit down and talk." Haoyan froze for a moment, shook hands with the excited Mayor Wu he, and asked him to sit down. Just as he was about to make tea for the reception, Wu he couldn't wait to pull out a beautiful box from his arm, put it in front of Haoyan. "Curator Haoyan, please accept a little thought." This time, Haoyan was stunned again. "There's something wrong with this rhythm." Haoyan put down the cup he was preparing to make tea, opened the box, and saw what was inside. This time, he was completely stunned. He asked incredulously, This thing was given to me." Chapter 383 Psychic Z. For whom? Psychic Z. The psychic attribute moves will be upgraded to Z move. Close black lens bracket. What Mayor Wuhei gave Haoyan was Psychic Z. This gift is a gift to Curator Haoyan on behalf of our Slateport City Hall. Some little cares. Please accept the Curator Haoyan. Mayor Wu he said sincerely. Will this be too expensive? I don't have any merit, so it's somewhat inappropriate." Haoyan did not accept it directly. As the saying goes, no merit is not rewarded. Haoyan, he just participated in a gorgeous celebration and attended on behalf of the performers. This gift is a little expensive. Psychic Z, if you get it on the market, you can at least sell it for more than 500 million Alliance coins. Seeing that Haoyan put down the exquisite box, Mayor Wu he quickly pushed the box in front of Haoyan and said quickly, "Curator Haoyan, please accept it." "Mayor Wuhei, you and I have known each other for a long time. If you have anything, you can tell me directly." Haoyan saw Mayor Wuhei and knew that the other party had something to say and asked him for help. Help worth 500 million is not so easy. "Okay, then I'll be straightforward." Mayor Wu he asked tentatively, "Curator Haoyan, you said you would participate in the Evergrande City Conference in half a year at the Wawa Festival interview, right?" "Real." Haoyan was puzzled. He had already announced this news in front of more than 100,000 people. Could it be fake? But he still nodded and said affirmatively, "Yes, I do plan to attend the Evergrande City Conference in half a year." "Hey." Mayor Wu and Mayor's expression became ugly. When he knew that Haoyan would participate in the Evergrande City Convention, he was anxious. He was afraid that after Haoyan won champion, he would no longer be the curator of Kenna Gym. After all, water flows down, and people go up. After all, region champion, in terms of treatment and social status, is much higher than a gym curator. Slateport City can recover its economy so quickly under the destruction of super ancient Pokemon. This is inseparable from Haoyuan's high popularity. A morning run alone drives the sales of sport brand. In addition, Haoyuan has been dubbed the title of hero curator and elite curator by the public. Every day, a large number of trainers flock to Slateport City to challenge Kena Gym, which brings huge economic benefits to Slateport City. If Haoyuan leaves Kena Gym, all this will cease to exist. Seeing the appearance of Wu and the mayor, Haoyuan probably guessed that he was worried. He took the initiative to say, I have a lot of affection for Slateport City. I have met many lovely citizens in Slateport City. Slateport City has made me too. Even if I succeed in my challenge, I will not give up the position of curator of Kena Gym. I would rather be a gym curator than region champion. Mayor Wu he looked shocked. Immediately, he said with ecstasy, Director Haoyuan, are you telling the truth? Of course. Haoyuan nodded with a smile. Ha 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 ha. Mayor Wu he was pleasantly surprised when he heard Haoyuan's confirmation reply. He knew that Haoyuan would not joke about this kind of issue. The curator Haoyuan should accept this gift even more. Mayor Wu he couldn't help but shove the exquisite box into Haoyuan's hand, and then said, Director Haoyuan said just now that you have great affection for our Slateport City. We in Slateport City also have great affection for Director Haoyuan. Before coming, our Slateport City Town Hall had an impromptu meeting. It was unanimously approved at the meeting to increase the annual subsidy of Kena Gym from 1.3% to 3.5%. According to the current development rate of Slateport City, there are about 1.5 billion union coins in tax subsidies every year. In other words, if Haoyuan continues to serve as the curator of gym, his annual income will reach 1.5 billion. Mayor Wu he is not stupid. It is not easy to keep someone like Haoyuan as the best, to maintain the relationship, but have to pay. If Haoyuan can beat Wallace, then Kena Gym will be upgraded again. A person with the strength of champion will be the curator. Throughout the entire Pokemon world, it's unprecedented. Curator champion, what a luxury that is. After a little thought, Haoyuan understood Mayor Wu he's inner thought. Putting away the box in his hand, he smiled and said to Mayor Wu he, then I will be disrespectful. Ha 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 ha. Where is the director of Haoyuan? After leaving Haoyuan behind, the big tone in Wu and Mayor's heart finally fell. After a few chats, Wu and Mayor left in high spirit. After sending Wu and Mayor away, Haoyuan looked at Psychic Z in his hand. Unfortunately, there is only one piece. Who is it for? Chapter 384 Shattered Psyche. Kena Gym. Xiaolu, don't you blame me. Haoyuan and Gardevoir sat in the corner, chatting in a low voice. Shanaido. Gardevoir folded his hands across his chest, pretending to be unhappy, and turned his head to the side. At this time, she doesn't have the appearance of the Psychic Queen, and the little girl's posture is fully displayed. Okay Xiaolu, don't be unhappy. Haoyuan hugged Gardevoir and put her in his arm. Gardevoir put Haoyuan without warning in his arm, feeling shy for a while, but still arrogantly turned his head to the side, not to look at Haoyuan. Haoyuan thick Gardevoir put his head in front of her, and Xiaolu, you should know how important you are in my heart. I've used all my relationships to buy another Psychic Z. The current Psychic Z was given by someone else, so I don't want to use it on you. The things you use are bought by me, so it makes sense. You were right. Hearing this, Gardevoir reluctantly turned his head to look at Haoyuan. Haoyuan gently put Gardevoir's little head on his chest, and said seriously, the reason why I use it for Xiaoming first is that I think there may be a fierce battle after a while. Of course, you learned the skill of Shattered Psyche, which is also great for my helping hand. However, I'm not willing to let you get involved in danger. You are the most important to me besides Xiao. In the face of a powerful enemy, Haoyuan never let Gardevoir put himself at risk. Always let Lucario, Tyranitar, rush ahead. Although Gardevoir is also strong in combat, he has always been protected by Haoyuan. After all, that Gardevoir. Gardevoir heard Haoyuan's strong heartbeat in his ear. She actually understood Haoyuan's thought from the very beginning. She was just playing around with the little girl's temperament. Seeing Haoyuan's serious look, he couldn't hold back any longer. He secretly covered his mouth and laughed. Seeing Gardevoir's appearance, Haoyuan knew that she had deliberately teased him just now. He also pretended to be annoyed and angry. Okay, Xiaolu, you have learned badly now. Watch out. Haoyuan kept reaching out and scratching Gardevoir's itch. Gardevoir, who was already in Haoyuan's arm, could not escape Haoyuan's attack. There was a bell-like laughter. In the training ground, Xiaoming, enter Mega Evolution. Haoyuan took all the Pokemon and looked at Mewtwo. Mewtwo quickly entered the Mega Evolution X form, and as soon as a strong sense of oppression appeared, it was contracted back into the body by Mewtwo. That's right, Xiaoming, you can now put it back and forth freely. Haoyuan praised loudly. Mewtwo subconsciously looked at Lucario, who was able to master Mega Evolution so proficiently thanks to Lucario's help. Lucario gave Mewtwo a thumbs up. Okay Xiaoming, Psychic Z will be handed over over to you. Try to use the Shattered Psyche skill. Hao-Yan handed Psychic Z to Mewtwo, and then stood behind Tyranitar with a few Pokemon. Tyranitar has evil properties and can effectively block the energy invasion of Psychic. At the same time, Hao-Yan activated the power of Aura in his body, connected with Mewtwo, and observed his condition. Mewtwo closed his eyes and began to absorb the energy of Psychic Z, and stars continued to gather in his body. The psychic energy in his body overflowed, causing his body to suspend directly in the air. Around Mewtwo, a stream of light emitted by a strong magnetic field was formed. Ah, ah, ah. Mewtwo let out a huge shout growl. There was a strong shock. With Mewtwo's growl, psychic energy ravages everything around. Shao Si, hurry up and use Protect. Hao-Yan shouted immediately after seeing the situation. The shattered psyche emitted by Mewtwo, a powerful force, seems to have collapsed for a short while in the entire space. Claff, claff. Tyranitar's huge body stood in front of Hao-Yan and several Pokemon, and outside his body, a white energy shield appeared. It blocked the crazy and raging energy, leaving Hao-Yan and others unaffected. Downtown Slateport City, Steven, who was about to return to Meteor Falls to practice like Wallace, also felt this powerful momentum. With a solemn expression, he looked in the direction of Kana Gym. What a powerful aura. It should only be possible if you use Shattered Psyche. This kind of power is a bit stronger than my Metagross. Hao-Yan, your Pokemon is really scary, but I'm not weak. I'm really looking forward to the Evergrande City Conference in half a year. After releasing Shattered Psyche, Mewtwo briefly fell into weakness. Hao-Yan quickly ran out from Tyranitar's side, hugged Mewtwo, the Viridian power in his body, and constantly helping hand Mewtwo recovered the lost stamina and energy. Hao-Yan was very satisfied with the power of Shattered Psyche that Mewtwo used. Xiaomeng, you are awesome. Hao-Yan did not hesitate to praise Mewtwo. Lucario also quickly ran to Mewtwo's side and gave him a thumbs up. Although Mewtwo didn't speak, he looked at Hao-Yan and then at Lucario, his eyes filled with happiness. After Hao-Yan helping hand Mewtwo recovered his energy and stamina, he said to Lucario, okay, Xiaomeng will be handed over to Xiao. Lucario and Mewtwo were on the sideline, having a pleasant chat, communicate with each other and share the experience of using Z-Move. Looking at the close chat between Lucario and Mewtwo, Hao-Yan thought to himself, if Xiaomeng can transform into Y form, the power will be even greater. Chapter 385 Reciting Hao's Word. Is there an effect bonus? Roar, roar. A gray-black figure quickly approached Pallet Town from a distance. Blue, who had been looking forward to it, heard growl and ran out of the Oak Institute in a hurry. That gray-black figure was the wild, domineering, and unique Charizard. Blue was full of surprise. Facing Charizard waved his hands vigorously. Master. Blue. Hao-Yan lightly fell from Charizard's body and greeted Blue. After arranging the affairs of Kana Gym, Hao-Yan took a plane and came to Kanto region. As Blue ran out, at the Oak Institute Professional Oak, Nanami, and Red, they all came out to greet him with joy. Professor Oak, I'm here to bother you again. Hao-Yan greeted the oldest Professor Oak first. Ha ha ha, Hao-Yan, you are too polite. I'm happy to see you. Professor Oak stepped forward and patted Hao-Yan on the shoulder. Brother Hao-Yan, long time no see. Red also stepped forward happily. Yeah, long time no see. Red has grown a lot taller. Hao-Yan greeted with a smile. Mr. Hao-Yan, hello. The intellectual Nanami said hello with a smile on her face. Miss Nanami, hello. Hao-Yan also nodded slightly to the other party. Okay, Blue, now that Brother Hao-Yan has arrived, can we fight? Red bumped Blue, who was beside him, with his shoulder. Blue snorted in disbelief, and continued, I'm training hard to prepare for the Viridian Gym campaign. I didn't want to talk to you, but you haunt me all day long. Since you want to lose so much, then I will satisfy you. It just so happens that Master is here, and I just show Master the results of my cultivation during this period of time. When Red heard Blue's slightly arrogant word, he suddenly felt a sense of competition. Come, it's like you've been specially trained, and my Pokemon and I have also become stronger. Red refused to let it go. Come on, I'll take you as my opponent in the gym campaign and beat you hard. Blue said, come on, let's see who's great. You two are really. Mr. Hao-Yan just came to Pallet Town from Hoenn region. It must be tiring to travel long distances. You are still pestering Mr. Hao-Yan, which is impolite, Nanami said from the side. Nanami's speech has always been as gentle and intellectual as her appearance, but her gentle words made the two boys shut up. Professor Oak is usually busy with research, and most of the time, he lets Nanami manage Blue. Among the two teenagers, Nanami has quite a bit of prestige. Seeing Blue and Red looking slumped, Hao-Yan smiled and said to ease their embarrassment, it's okay, I just left for a few hours on the plane, but now I'm very energetic. It's okay to watch Blue and Red fight. Mr. Hao-Yan, then trouble you. Nanami smiled apologetically at Hao-Yan. The battlefield of the Oak Institute. Blue and Red, each standing in a corner. Nanami acts as the referee. Hao-Yan and Professor Oak sat off the court and watched the game. Come out, Big Bird. Come out, Venusaur. Blue and Red, throwing their respective Pokemon at the same same time. Blue and Red should have worked hard during this period of time, Haoyan said to Professor Oak with a smile. Blue's big bird has reached level 49. Red Venusaur, level 48. They have already reached the peak of the gym level, and they are ready to sprint to the quasi-elite level. Yeah, the two boys Blue and Red train whenever they have time. Professor Oak hummed. Big bird, come on, show our master the results of our cultivation during this period of time. Blue said to his big bird, Venusaur, we have to work hard too. You must not lose to Blue in front of Brother Haoyan. Red also said to his Venusaur. Brother Haoyan once said that bird Pokemon, the biggest weapon is their wing. It's a weapon, but also a weakness. Venusaur, use the vine whip on the big bird in the air. You don't need to do any damage. You just need to control the wings of the big bird. More than a dozen green vine whips appeared on Venusaur's body, trying to wrap around Big Bird's wings. It's useless. Master once said that when the intention is to be foresight, then the whole body is full of flaws. Big Bird, use wing attack to smash the opponent's vine whip. Blue was very calm about this. Compare. Big Bird's wings shook and instantly fell from the sky. Two pairs of wings, like sharp scissors, tore through the transparent air and launched an attack mercilessly. The sharp wings cut Venusaur's vine whip and landed straight on Venusaur's body, causing a lot of damage. Red didn't because of Venusaur is attacked and discouraged. Brother Haoyan once said that when the opponent attacks, it is when the opponent's defense is the weakest. Venusaur, use sleep powder. The huge flowers on Venusaur's back sprayed out white powder. Under the traction of Venusaur, the powder quickly wrapped towards Blue's big bird. Master once said that in order to defeat an opponent, the first step is to become familiar with the opponent. Your tricks are already within my expectation. Big Bird, use whirlwind and blow that powder away. Blue yelled. Big Bird fluttered its wings, and whirlwind took out the white sleep powder. Brother Haoyan once said. Master once said, when Blue and Red command the Pokemon to make a move, they both have to say a big word. It's as if it's a bonus. Haoyan, who was watching the battle from the sideline, had a black line on his face. It was the first time I had seen such an embarrassing battle. Chapter 386. Two concubines competing for favor. Professor Oak chatted with Haoyan while watching Red and Blue fight. Haoyan, the evil organization in the Hoenn region. I read the report that under your leadership, it has been uprooted. Now the Hoenn region is the region with the best security among several regions. You have contributed to this. Maxie was caught and Archie was on the run. Basically, the two evil organizations couldn't make a big deal out of it. The situation is indeed as Professor Oak said. Haoyan waved his hand humbly and replied, Professor Oak is overrated. The destruction of the two evil organizations is the expectation and effort of the entire Hoenn region people, not me alone. Professor Oak's evaluation of Haoyan increased again. As the Pokemon world, the most prestigious Pokemon research expert, he has a very high status in the league. Naturally have permission to know what is happening in the Hoenn region. He clearly knew the key role that Haoyan played when the evil organization did evil. Haoyan, now you are called the nemesis of evil. Hopefully, you can take down the Kanto region's wicked Team Rocket. Kanto region, since Team Rocket haven't had a life. Having said that, Professional Oak sighed lightly. Kanto region, it's really messed up. It can even be said that some people are struggling to make a living. When Haoyan came to Pallet Town, he passed by Viridian City and found that Viridian City was the same as when he came before. The people walked on the street, all with a cautious look, alert to the surrounding. In such a big environment, how could it be possible to live and work in peace and contentment? In the process of Haoyan chatting with Professor Oak, the battle between Blue and Red also came to an end. The battle is over. The winning side is Blue. Nanami waved her hand aside, ending the battle between the two sides. Come back, Charizard. Blue took out the treasure ball and took back his main force. Charizard. Hateful. I didn't expect your Pokemon to become so strong. Especially that Charizard, who was able to beat my Lapras and Snorlax. Red retracted his Pokemon somewhat disappointed. HMPH tilde. Blue snorted a little arrogantly, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Blue is very happy to be able to defeat his old rival. That because my Pokemon and I teach me the method every day and do hell-like training. Defeat you easily. For Red, Blue is a bit puffed up. Withdrawing the Pokemon, he immediately ran to Haoyan, who was sitting with Professor Oak off the court. He respectfully said to Haoyan, Brother Haoyan, can you also give me special training coaching? I want to be stronger. I want to defeat Blue. When Blue heard that, he hurried over to stop Red, saying, Master, ignore him. What? I'm talking to Brother Haoyan. What are you doing next to me? Red immediately retorted, with your talent, it's a waste of time to teach you. Blue said, Che, say my talent is poor. Can I be worse than you? I see that you are afraid of me. If I get the training of Brother Haoyan, I can definitely defeat you. You are afraid of losing, so every time I chat with Brother Haoyan, you interrupt me. Really? Red said, what the matter? Master, let's ignore him. Blue said, HMPH, I think you're just afraid of me. I'm afraid that once I get the training of Brother Haoyan, my strength will increase rapidly. At that time, I will not only defeat you, but also also challenge Kanto Reg 4 elites of Ion. Become champion of Kanto region. Red said ambitiously. Don't forget, I want to be the champion of Kanto region. You must collect all 8 Kanto region badges. When I become the gym curator of Viridian City, I won't give you a badge, and I won't give you a chance to participate in the court conference. See how you challenge the 4 elite. Blue said. Damn, brother Haoyan. Look, Blue hasn't become the curator of gym yet. It's so arrogant. If you become one in the future, you will be lawless. Red retorted. Master, let's ignore him. Too happy friend, you and I are arguing uproar. It's like 2 concubines competing for favor. To end this war of words, it's Nanami. She has always been intellectual, showing a domineering side, directly knocking a chestnut on the heads of the 2 teenagers. The 2 arrogant teenagers suddenly lost their temper. Blue, the reason why you want to be the gym curator is not to learn from Mr. Haoyan. Is this the result of your learning? And Red, it's a good thing to have lofty ideals, but we must be down to earth one step at a time. The strength becomes stronger, but it can't be achieved in one day. I see, Sister Tilda. Yes, Miss Nanami Tilda. Haoyan smiled, and Nanami was the best way to treat these 2 little brats. Chapter 387. A curator. The light overshadows region champion. The time in Kanto region passed quickly, and usually Haoyan gave instructions to Red and Blue. The rest of the time was spent in Oak Institute. Learn about Professor Oak. In your spare time, exchange opinions on Pokemon with Professor Oak. In the blink of an eye, it was the day when Viridian City held the gym campaign. The gym curator contest held in Viridian City was much smaller than Haoyan's gym contest in Slateport City at the time. The audience at the scene was also sparse, and only half of the venue that could accommodate 10,000 people was seated. There are also a lot of spare seats. Welcome to the live audience. I'm the host of this Viridian Gym curatorial contest, Lee Oakley. In the middle of the venue, a girl who looked very similar to Vivian raised a sweet smile and greeted the audience with a microphone. Clap tilde, clap tilde. There was a burst of applause from the scene. Let's invite you, the guests of this campaign, temporary Kanto Regions champion, and Johto Regions champion, Mr. Lance Crossing, who is good at using dragon. Lance Crossing waved to the audience while walking towards the guests, just responding to his applause. Not much. Lance Crossing was originally just an elite of Kanto region. He was champion in Johto region. However, in recent years, because of the poor governance of the Kanto region by the Alliance, let the Team Rockets run amok, causing the people to be completely disappointed by the arrival of the Alliance. It is normal that there is no popular support. With Mr. Lance Crossing, there is another champion, that is Sinoregin's most popular champion, Bamboo Orchid. Let's applaud. Lee Oakley lightly parted her lips and took the lead in applauding. Although Zulin is not the champion of Kanto region, but with outstanding appearance, there is also a strong strength, which is quite popular in every region. The audience was greatly surprised and applauded enthusiastically. Applause, obviously much warmer than Lance Crossing. Under the light, Zulin smiled and waved to the audience at the scene. A frown and a smile are all charming. Just when the audience at the scene thought it was over and ready to start the campaign, the light hit Lee Oakley again. I saw Lee Oakley pause, then took a sharp breath, raised the volume, and said to the audience at the scene, the next guest is very important. He is the hottest rising star in the entire league. He has a lot of nicknames, being known as the Elite Curator, and also known as the Hero Curator. Having said that, Lee Oakley deliberately stopped to create a little suspense. The audience at the scene were all intrigued by Lee Oakley. One by one straightened their back, looking surprised. Is it him? The audience looked forward to it. Seeing the small number of spectators at the scene, with a good response, Lee Oakley said loudly, that's right, he's from Hoenn region, Director Haoyan. Lee Oakley voiced just after the fall. All the lights on the stage gathered and shone on a handsome young man. It's really him. My god, it's really Haoyan. Haoyan is here. The audience at the scene, from the moment they saw Haoyan, all stood up, applauded and shouted vigorously. Compared with Lance Crossing's previous appearances, the sparse applause formed a huge difference. The story of Haoyan's destruction of the Hoenn region evil organization has long spread throughout the Kanto region. The people of Kanto, who suffered from the rampage of Team Rocket, have always hoped that a powerful person like Yu Haoyan would come to solve the disaster of Team Rocket. The applause and cheers lasted for a long time. Lance Crossing looked at Haoyan, who was in the limelight, and felt a little helpless. It doesn't matter that the popularity is not as good as Zulin. After all, people are good looking and strong. But he never imagined that Haoyan was just a gym curator. Popularity can instantly kill him. Moreover, it is still a spike at home. Blue and Red, through the backstage screen, saw Haoyan slowly coming on stage and greeting everyone. There was endless envy in their heart. Brother Haoyan, it's a diamond. Wherever you are, it shines brightly. I also think that, like Brother Haoyan, standing on such a stage is admired and looked up by countless people. Red exclaimed, Master, this is the direction of my effort. In the future, I will also become the same as Master Shi. Blue clenched his fist. Come on. Red patted Blue on the shoulder. In that instant, Red could understand understand why Blue wanted to be a curator. Instead of picking a higher goal, go sprint to champion. Because, in front of them, there is already a good example. A curator. The light has overshadowed region champion. Chapter 388 Fake Moltres appears again. At the Gessie, Zulin said to Haoyan next to her with a face of surprise. I didn't expect to meet you here. Yeah, I didn't expect to meet you here. Haoyan asked casually, are you here to watch the campaign? No. Zulin shook her head and said, I came to Kanto region this time to find Lorelei. Learn from her about how to protect Lapras breeding ground. I just came across the gym campaign here, and I received an invitation to stop by to have a look. Haoyan nodded, expressing understanding. Lorelei is the ice elite of Kanto region. She has established a sanctuary for Lapras on her home island of 4th Island. Many Lapras were raised there. What about you, Haoyan? Why are you in Kanto region? Zulin asked curiously. There just happens to be a friend who wants to compete. I'm here to cheer him on. Haoyan smiled. Curator Haoyan, the person you're talking about is Professor Oak grandson Blue, right? Land Crossing interjected. Well, it's him. Haoyan responded with a smile. Blue boy, I heard Professor Oak mention it. It is said that he has very good strength and is the seed player this time. I heard that Blue is the disciple and grandson of Curator Haoyan. It seems that the candidate for curator this time is Blue. Land Crossing said on the side. The other players in the competition are also very good. It's not certain until the outcome is decided. Haoyan responded casually. The three chatted for a while, and the gym campaign had begun. Blue, it's your turn to play next. Come on, Red said to Blue in the background. Although Red often bickers with Blue, both of them are actually very fond of each other. Coral and Coral are their way of getting along. Thank you. Blue walked up to the battle stage with his head held high. Next is Joey of number 233 against Blue of number 123. The battle begins. The referee waved the flag and announced the start of the game. Come out, Exeggutor. Come out, Arcanine. Blue and his opponent, Naoki, released their own Pokemon at the same time. As soon as he came up, Joey made the first move. Arcanine, use Fire Fang. Arcanine quickly attacked Blue's Exeggutor. The mouth is full of hot flame. Fire type is effective against Grass type and Psychic Coconut Egg. If hit, Blue's Coconut Egg will be badly wounded. Restrained in attribute, Blue is not panicking. Commanding Coconut Egg calmly, he launched a counterattack. Exeggutor, use Rock Tomb. Coconut tilde. Coconut Egg stomped the ground hard. On the ground, a few rock pillars suddenly rose, directly blocking the direction of Arcanine's progress. Unprepared, Arcanine slammed into it. Arcanine's head is definitely not as hard as a rock. After hitting Arcanine, there seemed to be countless stars twinkling in his head. Right now, Exeggutor, use Mental Distraction. Blue grabbed the opponent's gap and immediately issued an order to attack. Coconut tilde. Exeggutor has 3 heads like Coconut, and at the same time stares at Arcanine, who is dazed on the ground. 3 Psywaves were sent out at the same time. The 3 Psywaves moved, gathered together, and attacked the fallen Arcanine directly. Arcanine, get up. Blue's opponent, Joey, shouted forcefully. It's a pity that Arcanine couldn't be called up. Exeggutor's mental interference hit Arcanine directly. The energy of Psychic is constantly invading Arcanine's head. It made Arcanine, who was already dizzy, even more dizzy. After a successful attack, Blue's offensive series shot, Exeggutor continued to use mental interference. Don't give each other a chance. Coconut tilde. Exeggutor quickly condensed energy and launched an attack again. The successive attacks made Arcanine, who had little physical strength, cool down directly. In the first round, player Blue, number 123, win. The referee waved the flag and announced the result of the match. Damn, Blue's opponent Joey looked very ugly. Unexpectedly, in the first round, even if the opponent was suppressed in terms of attribute, it failed to cause any damage. Then, he released his second Pokemon, Magmar. Blue still uses the Exeggutor against opponent. Obviously, Joey has learned the previous lesson and changed the strategy of the battle. But Blue's Exeggutor, the level is higher than his Magmar. Relying on the advantage of the level, he successfully solved the opponent's Magmar. The rules of the campaign are the same as the rules of other battles. Each player is limited to 3 Pokemon for battle. Blue's Exeggutor, although not physically strong, maintained a huge lead. Basically, the victory is decided just when everyone thought Blue would win. Blue's opponent, Joey, took out a black baby ball. I didn't want to be exposed so quickly, but I didn't expect to meet such a strong opponent in the first round of the qualifiers. Looks like I don't need to hide it anymore. Joey finished speaking and threw the black baby ball out. After a burst of red light, a sharp mouth, yellow Pokemon with feathers burning flames appear in the battlefield. Lee. As soon as this Pokemon appeared, it filled the battlefield with his aura. Moltres. Land Crossing looked at the Moltres in the arena in shock. Haoyan and Zulin, who were sitting beside Land Crossing, looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. Chapter 389 Counterfeit Good. That's the second time. Is this Moltres? Land Crossing wondered. From the appearance appearance point of view, it does match the shape of the Moltres, but in terms of momentum, it is not a star and a half that it is weak. No, this should be a fake Moltres. Zhu Lan, who was beside him, said solemnly. Fake. Lance Crossing's expression became even more puzzled. Haoyun and I were in the Sinnoh region to capture a poaching group. The leader of the poaching group also used a Pokemon identical to Moltres. After defeating it at that time, I found that the body of this Moltres is a Fearow, which has been genetically modified to become the appearance of Moltres, and the Black Hand who transformed Fearow is the Team Rockets of Kanto region. Zulin simply recounted what happened at that time. Team Rocket. Lance Crossing muttered a few times, then asked, so is it necessary to stop the game now? There's no need to stop the game. The most important thing to do now is to control the scene and stop the game forcefully, which will only cause unnecessary chaos. At the same time, immediately check to see if anyone from Team Rockets has infiltrated this campaign. Secondly, control this called Jui, and ask carefully how he obtained this fate. Haoyun, who had not spoken, spoke up. As soon as he made a sound, he pointed directly to the point. In the field, the fake that was fighting with Blue was only level 50, but only gym level. It was several notches from the one he met last time. That's right. Zulin also agreed. I understand. Lance Crossing thought for a while and knew that Haoyun was right. I'll arrange it immediately. After speaking, he hurriedly walked out of the Gessi. This trip to Kanto is probably not easy. Although Haoyun relaxed and sat on the sofa, his eyes were full of sharpness. Looking back on the field, Blue's Exeggutor had little energy left and was already defeated. Changed back to Blastoise and battled Moltres in the air. Moltres used wing attack. Moltres let out a cry and then fell from the sky, and the fiery wings transformed into white light bots falling from the sky. Blastoise, tuck your body into the shell, and iron defense strengthens the defense. Blue immediately organized the defense. Blastoise quickly retracted his exposed body into the hard shell. At the same time, there was a burst of white light on the outer shell, which strengthened his defense. The wings of Moltres touched the hard shell, leaving only a shallow white mark on it. After the attack was unsuccessful, it flew back into the air and hovered again. It's not right. I heard from Grandpa that Moltres is a legendary Pokemon. Whether it is power or attack power, it is much stronger than ordinary Pokemon. But this Moltres, in terms of attack, speed, and every aspect, feels similar to my Blastoise. Although Blue had doubts in his heart, he focused more on the battle. It's time for us to attack. Blastoise uses Sir. Blue launched the attack calmly. Blastoise heard the word. The two muzzles on the turtle shell aimed at the Moltres in the air and sent out two water jets. Two water columns converged in the air, forming a larger water column. Blue's opponent, Jui, thought he was using the real Moltres. Picked up against Blastoise, Moltres used flamethrower. Moltres opened his mouth and spewed out a solid flame that met Blastoise's water column. Water can put out fire. This is the eternal truth. Unless the fire is too large, directly use the high temperature to evaporate the water. Otherwise, at the same level, or with little difference, water is still a weapon for extinguishing fire. The moment the water column and the flame meet, the fire is quickly suppressed. Although a part of the water column emitted by Blastoise was consumed, there was still a lot of water that washed over Moltres. The remaining water, rushing into the burning feathers of Moltres, was quickly vaporized. However, for the feathers of Moltres, the flames are no longer hot, and the flames are also dimmed a lot. It actually worked. Blue was incredulous and attacked again. Blastoise kept using Sir. The gun barrel on Blastoise's back once again sent out a water column. While Blue and Jui were fighting, Lance Crossing had organized a small number of investigators to patrol the scene and want to close the venue. One sat near the gate of the venue. The man wearing a black hat and baggy clothes secretly said something bad. This idiot, how did you expose Moltres so early? It seems that Viridian Gem's position is going to be given up. No, I have to withdraw to the leader immediately. The man saw Lance Crossing approaching with the investigating officer. He quickly lowered the brim of his hat to prevent others from seeing his face and quickly left Viridian Gem. Chapter 390. The Crazy Plan of Team Rocket. Celadon, Rainbow Game Town. In Celadon, Rainbow City, the secret base of Team Rocket. Giovanni's office. In addition to Giovanni, there are three generals of Team Rocket: Athena, Petrol, and Ron. Petrol is reporting, "Boss, according to the report of his subordinate, the pawn we placed in the Viridian campaign was exposed prematurely. For safety, we disguised the other team members of the contestants and gave up the competition. Our plan to fight for Viridian Gym failed." Petrol's voice got lower and lower, and he didn't even dare to look up at the end. Before Giovanni, he was the director of Viridian Gym. Curators can get financial subsidies from the Alliance, as well as local financial revenue. Although not as exaggerated as Haoyun's salary package, it is also a good source of income. And as a gym leader, you can participate in related meetings of the Alliance. It's also good as a news outlet. For these 2 points, Giovanni specially found someone to participate in the gym campaign. The intention is to control the curatorship of Viridian Gym in his own hand. Unexpectedly, now it has fail? Why did the plan fail? Giovanni, who had been facing away from the three, turned the stool around and looked at Petrol blankly. Petrol could only feel his sweat dripping from his forehead. Difficulty opening the mouth and said, Champion Zulin of the Sinnoh region, and Haoyan, the curator of the Hoenn region. No, for some reason, both of them came to Kanto region. They all watched this gym curator campaign as guests. Haoyan and Zulin. Giovanni repeated the two names. After a while, Giovanni looked at Athena and asked, Athena, how is the financial situation in the organization now? Athena quickly replied, Chief, now the funds are stretched. Although we have greatly reduced the benefits of the players, the funding gap is still huge. The team members are very dissatisfied with our cuts in benefit. There are even some team members who don't obey orders. To make a profit from the game, City now can only maintain the basic operation of the organization. If you can't replenish funds quickly, the organization will not be able to do anything. It is even possible that a large number of players will withdraw from the organization. Yeah. Giovanni's face was expressionless, but his fingers tapped regularly on the table. The three of Athena, who were familiar with Giovanni's character, knew that Giovanni was in a bad mood. Land, how is your work going? Land, one of the three generals, sorted out his thoughts and replied quickly, occupying Saffron City. The work of Snatch Sever Company is ready. Through our infiltration during this period, we have mastered key information about Sever's company, including some wealthy families in Saffron City. We have already figured out in advance. Everything is ready. The plan can be launched at any time. It is good. Hearing this, Giovanni's fingers stopped tapping the table, and his body relaxed on the sofa. Giovanni waved his hand. The plan to embezzle the Sever Company and snatch Saffron City, start implementing it. But the leader, Haoyan and Zulin, are still in the Kanto region. Our plan is so big that it's easy to leak rumors, and they may destroy our plan. Lance asked, slightly worried. Lance was in Cerulean Cave and had played against Haoyan once, and he knew how extraordinary Haoyan was. Athena and Lance, although they did not meet Haoyan face to face, but they also knew that Haoyan was not in the pool. A single Haoyan has already made them feel troublesome, and another bamboo orchid is even more troublesome. Giovanni already had a solution for this, saying, north of Saffron City is Vermilion City. If there's a massive Pokemon siege happening there, you said, what will the Alliance do? Athena's reaction was quick and she blurted out, you are planning to attack Vermilion City with those scraps of Mewtwo's plan. At that time, as long as our actions in Saffron City are a little more secretive, with the reaction speed of the Alliance, we won't be able to react at all. When they solve the aberration in Vermilion City, we've searched them all. Boss, good strategy. Giovanni was satisfied that Athena could fully understand her meaning. Nodding his head in appreciation, he said slowly, it's time for those defective products that were produced in order to make Mewtwo before to show some light and heat. Athena is in charge of this attack on Vermilion City. Let Lance and Petrol complete the operation of Saffron City together. Yes. Chapter 391 Team Rocket get into action. Team Rocket crazy plan has already begun, but Haoyan, Zulin, and Lance crossing from far away in Viridian are still participating in the gym campaign in Viridian. I've already interrogated that Naoki is from Team Rocket, but that Jui is an ordinary player who just joined Team Rocket, and he doesn't know much about it. But just when we wanted to review the identities of other contestants, 10 contestants left the gym secretly. Lance Crossing returned to the guest seat and said to Haoyan and Zulin, of the 10 contestants who left, 9 out of 10 are from Team Rocket. Zulin said on the side, yeah, I didn't expect Viridian Gym's campaign to be infiltrated by Team Rocket. Fortunately, we have reviewed the background of the other contestants. The players who stay on the court now are clean trainers. At least it is guaranteed that the new curator of Viridian Gym is a serious trainer. Lance Crossing said aside. Haoyan didn't speak, but looked at him silently. The game in front of you. The competition system was disrupted due to the withdrawal of potential players from Team Rocket. Blue also had good luck with a few buys, all the way to the final. At this point Blue is using his Charizard and is playing against a trainer who uses Machamp. Charizard, Wing Attack and Fire Punch. Roar tilde roar tilde. Blue's Charizard fell from the sky high. His sharp wings were like scissors, and his claws condensed hot flame, launching a double attack. Charizard is Blue's strongest Pokemon. Because Haoyan also has a Charizard, Blue's Charizard often learns from Haoyan's Charizard. Machamp, Dynamic Punch. Blue's opponent also quickly commanded Machamp to counterattack. Boom. The two Pokemon collided. Machamp's skin was red at this point, and he still had many open wounds. On the other hand, Blue's Charizard, although he resisted Machamp's powerful Dynamic Punch, but he has flying attribute, and the injury is not serious. It's just the chaos that comes with Dynamic Punch that makes him a little uncomfortable. Charizard, wake up. Blue immediately cheered on Charizard. Roar tilde roar tilde. Charizard was having a hard time in the chaos. Fortunately, the opponent fell to the ground, and it was difficult to get up for a while. Give Blue's Charizard quite a bit of time to reply. Charizard shook his head and regained consciousness. Seeing Charizard sober, Blue immediately seized the opportunity and launched an attack. Charizard, use air slash. Roar tilde roar tilde. Charizard of Blue, flapping his wings, sent out an air cutter, quickly attacked the opponent. Blue's situation completely opened up. Victory is only a matter of time. There are 2 flowers, one on each side. Team Rockets got into action right after Giovanni's plan. Kanto region, Vermilion City is the largest port. Vermilion City is equivalent to Slateport City in Hoenn region. There are many cargo ships docked at the dock. At the dock, there are many workers with machop, unloading goods. What's the situation? Why is there such a big storm today? Could it be that a typhoon is coming? The 2 wharf workers looked at the rising and falling sea and chatted in confusion. Strange, I clearly read the weather forecast before I went out today. There is no typhoon. Hey, what is that? The worker looked suspiciously at the sea in the distance, where a white surge came. The 2 workers settled and watched for a few seconds. Clang! The goods in their hands fell to the ground. His eyes were wide and full of fear. A turbulent wave is constantly approaching the pier. Do not, strictly speaking, a tsunami. What a big tsunami. At least 100 meters high. The sea was rough, and the 100-meter high tsunami was enough to swallow everything on the pier. Many workers on the dock saw the tsunami in the distance. Run, shouted one of the workers. Never mind the cargo again. Spreading his leg, he ran back frantically. The 100-meter high tsunami is enough to engulf everything. Once caught in the sea, there is almost no chance of survival. The pier suddenly caused an unprecedented riot. In an instant, one after another red light flashed. Some workers they had flying Pokemon and immediately rode them on. Those who don't have flying Pokemon can only run desperately with their leg. A major disaster is imminent. In Saffron City, not far from Vermilion City, the members of Team Rockets lurking here took off their usual clothes. The uniform R-shaped uniform was revealed and concentrated in front of a towering building. Go! Lance waved his hand, and the Team Rockets members behind him acted immediately. When the people of Saffron City found a large number of Team Rockets members, they all fled in panic. Just when they wanted to call and notify the Alliance, they suddenly discovered that the signal of the whole city had been blocked. What makes the people of Saffron City even more desperate is that the entrance to the city has been blocked by a large group of Team Rockets members. Chapter 392 Giant Monster Tentacruel, attacking Vermilion City. Kanto region, Vermilion City. Officer Jenny, who was guarding here, brought a crowd of searchers. Inspector quickly came to the front of the dock. For the gym leader LT Surge of Vermilion City joined Team Rocket. Therefore, the investigators sent by the Alliance for this purpose are very good. Looking at the surging wave, Jenny stood in front of the investigator and released her Pokemon first. Everyone used to attack that huge wave together. The investigators also know that the situation is urgent. Now is not the time to discuss why the tsunami suddenly appeared, but to reduce the impact of the tsunami on the city. Gyarados, Hyper Beam, Lapras, Ice Beam, Big Bird, Twister, Golduck, Dugong Ice Beam. For a time, various energies appeared on the coast, and colorful energy attack blasted towards the surging wave. The energy attack collided with the 100-meter high wave, weakening more than half of the impact of the tsunami. But the aftermath hit the cargo ship on the dock. The cargo ship collided with each other. Although the damage was serious, at least the tsunami did not affect the urban area of Vermilion City. The sea roared, and the remnants of the wave passed over Jenny's ankle. Jenny breathed a sigh of relief. Damage to ships and cargo is better than a 100-meter high tsunami hitting the city through the dock. Vermilion City has a large number of citizens, but this first wave of tsunami is just the beginning, and there are even more terrifying things. There is a big ship on the sea not far from Vermilion City. Athena of Team Rocket stepped out of the cabin and looked at the uneven sea in front of her. On the sea, there are red gems floating one by one. Suddenly, a red gem jumped up. This is like a signal. All the red gems all sprang out of the sea. It's not a gem at all, but a myriad of tentacle swarm. Tentacle, their bodies are blue and blend in with the sea. Roughly counted, there are at least 1,000 here. If a person with intensive phobia sees such a scene, it is estimated that they will pass out directly. Moreover, each of these tentacles had dull eyes, as if they were being controlled by something. Athena looked at the sight in front of her with satisfaction, and took out 3 black baby balls from her arm. After the 3 red light, there were only 3 tentacruels on the sea that were as high as 30 meters. Each of these 3 tentacruels was exactly the same as the giant monster that Haoyan had encountered before. Athena pointed to Vermilion City in the distance, where the outline of the city could be seen, and said to Tentacruel, "You see that city? There used to be where you live. Humans keep hunting and killing you, driving you out of your former homeland. Also, I got news. The humans there, in order to expand the area of the city, are ready to kill you all. Now, it's your turn to take revenge." Behind Athena, there is a saffron skin Pokemon. This Pokemon holds a ring in his hand and keeps shaking it back and forth. This Pokemon is exactly Hypno. Behind the Hypno, there is a huge sonic amplifier. This is the reason Athena is able to control so much tentacle. Now, I will give you the power of revenge. Athena waved, and the Team Rocket soldiers waiting around took out many buckets. There were many red potions in the bucket, which kept pouring into the sea. As soon as the red potion touched the ordinary tentacle, its shape began to change directly into the evolution mode. All turned into tentacruel. At the same time, their originally dull eyes became full of mania, including the 3 giant tentacruels that Athena just released. In an instant, they were full of aggression. Go, avenge those humans who hurt you, Athena shouted. Hypno behind her completely conveyed her meaning to tentacruel. Crick, crick, crick. 3 huge tentacruel frantically stirring the sea. Soon, under their leadership, the rest of the tentacruel also began to stir. The sea became rough. Gradually, a huge wave formed. The turbulent wave continued to climb, forming a 100-meter tsunami again. Along with the tsunami, countless tentacruels attacked Vermilion City. While calculating the loss, Jenny, who was rescuing the wounded, suddenly saw something extraordinary on the sea in the distance. Eyes are widened. The tsunami just subsided, and now it's back. Moreover, Jenny also saw a lot of dazzling red from the surging tsunami, especially those 3 giant tentacruels. Quickly evacuate the crowd. Look for Alliance support. Officer Jenny, no longer as calm as usual, faced the search behind him in horror. The inspector shouted. Chapter 393. Because Haoyan is here. Viridian Gym's gym campaign. After competing, Blue successfully won the post of curator. On the stage, Lance Crossing handed over the Viridian badge prepared in advance to Blue at the suggestion of Lee Oakley. From now on, you will be the curator of Viridian Gym. Viridian City will be handed over to you. I will protect Viridian City. Blue took the badge from Lance Crossing with a solemn expression. Hello, Curator Blue. In the future, please take care of me. Zulin extended her hand friendly. Where is Miss Zulin? Please take care of me in the future. Gentleman Blue shook hands with Zulin. Come on, Blue. As a special guest, Haoyan got down from the guest seat and patted Blue's shoulder. Thank you, Master. Without your careful teaching, point me in the direction of my effort. I can't do it at all. In the future, I will follow you. I want to be a gym curator as good as you. Blue was very calm when he took the badge, including when he shook hands with Zulin. But when he got Haoyan's encouragement, his expression was excited, and some tears flashed. After Blue finished speaking, he took a step back and gave Haoyan a bow. Curator Blue is the disciple and grandson of Curator Haoyan. I believe that Curator Blue will guard Viridian City in the future, and Viridian City will be stable and stable. Restore good order. Let's give our applause to Curator Blue. Give it to the Haoyan audience too, Lee Oakley said to the audience from the side. The audience off the field didn't really care who was their gym curator, but when they heard that Blue was Haoyan's disciple and grandson, they clapped and applauded. In the end, the gym campaign ended in a peaceful atmosphere. Just as the audience started to leave Viridian Gym, Lance Crossing's phone rang. After Lance Crossing answered the phone, his face changed greatly. What wrong? Zulin and Lance Crossing are both region champion, and they are relatively familiar with them, but this is the first time they have seen Lance Crossing so nervous. Vermilion City, attacked by a large group of tentacruel. Leading them are 3 30-meter high tentacruel. Lance Crossing briefly said something. Tentacruel 30 meters high. Zulin and Haoyan looked at each other. At the same time, I thought of the monster in Hunter J's hand, called the Giant Demon. Wah! Haoyan took out the baby ball first, released Charizard, and rode on it without saying a word. Quick, command their respective Pokemon. Use attack, and repel the tsunami. Ice Beam, Solar Beam, Hyper Beam, Heat Wave, Energy Ball, constantly impact the tsunami. Officer Jenny led the investigator and fought at the forefront. Constantly commanding their Pokemon, they attacked the tsunami, trying to break the tsunami. It's a pity that the tsunami created by thousands of maddened tentacruels will not be easily defeated. Moreover, the tsunami created by tentacruel was one attack after another. Boom! The tsunami hit the pier in Vermilion City. The cargo ship was overturned directly. They collided with each other constantly, and many cargo ships sank to the bottom of the sea. Many people who were too late to retreat were swept into the sea. Life and death unknown. At the same time, the residual strength of the wave continued to invade Vermilion City. The entire city was continuously swallowed up by the sea, rolling up everything on the surface. The entire Vermilion City is completely a country trapped in chaos. Moreover, the tsunami that devoured everything continued. From the sky in the distance, several figures quickly fell. The remaining 3 elites of Kanto region, Bruno, Agatha, Lorelei, all arrived, including gym leader in the surrounding cities, Brock, Misty, Erica all came to support. Lapras, Dugong, Cloyster, use Ice Beam to stop the wave. As soon as Ice-type elite Lorelei arrived, she quickly directed her Ice-type Pokemon. Goldeen, Starmie, Gyarados, you all use Ice Beam together to stop the wave. Misty, who came over, also joined in. Although a lot of people came, but not many useful. Bruno is good at fighting, and his Pokemon don't have many energy attack. Brock's Pokemon, all rock, immediately cool down after being soaked in water. Erica, who is good at grass, and Agatha, who is good at ghosts can only fight on the side. Fortunately, with their participation, Officer Jenny's pressure has been reduced a lot. Humanity. Damn human. All the people who came to support them attracted 3 tentacruels lurking in the sea. Manic eyes began to become violent. Human. Damn it. 3 giant tentacruels with red lights on their forehead. 3 giant tentacruels launched a sonic attack at the same time. The air seemed to be torn apart by this huge sound wave. The huge volume, in addition to the loud sound, also comes with a powerful energy attack. The group led by Jenny had a splitting headache. He covered his ears tightly with his hand. Some weak Pokemon foaming at the mouth. The rest of the tentacruel, lurking in the water, guided the waves again. A tsunami as high as 100 meters formed again. This time, the overwhelming tsunami was not facing Vermilion City, but the people with their heads in their hands and their faces full of pain. In the face of the terrifying rolling wave, everyone could not organize a counterattack at all. Seeing that the tsunami was approaching them, a huge roar sounded in the air. The roar is full of wildness and domineering. The sonic attack from the 3 tentacruels was stirred up. Brock and Misty looked up to the sky involuntarily and saw Hao-Yan riding on Charizard's body. Their hearts suddenly settled down, because Hao-Yan is here. Chapter 394. Hao-Yan, a divine soldier. Hao-Yan rode on Charizard's body. In addition, there were 2 floating Pokemon beside him. It's the Psychic Queen after Mega Evolution, Gardevoir, the strongest biological weapon, Mewtwo. Psychic energy surrounds them, allowing them to float in the air. Xiaomang, Xiaolu, use light green. Shanai. Following Hao-Yan's order, Mewtwo stretched out his hands and aimed at Jenny and the others on the land. Gardevoir put the tender white hand on his chest. 2 powerful psychic energy condensed in a frenzy and mixed together in the air. In front of Jenny, a hard transparent light screen was formed. The impacted tsunami kept washing the hard light green, barely blocked the first wave of offensive. Get on your flying Pokemon and go back. Light green won't hold back for too long. Hao-Yan shouted loudly in the air, motioning Officer Jenny on the ground to retreat quickly. Officer Jenny and others got a short buffer and quickly backed away. As the tsunami continues to wash away, the hard light green has developed crack. Seeing that the situation was urgent, Hao-Yan quickly commanded Charizard to land directly in the front, throwing a baby ball towards the ground. After the red light, Ice Ninetales appeared. With a ping, the light green shattered. The remaining seawater continuously rushed to Hao-Yan through the crack. Xiaoju, use your ability to swing away these seawater. Am I? Looking at the tumbling wave, the always behaved Ice Ninetales uttered a screeching sound. The tail behind him kept dancing. The remaining waves were broken by the screams of Ice Ninetales. Seawater slicing across both sides of the Ice Ninetales. Not a single drop fell on Ninetales' body. After buying a lot of time, Officer Jenny and others had already ridden their flying Pokemon and left the dock. After doing all this, Hao-Yan quickly put away the Ice Ninetales and directed Charizard to take off quickly and climb the height quickly. Although at an extremely critical moment, Hao-Yan rescued Jenny and other investigators, but the endless seawater, he can't completely stop it. Seawater has soaked most of Vermilion City. Buildings close to the coast were hit by the rolled-up cargo ship and shattered. Pieces of high-rise buildings were flattened. Countless casualties. Vermilion City, almost destroyed. No longer the bustling scene of the past. How to do? Seeing such a withered scene, everyone was at a loss. A blind eye. Just when everyone had no choice, a firm voice sounded. Hao-Yan opened his mouth. Land crossing. Bruno, Brock, you are waiting for Jenny and other investigators to rescue the citizens of Vermilion City. Lorelei, Misty, Agatha, you are ready to block the waves that may arise later. Although Hao-Yan is not a Kanto region person, he is just a curator, directing champion and elite, which is not suitable. But at this point, there is no time to think about it. Moreover, it is not the first time for him to direct champion and elite to do things. He also has experience with tsunamis eroding cities, including dealing with Tentacruel, which is like a siren. Hao-Yan's voice made everyone look at him. What are you looking at? Don't hurry up. Hao-Yan shouted loudly, awakening everyone. Just now, Hao-Yan's magic weapon came down from heaven, saved Jenny and others, and convinced them. At the same time, Hao-Yan's deeds in the Hoenn region are known to everyone present. According to Hao-Yan's instructions, let's all act. Lance Crossing knew that now was not the time to talk nonsense, so he immediately ordered the rest of the people and started to act. Zulin, you go with me. Look for an opportunity to attack those 3 huge tentacruels. After Hao-Yan finished speaking, he took the lead in directing Charizard to fly forward quickly. Gardevoir and Mewtwo took off together and followed Hao-Yan closely. Zulin also rode Garchomp and followed closely behind. Tentacruel, who was in a state of tyranny, dared to approach when he saw the damn human. Immediately, a water column attack was launched. Hao-Yan quickly took a few Pokemon and quickly climbed the height, dodged the dense water column attack. Because of Hao-Yan and Zulin's active approach, the Tentacruel group no longer made wave, but aimed at Hao-Yan and Zulin. Prick, Thorn, in Tentacruel of water type, because they couldn't attack the 2 people in the high sky. sky. Growl frequently uttered harsh voices. Haoyan in the sky can see the sea in the distance of Vermilion City. There is a ship. There is a movement on the ship. In the face of such a terrifying tentacruel tide, the ship did not escape but stopped alone on the sea. Thinking about it with your toes, you know that the ship must be related to the mutation of this group of tentacruel. Zulin, did you see that ship over there? There should be the culprit that caused the unrest. These tentacruels, I will settle them, and you will settle the ship, Haoyan said to Zulan, who was riding on Garchomp. Yeah. Zulin nodded heavily, and she, who had acted with Haoyan, believed in Haoyan's command very much. Then be careful. After an explanation, the speed commander Garchomp moved forward rapidly. Haoyan looked at the tentacruel below, which appeared and disappeared in the sea. The tentacruel group is like people who are drunk and go crazy. The best way to quiet down drunk people is to knock them out. Chapter 395. Haoyan is very smooth. Zulin is in danger. When Zulin left, Haoyan turned his attention to the three large tentacruels below. The data automatically appeared in Haoyan's eye. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket tentacruel. Attribute water poison level 60 quasi elite P. Characteristic clear body. Normally it will not be reduced by attribute. Open black lens bracket introduction close black lens bracket. When the red bead on the head glows, it will emit a strong supersonic to the surrounding. It is said that there will be huge waves on the sea at that time. Crick crick crick. The three huge tentacruels attacked Haoyan with three water jets. The target of the attack was Haoyan riding on Charizard. The water column attack from the huge tentacruel can be much bigger than the ordinary tentacruel. Each one is 10 meters thick. The attack of the water column has a stronger impact. Little dragon, get out of the way. Haoyan commanded Charizard to take off quickly. The water column is bottom up, affected by gravity, and when it reaches 200 meters, it loses its impact. Haoyan relied on the advantage of raising the height to avoid the water column attack. Crick. The three giant tentacruels saw that the water column attack was ineffective, and the ruby on their heads kept flickering. They switched tactics and started creating supersonic attack. Having experienced the sonic attack of the giant tentacruel, Haoyan did not dare to be careless. Immediately command the floating Mewtwo and Gardevoir to attack. Xiaolu, use mental interference to attack the tentacruel on the left. Xiaomeng, use Psystrike, attack the one in the middle. The reason why Haoyan has the confidence to face these three tentacruels is because of his two psychic Pokemon. They're psychic tentacruel who can resist water and poison. Shanaido. Gardevoir floats in the air, a cold psychic. The appearance of the queen. The small hand is placed on the chest, and the psychic energy is constantly spewing out. Transparent psychic energy, constantly shaking the surrounding air. It seems that there is a faint sense of collapse around it. Gardevoir itself is a quasi-champion level, and the strength after Mega Evolution is comparable to champion. Under the full force of a blow, the effect is outstanding. Huge damage to Tentacruel. Thorn Tilda. Being hit, he kept winging his tentacles, looking like he was not lightly injured. And Mewtwo is the same, although X's state is more prominent in physical attack, but his special attack ability is not bad at all. Mewtwo extended his fingers to Tentacruel in the middle. Use Mewtwo's unique skill, Psystrike. Around him, dark red ripples rippled out in circles. Then Mewtwo's hand slowly began to make a fist. The dark red energy quickly enveloped the target, constantly invading Tentacruel's brain. Tentacruel, attacked by Mewtwo, kept rolling on the sea. The tentacles lapped hard on the sea surface, and the ordinary Tentacruel was hit by the huge tentacles, and was stunned and slammed into the bottom of the sea. As Mewtwo kept clenching his fist hard, the Tentacruel that was attacked slowly stopped struggling, weakly floated on the sea and lost his combat effectiveness. The last remaining Tentacruel saw two companions, one seriously injured and the other lost in combat. Crick! With a shout, the red gem on his forehead glowed with a bewitching red light. A veritable supersonic attack was launched. The sound wave, which spread rapidly, quickly approached Haoyan. When Jenny and the others were attacked by sonic waves just now, they were 2 nautical miles away from Tentacruel. Now Haoyan and Tentacruel are only 200 meters away. The supersonic lingering in his ears is enough to make Haoyan tinnitus, and the sound waves with energy gave him a splitting headache. The severe pain made him unable to think at all. At the same time, there are constantly fragments of the past in my mind, constantly flashing. If it continues like this, he will be in a state of chaos. At the critical moment, I called out in my heart, "Little dragon, roar, roar." Charizard, who was under the sea, let out a roar, shaking off the energy of the invasion. It entered the Y form of Mega Evolution directly, and was enveloped in blue flame. The blue flame is a deadly weapon that hurts the opponent, but at this time, Lan Yan seems to be the armor to protect Haoyan. With Charizard's helping hand, Haoyan's condition is obviously much better. Although his head still hurt, he has regained consciousness at this time. Xiaomeng, Xiaolu continue to attack the remaining 2 Tentacruels. In fact, it doesn't need to be said by Haoyan. His 2 psychic Pokemon started to gather energy. Gardevoir attacked the Tentacruel with the remaining physical strength, and Mewtwo used Psystrike alone to attack the Tentacruel with high hyper voice supersonic. The three giant tentacruels, under the combined attack of Gardevoir and Mewtwo, defeated them only a matter of time. Compared to Hao-Yan's side, Zuelin's actions were not ideal, but full of unexpected dangers. Chapter 396 Garchomp falls. Mewtwo and Hao-Yan are unconscious. Garchomp, the Pokemon of Bamboo Orchid. The strength of Garchomp she cultivated is recognized by the entire Pokemon world. Athena stood in front of the cabin, looking at Zulin, who was approaching from a distance, without any panic. Although the Zulin Pokemon is very powerful, Athena has her backing. Go ahead. Athena waved to her Team Rocket. Yes, Team Rockets agreed and immediately operated a hatch in the cabin. The hatch opened, and red figures fell into the water. The red figure is a Magikarp. There are at least thousands of them. Do it. Athena waved her hand again. The Team Rocket players behind them kept pouring red potions on the sea. In an instant, a flickering white light in the sea is extremely dazzling. It's like there are countless high-wattage incandescent lamps lighting up together. One after another tyrannical breath rose from the sea. Magikarp, like the tentacle group, it started a forced evolution and became Gyarados. Wah! Athena immediately commanded the ship and drove away at full speed. When the ship left a distance, Athena sneered and pressed a button in her hand. From the top of the ship, a signal tower appeared, and an inexplicable fluctuation was launched on the signal tower. Shake the surrounding air. Roar! Roar! Gyarados, who had been forced into evolution, heard the sound of the radio waves and fell directly into it. A state of rage. Thousands of Gyarados roared together, causing the surrounding seawater to form a vortex. A 100-meter-high tsunami formed again. Land Crossing and others who organized the rescue in Vermilion City felt the unprecedented momentum and turned their heads in shock. That thousands of Gyarados, much better than Tentacruel. They are grumpy and in a state of rage. They will never die. When Gyarados was in a state of rage, the first thing he saw was the Bamboo Orchid riding on Garchomp. Being stared at by thousands of Gyarados, even the champion Bamboo Orchid in Sinnoh region was drenched in cold sweat. At the critical moment, Zulin no longer retains her strength. Quickly took out a baby ball, threw it into the air, and summoned a Togekiss. Quickly jumped onto her. Then he opened his sleeve, pressed the bracelet on his wrist, and shouted loudly, Garchomp, Mega Evolution. Garchomp starts Mega Evolution, and he is taller than normal form. 5 pairs of white bone spurs grew on both sides of his abdomen, and a pair of red spikes grew on his knee. Mega Garchomp's hands and wings melted and turned into a giant sickle. The champion-level Garchomp, coupled with the Mega Evolution, is even more powerful. However, Garchomp has only one. How to suppress thousands of Gyarados in a state of rage and uncontrollable. Roar! Roar! Garchomp's Mega Evolution, being used as a taunt by the enraged Gyarados group. Although their individual strength is not strong, but in a state of rage, they are not afraid at all. A hyper-voiced growl responded immediately. After roaring, some of the Gyarados who were forced to evolution first leaned back slightly and opened their mouths wide. The mouth is full of energy-rich white light. One after another white light poured frantically towards Garchomp. Hyper Beam. Zulin recognized Gyarados' moves at a glance. Her complexion suddenly changed, and she was no longer calm. Although not 1,000 Gyarados attacked, at least 300 of them attacked at the same time. What about Garchomp after the champion level and Mega Evolution? If it is set on fire by 300 Gyarados, it will still be cool. Garchomp, use Protect. Zulin shouted loudly. At the moment of life and death, Zulin's Garchomp showed a strong fighting ability. All the energy in the body rushed out. No reservations at all. Roar. Garchomp knew that if he couldn't stop Gyarados, set fire, except that he himself will fall, and at the same time it is very likely to hurt the trainer behind him, Zulin. The energy quickly formed a white shield in front of him. 300 hyper beams. As soon as you hit Garchomp's shield, in an instant, a deafening explosion sounded. Mega Evolution. Garchomp exuding a powerful momentum. At this time, his body was full of scars, like a broken meteor falling from the sky. The protective shield he had just organized could not completely block the combined attack of as many as 300 Gyarados. If the protective cover can't resist, he will use his body to resist. Garchomp, the Bamboo Orchid riding on Togekiss, cried out in pain. Zulin, who has been with Garchomp all year round, knows her partner very well. Garchomp was seriously injured by such a heavy attack. No more fighting back. When Athena asked her subordinate to release Magikarp, Hao-Yan felt bad in his heart when he wanted to support Zulin. When Athena pressed the button, the tower above the ship made a bizarre wave. Feeling the strange fluctuation, Hao-Yan's heart was immediately disturbed. It seemed that there was a suffocating air in his chest that he couldn't let out. Most importantly, Mewtwo, who had been fighting Tentacruel, passed out without warning. Fall from the sky. Hao-Yan immediately directed Charizard to catch Mewtwo, but when Hao-Yan's hand touches Hao-Yan, Hao-Yan also passed out without warning. Chapter 397 Hao-Yan fell into Mewtwo's painful memory. The signal tower operated by Athena emits strange sound waves that affect Mewtwo. As a result, Mewtwo fell into a coma and fell from the air. When Hao-Yan's hand touched Mewtwo, the Viridian power power in Haoyun's body directly connected with Mewtwo's consciousness. Haoyun felt that he had fallen into chaos, as if by the boundless darkness everything is wrapped. No matter how much he shouted, there was no way to recover. Suddenly, he felt extreme pain, the kind that seems to come from the soul. The extreme pain almost tortured Haoyun's soul to death. After a while, the pain finally slowly dissipated. After the pain passed, a picture appeared in Haoyun's consciousness. Mewtwo, like a baby, curled up in an ice-cold incubator. Haoyun knew that at this time he was trapped in Mewtwo's memory, and what he felt and heard were all Mewtwo's feelings. Lots of humans walking around, injecting stuff into Mewtwo's body through the incubator. Mewtwo, curled up, trembled in pain with each injection. Simultaneously, extreme pain spread to Haoyun's body. Report, Mewtwo seems to be waking up, a Team Rocket soldier said, looking at the instrument. No, the current Mewtwo is not strong enough. More genetic viruses need to be injected to make him stronger. Inject a sedative and let him continue to fall asleep, said a man in a white coat who seemed to be the primary researcher. Yes, the Team Rocket's minion skillfully picked up some strange liquid and poured it into the incubator. Mewtwo in the incubator, his consciousness quickly sank. At the same time, Haoyun's consciousness also fell asleep with Mewtwo. Mewtwo's consciousness has fallen asleep. Okay, continue to deliver the gene virus to strengthen Mewtwo's body. The surrounding Team Rocket's researchers, who seemed to have taken it easy, started delivering the genetic virus to Mewtwo again. When Mewtwo woke up in pain, he was immediately sedated by Team Rockets and fell into a coma. Week by week, Haoyun felt the same way. Like Mewtwo, his consciousness was tortured infinitely, and then fell into a coma. I don't know how long has passed. Haoyun entered Mewtwo's vision and heard a dialogue. Boss, Mewtwo's experiment is drawing to a close. As long as he is given enough time, he can completely match those legendary Pokemon. Ha 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 ha. It's the perfect substitute, fusing Mew's genes to create the strongest biological weapon. With this weapon, my dream and my great cause can be realized. Am I just a substitute? Am I a weapon? Why? Why did you make me? Why? I am a substitute. Haoyun entered Mewtwo's vision and felt the despair in Mewtwo's heart. As soon as Mewtwo's consciousness began to change, the researcher of Team Rockets immediately injected a tranquilizer. Mewtwo's consciousness fell into a deep sleep again. Perhaps it's a good thing not to wake up. Mewtwo's consciousness, for the first time, began to actively fall asleep. The subconscious Mewtwo doesn't want to wake up again. As the saying goes, there is no greater sorrow than death, which is exactly what it means. Feeling Mewtwo's gradually sinking Haoyun, his heart was full of anxiety, silently shouted, Xiao Meng, you are not a substitute. You are my unique partner. You are also my closest family member. Besides me, there are Xiaowu, Xiaoming, Xiaolong, Xiaozi, Xiaozhu who train with you every day. You are our most cherished partner. Feeling Mewtwo's consciousness, it has almost disappeared. Once the consciousness dissipates, then the body is just an ordinary body. Haoyun said hoarsely, Wake up, Xiaoming. Don't get caught up in the tragic memories of the past. Wake up, little dream. I beg you. In reality, Zulin directed Togekiss to catch the falling Garchomp, quickly put him back in the baby ball. But Garchomp's fall was just the beginning. The 300 Gyarados that used Hyper Beam just now stopped, but the remaining 700, the Gyarados that have not yet acted, still retain their powerful combat power. They all opened their mouths, condensed white light, and aimed at the bamboo orchid flying in the air and riding on Togekiss. Zulin's heart was full of despair. 700 Gyarados attack simultaneously. If it's on land, she can also summon other Pokemon to fight back. But now, the only Pokemon she has the ability to fly is Togekiss. Just now, Garchomp, even in the Mega Evolution state, still couldn't handle it, and Togekiss had no hope. In Vermilion City, Land Crossing, who rescues drowning citizens, wants to rescue him. It's just a pity that the distance is too far, and there is no chance at all. Just when the Gyarados group was about to attack, in the sky, there was a roar. Ah, 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 ah. Team Rocket, I'm at odds with you. Haoyun, who was riding on the blue flame all over his body, regained his sanity. He regained his senses with Haoyun. And Mewtwo. Chapter 398 Mewtwo Y form. Kill 1000 Gyarados in second. Little Dream. Change form. Mewtwo quickly changed form in Haoyun's roar. Originally close to a 2-meter figure, quickly minimized. The attributes of the original Psychic and Fighting have changed, and it has become a pure Psychic. There seems to be a Psychic law surrounding him. Pokemon, Mewtwo, Mega Evolution Y form. Attribute Psychic. Level 85, Champion. Characteristic Sense of pressure. When a Pokemon with this feature is on the field, it can cause a huge sense of pressure on the opponent, causing the opponent to use skills slower and consume more energy. Introduction. Although the body is minimized, the strength is too great to calculate. With just a little use of confusion, even tall buildings can be reduced to ashes. Mewtwo, who broke through the shackles of tragic memories of the past, gained the ability to change form. At the same time, the rank has also been upgraded from quasi-champion to champion. Mewtwo's powerful sense of oppression is overwhelming. Gyarados, who was was about to attack. Pause, and the energy originally condensed in his mouth dissipated directly. The eyes of countless people were all focused on Mewtwo, who exuded a powerful aura. Little dream, shattered psyche. Haoyan shouted again, and at the same time the viridian power in his body was quickly replenished into Mewtwo's body. Mewtwo, who was supplemented by Haoyan, raised his aura again by a level. His hand stretched out into the sky, and countless energies were condensed crazily. At this time, Mewtwo used the power of Psychic's laws to the extreme. What? Mewtwo let out a rare cry, then slammed down with both hands. The process of pressing down endless psychic energy followed. The Mega Y form brings out the power of shattered psyche to the fullest. As Psychic strongest Pokemon, the Mewtwo Mega Y form has the greatest ability bonus. The power of shattered psyche is on full display. Countless energies emanate. Violence invaded Gyarados' brain. Gyarados, who was attacked by a strong force, kept rolling on the sea. Thousands of furious Gyarados fell directly under Mewtwo's move. Zulin looked at Gyarados lying on the sea and muttered to herself, "It's resolved." At this time, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The crisis was finally resolved. All the citizens who were rescued in Vermilion City breathed a sigh of relief. Gyarados fell, which meant no more tsunami. Little dragon, fly over. Haoyan directed Charizard and quickly approached Mewtwo. He knew that Mewtwo had used shattered psyche too much. There is no excess energy in the body. Roar. Charizard quickly flew to Mewtwo's side. Little dream. Haoyan and Mewtwo looked at each other. Both of them knew what they had experienced together just now. After breaking through the inner demon, Mewtwo will no longer be affected by the strange sound waves produced by Team Rocket. The bonds in Haoyan and Mewtwo's heart deepened again. Xiao Meng, come back and rest. Let us do the rest. Haoyan took out the baby ball and was about to take Mewtwo back. Mewtwo nodded wearily. Xiaolu, you've worked hard too. Let's go back to the baby ball to rest. Shanaido. Haoyan took back Mewtwo and Gardevoir. Defeat the Tentacruel and Gyarados group, which means there will be no more tsunamis in Vermilion City. It's not over yet. Haoyan looked at the ship that had gone away. His eyes were full of ice coldness. Destroy Vermilion City, inflicting heavy casualty. Let the wild Pokemon in numbers go into a frenzy. Let Mewtwo fall into tragic memories, and her consciousness almost dissipated. The culprit behind all this was the ship that was constantly fleeing in the distance. Xiaolong, catch up with that ship. Haoyan let out a low voice, instructing Charizard to chase him forward quickly. Roar, roar. Charizard, who was covered in blue flame, fluttered his wings and quickly chased forward. Togekiss, let catch up. Zulin, who was rescued by Haoyan, also hated. The sudden attack of Gyarados just now seriously injured her Garchomp. If there is not Haoyan rescued her in time, maybe even she would fall here. Haoyan and Zulin, riding their Pokemon, quickly approached the cargo ship that was trying to escape. Although Athena fled on the cargo ship, she kept observing the situation of Haoyan and Zulin with binoculars. Tentacruel's defeat, and Gyarados' retreat, all because of Haoyan's Mewtwo. It really is the strongest biological weapon. How long has it been since Mewtwo was born? She has already achieved such a terrifying combat power. As Saranu Professor said, once he is given time to grow, he will be able to match those legendary Pokemon. Athena said with emotion. But soon, she put away her emotion, because from the telescope, she saw Haoyan and Zulin rushing towards them at full speed. However, seeing Haoyan and Zulin coming together, Athena knew something was wrong, but she was not too flustered. Bamboo Orchid's Garchomp is disabled. Haoyan's Mewtwo has spent all his energy just now. I still have the last card, so I can still go. Athena's hand touched a black baby ball on her waist. That black baby ball was a Pokemon that Giovanni gave her to save her life. Chapter 399. Uncle, my target is the big green worm. Little dragon, once you get close, use air slash to attack that cargo ship. Haoyan, who was riding on Charizard, saw a distant cargo ship, a woman with red hair standing on the deck. At a glance, he recognized Athena, who was wanted by the Alliance. Togekiss, you too. As long as the effective attack distance is reached, use air slash to attack the cargo ship. Zulin and Haoyan did not communicate, but their actions were surprisingly consistent. The cargo ship that Athena was on seemed to be refitted. High speed, but no faster than Charizard and Togekiss flying in the air. Roar, roar. Charizard, who was approaching quickly, fluttered his wings, and immediately an air cutter was cut out. Bow, bow. Bamboo Orchid's Togekiss also issued an air cutter. Their targets were all the cargo ships that Athena took. The attack from Charizard and Togekiss was imminent. Once hit, it is likely to flood the hull and cause it to sink. Facing the attack from Charizard and Togekiss, Athena took out a black baby ball from her waist and threw it into the sky. After the red light flashed, a large bird Pokemon appeared in the air. As soon as this bird Pokemon appeared, the surrounding air quickly condensed. Within 500 meters of Hoenn, the temperature dropped by 20 degrees. Even a little Icarus appeared. This large bird Pokemon is none other than Articuno. Articuno has beautiful blue feathers, and its wings are said to be made of ice. It has a crown of 3 dark blue prismatic feathers on its head and red eyes. Articuno has a long, bunting-like tail. With a wave of Articuno's wing, countless ice flowers condense, blocking the air cutter emitted by the combination of Charizard and Togekiss. Automatically, the relevant data of Articuno appeared in Haoyan's mind. Pokemon, Articuno, influenced by Dusk Ball. It fell into a state of rage. Attribute, Ice. Flying. Level, 85. Champion. Feature, Snow Hidden. The dodge rate is significantly improved in hail weather, and it is not affected by the loss of stamina in hail weather. Introduction. The legendary bird Pokemon that can freeze moisture in the air to create blizzard. Athena of Team Rockets has Articuno, which is not unaffected by Haoyan. Haoyan guessed that Team Rockets should get Moltres in order to make fake Moltres. Moltres fell into the hands of Team Rocket, and it is estimated that Zapdos and Articuno could not escape. In the face of Articuno, who is not vulgar and imposing, Zulin feels a little tricky. From Articuno's body, I felt a good momentum. If it was a Pokemon with the same imposing manner, Zulin was very confident that he would be able to defeat the opponent. However, Articuno can fly. The Pokemon she can fly originally had Garchomp, but Garchomp has been seriously injured, and now the only Pokemon that can fly is Togekiss. And around there is a sea. She is not good at fighting this kind of terrain. With that in mind, Zulin took out a baby ball and shouted to Haoyan, who also stopped. Haoyan, I still have a melodic. Let my Togekiss join forces with your Charizard to defeat this Articuno. Before Zulin could finish speaking, Charizard, who was sitting down with Haoyan, let out a roar first. Roar, roar. Charizard is very dissatisfied with Articuno's arrogant posture. At the same time, he unconsciously let the blue flame on his body burn violently. The surrounding temperature has directly increased by 20 degrees. Between Charizard and Articuno, there is a huge difference in temperature. Haoyan felt Charizard covets idea of fighting, and said to Zulin, no, leave this Articuno to me. You go and deal with Athena on the ship, and those Team Rockets members. It was not the first time that Zulin and Haoyan had met, and they knew Haoyan's stable personality. If there is no absolute certainty, Haoyan will never boast. Zulin nodded heavily, released Melodic, and launched an attack on the cargo ship not far away. Haoyan, who was riding on Charizard, threw a baby ball at the sea. Put the Ice Ninetales out. Mi tilde. The limbs and hoofs of Ice Ninetales stand firmly on the sea, as stable as the ground. Xiaolong, it's over to you. After Haoyan finished speaking, he turned over beautifully and jumped onto the body of Ice Ninetales. Turn the battlefield to Charizard. Roar, roar. Charizard rubbed at Articuno with his paw. Taunt means a lot. Lee. Articuno was already in a state of rage, and immediately let out a high-pitched scream after receiving Charizard's taunt. With Articuno's scream, the surrounding temperature dropped again. There were bursts of ice in the air. Roar, roar. Charizard immediately let out a domineering, wild growl, and returned the color. Let the blue flame burn more violently, dispelling the cold air created by Articuno. Master, my target is that big green worm. Who do you think you are? Above is Charizard's real thought. Chapter 400 Team Rocket 4 Generals. Only 2 left. Charizard enters X form, a combination of dragon and fire. Ice-type skills can only cause a quarter of damage to him. Attributes are extremely dominant. Little Dragon, Fire Punch. Haoyan, who was riding on Ice Ninetales, quickly commanded. Roar, roar. Charizard's fist was covered with hot burning blue flame, and he attacked Articuno first. Lee. Articuno, who was in a state of rage, flapped his wings violently, and almost instantly, a powerful storm was formed. He used a powerful skill with a flying system of up to 110 points. Although the ice type is restrained, Articuno also has flying type move. A huge gust of wind, one step faster than Charizard B, wrapped Charizard in it first. The gust of wind was like an invisible whip, constantly whipping Charizard's body. Roar, roar. Charizard, who was attacked, became more and more wild. Not afraid of Articuno's attack, he still waved his claws with blue flame. The claws with blue flames were printed on Articuno's body, and the hot blue flames wrapped Articuno. In addition to that, Articuno, who was hit by the bombing, was also knocked out by Charizard's huge force for more than 10 meters. Lee. Articuno, who flew out, quickly flapped his wings, stirring up the energy of the ice element, and quickly dissipating the high-temperature blue flames on his body. Neither side took advantage of each other in the first round. Lee. Manic Articuno, constantly climbing height vertically upward, until reaching an altitude of 400 meters. The clouds can already be touched. Articuno let out a squeak again, folded his wings, and went straight down. With the might of Wanjun, he attacked Charizard. Brave Bird. Madness. Haoyan, who rides on Ice Ninetales, knows Articuno's move. Articuno fell into a manic state, and Athena had to face Zulin, so she had no time to command and could only fight according to her instinct. Choose to fight Charizard close combat to respond to Charizard's taunt. This is the biggest mistake. After Charizard enters the X form, although the special attack and the physical attack are almost the same, but the characteristics are transformed into tough claws. It can greatly enhance the physical output. Little Dragon, Shining Charge. Roar, roar. Charizard Charizard heard that the fire energy in his body overflowed frantically. In an instant, the entire body was wrapped. It looked like a fireball full of blue flame. Rapidly flapping its wing, it continued to climb upward. Articuno was greeted from the bottom up. Boom! The two blue lights collided together, and only a collision sound was emitted. But they were not separated because of the collision of forces. Charizard's claws firmly grasped Articuno's wing. Blee! The manic Articuno kept struggling. It's a pity that Charizard, who captured the opponent's key point, didn't give the opponent a chance at all, and held on to it. The shortcomings of bird Pokemon are magnified. Wings are controlled, then they are nothing. Blee! Articuno, who was caught by his wing, was so weak that he didn't have the aura. He had just appeared on the stage, can only open his mouth, ready to use Ice Beam to attack Charizard. Hao-Yan would not give Frozen Bird any chance at all. Use the power of aura to command Charizard. Little Dragon, change form. Use Flamethrower. Roar! The blue flames on Charizard began to change color, becoming pitch black. Shape also changed from X to Y. Blue flames turned into black flame. Before Articuno opened his mouth, he was the first to shoot out a black flame like ink. At close range, Articuno had no chance of dodging at all. There was a burst of shrill growl. After several attacks, Charizard let go of Articuno's wing. Articuno, who was baptized by the flame, was no longer able to fly, and fell straight toward the sea. Charizard vs Articuno. Win. Athena on the cargo ship, commanding her Muk and Hypno, resisted Zulan's attack with difficulty, falling back. Hearing Articuno's mournful growl fills his heart with despair. Originally, she was thinking of releasing Articuno to give her enough time to escape. Unexpectedly, the battle did not start long. Articuno has been pinned down by the mighty Charizard and has fallen back. Togekiss, Air Slash. Taking advantage of Athena's distraction, Zulan quickly commanded her Togekiss. Bo tilde. Togekiss immediately sent out an air cutter, hitting Athena's Muk, who had no defense, just fell and lost his combat effectiveness. With one hit, Zulan strikes again. Spiritomb, Darkle. The Spiritomb emits a thick black mist that enveloped the Hypno. Zulan is the champion of the Sinnoh region and the Pokemon of Athena, but only the peak of the elite. Find the opportunity, just need a blow to solve the other side. Come on. Resistance, there is only one dead end. Zulan looked at Athena with a frosty face. Melodic waited for an opportunity by Zulan's side, protecting her master and not giving the other Team Rockets a chance to sneak attack. Athena knew that the situation was over, and she weakly lowered her shoulder. Team Rocket, the original 4 generals lost one more person. Only Lance and Petrol were left. It's just that Team Rocket's evildoing has not stopped. In Kanto's Saffron City, Team Rockets are still raging. Chapter 401. If you look handsome, you can do whatever you want. Hao-Yan, this is the dusk ball that controls Articuno. Zulan found a treasure ball from Athena's body and handed it to him. Hao-Yan took it and looked at Articuno, who was weak and held by Charizard. Articuno has 3 points of fear, 3 points of disgust, 3 points of hatred, and 1 point of expectation for the dust ball in front of him. Hao-Yan threw it on the ground without any hesitation, and stomped on it. Articuno, who was being held up, let out a cheerful scream. Without dust ball's control, he's finally free. The eyes that were a little manic at first regained clarity. In Hao-Yan's eyes, Articuno has returned to normal. Xiaolong, let him go. He won't attack us anymore, Hao-Yan said to Charizard, who was waiting on the side. Charizard heard the words and let go of the weak Articuno with his paws. Articuno, who was free, stepped forward with difficulty, stomped with his claws, and dusk ball that had been broken. Originally, he lived happily on the Seafoam Island, suddenly broke into a large group of Team Rocket, armed with strange weapons, and attacked him without any explanation. Articuno, who didn't like fighting, was forced to fight them. Articuno, who was consuming too much energy, was attacked by Team Rocket. Throws a solid black baby ball. As a legendary bird Pokemon, if Articuno can't admit it, it's impossible for ordinary baby balls to conquer him. However, this pure black baby ball seems to have a magic power, able to bind him and start erasing him. His original will made him manic and out of his control. Articuno hated Team Rocket, including the black baby ball. Articuno walked up to the bound Athena and pumped up the last of her body's energy. He opened his mouth, filled with frozen energy. Seeing this, Athena knew that Articuno wanted revenge herself, and she rolled on the ground in fear, begging for mercy. Quick, stop him. He will kill me. I have surrendered. You can't do this to me. Hao-Yan stepped forward with Frost and Frost. Take Pokemon as the subject of the experiment, and inject Pokemon with genes that can make them mutate and become tyrannical. Bewitch them for your own use. When you, Team Rocket, experimented with them, did you ever care about what they thought? Even after the experiment failed, they were discarded at will. At that time, did you care about their mourning? No, you just treat them as tools to dominate the world. Articuno has a kind personality and doesn't like to fight. Whenever an opponent strikes, he will not choose to fight to repel the opponent. Instead, they choose to freeze themselves into ice cube. Let the opponent return in vain. And Team Team Rocket's used Articuno's kindness to capture him. During these days under the control of Team Rocket, Articuno was subjected to brutal experiments. Fortunately, Articuno is a legendary Pokemon with a powerful self-healing ability. If it were other Pokemon, they would have been tortured by Team Rockets and died. All this is exactly what the Viridian power in Hao-Yan told him. He could clearly feel Articuno's hatred for Team Rocket. Hao-Yan's remarks made Zulin beside her take it for granted. Although Zulin is the champion of the Sinnoh region, she has been familiar with various ancient documents since she was a child. For Articuno's kind personality, it is very clear. Moreover, even if Zulin didn't have the power of Viridian, she could still sense Articuno's hatred for Team Rocket. So, die, Hao-Yan said coldly. As Hao-Yan's voice fell, Articuno let out an ice beam. Athena, who was directly bound, was frozen into a huge ice block 10 meters wide. Squeezing out the last bit of energy, Articuno let out an exhilarating scream and passed out. Hao-Yan quickly helped Articuno and transferred the Viridian power in his body to him, helping hand him recover. Feel the comfortable energy as you swim around your body. Articuno, who was already unconscious, opened his sapphire eyes. Articuno looked at Hao-Yan gratefully. It's okay, you will be fine. Hao-Yan changed his ruthlessness towards Athena and said to Articuno gently, Li tilde Li tilde. Articuno whispered in Hao-Yan's arms and let out a grateful cry. At the same time, in Hao-Yan's heart, a trace of bonds with Articuno suddenly appeared. With the continuous delivery of Viridian's power, the layer of bonds in his heart became more and more obvious. Like when he took other Pokemon before. After Athena was dealt with, Lance Crossing, who was rescued from Vermilion City, rushed over on his Dragonite. Hao-Yan, Zulin, are you all alright? Zulin waved her hand relaxedly, indicating that there is no problem. Li. After Hao-Yan's recovery, Articuno has recovered 1/3 of his original physical strength and energy. Watching Lance Crossing warily. After what happened with Team Rocket, Articuno developed a hostile sentiment towards humans. Hao-Yan's face was pale because the Viridian power in his body had been drained. He smiled and stroked Articuno's beautiful feathers, comforting him. Relax, he is my friend. And with me here, I won't let anyone hurt you. Li tilde Li tilde. Only then did Articuno let go of his hostility towards Lance Crossing, but his vigilance remained unabated. Lance Crossing looked at Articuno next to Hao-Yan in surprise. He looked at Hao-Yan, who looked a little feminine because of his pale face. Heart is full of shock. Looking at Articuno's appearance, it seems that Hao-Yan has been subdued. This is Kanto region, the legendary bird legend Pokemon. Just like that, Hao-Yan was subdued. If you look handsome, you can do whatever you want. Chapter 402 Bond. No need for baby balls. While solving the Pokemon siege, Vermilion City's losses are still quite huge. It was originally a city built on the coast, and the terrain was not high. Most of the city has been soaked in water. Countless buildings were destroyed, while a large number of citizens were swept into the sea. Fortunately, most of the citizens living on the coast have water-type Pokemon. This also caused them to have some protection after falling into the water. However, the rolling flood still killed many citizens. For this disaster, the Alliance has never paid more attention to it. Almost the entire Kanto region, the most elite investigators, were dispatched to organize rescue. The media staff also rushed to the scene and reported the tragedy of Vermilion City to thousands of households. Almost the entire Kanto region, the eyes of all the people, are focused on Vermilion City. On the outskirts of Vermilion City, the Alliance has set up a temporary settlement here, used to search and rescue trapped Vermilion City citizens. Please, Nurse Joy. Hao-Yan gave his precious ball to Nurse Joy, who was assigned to help from another city. Curator Hao-Yan is polite. Nurse Joy put Hao-Yan's baby ball on a recovery machine, helping hand them recover their strength. And my Pokemon, please, Nurse Joy too. Zulan also handed over the baby ball to Nurse Joy. Okay. Nurse Joy smiled weakly. After a fierce battle, Hao-Yan and Zulan rest in a temporary camp. Lance Crossing led others to search and rescue citizens who fell into the water. Hao-Yan, Articuno seems to have suffered quite a lot of damage. It's better to put him in the baby ball and use the machine to recover together. Zulan pointed. Articuno, who was resting beside Hao-Yan, said. Hao-Yan spread his hands and said helplessly, he doesn't want to enter the baby ball. In fact, Hao-Yan had already tried to put Articuno in the baby ball just now. Let him, like any other Pokemon, help him with a machine to restore his stamina and energy. It's a pity that Articuno was a little flustered when he saw the baby ball. It is estimated that it is because of Dusk Ball that he is a little afraid of the baby ball. Articuno's experience has left him with post-traumatic sequelae, which is normal. Hao-Yan didn't force it, and expressed his understanding. If you don't pass the baby ball, it doesn't count as really subduing him. Zulan reminded in a low voice. Rather than subduing him, I hope he can re-believe in the light. Forget those bad memories. Hao-Yan's Viridian power recovered a little, and then helping hand Articuno recovered. Yeah. Zulan looked at Hao-Yan with some emotion. After all, that is the legendary bird Pokemon. Extraordinarily rare. Facing such Articuno. Haoyan can be so generous. This had to make Zulin admire. In fact, for Haoyan, in his heart, he had created bonds with Articuno, which was more important than conquering it through the baby ball. What happened? Jenny, stationed in Saffron City, should have received a notice. Why didn't he lead the Saffron City investigator to come to support? Lance, crossing outside the temporary camp, spoke to the phone with dissatisfaction. What? Can't get in touch with them? Now is the most critical 72 hours of rescue. Every minute is extremely important. Hurry up and contact Jenny from Saffron City and let them come to support quickly. Also, dispatch all the investigators stationed in the Johto region. Send a call for help to several other people in the region, asking them to come and help. Lance, crossing, made arrangement, walked into the temporary camp, and said to Zulin, Zulin, although the Sinnoh region is a little far away, it's a matter of urgency now. I would like to ask you to assign the Sinnoh region's investigator to come and help. Zulin nodded and replied, just now, I have arranged for someone. Now they're on a plane, coming from the Sinnoh region. In about 7 hours or so, they will arrive. I have also informed Wallace and informed him of the situation here. Now Wallace is rushing to Kanto region with the people from Hoenn region. It is expected that they will arrive in about 4 hours. Haoyan on the side also said, thank you so much. Without your help, it is estimated that the entire Vermilion City would have been completely destroyed. Lance, crossing, said gratefully to Haoyan and Zulin, you're welcome. Should. Haoyan and Zulin responded. After that, Lance, crossing, planned to leave and continue to rescue the citizens of Vermilion City. Just when NCE crossing wanted to leave, Haoyan said and left Lance crossing. What's wrong with Haoyan? Lance crossing looked at Haoyan suspiciously. This time the wild Pokemon attacked Vermilion City, and it has been determined that it was Team Rocket's action. However, based on the current situation, this time, Team Rocket's action has nothing to gain at all. It will only allow the entire league to completely suppress Team Rocket. So, what is Team Rocket doing this time? Is it clear now? Haoyan asked. For the time being, not clear. Lance crossing had already thought about this question, but the situation in Vermilion City was already so chaotic. There was simply no time for him to think about what the real intentions behind Team Rockets were. I heard you just now that Officer Jenny from Saffron City was unavailable. Could this have anything to do with Saffron City? Is it possible that the attack this time is a plan to move the tiger away from the mountain? Haoyan said softly. Tiaohu Lishan. Lance crossing quickly followed Haoyan's thoughts and thought quickly. For a time, a seemingly crazy but actually reasonable plan appeared in his mind. If that's the case, Team Rockets is going to hell. Chapter 403. Giovanni. Am I doing this wrong? Giovanni of Team Rocket is a proven leader. Do everything with a plan. This is what Lance crossing has learned from dealing with Team Rockets over the years. It will not assign someone to attack Vermilion City without any reason, and damage a high-level subordinate like Athena, without any benefit. The more Lance crossing thought about it, the more he felt that Haoyan's words were very likely, so he shared the information he knew. We received news some time ago. Inside Team Rocket, a large-scale welfare reduction operation has been carried out. Many grassroots Team Rocket's members are very dissatisfied with this, and even some grassroots Team Rocket's members have left Team Rocket. Judging from this, the current economic situation for Team Rockets is not good. Haoyan heard this information and said casually, Saffron City is the most affluent city in the entire Kanto region. Also, the headquarters of the famous Sever Company is in Saffron City. Will it be Saffron City that Team Rockets really want to get their hands on this time? Zulin on the side picked up Haoyan's words and said, it's very possible. Create chaos in Vermilion City, and then they take the opportunity to attack Saffron City. This is also the reason why I have been unable to contact Officer Jenny stationed in Saffron City. While the three of them were talking, Lorelei, one of the four elite, quickly walked into the temporary camp and said anxiously to Lance crossing. Lance crossing, in the east of Vermilion City, we found a group of about 100 people. Citizens, they are waiting for our rescue. There are not enough people on site, and we need your support. As soon as Lance crossing heard it, he immediately replied, I understand, I'll be right there. Okay, hurry up. After Lorelei finished speaking, he hurriedly left. Haoyan, Zulin, you all know what's going on here. I really come from a distribution background. I want to ask you to help me take a trip to Saffron City and check the real situation there. Lance crossing said with some embarrassment. Yes, Haoyan readily agreed. Zulin also nodded. Thank you. Lance crossing bowed gratefully to the two of them. Director Haoyan, Miss Zulin, your Pokemon have recovered. Nurse Joy handed them the baby ball. Let go. Haoyan summoned Charizard first and quickly rode on him. Yeah. Zulin also quickly summoned her Togekiss. The two left quickly. As Haoyan guessed, Saffron City was in dire straits at this time. In a villa in Saffron City, there are also many Team Rocket's members in the villa who are unscrupulously searching for valuable. Damn old man, bring it here. A Team Rocket player kicked an old man and snatched a treasure ball from him. The old man was kicked to the ground, and the old man still struggled to get up from the ground. I can give you all my money, but my Pikachu is a Pokemon raised by my deceased wife and you can't take him away. The old man wants to get his Pokemon back from Team Rocket. Seeing that the old man was so concerned, the team members of Team Rockets felt more and more that the Pikachu in the baby ball was a powerful Pokemon, even more unwilling to return it to the old man, pushing the old man away rudely. The old man, where is the opponent of the young and vigorous Team Rockets members? With a stagger, he fell to the ground. The head also bleeds out because it bumped against a hard object, but still struggling to get up, trying to get back the baby ball. Please, give me back Pikachu. Damn, don't be ashamed of the old man. The team members of Team Rocket kicked the old man again. The old man fell in a pool of blood. Captain, the search is almost done. Let go to the next one. Let go. Such tragedies are staged everywhere in Saffron City. In the streets and alleys of Saffron City, there were mourning everywhere. The unscrupulousness of Team Rocket, because of the blocking of the signal, no one can contact the outside world. And Jenny and the investigator who are guarding here have already been kidnapped by Petrol of Team Rocket. The entrance and exit of the city have already been controlled by Team Rocket, and no one can enter or exit. And the ultimate goal of Team Rocket's Operation Sever, already surrounded by people from Team Rocket. The people of Team Rockets are scavenging for various precious crop produced by Sever Company, and steel-related technology, the highest level of the Silver Corporation. Lance is launching a video for Giovanni at headquarters. Report to the leader. The progress of our search has been completed halfway. According to the plan, it will take about 10 hours to complete. Petrol is now guarding the entrance to Saffron City. No one can come in. Everything is going according to plan. Originally, Lance thought that Giovanni would be very happy with the smooth implementation of the plan. Unexpectedly, Giovanni was not at all excited after he succeeded. On the contrary, his fingers were constantly tapping on the solid wood tabletop. Even those who were not familiar with Giovanni knew that he was rather irritable now. Athena's sighed. It is estimated that the matter has been exposed. It's very possible that she's already dead, so speed up your side, Giovanni said solemnly. What? Athena is dead? Lance's heart was full of shock. Athena's plan is linked one by one. There are 3 giant tentacruels leading Tentacool, and then there is the furious Gyarados, coupled with the Articuno bodyguard, one of the 3 sane. How could it be possible to die? Even if things come to light, there is enough time to escape. For a time, Lance was a little lost. Giovanni, who hung up the video call, was obviously uneasy. As time went on, the unease in his heart became more and more obvious. Could I be wrong in this step? Chapter 404 Moltres Legion. The howling wind kept blowing. Howyon and Zulin, riding their Pokemon respectively, rushed to Saffron City. At the same time, Articuno also followed Howyon's side. After nearly an hour of flight, it has been able to get close to Saffron City. The outline of Saffron City can be clearly seen. Xiaolong, fly down a little. Howyon patted Charizard under the seat. Togekiss followed Charizard. Zulin also fell next to Howyon. On the avenue, there are many people who want to enter Saffron City, but they couldn't get in. They were blocked at the entrance. What the hell? I've been to all 4 entrances of Saffron City. It is said that the intersection is temporarily closed. I'm still waiting to buy from Sever Company. The skill machines and some common medicines in our store have been sold out, and buyers are urging them. I don't know when it will open. A man driving a truck sighed. You are much better than me. I've pulled this truck of fresh milk from Miltank Farms to take to the supplier in Saffron City. If you drag on like this, my fresh milk will stink. It will be a big loss then. Another truck driver said with a sad face. People who do business like them get together to complain in 2s and 3s. Why can't Dad phone get through all the time? Could it be that something happened? A middle-aged woman dressed as a family visitor anxiously took the phone and kept calling. Unfortunately, it is always busy. Wife, let's ride a big bird and fly in. Middle-aged the woman's husband said aside. No, I heard people say that Saffron City doesn't allow anyone to use flying Pokemon now. If you dare to fly in, you will be attacked. The middle-aged woman replied. Saffron City, there won't be any trouble. Will it be like Vermilion City, attacked by wild Pokemon, so it will be temporarily closed? It's very possible. I hope nothing happens to my father-in-law. The middle-aged man stabilized his wife. Now, we can only wait. Listening to the complaints of the people around, Howyon and Zulin looked at each other. They all saw clues in each other's eyes. Saffron City is a wealthy city with a large number of people coming and going every day. A total of 4 entrances and exits were constructed in the city. If one of the entrances and exits is temporarily closed due to construction problems, this is excusable. But all 4 are closed at the same time, which is a bit illogical. According to the current situation, Saffron City really is the purpose of Team Rocket. Control the wild Pokemon to attack the city first and deliberately create chaos. Control Saffron City while everyone's attention is on Vermilion City. Howyon, we can't wait any longer. You must enter Saffron City as soon as possible to check the specific situation reduction in size, Zulin said to Haoyan. At this moment, Articuno, who was flying in the sky, let out a high-pitched scream, then quickly flew away in the other direction. What the matter, Haoyan? Zulin asked in confusion as she looked at Articuno in the distance. Haoyan, who has the power of Viridian, probably knows what Articuno means. He said that there was an heir of his companion over there. He's going to save his comrade. After Haoyan finished speaking, he mounted Charizard and quickly followed. Those who can be called companions by Articuno are estimated to be Moltres and Zapdos, who are side by side as the three saints. Wait for me. Zulin also quickly rode on Togekiss and followed Haoyan. Articuno's stamina and energy recovered only 1/3, but he was anxious to help his companions and flew very fast. And because of taking off early, Haoyan and Zulin opened a distance. Soon, he flew to the entrance at the southern end of Saffron City. Articuno, who had a height advantage, quickly crossed the wall and entered the periphery of Saffron City. Just when he just flew into the perimeter, suddenly 26 flames shot up into the sky. One of the leading flame, the energy of the fire element is very strong. The target of the flames attack was the flying Articuno. Between the hasty flight, Articuno didn't prepare much at all, can only dodge around in a hurry. The number of flames is extremely large, and they can dodge one of them, but they can't dodge the other attack. For a time, Articuno was continuously attacked by flame, originally blue body, with a lot of burnt black. At the same time, a Moltres with a significantly larger size and a stronger momentum lifted off into the sky. With 25 Moltres, exactly like him, he climbed high into the sky. A Moltres army was formed to confront Articuno. Articuno, who was hit, had not fully recovered his stamina and energy, but at this time, he didn't care. To the Moltres with the largest eyes and imposing manner, he let out growl. Obviously, this lead Moltres is the real Moltres. The other Moltres were replicas made by Team Rockets using Firo. The real Moltres, under the control of Dust Ball, looked tyrannical and ignored the shouts of his companion Articuno. Let out a scream. With one mouth, another 5-meter thick flamethrower attacked Articuno. The rest of the fake Moltres also attacked. The sky is full of ember. If Articuno is attacked again, it is estimated that he will also be seriously injured. At this moment, Haoyan arrived. Chapter 405 Charizard's main attack. Articuno swept the array. Xiaolong becomes egg form. Go and help Articuno. Haoyan used the power of aura to call Charizard. Then, for Charizard's convenience, he quickly jumped off him. The body is falling rapidly. At the same time, he shouted to Zulin not far away. Zulin, catch me. Seeing Haoyan's such a risky move, Zulin immediately commanded Togekiss to pick it up. Togekiss, hurry up and catch Haoyan. Fortunately, the distance between the two is not too far. Zulin's Togekiss is also champion level, and the response is very fast. Haoyan didn't fall too much. He had already caught him steadily. Catch ho. After speaking, Zulin was a little scared because of Haoyan's actions just now. If once Togekiss wasn't ready, or she was a little distracted, fall from a height to the ground, it will explode like a tomato falling to the ground. Thinking of this, Zulin couldn't help but said angrily to Haoyan behind her. Haoyan, you don't want to die. Haoyan smiled slightly, supported Zulin's slender waist behind him, and fixed himself. If I stay on Xiaolong, it will be difficult for Xiaolong to speed up. Articuno's current situation is very bad. If he is hurt again, he will be seriously injured. And, with your skill, I know you can definitely catch me. Zulin was speechless by Haoyan. The evaluation of Haoyan in his heart increased a bit. I'd rather risk myself and save Articuno. Such a man is very responsible. Charizard raised his speed to the fastest, and quickly blocked Articuno's side before the flames hit. Spreading his wings, he shielded Articuno behind him. Roar! Roar! Charizard made a wanton roar sound. The blue flames on his body enveloped him, and quickly swept away Moltres' attack. Originally, he was a fire element and a dragon element, and he was extremely resistant to the fire element. Even the flamethrower from Moltres only deals 1/4 of the damage to him. The flames from the other fate were, to Charizard, nothing more than accelerant. Little Dragon, Air Slash plus Dragon Claw. Articuno, if you can still use skills, use Tailwind to help Xiaolong increase speed. Haoyan, who was sitting behind Zulin, commanded the battle. Articuno clearly knew that he was not a manic opponent of Moltres. Moltres has the attributes of fire and flying, and the opponent obviously has an advantage in attribute. The other side also had 25 fake Moltres forming the formation. Furthermore, his physical strength and energy were simply not enough to sustain the fight. Articuno let out a scream, and quickly stirred up the surrounding wind, wrapping Charizard and adding speed to Charizard. Tailwind is a skill that can increase the speed of Pokemon on your side in a short time. Roar! Roar! With the help of Articuno, Charizard's speed increased to the fastest. The wings vibrated quickly, and 2 air cutters suddenly sent out, constantly cutting the air and flying away. The hand didn't stop, and 2 huge dragon claws were printed, attacking the real Moltres together. Moltres faced Charizard's menacing attack and had no choice but to avoid his edge. Climb quickly, dodging Charizard's attack. attack, but he escaped, and his little brother suffered. 2 air cutters, 2 dragon claws, hit the other knockoffs directly. With a bang, there was an explosion. Charizard, who is a quasi-champion, has greatly increased his strength after entering Mega Evolution. Any counterfeit goods that are hit will be instantly killed. Xiaolong, I'll leave it to you here. Haoyan believed in Charizard's ability very much, and he did nothing wrong with Moltres. The fake Moltres, whose body is just an ordinary gym-level Fearow, can't do any damage to Charizard at all. Charizard is fighting, and the only one who can fly freely in the air is Togekiss of Bamboo Orchid. Although Bamboo Orchid's Garchomp can still fly, he is still seriously injured due to the Gyarados gang fight. If you continue to stay in the air, you are likely to be attacked by Team Rockets on the ground. One more important point, that is, finding and destroying the dust ball controlling Moltres can completely liberate Moltres. Zulin, let go down below. Haoyan pointed in a direction, motioning for Zulin to fly in his direction. Obviously, Zulin is also aware of the current situation, and returning to the land is the best defense. Quickly command Togekiss and fall to the ground. Not far away, Petrol from Team Rocket saw Charizard in the air, showing his might, and Articuno, who was swept aside, helping from time to time. His face was extremely ugly. This Charizard is so strong. Its momentum has surpassed Moltres. No wonder Archer died at the hands of Haoyan. With such a strong Pokemon, perhaps only the boss, Beedrill, can fight against it. While Petrol was thinking, Articuno, under the cover of Charizard, fired 2 air cutter to deal with the imposter mole. Physical strength and energy were not fully recovered, and attributes were suppressed. But so what? The legendary Articuno is more than enough to deal with a few fates. Articuno is helping Haoyan's Charizard, which means that Athena has. Petrol was already resigned. I want to oil my feet and run away. However, in this gap, Haoyan and Zulin had already landed. Moreover, Haoyan's aura power quickly found Petrol hiding in the dark through the surf, pulled out his baby ball. Chapter 406. To deal with trash fish, 1 earthquake is enough. At 3 o'clock, about 200 meters away from us, there is a person hiding in that private house. In his hand, there is a black baby ball. He should be controlling Moltres. Just grab him and destroy the dust ball in his hand, and Moltres can be free. Haoyan waved his hand and released his Lucario, Mewtwo, and Gardevoir. Clear. Although Zulin didn't know why Haoyan knew where the other party was hiding, it is easy to pass through the building and judge what is in the other's hand. However, Haoyan never let her down. Believe it just fine. She also quickly released her Glaceon, Spiritomb, and Roserade. Superior. Haoyan simply explained a sentence, and then launched an attack with his Pokemon. Bamboo Orchid also followed. Seeing Haoyan and Zulin rush towards his position, Petrol was full of panic. Yes, that Haoyan is a ghost. How do you know my location? Petrol was terrified and shouted to the surrounding Team Rocket's members, you guys go and stop them. I'm going to find someone to help. After that, Petrol quickly started running and fled. Yes, Team Rockets has greatly reduced the welfare of the team, and the players who can stay are relatively loyal. Petrol's order was to hold Haoyan and Zulin back, not to fight to the death. They released their own Pokemon in an attempt to stop Haoyan and Zulin's footsteps. Most of their Pokemon are Muk, Raticate, Arbok, Nidoking, which are native to the Kanto region. There are also several using Pokemon from other regions. Examples include Granbull, Ursaring, Houndoom, Poochyena. Everyone had 4 or so Pokemon, and Team Rockets had 25. Hundreds of Pokemon, all kinds of Growl. A pair of eyes stared at Haoyan and Zulin, who came to commit the crime. Moreover, their Pokemon are all around level 40. It can be regarded as barely touching the gym class door. Such a team still has some strength. They also thought that they still had the ability to stop 1 or 2. However, Haoyan, who kept moving forward, ignored these Team Rocket players at all. I saw Haoyan took out a gravity ball, slumped off his horse, and threw it at the Team Rocket players not far away. After a burst of red light, a giant 20 meters tall appeared in front of the team members of Team Rocket. Shall see, Mega Evolution. In front of the shocked-looking members of Team Rocket, Tyranitar's body grew and grew taller again. The body is covered with sharp rock spikes. Around the body, there is still wind and sand condensing. Clash, clash. Tyranitar let out a roar, and the prestige of the desert tyrant was unobstructed. Shao Si uses earthquake to take away these small trash fish. Clash, clash. In the shocked eyes of the Team Rocket soldier, Tyranitar slammed stomp on the ground. It's like rock slide. The ground began to tremble and scream. There were many cracks on the ground. As a result, the foundations of the surrounding houses were damaged and collapsed one after another. The rift devoured his opponent brutally. For a time, the whine of the Team Rocket's members sounded. The next second, the only one who can stand on the ground is Tyranitar. Under Tyranitar's full strength, he matched his huge figure. It can easily destroy a small mountain bag and deal with these small trash fish easily. A group of 25 people, hundreds of superior level Pokemon, all fell under Tyranitar's earthquake. Come back, Shao Si. Haoyan took out the treasure ball, took back the Tyranitar, and quickly chased away with Zulin. Petrol heard a a loud roar behind him, and a rock glide-like formation. Frightened to the point of losing his soul, he used the strength of sucking milk to speed up and run forward. As long as he can stay away from Haoyan, he will be safe. Ordinary people, desperately running, it is very likely that it will explode with extreme speed, even faster than world champion. But after all, it is an individual, and the upper limit is there. In front of Petrol, a blue-black figure suddenly appeared, blocked in front of him. It is Lucario of Haoyan. Lucario trains with overweight protective gear with thousands of pounds every day. Compared with Petrol, he is a Superman. World champion is faster than Superman. How is this possible? Seeing Haoyan's iconic Pokemon, Petrol broke down in a cold sweat. He knew that if he was caught by Haoyan, he would be finished. Between life and death, Petrol quickly tore apart the baby ball that was specially used to carry Pokemon. Petrol, hiding 20 baby balls directly on his body. All of his Pokemon were released in one go. A burst of red light flashed, and 20 unified Pokemon appeared in front of Petrol. Haoyan, who was constantly chasing, quickly stopped when he saw the 20 unified Pokemon. He reached out his hand to block Zulan, who couldn't hold back. Inadvertently, I also encountered a touch of softness, but at this time, he couldn't care about anything else, and immediately shouted at Gardevoir, "Xiaolu, use teleport, send Xiao back." Chapter 417 Rocket 4 Generals. Only Lance is left. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket. Wheezing. Attribute Poison. Level 55 Quasi-Elite. Characteristic Floating. Although it has no wings, its body can float on the ground, and it can also fly for a short distance. Introduction. Although Wheezing is not very good looking, but because of his floating feature, it is the ability obtained by a certain Pokemon covet. Petrol is the weakest of the 4 generals in Team Rocket, often assigned tasks such as guarding. His Pokemon are weak, but he can be the 4th general of Team Rocket. With his extreme self-destruct tactic. The self-destruct tactic was not invented by Petrol, but it was carried forward by Petrol. Those 20 unified Pokemon were all wheezing. In Haoyan's loud shout, Gardevoir's white and tender hands were placed in front of his chest, rapidly pumping up Psychic's energy. He faithfully carried out Haoyan's orders. Shish tilde sounded. Lucario, who was originally blocked in Petrol's forward direction, quickly disappeared. Back to Haoyan's side. With such a good opportunity to escape, Petrol's eyes filled with joy, and he immediately shouted, "Wheezing, collectively use explosion." The floating Wheezing suddenly floated in Haoyan's direction. As Wheezing began to move, Petrol began to run away again. Speed, even faster than before. It stands to reason that Petrol knows that 20 of his Wheezings can easily blow up a building to pieces when they explode together. However, he still chose to run away, because his opponent is that guy who defies the sky. Petrol felt that even if the entire Kanto region was bombed, Haoyan would not be damaged in the slightest. Haoyan quickly threw the gravity ball forward and released Tyranitar. The quasi-elite Wheezing, Gardevoir or Mewtwo can take away with a confusion, but there were 20 quasi-elite Wheezings assembled. Use an explosion with a power of 250 as a group. The destructive power caused cannot be underestimated. Tyranitar automatically blocked in front of Haoyan. The rock spikes on his body grew wildly from his body, and consciously entered the state of Mega Evolution. Xiaolu and Xiaomeng used Reflect in front of Xiaoxi. Shanaido, Gardevoir and Mewtwo shot at the same time. The psychic energy on his body quickly shook the air, and in front of Tyranitar, a powerful but vague wall appeared. Xiaoxi used Protect. Tyranitar roared, and the energy in his body continued to pour out, forming a white shield in front of him. Protected himself before Wheezing attacked. Zulan, come behind me. Haoyan rudely and domineeringly grabbed Zulan beside him, tucked her behind him, and protected her with his generous chest. Boom! 20 Wheezings used explosion at the same time, making a loud noise. The powerful explosion seemed to compress all the oxygen around it. Within 3 kilometers of the explosion, dust was flying. No one could see what was inside. In front of Tyranitar, a deep pit with a depth of 50 meters and a width of 200 meters appeared. Huge destructive power, like a huge meteor falling. Xiaoxi, how are you? Although Haoyan couldn't see clearly, there was awe in his body. With the power of A, he can grasp the situation around him without seeing his eyes. Tyranitar replied weakly. Some of the rock armor on his body has cracked. Although he is a rock type, he is resistant to common type skills such as explosion. There is Reflect, a damage reduction skill, and the defensive magic Protect is used, but Tyranitar still needs to take a lot of damage. After all, that is explosion, a powerful skill that completely ignites all the energy of the body at the expense of the Pokemon falling into a dying state. Moreover, 20 Wheezings detonated at the same time. Xiaoxi. Haoyan touched the Tyranitar with a heartache, and used the Viridian power in his body to help him recover his energy. Although Tyranitar is the shield in the team, injury resistance is the fate of Tang. However, Haoyan is very upset. Haoyan did not use the power of aura to connect with Lucario, but directly shouted, like Like Haoyan, Lucario contains the power of aura, and can clearly feel that Tyranitar is seriously injured. Needless to say, Lucario understood what Haoyan was thinking. The power of aura poured out, searching for Petrol's figure. Shanaido, Gardevoir and Mewtwo were not idle either. They used confusion one after another to clean up the flying dust around them. The hair on Lucario's body grew wildly, and the spikes on his chest and the back of his hands began to emerge from his body, entering the state of mega evolution. Through the power of aura, he has searched for Petrol, who is constantly shuttled in the building. With a heavy step, he left a deep footprint on the ground. The speed has already exceeded the speed of sound, with bursts of sonic booms, and rushed out like a sharp arrow. Petrol, who was running away, was horrified to find that a terrifying force was felt behind him. Fear turned him back. When he turned around, he saw Lucario, who was chasing after him, and raised his fist with a strong white light. Don't want. Lucario ignored Petrol's shouting and threw a punch without mercy. After a punch, a yellow and white thing on the ground. Team Rocket 4 generals. Only Lance is left. Chapter 408. Resolving this dispute. Lance stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of Sever's company, looking a little uneasy. The loud explosion that happened just now shocked him. I don't know what caused such a terrifying explosion. Could it be Petrol, using his wheezing explosion? Looking at the rising smoke in the distance, although he couldn't see it clearly, Lance could probably guess it. It can create such terrifying power in a short period of time. Only Petrol can do it. At this moment, a sound of dipping tilde sounded. The sudden beeping sound startled Lance. Lance quickly took out the device and glanced at it, and his face changed greatly. Petrol's vital signs gone. That is, even if Petrol used such a terrifying self-destruct tactic, he couldn't escape. Horror was written all over Lance's face. Not long ago, he had just made a video call with Giovanni and determined that Athena was likely dead. First was Archer, the strongest of the 4 generals, then Athena, and now Petrol. He was the only one left in the entire 4 generals of Team Rocket. If he continues to stay here, there is a good chance that he will be like his colleague. Go chat with the devil. Thinking of this, Lance shouted loudly to the Team Rocket's neck to him. Quick retreat. Everyone, start retreating. After speaking, Lance hurriedly walked out. A member of the Rockets chased after Lance anxiously and said, Lord Lance, but we have only completed 2/3 of the plan, and it has not been completely completed. Just give us another 20 minutes, and we can collect all the information thoroughly. Lance interrupted him rudely. If you don't leave, you will die here. Compared with life, data is a piece of shit. When Petrol turned into a puddle of mud, the dust ball, which controlled Moltres, was also destroyed. In the air, Moltres, who had fought with Charizard, regained his sanity. Lee tilde. Articuno sensed Moltres' sanity reviving, and immediately roused Moltres with a high-pitched growl. Charizard beside him, guarding Articuno, watched Moltres warily. The tyranny had disappeared from Moltres' eyes, and clarity had returned. The same beat, in response to Articuno. Roar tilde. Charizard sees Moltres back to normal, in an Articuno chat and ignore it. Go in Haoyan's direction. Seeing Charizard leave, Articuno followed. Moltres looked and flew down with Articuno. After dealing with Petrol, Lucario returned to Haoyan's side. At the same time exit the state of mega evolution. Between Lucario and Haoyan, they can read each other's thoughts without communicating. Lucario quit mega evolution, which means Petrol has solved it. Class tilde. With the help of Haoyan's Viridian power, Tyranitar has recovered. Somewhat vigilantly looked at Moltres flying down from the sky, faithful to take up the work of defense. It's okay, shall see, he won't hurt me. Haoyan patted the big man Tyranitar, motioning him to relax. Lee tilde. After Articuno came down, the anthropomorphic wings made of ice flowers pointed to Haoyan and let out growl, talking to Moltres about what happened. After a while, Moltres looked at Haoyan with fiery red eyes, and thanked Lei growl. Although Haoyan doesn't understand bird language, he can probably read Moltres' thanks because of his Viridian power. You're welcome. Haoyan waved his hand. Moltres had a lot of scars on his body, and the burning feathers were obviously much duller. These are the scars from the battle with Charizard just now. Haoyan used Viridian's power to repair the injury, then walked to Moltres' side, and said softly, you are injured, I can help you to restore your strength. Lee tilde. Moltres didn't resist Haoyan's approach, because like Articuno, he could feel an aura light from Haoyan's body. This is because Haoyan's Viridian power continues to improve, and he is getting closer and closer to Pokemon. Seeing that Moltres did not resist, Haoyan stretched out his hand to Moltres. Moltres' flaming feathers are the same as Rapidash's flaming feathers. It is the best weapon to attack the enemy, and for those close to you, there will be no burning sensation. Haoyan's hand, as soon as he touched Moltres, had a vague sense of bond. It's just a little weaker than Articuno. With Haoyan's defeat of Petrol, the wrecking ball was destroyed. This made Moltres sober quickly, and the battle with Charizard was over soon after it started. The injury was not serious. It was bad back to normal in no time. After recovering all the Pokemon, Hao-Yan looked at the tallest building standing in Saffron City and said to the Pokemon beside him, "Okay, it's time to end this dispute. Let go." Chapter 409 Charizard. I heard you were brave. At this time, Zulin was riding Togekiss and flying to sever company with Hao-Yan. Hao-Yan rides Charizard. Articuno is on the left, Moltres is on the right, like a guardian on the left and right. Hao-Yan, Moltres, are you subdued? Zulin asked tentatively. Moltres and Articuno obviously have different attitude towards her and towards Hao-Yan. They will all be wary of Zulin, but for Hao-Yan, people with discerning eyes feel that they are very close to Hao-Yan. Of course, the closest one is Articuno. I don't know, that's it. I don't really care whether I can subdue him or not, Hao-Yan replied calmly. As for Moltres and Articuno, he didn't care whether they would go with him in the future. But one thing he can be sure of, he and Articuno and Moltres have built bonds in mind, or that Articuno owes Hao-Yan a favor. In the future, if Hao-Yan asks them for help, nor will they refuse. Hao-Yan, you are really calm. Zulin had to admire Hao-Yan's indifference. That is the legendary Pokemon. As long as they are human, they want to possess them. But Hao-Yan can be so calm. In fact, in Hao-Yan's heart, he did not treat Articuno and the others differently. After all, it's like, the legendary bird Pokemon is not very powerful. Articuno was defeated by Charizard. Moltres didn't lose, but he looked obviously lost. Charizard, who can switch between two Mega Evolution forms. Neither Mega Evolution, nor as big a backing as Ice Ninetales. It's just rare. In terms of rarity, Hao-Yan Shiny's Charizard, also much stronger than them. Come on. Lance saw Hao-Yan from a distance. Hao-Yan's Charizard with a different color is really too special. Plus Articuno and Moltres by his side, guardians left and right, even more dazzling. There is also Champion Bamboo Orchid of Sinnoh region by his side. Hao-Yan is not an opponent he can match at all. Lance quickly turned on the escape mode, constantly around the dwelling, fleeing frantically. With Lance's escape, the Team Rockets that surrounded Sever's company were already leaderless. The chaotic group scattered everywhere. Looking at the fleeing Team Rocket, Hao-Yan frowned slightly. Zulin, the Sever company will give it to you. Find a way to restore Saffron City communications and notify Land Crossing of their coming. I'm going after Land. Zulin nodded and instructed Togekiss to be careful. The rest of her Pokemon were released, and the battle started as soon as she saw the nearby Team Rocket passing through. Xiaolong, chase in the northwest direction. Hao-Yan sensed the direction of Lance's escape through the power of Aura, and quickly chased after him. Why is it that I'm already disguised, and he still knows my location? Could it be that his brain is equipped with heavenly eyes? I still have a tracker installed on me. Lan, who was fleeing frantically, clearly felt that Hao-Yan was not far from him. After all, every second is shortening the distance between them. Could it be because of Zapdos? Articuno, Moltres, they can feel the breath of Zapdos. A black baby ball was pinned to Lance's waist. Inside was Zapdos, controlled by Team Rocket. With that in mind, Lance knew that if he didn't make a quick decision, he would die here. Gritting his teeth, he released Zapdos. Zapdos, attack that Charizard. After Lance finished speaking, he quickly ran forward. Lightning tilde, lightning tilde. As soon as Zapdos appeared, lightning flashed all over his body. All around, Zapdos uttered the violent cry of growl. Among the three saints, the one with the worst temper is Zapdos. This can be seen from the shape of his body like fried hair. The appearance of Zapdos immediately attracted Hao-Yan's attention. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket. Zapdos. Attribute light, electricity. Level 85, champion. Characteristic static electricity. It is easy to fall into a paralyzed state when it comes into contact with a Pokemon with this characteristic. Introduction. The legendary bird Pokemon that controls electricity. I usually live in a thundercloud. When struck by a thunder shock, power emerges from the body. Roar, roar. For the slightly arrogant Zapdos, Hao-Yan's Charizard is very upset. Shout out to Hao-Yan a few times and take the initiative to ask Ying to fight Zapdos. Okay, then he'll leave it to you. But don't be careless, Xiaolong. Zapdos, attack may paralyze you. Hao-Yan exclaimed, and quickly landed, summoned the Ice Ninetales, and rode on her. Out tilde, out tilde. Charizard patted his chest, looking like he didn't need to worry. Articuno, Moltres, you helped the little dragon swarm the formation. Now you guys haven't recovered to your best. If you don't take part in the battle. I'll be back soon. Hao-Yan did not forget to explain to them before leaving. Li tilde, Li tilde, Li tilde, Li tilde. Articuno and Moltres, very obedient. Roar, roar. After Hao-Yan left, Charizard could fight without hesitation. I don't know why, but the arrogant look of this fried bird is not very popular with Charizard. In terms of strength, among Hao-Yan's Pokemon, Charizard is not the strongest. However, in terms of arrogance, handsomeness, and ability to compare clothes, Charizard has always been the champion. Charizard stretched out his paw, matching his fingers to Zapdos. Who tilde ho tilde. Boy, looking at you, I feel like you are very brave tilde. Zapdos, who fell into a violent state, was completely completely unbearable by Charizard's taunt. Lightning tilde. Letting out a screech, he immediately attacked Charizard. Chapter 410 Charizard. Fried birds still have something. The thunder light in the sky kept flickering. It seems to be brighter than the sun. Each fried feather of Zapdos emits a lot of electrical energy. Unleashed a powerful skill of the electricity system. Thunder. Skill damage reaches 110 points. Used by Zapdos, the overwhelming thunderstorm kept flashing and attacking. Lee tilde. Moltres and Articuno quickly retreated, dodging the thunderstorm's attack. They all have the attributes of flying, and they will suffer an attack with outstanding effect when they are attacked. Charizard looked at the thunderstorm in the sky and struck him with a flash of excitement. This fried hairy bird still has something tilde. But sir, I'm not afraid of electricity. Charizard, who entered the Mega Evolution X form, is a combination of fire and dragon. Good resistance to electricity. Roar. Charizard roared. Flare Blitz unleashed. Covered in blue flame, the blue flames seemed to have become Charizard's armor. The thunderstorm hit Charizard and was quickly offset by the blue flame armor. In the end, there is not much power left, and it can't cause any damage. Charizard's wings fluttered, and he quickly charged towards Zapdos. Lightning tilde. Maybe he is short-tempered and often fights with people. Even in a violent state, Zapdos still maintains a very high fighting consciousness. Knowing that Charizard, who was covered in blue flames at this time, was not easy to mess with, he quickly pulled away, barely avoiding Charizard's straight-line charge. Roar. Charizard was unhappy with Zapdos dodging his own attack. When he missed the opponent, he stretched out a finger to Zapdos angrily and compared to Zapdos. Charizard's paw has 3 fingers, and in order to make it obvious to the other party, he sticks out the longest middle finger. Growl was issued at the same time. Roar. Real man just hit me hard. Roar tilde. Running around. What a man. Charizard's taunt successfully made Zapdos in a violent state more and more manic. However, Zapdos, who is experienced in combat, knows his strengths and weaknesses. His special attack is obviously stronger than his physical attack. It will not use its own shortcomings to attack the opponent's strength. Lightning tilde. Quickly gather the surrounding lightning power back into the body, and at the same time continuously absorb the free electrical energy around it. Zapdos flapped his wings lightly and circled around Charizard as he absorbed the electrical energy, looking for an opportunity, ready to launch a deadly attack. Roar. Charizard looked at Zapdos as he circled around him. Look at the opponent's posture, and will not confront yourself head-on. Zapdos quickly circled to Charizard's side, opened his mouth, and made a move. Zap Cannon. Zap Cannon is also a powerful skill of electricity. Damage reached 120 points. Zap Cannon is different from the range skills like Thunderstorm just now, but concentrates electricity on one point. Attacked like an energy light wave. Roar. Dig the slot. You actually did a sneak attack. Pooh. You can't afford to play. You little rubbish. You don't have the strength to fight me head-on. You're just playing a fart. Feeling the great power of Zap Cannon, Charizard quickly changed his form, and the blue flame turned into a black flame. The form is converted to the Y form. Roar tilde. Is it better than energy attack? Come on, the uncle will satisfy you. Charizard turned around quickly. His neck was slightly tilted back, and a scorching black flame quickly spewed out of his mouth. Black flames formed an offensive in the form of large characters. It is the fire-type powerful skill, Fire Blast. Back to Zap Cannon at Zapdos. Both electricity and fire are extremely powerful energy. The two intertwined in the air, and suddenly formed a powerful explosion. Boom! A powerful wave formed in the air and swept away. After the blast, Zapdos and Charizard were on their side. Neither was hurt to each other. Who tilde ho tilde. Yo, I didn't expect you to be a fried bird. You still have something tilde. Charizard was slightly excited. The energy in his body was no longer restrained, but radiated to the surrounding. The characteristics of sunlight are perfectly interpreted. Sunshine, hot as fire. Although the energy that affect the weather is not comparable to Groudon for the time being, it is not much left. Pooh. Come on, Brit. With the blessing of sunshine characteristic, Charizard opened his mouth and used flamethrower. Lightning tilde. Zapdos became more and more solemn, quickly gathered his energy, and responded with Thunderbolt. Zapdos and Charizard's energy attack constantly colliding. Collision sounds occurred frequently. The powerful sound shattered the glass of the Saffron Company building standing in Saffron City. It also deterred all members of the Saffron City Team Rocket, shatter their hearts like glass. When Zulin walked into the Silver Company, the remnants of Team Rockets all surrendered without a fight. Chapter 411 Team Rocket, already on the verge of collapse. I fly in the sky. He runs on the ground. Even so, we can't open up the distance. Lance rode Aerodactyl, constantly galloping in the air. Halion rode the Ice Ninetail, with Lucario, Gardevoir, Mewtwo, and them tracking them on the land. Originally, Lance thought that Zapdos would be released to attack Charizard. In this way, Halion's footstep can be slowed down. After all, according to his previous information, information. Haoyan only has one Pokemon called Charizard, which can carry out man flight in the air. He dragged Charizard, and in disguise he stopped Haoyan's pursuit. But he never expected that the speed of Haoyan's Pokemon running on the ground was almost the same as the speed he flew in the air. You must know that there are many obstacles on the land, and it will definitely take a lot of time to climb over these obstacles. If there are no obstacles, the speed of Ice Ninetales can go straight up. No, Zapdos shouldn't be a match for Charizard. Wait until Charizard take care of Zapdos. At that time, that damn Haoyan will be able to quickly catch up with me. It can't go on like this. Lan, who was riding on Aerodactyl, was chasing after Haoyan, has left the urban area of Saffron City and appeared on the periphery of Saffron City. Without the blockage of houses in the city, the speed of Haoyan's party increased linearly. Suddenly, an ice beam with an aura of ice attacked Aerodactyl in the air. Aerodactyl, get out of the way! Lance shouted anxiously. Ice beam, issued by the Ice Ninetales under Haoyan's seat. Lance never imagined that the Ice Ninetales could still aim when they were on the move. Code, spell it. Lance didn't dare to stop at all. There was only one dead end. In the direction of the ground, two baby balls were thrown. After two red light, Hitmonlee and Scizor appeared in Haoyan's direction. Hitmonlee, Scizor, attack that Ice Ninetales. Lance didn't pay attention to the specific command, and could only give an order in a hurry to let the two Pokemon attack independently. Fly tilde, cha tilde, cha tilde. Hitmonlee and Scizor quickly started the attack. Correspondingly, the data of the two Pokemon automatically appeared in front of Haoyan. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket. Scizor. Attribute Eel. Insect. Level 63. Quasi-Elite P. Characteristic. Insect Premonition. After the stamina is lost to 1/3, the power of insect-type gills increases. Introduction. Scizor is covered in red armor and has two pairs of translucent wings on his back, but he can only fly a certain distance in the air due to his heavy body. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket. Hitmonchan. Attribute Fighting. Level 63. Quasi-Elite P. Characteristic. Iron Fist. This Pokemon, the power of boxing moves increases. Introduction. The punches can even slash the air, but after 3 minutes of attacking, it seems to want to take a break. Remark. Hitmonchan only has males, and there is no corresponding female Pokemon to pair with it. Perhaps because of this, Hitmonchan can concentrate on practicing boxing and become a boxing master. Close black lens bracket. I haven't seen you for a while, and you haven't grown much. Haoyan was dismissive of the two Pokemon released by Lan. Last time I saw you at Cerulean Cave, you ran away. Seeing you this time, you still run away. You can only run away. There is no chance to become a strong man. Xiaoju changes form. Use flamethrower for Scizor. The Ice Ninetales carrying Haoyan changed their form in an instant and turned into Fire Ninetales. A mouth is a scorching flame, completely wrapping Scizor. Scizor Steel and Insect properties 4 times weaker fire, directly taken away by Fire Ninetales. Xiaolu, mental interference solves that Hitmonchan. The Psychic Queen, Gardevoir, used the psychic energy slightly to perform a mental disturbance, which also took Hitmonchan away. Lan, who had originally tried to use them to stop Haoyan, saw two Pokemon being instantly killed, and his heart was gloomy. It's so hard. This eloquence is really too defiant. When I was in Cerulean Cave before, I could barely fight one. Now, my Scizor and Hitmonchan can't resist even a single blow. At this speed, there will be at most 1 minute before you will be completely overtaken. Hey, how did we Team Rockets get into such a monster? Boss Giovanni, I'm sorry. Lance commanded Aerodactyl, who was flying forward desperately, and stop flying. Looked down. The defeated fell to the ground, got off Aerodactyl, and consciously put his head in his hand. I surrender. Haoyan stepped forward leisurely, looked at Lance who was squatting on the ground, and smiled lightly. You are quite knowledgeable about current affairs, not like your dead colleague. Since then, Lance, the last of the 4 generals of Team Rocket, has also fallen into the French Open. Giovanni of Team Rocket lost 3 generals and then 4. Team Rockets is now on the verge of collapse. Chapter 412 Land Crossing. I'm here to deal with the aftermath. When Haoyan smashed the dust ball captured by Lan, Zapdos, who was fighting with Charizard, regained his senses. Lightning tilde. Zapdos regained his senses. His eyes were no longer violent but full of exhaustion. He, tortured enough by Charizard. When Charizard was about to fire another flamethrower to baptize Zapdos, Articuno and Moltres, who were swept aside, hurried forward, continued to let out a scream, making Charizard stop. Roar tilde. Charizard saw what Zapdos looked like and knew that, like Articuno, he had regained his sanity. Just stop. The battle was in full swing, when it was suddenly stopped, leaving Charizard at a loss. Can't fully enjoy it. This made him feel a sense of depression in his chest. Helpless, I had to make a few roar sounds around to vent. After venting, he ignored Articuno and the others, quickly sensed Haoyan's position, and flew over. Ow tilde. Charizard fell beside Haoyan. It's hard for you, Xiaolong, isn't he injured? Haoyan patted Charizard and helped him to regain regain his rank. The fried bird has some dishes, but it's still resistant to beatings, much stronger than the other two. It's just a pity I didn't have enough time, so I didn't have a good time. Charizard was a little gloomy about his dissatisfaction with his desires. Okay, next time you want to fight, you can find Xiao or Xiaozi. They will definitely satisfy you, Haoyan said casually. Lucario and Mewtwo on the side looked at Charizard at the same time and gave him a loving look. Charizard turned his head away unnaturally. Fighting with Lucario. Play 2. A single blow on his spine can make it difficult for him to stand up. Fight with Mewtwo. Forget it. With one hand, he can slow down the airflow around him. Charizard likes fighting, but doesn't like being abused. Mi. Bing Ninetales also issued a growl to Charizard, indicating that he had time to go back and fight with him. Charizard saw Bing Ninetales blinking his big eyes cute, and waved his paws again and again to signal no. If you fight against Lucario and Mewtwo, you can fight back occasionally. If it is in good condition, it can come and go. To fight Ice Ninetales is to turn yourself into a moving target. Dare to fight back. Is there such a brave Pokemon he has never seen? Even the big green bug last time dared to attack the Ice Ninetales. Even if Haoyan didn't say anything, the other Pokemon would try their best to rip off his green skin. Okay, everyone has worked hard. Let's go back to the baby ball and have a rest. Haoyan helping hand Charizard regained his strength and put the rest of the Pokemon into the baby ball. Only Charizard was left to take on the task of the mount. Roar. Charizard skillfully grabbed Lan, who was tied up, and bent down. Haoyan jumped and rode handsomely onto Charizard's body. I don't know if the situation on Zulan's side is going well. Xiaolong, let's go to the Silver Company over there. Charizard flapped his wings quickly. In the sky of Saffron City, there is a large group of flying Pokemon. The most dazzling among them is a saffron-colored, sturdy Dragonite. Riding on Dragonite is the Royal Dragon family. Land Crossing. Everyone hurry up. Haoyan and Zulan are buying time for us. Yes. Following behind Land Crossing, there are Bruno, Agatha, Lorelei and many other Kanto region high-level combat powers. Before, the bamboo orchid that entered the Sever Company had already broken the signal jammer. Whole Saffron City has resumed calling with the outside world. They informed Land Crossing Saffron City of the situation. Land Crossing, who was notified, immediately led the others and came from Vermilion City. When Land Crossing led the other three elite, entered Saffron City, and came to the Silver Company, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. Downstairs in Silver Corporation, a large group of Team Rocket's members sat on the ground in an orderly manner. A few looked like squad leaders, holding ropes to tie up ordinary players. Action skillful, integrated. The reason why these Team Rocket players can keep themselves obedient is because in front of them, there are three Pokemon of Haoyan, namely Tyranitar, Lucario, and Mewtwo, who are supervising the work. The only seedling of the fourth general of Team Rocket was sitting on the ground bound by 5 flowers. At the top of Sever Company, the president of Sever Company, leading a group of executives, is constantly saying thank you to Haoyan and Zulan. Moreover, Articuno, Moltres, Zapdos are all around Haoyan. Land Crossing and others, who were planning to come to a big fight, were a little restless. Dare they come all the way here, just to take care of the aftermath? Chapter 413. He is familiar with this part. Land Crossing leads the investigators to take over Saffron City when Haoyan takes out the Team Rocket. Saffron City began to restore order. Officer Jenny, who was stationed locally, was also rescued to scare the rest of the Team Rockets hiding in Saffron City by parading the strapped land, reopening the gateway to the city, appease the citizens who were snatched and attacked. Land Crossing is arranging specific matters. Yes. Officer Jenny saluted and took the investigating officer into action. After arranging many things, Land Crossing looked at Haoyan, who was helping the three holy birds recovering their physical strength, and tentatively asked Zulan that. Haoyan seeing his expression, Zulan guessed what he was thinking. You want to ask, did Haoyan subdue the three holy birds? Right. That's right. Land Crossing nodded quickly. Now they are gathered on the top floor of Sever Company. The three holy birds kept a vigilant look towards the arrival of Land Crossing, but he and Haoyan are very close. When Haoyan reached out to touch them, he was still enjoying and comfortable. It feels like a trainer interacting with your own Pokemon. That is the three holy birds of Kanto region. Extraordinarily rare. To be able to conquer one of them is something that can be boasted for a lifetime. Zulan asked back. I asked Haoyan about this too. He replied at the time, rather than subdue him, I hope he can re-believe in the light. Forget those bad memories of being controlled by Dustball and leaving behind Team Rocket. As for whether it can be subdued, it doesn't matter at all. Huyan, it's really broad-minded. Land Crossing said with emotion. After helping Articuno and the others recover all their physical strength, Haoyan walked to Land Crossing's side and asked, how is the situation now? Land Crossing stood up, bowed to Zan, Zulan and Haoyan, and said, thank you for your help. This time, completely sabotage Team Rocket's operation. Rescue Saffron City and minimize losses. At present, I have arranged for a search officer to take over the entire Saffron City. If nothing else happens, within 2 or 3 days, Saffron City will be able to return to normal order. At the same time, we will step up the interrogation of Lance of Team Rockets and get the location of Team Rocket's secret base. Fight for the Cantoregion stubborn Team Rocket, all in one pot. Learn that Vermilion City was mostly destroyed. Saffron City was invaded. The League is outraged. What Team Rockets did this time was really out of line. In fact, the Alliance also knows that there are restless people in every region. It's okay to make small troubles and steal chickens and dogs. Open one eye and close the other. After all, where there is sunshine, there will be shadows. But what Team Rocket did this time was bad. Destroying a city is an attempt to occupy a city. This has seriously threatened the Union's dominance. This is necessary. A fatal blow. Haoyan nodded, sat down and said casually, "That good. When we have the results of the interrogation, we will ask Curator Haoyan to help when we arrive. Break the Team Rocket together." Lance Crossing didn't treat Haoyan as an ordinary gym leader at all. No way. Who told Haoyan to be so hung up? In Vermilion City, single-handedly managed the riots of Tentacruel and Gyarados and killed Athena. In Saffron City, Petrol was defeated and Lance was captured. By the way, I also collected the 3 holy birds. These things can be brought out in a single manner. How can any gym curator be able to do it? The curator of gym is only Haoyan's official identity. His strength and his strategy are not as simple as gym's curator. You're welcome. Maintaining the peaceful development of the region is the responsibility of every passionate trainer. Haoyan replied with a cliché. Some tired leaning on the sofa. Helping hand Articuno them fully restore stamina and energy. The viridian power in his body has been exhausted. Let him have a feeling that his body is hollowed out. After chatting casually with Lance Crossing, Haoyan was about to leave, find a place to rest, and recover his energy. At this time, there was a sound of walking with leather shoes. A man in a black suit who looked like a secretary, holding a beautiful box, quickly walked to the side of the president of Silver Corporation. He handed the box over and whispered a few words in his ear. Franklin, the president of Silver Corporation, took the box and said a few words in displeasure, then waved the secretary away. Then, with a smile on his face, he walked to Haoyan who was about to leave. Director Haoyan, please stay. Well, is there something wrong with President Franklin? Haoyan stopped and said suspiciously, "Small thing." President Franklin smiled. Suddenly, Haoyan saw the exquisite box in the other's hand, and his whole body became much more energetic. A man with a great smile, holding a beautiful box. Haoyan had just experienced this situation some time ago. This situation, this link, he is familiar. A faint smile appeared on his face, and he stretched out his hand to invite the other party to take a seat. President Franklin, sit down first. Let's talk slowly about something. Okay. Curator Haoyan. Chapter 414 Land Crossing. I'm sour. Thanks to Director Haoyan. This time we Saffron City, we sever company. Thanks to you, we survived the disaster. President Franklin smiled so sweetly on the table, put down the exquisite box in his hand, and pushed it in front of Haoyan. In order to thank Curator Haoyan for his sacrifices for us, and a little thought, please accept it. Ha ha ha. President Franklin, you're so polite. It's just a matter of hand. You don't have to be so polite. Seeing that Saffron City is in dire strait, as long as you are an honest trainer, you will be obliged to take action. Haoyan laughed lightly. He didn't open the box right away. After all, he and President Franklin were not so familiar yet. Sure enough, Director Haoyan is the same as in the legend, a man with a sense of justice. However, we, Sever Company, have received your favor, and we have to express it. This little care, please accept it. President Franklin picked up the box and stuffed it into Haoyan's hand. President Franklin is too polite. You said so, then I will be disrespectful. Everyone put things into their hands. Since it was someone's intention, Haoyan couldn't refuse it. It was reluctantly accepted. He probably knew what was in the box, but even though he knew what was in the box, when he opened it and saw it, he still took a deep breath. Inside the box, there are pure Z crystals. However, not 1, but 3. Psychic Z. The psychic attribute moves will be upgraded to Z move. Close black lens bracket. Fire Z will upgrade fire type moves to Z move. Close black lens bracket. Evil Z. Evil attribute moves will be upgraded to Z move. Close black lens bracket. President Franklin, this gift is a bit precious. Haoyan put down the box and didn't accept it directly. If it was just a thank you, Haoyan could still accept it with a smile. But 3, the price is really too high. These 3 pure Z crystals can be sold as a package on the market, and it is not a problem to sell 2 billion Alliance coin. 2 billion is not a small sum. This is Haoyan's annual salary for 5 years. Haoyan is not stupid, and President Franklin is not stupid either. Strictly speaking, both of them are old foxes. I know clearly that with such a heavy ceremony, there must be something to ask for. Actually, to tell the truth from Curator Haoyan, don't look at our Sever Company's business doing so much. In fact, fact, only I know the hardships involved. President Franklin sighed heavily. Haoyan didn't interrupt, and waited for the other party's request. We ever produce skill machine, baby balls, potion, and various travel props. Looked like a good deal. But actually, a lot of times we do business very carefully. Director Haoyan, you are from Hoenn Reg Ion. You definitely know Devon Corporation. Stone from Devon Corporation is a friend I admire very much. I envy him for being free. Go wherever you want to go, because he has a champion son. Even if he is walking on the street alone, he is not afraid that someone will dare to have bad thoughts about him. And I'm like a bird in a cage. Every time you go out, you must have a lot of bodyguards to protect. To tell you the truth, I haven't stepped out of the Silver Corporation building for 2 years, but even so, it was still targeted by Team Rocket. It's really hard. When President Franklin spoke, his face was desolate. Haoyan nodded silently in his heart. In Hoenn region, he once saved Stone one. At the time, Stone was walking around alone, even if he was targeted by Team Aqua. Team Aqua also just dared to pretend to be an accident. After all, behind Stone, there is a champion like Steven. To offend Stone is to fight against the highest combat power of the Hoenn region. It's a pity that President Franklin has no children who have grown up. So you mean, as soon as he thinks of Steven, Haoyan has a bit of a bad taste. Could it be that President Franklin thought, that's it? President Franklin sat up straight, and said a little nervously and seriously, I want to hire Curator Haoyan as our honorary security consultant for Silver. If there is Curator Haoyan as our honorary security advisor, I believe in the prestige of Curator Haoyan. Those ghosts and ghosts will never dare to have any illusions about us. Of course, if our Sever company is attacked next time, then I would like to ask Curator Haoyan to help a little bit. I think with the addition of Curator Haoyan, I can also walk out of the company's building and enjoy the sunshine and freedom. Of course, as a reward, I plan to pay 500 million Alliance coins every year. As long as you need it, the props produced by Sever Company will be provided to you in unlimited quantity. If it weren't for the props produced by Sever Company, we would try our best to get them for you. I hope Director Haoyan can agree. After President Franklin finished speaking, he got up again and shoved the box containing 3 pure Z crystals into Haoyan's hand. 500 million a year, plus prop for free. 3 pure Z crystals. Just show up when something happens. This business seems to be pretty good. Oh, President Franklin is very kind. Since President Franklin attaches so much importance to it, then I have to agree. Haoyan took the 3 pure Z crystals, and took the initiative to reach out and shake the opponent. Ha ha ha, great. Director Haoyan, please give me more advice in the future. President Franklin smiled even more. I'm sour. Lance Crossing looked at the two who were chatting happily, as if eating a lemon fruit the size of Tyranitar. During the time he was hosting Kanto region, why didn't the other party come to him as a security consultant? He looked at the 3 holy birds behind Haoyan. The sadness in my heart is even greater. Chapter 415 Kanto region, the highest level conference. Time flies, and it's been a week since Saffron City lifted the crisis. During this week, Haoyan slept for 2 days. The rest of the time was spent at the gym in Saffron City. Saffron City Gym has not been inhabited since Sabrina left. Gym's training ground. The room is dusty. Originally, the Saffron City City Hall and the Sever Company all wanted to arrange Haoyan in the most advanced Saffron City hotel. However, Haoyan politely refused, because after getting 3 pure Z crystals, he needs a venue to train Pokemon. The 3 holy birds also lived in Saffron Gym with Haoyan. Zulin, because there is nothing to do, also lives with Haoyan. Investigators from Land Crossing and Kanto region are busy searching for Team Rocket's secret base, Silver Corporation building. Although it was infested by Team Rockets before, it was quickly repaired with Sever's financial resources. At this time, a large number of reporters gathered in front of the building of Silver Corporation. This press conference can be described as the highest level press conference in the history of Kanto. Have you seen the yellow-haired woman in red over there? She is a famous journalist from Sinnoh region, Miss Hishika. Not far from Norman's coming from Sinnoh region when I heard about the big press conference held by Sever. And over there are media people from Galar region, Unova region, Johto region, various region. Wow, really? It's all some press. The experienced seniors. I didn't expect them all to come. While the news media people were chatting, there was a high-pitched bird chirping in the sky. In the sky, 3 colors appeared. They are yellow, blue and red. One is full of lightning, one is feathered with fire, and the other is full of ice flowers. My god, it's the 3 holy birds. The 3 holy birds of Kanto region gathered at the same time. Such a scene is too rare. Camera, point the camera there. Tweet the close-up. Quick. A reporter from Sinnoh directed the camera to capture such a precious scene. Not to mention Sinnoh region. Even people from Kanto region have difficulty seeing the 3 holy birds. Not to mention the 3 saints gathered together. Just when the reporters were shooting frantically, the bodyguards who had been stationed at the gate of Sever Company received a notice. Quickly divide the crowd and clear the entire road. Drip drop tilde. DD tilde. A stretched luxury car approached approached from a distance. Lengthened luxury cars but only play a leading role. A black convoy approached slowly. The three holy birds, which have attracted much attention, are hovering on the roof of one of the cars. It's possible to use the three holy birds as an escort and let Sever Company organize such a big battle. It can only be from Hoenn region, who saved Vermilion City, defeated the chaotic Team Rocket, and saved Saffron City from dire straits. Curator Haoyun. A reporter acclaimed, "Quick, the camera is on the car parked in front of the building. Tweet me." As everyone guessed, a tall, thin, handsome, young man got out of the car. Director Haoyun. Director Haoyun. As soon as the reporters saw Haoyun, they immediately held the microphone and wanted to rush past the bodyguards who were maintaining order and step forward to interview. With Haoyun, there is also Zulin. Zulin had nothing to do, so she came to the press conference with her. In order to be photographed, Zulin also got up early to dress up. However, she was well dressed but found that she was not photographed, and she was a little disappointed. Looking resentfully, Haoyun was waving his hands and greeting the reporters. "Smelly Haoyun stole my limelight. When I look back, I must slaughter him severely and let him treat me to the most expensive ice cream." Afterward, Haoyun attended the press conference of Sever Company in a high-profile manner. At the press conference, as an honorary security consultant, he accepted the employment of Sever Company. In the interview session of the press conference, Haoyun said in an interview, "To clear the residual tumor in Kanto, like Hoenn region, completely defeated and crippled the stubborn forces, and made Kanto region a bright future." Haoyun's generous speech at the press conference made the entire Kanto region people actively speaking on different social platforms. Among them, there is one topic that has received the most attention. Hashtag what kind of experience is it to live in a region without evil forces? Under the topic, there are many Hoenn region netizens enthusiastically leaving messages. "Thank you for your invitation. What experience is there? In fact, there is no experience. Rest does not need to close at night, and you don't need to be afraid when walking on the road. Even if you release your precious Pokemon, you don't have to worry about being snapped." Slateport City netizens came to answer. "Nothing special, just a special peace of mind." Slateport City anonymous investigator. "I usually go to work, just brag and chat. Nothing happened all day. Occasionally helping grandma catch naughty Skitty, or looking for lost Halo. Other times it's fine." Since Curator Haoyun served as the leader of Kana Gym, it has been hard for a thief to find one. "Hey, it's good to have a good day. However, there is no hope of promotion." Kanto Region Inspector. "The upstairs is too much." Sinnoh Region Inspector. "I'm going to be transferred. I'm going to be transferred to Slateport City to be a stationed inspector." Unova Region Inspector. "I'm going to be transferred. Even if I can't go to Slateport City, I'm going to be transferred to Hoenn Region, and I'm going to work and get paid." Galar Region Inspector. "Me too." Alola Region Inspector. "Me too." With the sharing of experiences by various netizens of Hoenn Region, netizens in the entire Pokemon world all yearn for Hoenn Region. Gradually, Kanto Region began to appear a trend. "Isn't our Kanto Region without champion all the time? Why don't we let Director Haoyun be the champion of Kanto Region? That's a good idea." "I agree." Nicholas Jiaoxi. "Agree first." "I am Manchester." Moving and Lovely seconded. Chapter 416 Giovanni's sympathy for Haoyun. Celadon City, the secret base of Gain City. Giovanni's office. Haoyun's young face was being broadcast on the screen. "To clear the residual tumor in Kanto, like the Hoenn region, completely defeated and crippled the stubborn forces, and made the Kanto region a bright future." Snap. Giovanni throw the remote. Shattered. He, who usually doesn't show the mountains and dew, finally showed rage. "Kanto, still the Kanto I am familiar with. I'm not a jerk like Maxie." There was another man standing in Giovanni's office. This person was Giovanni's most trusted confidant, Philindo. Philindo stepped forward with a sad face. "Leader, the situation in our organization is not optimistic now. In addition to the local investigators in the Kanto region, there are also many investigators dispatched from other regions looking for our secret base, and Lance has been arrested. It is estimated that he won't hold on for too long before he will speak. It's time to find a way to deal with it." Giovanni exhaled heavily, and at this moment he knew that it was indeed as Philindo said. "It's time to find a way." The silent Giovanni tapped the table with his fingers regularly. After a while, "I took out a small backpack prepared in advance from the drawer. Throw it to Flinders. This backpack contains the research materials that our Team Rockets have accumulated over the years, as well as a lot of clean fun. This is our Team Rocket, the capital that can make a comeback. You take it." At the same time, we ordered our core team members to break into pieces and leave Kanto region. "First avoid the current limelight and fire. Wait for my order after a while, and then Team Rockets will regroup." Frindo's eyes were full of surprise. "Avoid the edge for a while. He can understand. But Giovanni, why put something so important in his custody?" Flinders stepped forward and said, "Boss, why don't you take care of such an important thing yourself?" Giovanni smiled coldly. "Because I'm going to wait for him here. I want to meet meet in person, that Haoyan, the one who defeated the 3 major cadres and eliminated the 4 generals, the one who conquered the strongest biological weapon, brought the 3 holy birds under his command, and pushed our Team Rockets into a corner step by step. Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? The coldness in Giovanni's words made the entire conference room feel cold. After Frindo heard it, of course he understood what Giovanni meant. Seeing each other in Giovanni's mouth, but not really seeing each other. Thinking of now, a large number of superior investigators have gathered, and there are also 2 champions, Land Crossing and Zulin. If Giovanni wants to kill Haoyan, it will not be so easy. Felinduo wanted to say something to remind, but the leader, to shut up. Giovanni didn't go on with Frindo, interrupted rudely. What if a large number of investigators gather? Land Crossing and Zulin, the 2 champions team up. So what? They are just young juniors. The reason why seniors are respected is because seniors have something that juniors don't have. Giovanni said here, full of strong self-confidence. Rare, showing edge. Such a sharp edge Giovanni made Felinduo stunned for a moment. Usually, Giovanni has remained dignified and unsmiling. In the hearts of Team Rocket's members, is a perfect organizational decision maker. But, because of this, may people forget about Giovanni. In addition to being the leader of Team Rocket, he is also a very powerful trainer. I understand. Flinders bowed and gestured. Go, hide and wait for my order. Giovanni still waved his hand domineeringly. Yes. Flinders took his backpack and left Giovanni's office quickly. As soon as he went out, he began to convey what Giovanni meant. In the secret base of Team Rocket, many Team Rocket's members began to pack up their information and leave. It's just that before they left, they silently bowed to where Giovanni's office was. After Flinders left, the sharp-edged Giovanni became a little desolate. The huge floor-to-ceiling glass in the office can clearly see the gradually leaving Team Rocket players. After working hard for most of my life, Team Rockets was formed. At this time, he was forced to hide. This made Giovanni's heart hard to hide his sigh. For some reason, Haoyan's handsome and young face appeared in Giovanni's mind. For Haoyan, Giovanni doesn't have much hatred, even if the opponent almost destroyed Team Rocket. Rather curious, in Giovanni's subconscious, he knew that Haoyan was a real dragon. Future achievements will never stop here. It will definitely be more radiant and dazzling. It is this that makes Giovanni feel a sense of mutual sympathy between the strong for Haoyan. What Giovanni thought, Haoyan didn't care. At this time, he was busy with another thing at Saffron Gym. Chapter 417 Haoyan. Xiaolu, you are very important to me. Saffron City, Saffron Gym's training ground. There was a terrifying sense of oppression. Along with the terrifying oppression, there is endless energy emitting in the air. In the air, Mewtwo transformed into AY form, unleashing psychic strongest skills. Shattered Psyche. Saffron Gym, formerly known as Psychic Gym. When Sabrina built the gym, she hurt people to prevent her own mental violence. A lot of materials are used to isolate spiritual power, so the powerful psychic fluctuations in gym did not affect the outside. After Mewtwo cast Shattered Psyche, he looked very tired, and the energy in his body has been released. Withdrew from the Mega Evolution form and fell back to the ground from the air. Lucario stepped forward and helped Mewtwo, who was a little weak. Mewtwo put his hand on Lucario's shoulder naturally. They sat on the sidelines together. Xiaolu, did you see clearly? Haoyan said softly to Gardevoir beside him. Shanaido. Gardevoir, who was leaning against Haoyan, nodded obediently. You sure? Would you like Xiaoming to show it to you again? Haoyan continued to ask, looking a little uncertain. In order for Gardevoir to learn the Z move of Shattered Psyche, Haoyan asked Mewtwo to demonstrate it repeatedly. In addition to the one just now, it has been demonstrated 5 times. No matter how much energy is in psychic body, it can't stand such consumption. No need. I've got the hang of it. And Mewtwo is already very tired. He doesn't have the strength to use that trick again. Don't worry, I'll be fine. You give it to me. Gardevoir's words appeared directly in Haoyan's mind. All right. Although Haoyan was still a little worried, Gardevoir said there was no problem, so he had to take out a pure Z crystal from his pocket. Shanaido. Gardevoir looked at Haoyan's hands in surprise. The sparkling psychic Z, full of covet. Xiaolu, I promised you, this psychic Z is different from the last one. For this psychic Z, I became a poor working man. Haoyan gently handed psychic Z to Gardevoir. What Haoyan said was very clever. This psychic Z is given special value. Shanaido. Gardevoir took it with joy. Obviously psychic Z with a warm voice. Gardevoir is preparing the energy of absorbed psychic Z to release Shattered Psyche. Suddenly, Haoyan stretched out his big hand and skillfully held Gardevoir in his arms. Shanaido. Gardevoir was surprised and delighted when he felt Haoyan's strong chest. The little head carefully looked around to make sure that there were no extra eyes, and then he lay comfortably in Haoyan's arms. Xiaolu, you must pay attention later. If you can't do it, don't force yourself. You must promise me. Okay. Haoyan looked at the pretty Gardevoir in his arms and said seriously. Shanaido. Gardevoir nodded. But don't force it. If you fail. It's just a psychic Z. Don't push yourself too hard. It's a big deal. I'll just find a way to get one. Haoyan asked repeatedly like a nagging old mother. Shanaido. Gardevoir had to nod again. She couldn't wait to try the move. He felt Gardevoir in his arms trying to break free from his embrace. Haoyan couldn't help but hug her tightly and wouldn't let her leave. Domineeringly said, Xiaolu, be more serious. You are very important to me. A little accident is not allowed to appear. In case once your body feels any discomfort, you must stop immediately. Do you know? Gardevoir's heart and Haoyan have already been linked together. How could she not understand Haoyan's true feeling? He stretched out his right hand and gently stroked Haoyan's face. I see. I will definitely pay attention. See, Gardevoir promised himself so solemnly. Haoyan's heart was a little more relaxed. Okay, then get ready. We'll start again later. Haoyan had to let go of Gardevoir. Xiaolu, are you ready? Shanaido. Gardevoir nodded heavily. Okay, let's start. Haoyan closed his eyes, activated the Viridian power in his body, and entered Gardevoir's body. Viridian power. You can enter the Pokemon's field of vision and observe the world. Shanaido felt Haoyan's consciousness and became one with himself. Gardevoir enters the state of Mega Evolution and becomes the indifferent Psychic Queen. Begin. Slowly absorb the energy of Psychic Z. Psychic Z glowed with white stars and merged into Gardevoir's body. Meanwhile, Gardevoir sensed the changes. The release of shattered psyche seems to be engraved in the bone. Easy to release. Chapter 418 Charizard. To be a dragon, the most important thing is not to compare. In Haoyan's consciousness, he felt that Gardevoir had completely absorbed the energy of Psychic Z. No, the time has come. Shout out in consciousness. Xiaolu, use shattered psyche. Shanaido. Gardevoir's white and tender hand swung outwards involuntarily. The surroundings seemed to be a sea of air. The air oscillated around like water ripples. Psychic energy overflowed. Gardevoir uses shattered psyche for the first time. It's bound to be a little rusty. For a time, the attack spread out. Affected are the surrounding Pokemon. Tyranitar on the side unconsciously entered the state of Mega Evolution. Charizard and Ice Ninetales quickly hide behind Tyranitar. The dark energy of Tyranitar can well isolate the psychic energy. Lucario and Mewtwo are farther away. It was too late to hide behind Tyranitar. But even if Lucario doesn't block, as Haoyan's strongest Pokemon, he's not afraid of Gardevoir's scattered energy attack. But the weak Mewtwo was different. With a huge energy consumption, he has no strength to resist. Lucario snorted and entered the state of Mega Evolution. The energy in the body continued to pour out, wrapping Mewtwo. Don't let Mewtwo, who is weak at this time, suffer a little damage. And he himself, with his back made of Warbird, was able to withstand the energy like a violent storm. Mewtwo's triangular eyes were full of emotion. Shattered Psyche's attack is over. Gardevoir slowly exited the Mega Evolution state. Xiaolu, you did it. Haoyan opened his eyes and walked towards Gardevoir in surprise. Shanaido. Gardevoir is also very happy to be able to use Psychic strongest move. He opened Bainen's little hand and greeted Haoyan, holding Gardevoir tightly in his arm. His heart that had been tense just now can finally be relieved. After a while, Gardevoir blushed and broke free from Haoyan's embrace reluctantly. Great, Xiaolu succeeded. Haoyan turned around, wanting to share the joy with other Pokemon, but he saw Lucario, supported by Mewtwo. Lucario's face turned pale. Haoyan immediately asked in doubt, Xiaolu, what's wrong with you? What wrong? Lucario rolled his eyes. Lucario said angrily about the process just now. Sorry, I didn't pay attention to your situation just now. The attention just now was on Xiaolu, and I ignored you. Haoyan said a little embarrassedly. Please remove some 2 words. Lucario complained in his heart. Feeling that Lucario was a little dissatisfied, Haoyan quickly turned his attention. But Xiaoxi, you too, as a shield for the team, why don't you take the initiative to come over and help Xiao and Xiaoming? Class. Tyranitar's face is done. This pot is too powerful. In order not to dwell on this topic for too long, Haoyan took the initiative to change the subject. Okay, Xiaolu has completed the Z move. It's Xiaolong's turn next. Charizard, holding the Fire Z crystal he had already obtained, stepped forward eagerly and looked at Haoyan expectantly. After a while, Charizard just stood there and didn't move. Haoyan said suspiciously, Xiaolong, start now. Why are you looking at me? Charizard froze for a moment, a little overwhelmed. How is it different from the previous program? It's not that you should explain 2 sentences to be safe before you start, or be cautious or something, or don't force it. Quit when there is danger. Just start like this. What's wrong with Xiaolong? Haoyan looked at Charizard, who was a little confused, and said, Z skill is very simple. You first enter the Mega Evolution, then absorb the energy of the Fire Z pure crystal, and then you know how to use it. That's it. No. Charizard face darkened. Yes, very simple. Let's start. Haoyan spread his hand, and then chatted with Gardevoir in a low voice. Ask her for help and check if she is unwell. Charizard looked at Haoyan resentfully. Sure enough, I'm nothing compared to Gardevoir tilde. Being a dragon, the most important thing is not to compare tilde. Suddenly, Charizard seemed to realize the true meaning of life. As the saying goes, Doginchi is not destiny bond, which is probably what it means. Class tilde. Tyranitar, who was beside him, let out a low growl, encouraging Charizard. Later, he also wants to absorb the evil Z pure crystal. It is estimated that the treatment will not be any better than Charizard. I'm not alone tilde. Charizard looked at Tyranitar, his brother and sister, with an indescribable emotion. Class tilde. I understand you tilde. Who tilde ho tilde. I know you too tilde. Luca tilde. Just now, were you alright? Lucario looked at Mewtwo beside him. Mewtwo shook her head slightly and looked at Lucario as well. Luca tilde. It's fine tilde. Lucario laughed happily. Although Mewtwo was expressionless, the emotion flowed in his eyes, and he laughed lightly like Lucario. Chapter 419 Giovanni. Finally see you. The entrance to the Celadon Game Corner. In the bustling game city on weekdays, there are no lucky tourists at this time. In addition, the houses around Celadon City have long been empty. There are no ordinary people within 5 kilometers of Hoenn. More than 300 superiors investigators surrounded this place. Haoyan, Zulin, Land Crossing, are also among them. Several city exits in Celadon City are guarded by Bruno, Lorelei, and Agatha, each led by 100 investigators. Furthermore, we have also borrowed 200 investigators from other regions who use flying-type Pokemon to patrol the air. This time, the cancer of Team Rockets must be eliminated, Land Crossing said confidently. Zulin and Haoyan on the side nodded slightly. Land Crossing was both excited and nervous at the thought of a showdown with Team Rocket's Giovanni later. Excited because of the Team Rockets that are running rampant in Kanto. It's no small feat. Nervous because he was going to face Giovanni later. According to legend, Giovanni of Team Rockets is very powerful. Even champion, not much less. It is said that it can be stabilized. Haoyan was not excited at all, only solemn. Giovanni's strength is strong. He has already heard of it. Seriously said, although we have already found out where the headquarters of Team Rockets is. But don't take it lightly. Team Rockets has been in business for many years, and it is very likely that all kinds of strange mechanisms have been installed at the Team Rockets headquarters. At the same time, it is very likely to be stubbornly resisted by the remaining Team Rocket. We have to play the spirit of 12 point. Yes, the investigators shouted loudly, with great momentum. At the beginning of the operation, the Alliance had a clear division of labor for this operation to destroy Team Rocket. Land Crossing and Zulin are responsible for coordinating and organizing relevant personnel, and Haoyan acts as an action commander. Land Crossing and Zulin have no opinion on Haoyan's arrangement as the commander. After all, Haoyan successfully commanded Wallace and others in Hoenn region to defeat Team Magma and Team Aqua. Also Hoenn region is quiet. Secondly, in the Sinnoh region, Zulin and Haoyan once killed a large poaching group. Zulin also trusts Haoyan's wisdom. Furthermore, the crises in Vermilion City and Saffron City in Kanto region were all resolved by Haoyan alone. Haoyan's various actions put him in the commander's position. No one is surprised. Get ready for battle. Go. Haoyan instructed Land Crossing and Zulin beside him. Yes, Land Crossing released 2 of his main Pokemon, Dragonite. Understood. Zulin also released his Garchomp and Glaceon. One left and one right are protecting the law. At the same time, the superior investigators also released the strength of their respective superiors. Taking Haoyan as the axis, he began to advance to the interior of the game city. Because the inside of Team Rockets is underground, not suitable for bird Pokemon battle. Therefore, the 3 holy birds were arranged by Haoyan on the periphery of the game city to prevent the escaped Team Rocket. Boom! Land Crossing's Dragonite, a fire punch, directly broke the entrance to Team Rocket's headquarters. Get in quickly. After finding out that there is no danger in the aisle, he protected Haoyan and entered quickly. The rest of the investigators and others also entered quickly. Go through the hallway and enter the Team Rocket's headquarters while everyone is still observing their surroundings. From the left and right side, many people from Team Rocket poured out. Wheezing, use poison gas. Muck, use poison gas. Poisonous gas reduces the visibility of the surrounding area. At the same time, there is a poisonous sweet smell in the air, spreading. Haoyan was well prepared for the sudden attack of Team Rocket. Looking at Land Crossing beside him, Land Crossing understood and immediately commanded his Dragonite. Dragonite, use Twister. Roar tilde roar tilde. Roar tilde roar tilde. Don't look at the small meat wings on the back of Dragonite, but the wind is not small. Blows away the poisonous poison gas. Vision recovered well. Battle cue. Start moving. Haoyan waved his hand, and immediately surrounded the investigators around him and began to act. Venusaur, use Vine Whip to attack the Raticate over there. Primi, attack with Karate Chop. The investigators began their respective battles with the Team Rockets minion. These days, because they know that Team Rockets is over, the external members of Team Rockets have begun to abandon Team Rockets and leave. Now, the people who stay are all die-hard die-hard fans of Team Rocket. The fighting power of these people is not weak. Secondly, these Team Rockets are now equivalent to a desperate fight. The battle with the investigator was a back and forth. However, in terms of numbers and strength, the investigators were obviously in a state of suppression. Ignore them and find Giovanni, Haoyan said softly. Ordinary Team Rocket players will not have any impact on the battle situation at all. Only by defeating the soul of Giovanni can the Team Rockets be completely wiped out. Yes, Land Crossing led his Dragonite, making the way ahead. With the continuous deepening, Haoyan and his party came to a wide base. A very large office is right in front of you. Judging from the size of the office, Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket, is inside. Sure enough, the door of the office opened, and a rather majestic man in a black suit walked out. Giovanni, finally see you. Chapter 420. Giovanni's Reliant. There is one thing to say. Giovanni with an inch head is not tall and straight. His facial features are barely correct, and he is not tall. Giovanni. At first glance, it looks like an ordinary middle-aged office worker. However, Giovanni has a different temperament. Make him stand out among ordinary people. Appearance is innate. Temperament is acquired. Giovanni, who has been in the top for a long time, has a domineering and undeniable sense of majesty, much stronger than Maxie and Archie. In his heart, Haoyan silently compared Giovanni with the leaders of the two evil organizations he had met before. Giovanni, strong is not a star. There are a lot of investigators in front of him, plus the encirclement and suppression of two champions. There was no panic on Giovanni's face. Instead, with great interest, he looked at Haoyan surrounded by people. You, Haoyan. Haoyan didn't answer yet, but Land Crossing took the lead and said to Haoyan, Haoyan, ignore him. Be careful what he's playing. The feud between Haoyan and Team Rockets began a long time ago, and during this time, it almost destroyed Team Rocket. Land Crossing is afraid that Giovanni will take the opportunity to attack Haoyan. After all, Haoyan was the commander of this operation. Not to be missed. Zulin didn't speak, but looked at Haoyan with slightly worried eyes. After all, it is rumored that Giovanni's strength is bottomless. Even region champion, also stabilized by Giovanni. Haoyan patted Land Crossing and Zulin, signaling them not to be nervous. There are so many people here, and you have your protection, so don't worry. After speaking, Haoyan took a step forward. Yes, I am Haoyan. With the power of Viridian, Haoyan can easily feel the subtle emotional changes of the other party towards him. In Giovanni's body, Haoyan didn't feel that there was too much malice. More than that, it's curiosity. Hehe, I often hear your name, but it's the first time I see myself. Giovanni, who had always been expressionless, recognized Haoyan's identity, and the corners of his mouth raised lightly. Me too, even if I'm not in the Hoenn region. I've heard all kinds of legends about Mr. Giovanni. Haoyan replied with a smile. Good attitude tilde. Facing Haoyan's neither humble nor arrogant answer, Giovanni's evaluation of Haoyan in his heart improved a lot again. It's really a hero. The sudden emergence of Curator Haoyan has changed the entire Pokemon world. As early as the first time I heard your name, I felt that I would have a good relationship with you. I just didn't expect that the fate of the two of us is so deep. Giovanni said lightly. Yeah, I never thought of that before. One day, you and I will meet under such circumstances. Haoyan also smiled faintly. You snatched left Mewtwo, killed the 3 major cadres, and finally killed the 4 generals in one go. It can almost be said that the decline of Team Rockets today is due to you alone. But despite this, I still don't hate you. Nor do I hate you. I don't know if it's me, or you. Giovanni took a step forward. Land Crossing and a group of investigators were immediately a little nervous. There is a feeling that one husband is in charge, and 10,000 people are not open. Yeah, so do I. I don't agree with Team Rocket's attitude towards Pokemon. I killed all the Team Rockets I met, but you're not like them, and I don't hate you either. Haoyan agreed with Giovanni's word. Perhaps this is something Giovanni and Haoyan have in common. Speaking of which, I also want to thank you, Giovanni said softly. Oh, is it? Haoyan responded with a smile. Yeah, Team Rockets has gone so smoothly over the years with Tailwind. Once the peak is reached, it will inevitably go downhill. Team Rockets has taken so many steps over the years. So, as soon as you hit a slightly tougher problem, you get that. Before me, I never understood this, and your appearance just taught me a lesson. Let me not make this mistake again in the future. So, I want to thank you, Giovanni said lightly. In the future, Land Crossing said from the side. Do you think you have a future? Do you think our group of people is transparent? The Alliance has given a death order and will definitely arrest you, put you in a Pokemon prison and never get out. Land Crossing's words made Giovanni look at him. The look in his eyes, from the joking conversation with Haoyan just now, became colder. Ignorant Junior. In your opinion, the reason why I don't leave is because you have set up the so-called net of heaven and earth outside. Am I afraid to go out? Joke. Giovanni put his hand to his waist and took out 2 baby balls. The reason why I stay here is just to meet Haoyan. Otherwise, you alone can keep me. Giovanni, pressing the baby ball, released his Pokemon. Roar, 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 roar. When Giovanni's two Pokémon appeared, there was a huge sense of oppression around them. The person known as the superior investigator by the Alliance took a step back involuntarily. Powerful, too strong. Lancrosing's face was extremely ugly, and the momentum of the two Pokémon released by Giovanni exceeded his expectation. Its momentum is so strong that it has stabilized the two Dragonites of Lancrosing. This is Giovanni's support. Haoyan's eyes shone brightly. Chapter 421. Giovanni's strength is evident. Open black lens bracket Pokémon closed black lens bracket. Nidoking. Attribute Poison. Ground. Level 90. Champion P. Characteristic forcibly abandoned the special effects attached to the skill and increased the attack power of the skill. Introduction. Although once there is a riot it can be overwhelming to come here, but in front of Nidoqueen, who has lived with her for many years, she will show a gentle side. Open black lens bracket Pokémon closed black lens bracket. Nidoqueen. Attribute Poison. Ground. Level 90. The peak of champion, about to break through its own shackles and reach the early stage of the beast level. Characteristic forcibly abandoned the special effects attached to the skill and increased the attack power of the skill. Introduction. The hard scales can protect the body when attacked, and the majestic body can issue powerful skill. Champion is the pinnacle, really powerful. Haoyan was able to see the difference between Pokémon clearly know the level of Giovanni Pokémon. On the other hand, the two Dragonites of Lancrosing barely touched the middle stage of champion. Although the middle stage and the peak, the difference in level is not big, but it is very difficult to upgrade the level in the later stage. The difference is not a star and a half. I don't like the way you spoke just now. Respecting seniors is what a junior should abide by. Giovanni pointed to Lancrosing, and his two Pokémon immediately began to act. Nidoking, Nidoqueen start action at the same time. As soon as Giovanni's two Pokémon began to move, the surrounding temperature dropped noticeably. A mouth suddenly two ice beam. Target of Nidoking and Nidoqueen. Exactly Lancrosing's Dragonite. In the face of two powerful attacks of icy cold air, Lancrosing dare not be careless. Dragonite is a combination of dragon and flight. It is restrained by 4 times the ice height. Once hit, it is very likely to be seriously injured directly, even directly lose the combat effectiveness. Dragonite, use Protect. Lancrosing shouted loudly at the critical moment. The two Dragonites of Lancrosing quickly created a white energy shield in front of each other, dangerously blocked the urgent and icy attack. But even so, the attack created by Nidoking and Nidoqueen still caused a lot of ice lag to form around. The investigator gets out of here. Go and export Protect. Haoyan shouted. Superior investigator. Although the combat power is good, that for a relatively common trainer, in front of Giovanni's Nidoking and Nidoqueen, it was simply vulnerable. They're here, just getting in the way. In front of these two Nidoking and Nidoqueen exuding a powerful atmosphere. Not Giovanni's strongest Pokémon. Yes, the superior investigator quickly backed out. In the place where Noah is big, only Lancrosing, Zulin and Haoyan are left. Being suppressed in front of so many people, especially Haoyan and Zulin, Lancrosing felt ashamed. Damn, it's my turn to attack. Dragonite, use Dragon Rush. As soon as Lancrosing came up, he chose to use the powerful Dragon Rush, trying to save some face. Roar, 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 roar. Perhaps feeling the anger of their master, the momentum of the two Dragonites soared. With a wave of the small fleshy wings on Dragonite, the aura instantly changed into a terrifying murderous aura. Undoubtedly reveal the power of the dragon system. Rush, Lancrosing yelled. The two Dragonite, carrying the power of all, rushed towards Giovanni's Pokémon respectively. One thing to say, the two Dragonites of Lancrosing are not weak, especially the use of such a powerful skill as Dragon Rush can cause huge destructive power. But Giovanni wasn't panicking at all. He even sneered. Tip for carving insect. Dragon-type Pokémon are indeed very strong, but the younger generation is the younger generation. Nidoking, Nidoqueen, come on. Giovanni didn't specifically command the Pokémon action, but Nidoking and Nidoqueen could understand his intention. Roar. Nidoking took the first step forward, blocking Nidoqueen's face. The two claws condensed a cold breath. Use Ice Punch to restrain Dragonite. Two fists, respectively attacking the two Dragonites that Lancrosing kept approaching. Boom. The two sides collided together, creating a strong airflow. Various objects around were crushed by the airflow and flew everywhere. All were affected by the airflow and narrowed their eyes. When they opened their eyes and saw the situation clearly, they were all startled by the scene in front of them. Giovanni's Nidoking, the purple armor on his body is slightly cracked, apparently suffered some minor injury. Nidoking, who was slightly injured, forcibly held on to the two incoming Dragonite, not even a single step back. Nidoqueen, do it. Nidoqueen, who was guarded by Nidoking, quickly condensed energy. For a time, the surrounding temperature was cold again. Nidoqueen, opening his mouth as an ice beam, hit one of the Dragonites that was held up. Lancrosing's face changed dramatically. At such a close distance, his Dragonite had nowhere to hide. In desperation, he could only shout, Dragonite, use Protect to defend. Okay, Is it useful? Useless. The ice beam issued by Nidoqueen instantly hit one of the Dragonite. The icy air even froze Dragonite to the ground. 4 times weaker Ice Dragonite. The shortcomings are infinitely magnified. Immediately killed. Ignorance, incompetence, and arrogant junior. Giovanni sneered and said, Nidoking, Nidoqueen, solve the other one too. Roar, roar. Nidoking condensed Ice Punch and quickly waved it out. Nidoqueen, condensed Ice Light Ray. Land Crossing's 2 main battles against Dragonite, barely 2 rounds, have already been cleaned up. He fell to the ground and lost his fighting power. Giovanni's strength is evident. Chapter 422 Land Crossing, lost again. Land Crossing looked at the 2 Dragonites that fell to the ground, and couldn't believe they fell directly to the ground so quickly. He is the champion of Johto region. How did it fail so miserably? The other party is just a badass leader. And he, but Yulong family, the most outstanding young man. He has never failed so miserably since he was a child. Strong self-esteem is the strangest thing, making him a little impulsive. Land Crossing, you. Haoyan knew that the current Land Crossing was in a very wrong state. He wanted to say something to calm him down, but he opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. Land Crossing took out the baby ball and retrieved the 2 Dragonites that had fallen to the ground. Land Crossing looked at Giovanni seriously and said, using some such ordinary good, you can actually defeat my powerful dragon-type Pokemon. I have to say, you are very talented. After speaking, Land Crossing took out 2 baby balls again and threw them out. After the red light, the 2 Pokemon confront Giovanni's Nidoking and Nidoqueen. The 2 Pokemon of Land Crossing are Gyarados and Aerodactyl. Land Crossing pulled up his sleeves to reveal the Mega Ring, flipped the switch on it, and yelled, Gyarados, Aerodactyl, Mega Evolution. Gyarados and Aerodactyl, respectively, are enveloped in white light. Form began to change. With Mega Evolution, Gyarados, and Aerodactyl, a powerful momentum repels the entire space. Land Crossing's 2 Pokemon, in terms of momentum, have stabilized Giovanni's Nidoking and Nidoqueen. In terms of momentum, although Giovanni's 2 Pokemon were suppressed, Giovanni did not panic at all. Instead, he said with a sneer, Mega Evolution, will you be able to beat me? Nidoqueen, use Blizzard to attack that Aerodactyl. As Giovanni's voice fell, Giovanni's 2 Pokemon began to move. Roar, roar. Nidoqueen, using the powerful Ice-type skill, Blizzard. There is no wind around, and the moisture in the air quickly freezes and dances around. The temperature dropped again, reached below 0 degrees. Blizzard, in the small room, continued to wreak havoc. Gyarados, use Aqua Tail to attack that Nidoqueen. Aerodactyl, fly away from Blizzard. Land Crossing's tactic is correct and conservative. Gyarados are water type and fly type, taking double ice damage. Such resistance can ignore BL Lizard's influence move. Gyarados, Aqua Tail can deal a lot of damage to both ground and poison type Nido family. Aerodactyl, flight and rock type, is not suitable for fighting ice type skill. Best for dodging and swooping aside, looking for opportunities to attack. Nidoking, protect Nidoqueen. Before Gyarados attacked, he stood in front of Nidoqueen. With a sturdy body, he resisted Gyarados' attack. Bang tilde. There was a sound of flesh colliding. Gyarados after Mega Evolution showed a strong attacking ability. The tail carrying the water vapor slapped Nidoking's body, causing Nidoking's purple armor to crack, and crack continued to appear. Gyarados, come back. After a successful move, Land Crossing did not choose to continue the pursuit. After the lesson just now, Land Crossing will no longer suffer. Roar, roar. Nidoking was obviously badly injured. Out tilde out tilde. Nidoqueen's Blizzard attack also missed the extremely fast Aerodactyl. This round, it seems Land Crossing has the upper hand. In such a situation, Land Crossing swept away the previous decline of Dragonite. Anyone with discernment knows that Land Crossing has the upper hand, but Haoyan had a little doubt in his heart. Giovanni's move just now is not very clever. It's even a little stupid. After dealing with Mega Evolution, Aerodactyl and Gyarados are relatively fast, so there is no need to choose a slower skill like Blizzard. Furthermore, Nidoking was specially asked to protect Nidoqueen for this purpose, and he resisted the highly effective Aqua Tail. Could it be that Giovanni did this on purpose? Haoyan looked around, turned slightly to the side, and bumped into Zulan. Because of the continuous use of ice-based skills, the surrounding has become an ice room. The temperature is already very low. In order to keep warm, Zulan approached Haoyan unconsciously. Therefore, Haoyan turned around inadvertently, only to meet Zulan. Could it be? Haoyan probably guessed Giovanni's thought based on the surrounding environment. At the same time, Land Crossing, who has the upper hand, wants to quickly expand the advantage, and once again speaks out, letting the 2 Pokemon make move. Aerodactyl, use Ice Fang, attack the wounded Nidoking. Gyarados, keep using the Aqua Tail, and you all take out that Nidoking together. The idea of Land Crossing is very simple, that is to solve the damaged Nidoking first. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. Further expand the advantage. When Haoyan heard Land Crossing commanding the Pokemon to make a move, he wanted to remind him, but it was too late. Haoyan knew. This time, Land Crossing lost again. Chapter 423 Haoyan slapped land crossing. Aerodactyl and Gyarados came together and used their respective skills. Aerodactyl's mouth is full of ice energy. Gyarados' tail has long been covered by the current. Just when land crossing came, Giovanni sneered and said softly, Nidoqueen, use icy wind. Roar, roar. Nidoqueen quickly emits energy, condensing the surrounding water vapor. Icy wind, who seems to be not very powerful, is actually a magic pen that turns the tide of the battle. Also Giovanni, a well-prepared move. The surrounding icy environment has sufficient conditions to use, which is very conducive to the use of ice-type skills. Suddenly, Aerodactyl, which was flying forward, suddenly felt that the right wing was much heavier, because on his right side, the water vapor was condensed into ice, and one of his wings was frozen. Nidoqueen's move, Icy Wind, made his wings form a lot of ice lag and ice cube, missing the slightest fall for Norman. When caught off guard, Aerodactyl's body struggled to maintain balance. The channel of attack naturally deviated. With a bang, it hit the side. The offensive, of course, was in vain. Any small details of the battle cannot be ignored. At the same time, Gyarados had rushed in front of Nidoking, his tail covered in water. Influenced by icy wind from Nidoqueen, the tail is frozen. Gyarados are limbless. The tail, in addition to his weapon of attack, is also the key to his movement on land. Suddenly frozen for a while, the body also lost its balance. Just then, Giovanni showed his hideous side. Nidoking, Thunder Punch. In the ice room, lightning flashes. Gyarados, who has 4 times the weakness, was instantly killed, but Giovanni didn't intend to let Aerodactyl fall to the ground at all. Nidoqueen, use Earth Power. The ground-based skills were originally unable to have an effect on Pokémon flying in the air. However, Aerodactyl has fallen to the ground. Naturally, it will be attacked. Under Aerodactyl's feet, several thorns suddenly appeared, constantly stabbing Aerodactyl's body. On the slippery ice, it was not easy for Aerodactyl to stand up. Coupled with the constant piercing of the spike, it made him even more difficult to support. Nidoking, Ice Beam got him. Nidoking, who was ready, opened his mouth and sprayed out condensed ice light. Accurate hit. Aerodactyl that cannot be avoided. Aerodactyl, like Gyarados, is a Pokemon that is good at speed and attack. Defense, they're not good at it. Under the double blows of Nidoking and Nidoqueen, he couldn't hold it any longer. He fell to the ground and lost his fighting power. Giovanni, since the beginning of the battle, Nidoking and Nidoqueen have been using ice-based skills that they are not very good at. In addition to causing good damage to opponents, it's to subtly change the venue. Prepare for the follow-up battle. What a scheming, what a clever tactic. Hao-Yan had to admire Giovanni's scheming and excellent tactical skills. I lost again. Land Crossing struggled to accept their losing streak. At this time, he was extremely lonely. But Kantoregin's elite. It is the champion of Johto region. The flowers in the greenhouse are vulnerable. Giovanni said lightly. You who were born in the royal dragon family have been nurtured by the best since childhood. Get a dragon-type Pokemon with great potential. Your Pokemon is very powerful, but you are very ordinary. Without the support of the royal dragon family, you would be nothing. You just have a good background. Giovanni's cold word, every word, struck Land Crossing's heart. Am I just a greenhouse flower? I became champion just because I had a good background. Land Crossing lowered his head weakly. Champion, Giovanni suddenly said in a somewhat emotional and questioning tone. Champion, a joke. Yulong family, in order to put you on top, did the relationship in the alliance, and transferred Bonnie, who is an elite in the Johto region, to the Hoenn region. All of this is just to clear the way for you. If there is an ice-type elite like Bonnie, can you pass the test of the 4 elite? Giovanni's remark seemed to strike a heavy hammer in Land Crossing's heart. If you want to be an elite locally, there is a premise. Must be a local to be an elite. This is the same for every region. However, only Bonnie is special. Bonnie, who never mentions her hometown in front of people. Even, no one knew which region Bonnie's hometown was in. No, impossible. Land Crossing, who was hit so hard, even found it hard to stand. Only by dredging the relationship within the clan, I got into the position of champion. Do you think you are worthy of the champion position? Giovanni asked excitedly. Land Crossing had fallen to the ground under Giovanni's continuous questioning and blows. Pokemon lost to Giovanni and that's all. Even his proudest champion position was actually obtained by dredging the relationship and taking shortcut. Land Crossing, heart ashes, fell into deep suspicion. The spirit of the whole person seems to have disappeared. Hao-Yan, who had not spoken for a while, slowly walked in front of Land Crossing. Raise your hand. A slap slapped it down. Snap, a crisp voice sounded, and Hao-Yan slapped Land Crossing. Chapter 424. If there are no stars in the world. Hao-Yan slapped down, and Land Crossing changed their previous despair. He looked at Hao-Yan in surprise. I don't know if what he said is true. However, even if it is true, so what? I ask you, do you admit defeat so easily? Land Crossing stood up from the ground, and Hao-Yan slapped him and woke up his proud heart. Do not. I will not admit defeat. Even if he says it's true, I'll prove it to me. Land, not the flowers in the greenhouse as he said. Land Crossing's spirit, as if being slapped by Haoyan, was brought back. Seeing Land Crossing's recovery, Giovanni still didn't care. To him, Land Crossing is just a weak junior, not worthy of too much attention. It's just that Giovanni looked at Haoyan in disappointment and said slowly, when you first emerged, the people under your command submitted complete information about you to my desk. I know all about your identity, background, and what you have experienced. I've read your profile no less than 10 times. I think you and I should be on the same road. You should be able to understand my ideals. But now, you are on the opposite side of me. When Giovanni finished speaking, he sighed lightly, and the whole person was depressed a lot. At the same time, Haoyan, who has the power of Viridian in his body, also clearly feels the loneliness in Giovanni's heart. Giovanni, pacing lightly in place, with his hands behind his back, he said slowly, everyone said, I created Team Rockets to dominate the world. No, to be precise, I want to change the world. This fucking world has no hope and no light for a child like me. I want to change this hopeless, lightless world. Haoyan didn't speak. Knowing that Giovanni had more to say, he waited quietly. Why? Some people's Earl Dervish Pokemon is Royal 3. Even, there are more potential and stronger Earl Dervish Pokemon. And ordinary children, they can only have Caterpie, Oddish, etc. as Earl Dervish Pokemon. The injustice of this world has been decided from birth. Changing this unfair world is what I set up Team Rocket for. You are also born of an ordinary civilian, so you should understand me. But in the end, it's my own wishful thinking. Giovanni was disappointed. What Giovanni said, Haoyan deeply understood. Earl Dervish Pokemon, it's important. To a certain extent, it can almost be said that it determines the upper limit of the trainer. Although Haoyan came from a commoner, he was lucky enough to meet Mura. Mura gave him a baby ball that hatched Lucario. Then, luckily met Gardevoir again. This kind of opening is much better than Weedle's opening. But even so, Haoyan has gone through a lot of hardship to get to where he is today. Haoyan took a step forward, shook his head gently and said, why do you want to change the world when there is no light in this world? Isn't it better to turn yourself into a light that can make people believe and give people hope? Giovanni sneered. So, you still believe in this decayed world? Haoyan shook his head again. It doesn't matter whether you believe in this world or not. The important thing is that I believe in myself. Ha 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 tilde. Similar experiences, but different life trajectory. It's a different feeling. The two of us can't convince each other. Why don't we let the Pokemon battle decide who is right and who is wrong? Giovanni put away his emotions and took a step forward. Okay. Haoyan took out 2 baby balls and released his 2 Pokemon. Luca. To deal with Giovanni's Nidoking and Nidoqueen, Haoyan chose to use Lucario and Mewtwo. Feeling the momentum of Mewtwo, Giovanni said with emotion, I haven't seen it for a while. Mewtwo's growth is really fast. It's just a pity that as a biological weapon, he has lost his spirit. My heart is full of distraction. With distractions, there will be scruple. Haoyan smiled and said, I will use another word to describe the distracting thoughts you mentioned. That bond. Oh, is it? Giovanni said in surprise. You stand back. Haoyan explained to Zulin and Land Crossing behind him. He ignored them and concentrated on preparing for the battle with Giovanni. Giovanni, the strongest opponent he has ever encountered. Need undivided attention. Well, be careful. Zulin nodded and stepped back quickly. Haoyan, attention. Land Crossing has been through failure and knows Giovanni's deep teaming and excellent tactical skills. Little O, Xiaoming, enter the battle state. Lucario shouted, took a step forward, and blocked Mewtwo with his body. The power of aura in the body transformed into 2 energy bones, which were tightly held in their hand. At this moment, Lucario's heart was full of fighting intent. There was also uncontrollable anger. He's the leader of Team Rocket. Team Rocket hurt Mewtwo countless times. Team Rocket deserved to be destroyed. Lucario was standing in front of Mewtwo, and Mewtwo could clearly feel what was in Lucario's mind. Heart moved. At this moment, Mewtwo didn't hate the Team Rockets that had tortured him so many times, because, without Team Rocket, he will not be born. In this way, he can't meet Haoyan and Lucario. For Mewtwo, Haoyan and Lucario are the light he believes in. If there are no stars in the world, let's be the only light. Chapter 425 Lucario Mewtwo Breakthrough. This is the power of mutual bonds between partners. Then let's get started. Giovanni's eyes had an indescribable look. At the same time, under Haoyan's observation, a powerful energy floated out of his body, quickly replenishing Nidoking, who was damaged just now. Nidoking's purple armor, which was originally shattered by Gyarados, began to be repaired. Re-tough and radiant purple. Roar, roar. With Nidoking being supplemented, his aura increased a bit. Nidoking's stamina and energy are restored. Giovanni, there's Viridian power in you too. Equal battle is what I want. Haoyan could clearly feel the difference in Nidoking. At the same time, he also looked at Giovanni solemnly. Let's start. Nidoking, fire punch. Giovanni made a quick move at the beginning. Nidoking's 2 fists erupted into a scorching heat wave, and quickly moved towards Lucario, waving his fist. Xiao-O, Mega Evolution will use Iron Defense again, and and defend well. The hair on Lucario's body grows wildly, and the spikes on his body show sharp edges. At the same time, the body cord with Orberg radiated a strong white light. It seems to be wearing a set of transparent armor. In the face of a powerful opponent, after Lucario Mega Evolution, the rank and Nidoking were equal. He raised the bone stick in his hand, made a block, and met Nidoking. Chong. Lucario and Nidoking. Two Pokemon collide. Nidoking's fiery fist, caught by Lucario's skeleton, failed to attack. Lucario blocked Nidoking's fire punch with his great fighting skills. The two Pokemon were not separated. Rather, they are entangled with each other. Nidoking, trying to break Lucario's bone bar, stamped him with a fiery fist. Lucario's right foot, as if embedded in the ground, did not take a step back. Very good fighting skills. I didn't expect your Pokemon to be so powerful. It's no wonder that several of my subordinates were defeated by you. Giovanni appreciated. Xiao, it's my first Pokemon. At the same time, it is also my most trusted partner. Haoyan's whole body's aura's power is wide open, observing the situation of the battle at any time, preventing Giovanni's backhand. Xiao, is that his nickname? Giovanni said with interest, not in a hurry to attack. Yes, there are thousands of Lucarios in this world, and my little O, there is only one. Haoyan also replied with a faint smile. Interesting, really fun. I like you more and more. Speaking of this, Giovanni suddenly restrained the smile on his face. It's a pity that you and I are not the same. Nidoqueen, use earth power. Nidoqueen, who has been inactive, joins the battle. Nidoqueen stomped on the ground, and the energy of the earth was immediately pulled. The surging earth energy quickly attacked Lucario. Lucario is a combination of fighting and steel, restrained by the ground. Once hit, it will suffer huge damage. Haoyan, who had been watching the battle, didn't give Giovanni a chance to hurt Lucario at all. Little dream, enter the Mega Evolution Y form. Use Psyshock to break the Nidoqueen's offensive. See Lucario is attacked, and Mewtwo can't wait. It quickly changed its form and became the Y form that is best at special offering. The powerful pressure quickly spread to the audience. Extend your fingers, facing the incoming earth energy. Then squeezed hard and use Ice Strike. The energy attack that has always been nothingness has been transformed into physical fluctuation. Collision with the earth energy. Two powerful energies collided, causing everything around them to be destroyed. Dusty. Nidoqueen's attack was neutralized by Mewtwo. Lucario and Nidoking, still deadlocked. Through the dust and mist, Giovanni's voice sounded. Little dream. Is this Mewtwo's nickname? Haoyan responded. That's right. Giovanni's voice resumed. Mewtwo. Why it's called Mewtwo? It's because Mew's genes were used to make it. Use it to replace Mew and become the strongest biological weapon. You call it Xiaoming. You simply weaken it. Although Haoyan couldn't see Giovanni, he could hear a hint of disdain in his voice. Shaking his head silently, holding back Rage's answer. You who regard him as a biological weapon can't understand Xiaoming's thoughts at all. For me, a small dream is a small dream. It's not a biological weapon. Being able to get his approval and being a close partner with him, it's like a dream. That's why I named him Xiaoming. And also, he neither is Mew's replacement. It's not a biological weapon either. He's my partner. He's my family. Lucario, who was in a stalemate with Nidoking, felt what Haoyan was thinking, and his heart was full of power. Lucario let out a loud roar, bursting with unprecedented power. He broke through, from the original quasi-champion to champion. After breaking the stage, Lucario's physical fitness has grown unprecedentedly. The stalemate was broken. As soon as the hand exerted force, the bone rod transformed by the power of aura immediately pushed Nidoking away. Nidoking was pushed more than 10 meters away, and he barely stabilized his body. Lucario, who was successfully promoted, did not rush to attack. Instead, he looked at Mewtwo behind him, whom he was guarding. With his eyes, he told Mewtwo, Haoyan is right. You are not a substitute for anyone. You are unique. You are my partner. There was tenderness in Mewtwo's amber eyes. Born in the dark, yearning for the light, Haoyan gave light. Lucario gave him care. Between heaven and earth, there seems to be infinite energy flowing into his body. Mewtwo broke through, like Lucario, from quasi-champion to champion. A strong sense of oppression, a little thicker. The dust mist generated by the mutual energy fight just now finally dissipated. Haoyan, with Lucario and Mewtwo, stand proudly. This is the power of mutual bonds between partners. Chapter 426. The confrontation of Z skills. Feeling the changes in Mewtwo and Lucario, Giovanni's eyes were full of surprise. It didn't take long for Giovanni to put away his surprise and return to his expressionless face. I admit that your belief is very strong. However, the doubt that I have always insisted on will not change in the slightest. A faint smile appeared on Haoyan's face again. Really, is my belief unbreakable, or your way unchangeable? Let's use the Pokemon to decide the outcome. Giovanni nodded expressionlessly. Okay. Nidoking, use 100,000 horsepower. Roar, roar. Nidoking, who was ordered by Giovanni, roared and stomped on the ground with both feet. With every step of Nidoking, the earth seemed to respond to him. It constantly absorbed absorbs the power of the earth and fills it up. The original purple body seemed to be covered with a layer of pale yellow. Suddenly, Nidoking lowered his head and ran. The target is Lucario in front of him. Shao! Extreme speed takes the absorb punch. Lucario shouted, and the two bone rods in his hand disappeared. Changed back to the power of aura, back to his body. The mental power was concentrated on Nidoking, who was moving forward in an instant. With a heavy step, he left a deep pit on the ground and rushed out. Like a sharp arrow, he raised his fist in his hand and smashed it down. This time, there is no defense. Instead, move for move. Boom. Pure physical collision. Lucario and Nidoking collide. Nidoking, the sharp horn on G's head, stabbed Lucario. Lucario's fist, glowing with white light, also fell on Nidoking's body. After the collision, both sides retreated due to the strong reaction force. Nidoking's ground-based attack has an outstanding effect on Lucario, but at the same time, Lucario's combos are smooth. First use extreme speed to knock Orbird body into the opponent, then sacrifice the big killer absorb fist. Replenishes the stamina consumed. Both sides are damaged. The two sides of the melee fight each other hand to hand. The French output players in the rear are also fighting fiercely. Nidoqueen used the shadow ball. Nidoqueen quickly condensed a black energy ball full of flickering energy. Under his own traction, he threw it towards Mewtwo. Ghost-type skills can deal outstanding damage to Psychic-type Y-form Mewtwo. Little Dream, Aura Sphere fight back. Mewtwo's hand, raised above his head. Between the hand, a thick, earth-gray energy ball was formed. Mewtwo, who hangs out with Lucario all the year round. For Aura Sphere, he is extremely skilled. With both hands swung down, the Aura Sphere immediately flew forward. Psychic's Mewtwo. The psychic force has already locked on the target. No need to aim at all. The black, earth-gray energy ball collided in the air. There is no skill. Pure energy fights each other. A powerful explosion sounded. The air wave caused by the explosion swept everything. Items scattered around continued to fly wildly. Zulin, who stayed behind with Lance Crossing, quickly released her Melodic, light green. Melodic got the order, and the energy surged rapidly, forming a light green, blocking the surrounding debris. Then nervously observed the situation on the field. It's going to be hard to tell the winner in this fight, Giovanni said with a blank expression. Yes, Hao Yan replied. It's not as good as. Exactly. Zulin and Lance Crossing heard the conversation between Hao Yan and Giovanni. Knowing the two of them, they were preparing to brew a big move, and they took a few steps back. Nidoking, Nidoqueen, Giovanni shouted. Viridian's power surged up again. Replenish their energy. Xiaoming, Hao Yan did the same, surging the power of Viridian to replenish his two Pokemon. The air is full of oppressive factors. Nidoking, Nidoqueen, Giovanni pulled back his sleeves and flicked a bracelet on his wrist. Roar, roar. Nidoking and Nidoqueen, yelling at the same time. Giovanni sternly shouted. Nidoking, use the earth to roar to the end. Nidoking quickly got into the ground. He was on the ground, absorbing the power of the earth. Then attack from the bottom up. Nidoqueen, use the strong acid toxic to exterminate the rain. Nidoqueen growled. With her roar, everything around turned purple. A purple cloud formed. A purple poisonous rain dripped from the clouds and mist, and as soon as the poisonous rain fell to the ground, it made a hissing corrosive sound. The poisonous rain converged on the ground, forming a disgusting and poisonous venom shock. As Giovanni's opponent, Hao Yan has already made preparation. Xiao, corkscrew crash. Lucario shouted, and the power of aura poured out frantically. His eyes became extremely sharp. Even the sky can be broken. When the momentum reaches its peak, flash high, top down, we meet Nidoking, who emerged from the ground. Little Dream, used Shattered Psyche. The Mewtwo Y form uses the laws of psychic. Countless psychic energies condense following his will. The energy materialized and met the attack of his opponent, Nidoqueen. In the four Pokemon, each used all the energy and physical strength. Condensed out the strongest Z move. Collided. A secret base for the entire Team Rocket. There was a deafening explosion. Chapter 427. Giovanni. Time is running out. Let's start. Bruno, who was guarding the west gate of Celadon City, heard a loud explosion from the center of the city. Looking back solemnly, what a terrifying destructive ability. Huge explosion that almost knocked the whole Cela out. Residents of Dawn City can hear it clearly. Because of the battle between Hao Yan and Giovanni, Team Rocket's base was devastated. Along with this, the Celadon Game Corner, which has a history of more than 2 decades, began to collapse. The gold-selling cave, which has indulged countless people before, has become history. Citizens of Celadon City, applaud. This game city is the root cause of crime. Running out of the Team Rocket's headquarters and hiding in Celadon City, the Team Rocket players have a dark heart. Celadon Game Corner, that their headquarters. The headquarters collapsed, which meant that the spiritual totem was no longer there. His gaze returned to Hao Yan and Giovanni. The place where we fought just now had already collapsed on top. No longer underground, but on the ground. The two people at this time are in a deep pit. The sun shines. Neither Hao Yan nor Giovanni move. The sun shines on Hao Yan's body like a gentle breeze. Giovanni, on the other hand, stood in a corner out of the sun, with a grim expression. One yin and one yang, just like their characters. Also as they believe. One believes in light. One believes the world is dark. After the Z skills just now bombard each other, the purple armor on Nidoking's body was broken inch by inch, and it was covered with crack. Not a single piece is complete. Lucario, who fought against Nidoking, had no obvious scars on his body, but Haoyan checked through the power of aura, and Lucario was actually seriously injured. Orber's poured body, no longer as bright as before, was covered with a layer of dirt. Nidoqueen, who was fighting against Mewtwo, looked sluggish. After the body was hollowed out, there was no more power to fight. The same is true for Mewtwo, who had just been promoted to champion. With Mega Evolution, he had a draw with Nidoqueen, who was at the peak of champion. Xiaoming, you have worked hard. Haoyan took the lead in taking back the two Pokemon. Giovanni took out the baby ball, took the two Pokemon back, and said with a little emotion on his face, "This match made my blood boil. The last battle that made my blood boil was more than 10 years ago. Thank you, Haoyan. You made me feel young again." Haoyan still kept a faint smile. "I also want to thank you. This is my most serious battle. I also benefited a lot." Giovanni quickly put away the emotion on his face. Leading Team Rockets over the years, he has become accustomed to the habit of not expressing his emotions in front of others. Shang Haoyan sent an invitation. "Why don't we play again?" "As you wish," Haoyan said with a smile. "Okay." Giovanni agreed, took out two baby balls, and threw them into the field. Two Pokemon appear in the field. Open black lens bracket Pokemon, close black lens bracket Rhyperior. Attribute ground, rock. Level 90, the peak of champion, about to break through its own shackles and reach the early stage of the beast level. Characteristic hard rock. Pokemon with this ability will take less damage from extremely effective move. Introduction, use the protective gear to deflect the enemy's attack, and use the drill that you are proud of to penetrate the opponent when the opponent flinches. Open black lens bracket Pokemon, close black lens bracket Gengar. Attribute ghost poison. Level 81, in the early stage of champion. Feature body of curse. When a Pokemon with this characteristic is attacked, there is a certain chance that the target will be in a disabled state for a period of time. Remark, Pokemon in the disabled state cannot use the last move they used before entering the disabled state. Introduction, it will sneak into people's shadows in the middle of the night and take away people's body temperature little by little. Powerful ghost can play with people's will. As soon as Gengar appeared, he automatically disappeared behind Rhyperior. Restraining the breath, the figure gradually faded away. Deliberately play down, own sense of existence. Even if Haoyan has the power of aura, he can only roughly feel where Gengar is. Don't think about it. This combination is the same as Nidoking and Nidoqueen just now. One is for damage resistance and the other is for ranged attack. And Gengar, who deliberately downplayed his figure, is likely to be a harvest type assassin. Xiaoxi, Xiaolong, it's up to you. The other party released the Pokemon. Haoyan didn't hide it either. Released his two Pokemon. Bantilda. As soon as Tyranitar appeared, he saw Rhyperior, which was also composed of stone, and immediately sent out a belligerent growl. Roar. Not to mention Charizard. Every time he plays, he has to roar to show his domineering and wildness. Time is running out. Shall we start? Giovanni was the first to speak. Not much time. Haoyan thought for a while, and then he probably guessed why Giovanni said this. Then let's start. Haoyan guessed it, but it didn't mean that Lance Crossing understood. Lance Crossing looked at Zulin suspiciously. Is there not much time? Zulin quickly thought about it in her mind and thought of a terrible possibility. Quickly said to Lance Crossing, "Quick, go and activate all the investigators and let them guide the citizens of Celadon City to a safe place. Let them evacuate." Chapter 428 Gengar of Giovanni Mega Evolution. Lance Crossing saw that Zulin was so nervous, and he was also nervous. He quickly asked, "Zulin, why did you want to evacuate Celadon City?" Zulin rolled her eyes. She still didn't understand such a simple truth. Could it be that Giovanni said Lance Crossing is a flower in a greenhouse? However, he still said patiently, "The headquarters of Team Rockets is likely to have a large amount of explosives buried. This is also one of the reasons why he was surrounded by us and did not panic at all. And it is estimated that Giovanni should have activated the self-destruction program. That's why he just said that time is running out." After the analysis of Bamboo Orchid, Lance Crossing's mind finally turned around. Dynamite. Yes, that's right. Giovanni's character, indeed, is very likely at the base of Team Rocket, buried with explosive. And the secret base of Team Rockets is built in the core area of Celadon City. Once the explosives explode, the consequences will be disastrous. I understand. Immediately evacuate the crowd. Lance Crossing was just about to leave, but stopped to look at Zulin. Then, what about Haoyan? Zulin paused and said, "I trust him. He will be fine. Because his name is Haoyan." Zulin believed that she could figure out things. With Haoyan's wisdom, he definitely understands it. Haoyan didn't leave. He must have his plan. Some of Zulin's answers were specious, but when Lance Crossing thinks about it, it seems to make sense. He is Haoyan. Then let go. Go. Land crossing and Zulin quickly left to evacuate the people of Celadon City, leaving Giovanni and Haoyan to fight. Your Tyranitar is really big enough. Giovanni saw Haoyan's Tyranitar and said blankly, usually this Tyranitar should eat a lot, right? Haoyan smiled and replied, I did eat quite a lot. Hehe, I hope he's full today and has the strength to fight. Giovanni said coldly. Sensing the start of the battle, Haoyan stopped talking, but used the power of aura to communicate with Tyranitar. Shall see. Mega Evolution. Claff. Tyranitar growled and his body began to change. Sharp rock bite covered his body, and his height and weight changed again. At the same time, the sandstorm raged around his body, and then quickly gathered on him. It was as if he was wearing a yellow armor. 5th, use Iron Defense. Tyranitar is positioned as an output tank, and only if it can stand up can it attack effectively. Giovanni's Rhyperior is also positioned similarly to Tyranitar. Before the battle, he also chose the same strategy as Haoyan. Use Iron Defense to strengthen your physical defenses. Xiaolong, pay attention to the position of Gengar. Haoyan explained. Roar. Charizard did not shoot directly, but observed the situation on the field with sharp eyes. Shall see. Use Earthquake. This time, Haoyan chose to start first. Tyranitar stomped hard on the ground, and many cracks were formed on the ground. The rift, containing the energy of the ground, attacked the Rhyperior. Seeing the attack, Giovanni's eyes flashed with appreciation. Yes, Tyranitar does not have a ground system, but its height and weight are dominant. The earthquake used is not small. Rhyperior, you use Earthquake too. Rhyperior jumped into action immediately, also stomping the ground with both feet, triggering a rift response. Once the two ground-based energies under the ground collided, there was a loud explosion. The two attack did not cause damage to the opponent. Only the sky is full of gravel flying. Shall see. Use your abilities to smooth out the gravel. The flying rubble obstructed the view. It is more conducive to the hidden Gengar's move. Claff. Tyranitar yells of the sound, using its and attack energy, quickly controlled the flying gravel to fall to the ground. Restore vision. Xiaolong, Mega Evolution has become the Y form. Haoyan commanded again. Fu. Charizard quickly changed his form. The body was covered with black flame. At the same time, the energy of the fire system is dissipated. The characteristics of sunshine have also been brought into play. The sun shot straight down from the top of his head, causing Gengar, who was hiding in the shadows, to lose his hiding place. Gengar's position forced out. What a pity. Giovanni frowned and blocked the sun with his hand. He didn't like the sun very much. Perhaps this was due to the reason why he stayed underground all the year round. Giovanni wasn't too concerned about Gengar being pushed out of shape. Pressing the device on the bracelet, he whispered, Gengar, Mega Evolution, and use haze. In an instant, the world changes color. A large amount of purple-black energy emerged from Gengar's body. At the same time, along with Gengar's purple-black energy, there were gusts of gloomy wind around him. Sunlight cannot penetrate Gengar's purple-black energy. The venue, which was originally hot due to sunlight, was instantly shady. At the same time, the field darkened. Gia tilde. Gengar after Mega Evolution, disappearing and appearing. In this low-visibility environment, it is very suitable for a more correct hidden figure. There was gloomy laughter all around. In such a gloomy environment, Haoyan frowned. Chapter 429 Tyranitar's Desperate Leap. In the battle between masters, some small details will be infinitely magnified. A little carelessness can easily lead to an unfavorable situation, resulting in collapse. It's a little troublesome. Haoyan frowned, thinking about countermeasures, but Giovanni would not waste the opportunity to give Haoyan time to think about it. Quickly open the command. Rhyperior, use Drill Run. Roar tilde. Rhyperior suddenly started running. The sharp horns on his head kept spinning, running towards Tyranitar. Drill Run is a ground-based skill. Tyranitar, composed of rocks and dark, is restrained by the skills of the ground system. Hit by Rhyperior, who is also good at defensive counterattack, the damage is not small. Shall see. Use Protect. Haoyan didn't choose one move for another, or to stand up to Rhyperior. Because of Tyranitar's size, it is not convenient to deal with the short Rhyperior, which is only less than 3 meters. The opponent was too short to even reach Tyranitar's knee. Ban tilde. A white energy shield emerged from Tyranitar's body, blocking the attacking Rhyperior attack. Little Dragon, use Air Slash to clear this purple-black smoke. Tyranitar and Rhyperior both belong to tank. Even if they are restrained, they will not be able to win or lose for a while. The most important thing is to change the terrain that is not conducive to combat first. Finding the Gengar hidden in the dark is Haoyan's first priority. Roar. Charizard kept flapping his wings and sent out 2 air cutters. The air cutter, which can cut super heavy stone, easily cut through the purple-black energy of Gengar that covered the field. Opened a hole. Sunlight penetrated briefly, but soon, the opening quickly healed together. Isolate it from the sun again. Boom. Meanwhile, Rhyperior has collided with Tyranitar. Don't look at Rhyperior Rhyperior's small size, but the hidden strength is not small. After all, it's the Pokemon at Champion's Peak. In addition, Tyranitar's body was too huge, and Rhyperior's attack hit the bottom plate again. Tyranitar, who led the defense, failed to stand firm. After taking a few steps back, it stopped. What the hell is this? Gengar's purple-black smoke. You can't even break it like this. Hao Yan frowned. Rhyperior, keep using Drill Run. Giovanni, who was in the upper hand, played to his advantage again. Rhyperior, running again. The target is still Tyranitar. Xiao Si, use Iron Tail to fight back. The distance between the two has narrowed, and Protect Defense can no longer be used in a hurry. Tyranitar quickly swung his rock bite tail towards Giovanni's Rhyperior. Boom! The two Pokemon collided again. This time, Tyranitar didn't step back, but Tyranitar's rocky tail was clearly cracked. On the other hand, Giovanni's Rhyperior, with the sharp corners of the rotation, take advantage. But Giovanni's offensive did not stop. Gengar, attack that Tyranitar. Gengar, who had been hiding around and grinning, dodged from one side. At Tyranitar, a huge dark green energy ball was thrown. Energy ball is a grass-type skill, can deal exceptional damage to Tyranitar. In the duel between Tyranitar and Rhyperior, they fell into a disadvantage. Although at the beginning, Iron Defense was used, but Iron Defense strengthens physical defense. Gengar's energy ball is a special attack. If Tyranitar is hit by the energy ball, Haoyan will be completely at a disadvantage. At the critical moment, Haoyan said quickly, Xiaolong, Flamethrower, defeat Gengar's offensive. Charizard opened his mouth and suddenly spewed out a black flame. Black flames contain huge flame energy. When encountering the dark green energy ball, Gengar's attack was easily defeated. Diffused Tyranitar's predicament. However, the collision of the two energies did not make the expected explosion. Any object colliding together will definitely make a sound, not to mention two pure, incompatible energies. Ooh, that Gengar is fake. Haoyan's heart was anxious, and there was a trace of panic. Giovanni's expressionless face flashed a grim smile, and he shouted in a low voice, Gengar, Thunderbolt, attack that Charizard. In the shadows, a Gengar figure emerges. Lightning flashes. After Gengar Mega Evolution, the yellow eyes on the forehead, like the eyes of the sky. Let the energy around you concentrate. 5 meters thick thunder light attacked Charizard. This Thunderbolt move is a move that Gengar has concentrated on. Assassins like Gengar, if they don't make a move, they will definitely win the opponent. The Y form of Charizard has fire and flying attribute. Once attacked by the electric system, it will take a lot of damage. Moreover, it is very likely that you will be seriously injured. Not good. Giovanni's target is Xiaolong. At this point, Haoyan finally understood Giovanni's intention, but now it's clear that it's a little too late. Charizard has just used Flamethrower and is in a vacuum of skill. Want to use skills to resist such Thunderbolt? Can't do it. Change form. Become X form. Rely on dragon resistance to resist. Time is not allowed. There is no way to stop it. Haoyan shouted anxiously, no longer calm as before. Xiao Si, right at Thunderbolt, hit the defenseless Charizard. Tyranitar exploded with unprecedented speed, desperately jumping towards Charizard's position. With a solid body, he blocked Gengar's long-planned attack, protected Charizard from getting hurt. Chapter 430 Charizard, the Blue Sun. Boom! Tyranitar fell heavily to the ground, making a loud noise. Although Tyranitar's special defense is not bad, Gengar's special attack ability has been greatly enhanced after Mega Evolution. A long-planned attack on Thunderbolt. The damage caused is huge. Moreover, before the move, Giovanni also let the hidden Gengar use Nasty Plot twice to improve Gengar's special attack ability. Tyranitar fell to the ground and was seriously injured. Huo Yan and Jia Canthal split. Ignoring the possible danger, he rushed directly to Tyranitar's side. With both hands on Tyranitar's body, the Viridian power in his body was continuously instilled. Quickly replenished Tyranitar's stamina. How hard is Tyranitar's rock armor? Maybe not as hard as diamond, but not too much worse. But even so, there were many cracks. You can imagine how badly injured. Even though the last time he was in Sinnoh region, he was attacked by a shell directed by Hunter J, and he was not seriously injured this time. Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't get Foresight's intention in the first place, and it hurt you. Haoyan looked at the cracks on Tyranitar's body. Blood was dripping in his heart, and he fell into deep self-blame. Class Hilda. Tyranitar didn't blame Haoyan, but comforted Haoyan with a simple voice. What a tender scene. How impressive. But you and I both know that we are not playing against ordinary trainers now. You shouldn't be so reckless. Gengar, Thunderbolt, defeat the Tyranitar, and get rid of him by the way, Giovanni said coldly. In Giovanni's view, Haoyan went deep into the battle center in order to reply to Tyranitar. Such behavior is very uncool, even a little stupid. As long as Tyranitar is attacked, the aftermath of the battle is enough to kill Haoyan. Although, deep in his heart, he has a good impression of Haoyan, but he had to admit that Haoyan was too much of a threat to him. If he can't be strangled here, it will be a big problem for his confidence in the future. Gengar quickly condensed a a lot of lightning. How to do? Haoyuan's heart was in chaos for the first time since his rebirth. Let Xiaolu out. Let her use teleport and take us away. No, it's too late. Even if Xiaolu can use teleport, she can only take me away. To teleport away with Xiaoxi, Xiaolu still can't do it. Xiaolu and Xiaoming, after the battle just now, their physical strength and energy are approaching the upper limit. They don't have the ability to fight again. Xiaoju. No, Xiaoju is too weak. She can't participate in this level of battle now. In fact, Haoyuan could choose to leave Tyranitar behind and use his speed to avoid the attack. But in this way, Tyranitar is completely exposed. Let him abandon his partner and run away alone. He can't do it. Haoyuan, your heart is messed up. Your so-called bonds to your partner is exactly what makes you upset. We are two people who are so similar, yet so different in this. This may be the reason why the two of us have embarked on different paths. Giovanni's heart was empty, but he waved resolutely. Gengar felt the trainer's command, and Thunderbolt unleashed a deadly attack. Feeling the attack, Tyranitar stood up with difficulty, and pushed the helping hand away from his restored Haoyuan. Haoyuan, who was not prepared, was directly pushed away by Tyranitar by more than 30 meters, away from the battle center. Tyranitar still wanted to use his solid body to fend off damage. Although the injury was not minor, Tyranitar's eyes were still sharp. He can't go back, not even one step, because behind him stood Haoyuan. Haoyuan is his partner. It's his family. Class. Tyranitar snorted two hot breath from his nose and stood firmly in front of Gengar. Xiaoxi. Haoyuan cried out when he saw the flashing attack of lightning. Run fast to Tyranitar. Roar. Charizard, who was flying in the air, let out a wild and domineering roar. The sound of the sound fills the entire Celadon city. The momentum has also reached its peak. The purple-black smoke that has been condensed around, appearing to be affected by Charizard's roar, he dispersed. The sun shines on the battlefield once again. Charizard under the sunlight broke through, reached the champion level. Charizard's black flames turned into blue flame. The shape changed from Y to X. Blue flames quickly covered the body. Charizard glanced back at Tyranitar and talked to Tyranitar with his eyes. Brother, protect Haoyuan. It used to be you who took the damage. This time, it's my turn as a brother to protect you. This Gengar who hurt you, leave it to my brother. Charizard is like a blue sun at this time. The most powerful Z skill of the fire type was used. Super powerful ultimate blaster. Towards the Thunderbolt, flashing thunder and lightning, wreaking havoc on Charizard. But at this time, Charizard couldn't feel any pain at all. Because of his goals, only Gengar break the Thunderbolt attack. After that, the slack remains unabated. Straight from top to bottom, rushed towards Gengar. Giovanni couldn't be surprised at the incomparably powerful presence of Charizard in front of him. Quickly shouted to Gengar. Gengar, use the Z move. Captivate of Endless Night. Gengar condensed unprecedentedly powerful energy and quickly created a mass of haze. On to Charizard. Boom. The huge explosion sound is deafening. The deafening explosion was followed by Tyranitar's mad roar. Class. Chapter 431. He is Haoyuan. Charizard and Gengar were separated after the collision of two violent energy. Although transformed into X form, it is resistant to electrical attack, but using the Z move, he has used up all his energy and stamina. Those big wings are no longer able to flap. Fall from the sky. Xiaoxi, catch Xiaolong. Hao shouted. Ben-tilde. Tyranitar stretched out his hands and gently caught the falling Charizard. Charizard, who was lying on Tyranitar, opened his tired eyes, pointed to Gengar, who had fallen to the ground, and shouted at Tyranitar. Who tilde ho tilde. Gengar, who hurt you just now, has been solved by my brother. Class tilde. Tyranitar was moved by Charizard's sacrifice just now. Tyranitar gently put Charizard next to Haoyuan. Where is the irritability of the desert tyrant? The heart is only moved. Haoyuan hurriedly stepped forward and took over Charizard, and the power of aura quickly investigated Charizard's situation. Xiaolong is fine, just slightly injured. Physical strength and energy are exhausted, so I am a little weak. Haoyuan breathed a sigh of relief. Class tilde. Tyranitar nodded. Haoyuan has a total of 6 Pokemon. Lucario has been hanging out with Mewtwo a lot since Mewtwo joined the team. Maybe it's because of their relatively calm disposition, so it is more pleasant to get along with. Gardevoir is usually with Haoyuan, and Ice Ninetales, because you can get stronger without training. Rarely participate in battle. Play all day and night. The one who gets along with Tyranitar the most is Charizard. The two of them are often arranged by Haoyuan for weight training. Although Charizard is small, he often bullies Tyranitar. Because he joined the team one step ahead of Tyranitar, he often calls himself an older brother. Tyranitar doesn't look big, but he's actually a fool in the team. Also happy to be bullied by Charizard. Admiration for the domineering, wild Charizard. At one point, Charizard accidentally stained the Ice Ninetales' hair when he was fighting Ice Ninetales. Charizard was slapped hard by Gardevoir. He also fined him not to eat dinner. As a professional foodie, Tyranitar Tyranitar saw the starving Charizard and took the initiative to share the food with him. He even handed over his favorite sand scale fruit to Charizard. Let a foodie share their favorite food. This is not easy. A moved Charizard, although he doesn't like to eat sandy scales full of sand, but given Tyranitar's good intention, it's still a tough swallow. Tyranitar looked at Giovanni's side. Giovanni's Gengar fell, and a Rhyperior. Tyranitar is upset because of Charizard's injury. Claff, claff. Tyranitar roared into the sky, venting the anger in his heart. With Tyranitar's long roar, the momentum is constantly rising. Reached the highest point. Break through the shackles of the order. It seems that the body has a switch that is completely activated. Breakthrough. Tyranitar breakthrough to champion level. There are countless gravel around, flying around. The power of the desert tyrant is undoubtedly revealed. At this moment, it is full of sharpness. As this bond, Giovanni felt the difference in Tyranitar, with a rare look of absent-mindedness. Your Lucario, Mewtwo, Charizard, Tyranitar, all broke through at the most critical moment. Is this what you call bond? Giovanni muttered. Halion supported Charizard and stood up. Yes, this is bond. Pokemon, they have their thoughts, their joys and sorrows. Trainers, you should respect them and feel their emotion, in order to understand their true feeling, instead of using them as tools. Haha. Giovanni shook his head, and his voice became louder. Instead of breaking out at critical moment, it's better to let them reach the corresponding height at the beginning. The kind of bonds you mention, I don't need them. Rhyperior, use the destruction rock. Rhyperior, on Giovanni's order. It quickly condensed all the energy and gave off a terrifying aura. Rhyperior, who was originally good at defense, became full of the desire to attack. The rock armor on his body shone with a strange luster. The sharp horns on the head rotate at an extremely fast speed. With a loud roar, he quickly started running. Run faster. When the momentum reached the highest point, Rhyperior jumped high, like a huge rock falling. Are you going to decide the winner? Bring it on. Shall see. Dark void devours everything. Halion gave up our the power of A. Shout with your throat. Roar. Roar. Tyranitar can't wait. Keep slapping yourself on the chest and unleash all your potential. Absorb the surrounding dark energy non-stop. Gather into his body. In front of his rock armor, a layer of black energy was covered. Before meeting the enemy, Tyranitar looked back at Charizard, who was supported by Halion. Who tilde ho tilde. With a benchmark like my brother, how can I fall behind my brother? When he turned his eyes to the Rhyperior, the scarlet eyes were nothing but a destructive rage. Using all his power, he unleashed the strongest Z move. Meet his opponent. Boom, boom. Everyone in Celadon City could feel that the ground seemed to tremble. Lance Crossing and Zulin looked at each other and were shocked by each other's eyes. They have no doubts that if such a collision happens a few more times, it is estimated that the entire Celadon City will collapse due to the tremors of the earth. Halion. Zulin was a little lost. Such a rumbling sound is really terrifying. Even she had never experienced such a terrifying moment. It's okay. He is Halion. Lance Crossing repeated what Zulin told him just now. Lance Crossing. After this battle, he was completely convinced by Halion. Well, he is Halion. Zulin smiled and regained her normal calm. Continue to command the citizens to evacuate quickly and orderly. Chapter 432. Giovanni looked forward to a world with light. After a giant collision, Tyranitar and Rhyperior have both been separated. Rhyperior fell to the ground. The sturdy rock armor on his body shattered countlessly. With his physical strength and energy exhausted, he was in a coma. Claff, claff. The sharp rock spikes on Tyranitar's body have also broken. The situation is also dire, but he still stood up tenaciously. In this battle, he is the winner. Looking at Tyranitar standing tenaciously, Halion knew that he was at the end of his shot, and said, Shall see, Xiaolong, you have worked hard. Go back to the baby ball and rest. After the red light passed, Halion took back the two Pokemon. Giovanni, without saying a word, withdrew Gengar and Rhyperior. He silently raised the watch on his wrist and glanced at it. Full of pity, he said, It's a pity that the time is not enough. Otherwise, I really want to fight you again. See if your belief is indestructible, or my way is indestructible. Halion also regretted. Yeah, how long? 2 minutes. Not enough time. Giovanni whispered. Halion nodded. Yes, time is running out. Giovanni was silent for a while, then said, This time, I didn't lose. This time, you didn't win either. Halion suddenly laughed. As genial as the warm sunshine, you seem to have a magic power that always worked wonders. Giovanni pulled out a baby ball. After the red light, a Beedrill appeared. Seeing Giovanni Beedrill, Halion was involuntarily tense, and all his hair tubed up. Open black lens bracket. Pokemon closed black lens bracket. Beedrill. Attribute, Insect. Poison. Level, 94. The initial level of Divine Beast has broken through the shackles of ordinary Pokemon itself, reaching an unprecedented height. Feature, Sniper. Pokemon with this characteristic can keenly detect the opponent's weakness, and use the opponent's weakness to give a thunderous blow. Introduction. No matter what kind of enemy it is, once it encounters a powerful attack from Poison Sting, it is impossible to escape death. So strong. If Giovanni used this beedrill from the beginning, I would lose. Haoyan knew the gap between himself and the other party, and secretly guarded. Giovanni, who also has the power of Viridian, can clearly feel Haoyan's nervousness. He said lightly, before, my identity was gym leader of Viridian City. They think that my main combat power is all ground type Pokemon, but in fact, Beedrill is my strongest Pokemon. No one. There is only one reason. Beedrill, it's my Earl Dervish Pokemon. There was a rare tenderness in Giovanni's eyes when he mentioned Beedrill. Then why didn't you use Beedrill to play against me in the first place? Haoyan asked the question in his heart. This question seemed to stump Giovanni. After being silent for a long time, I finally just shook my head slowly. I don't know either, but I just don't want to use him to fight you. After speaking, Giovanni grabbed one of Beedrill's arms and said to Haoyan with a smile, okay, I'm leaving. Hopefully, there will be a period in the future. With a wave of Beedrill's thin cicada wings, a whirlwind suddenly blew in place. Take Giovanni away quickly. Actually here before the next action, Haoyan realized that Giovanni would not be so simple. Sure enough, Giovanni has super strength. There will be a period later. Haoyan released Gardevoir and wrapped his arms around Gardevoir's waist. Weary, he rested his head on her shoulder. Xiaolu, I'm tired. Let go. Shanaido. Gardevoir caressed Haoyan's face with his right hand. Because of the fierce battle, Haoyan's face and hair were covered with a layer of dust. Pump up psychic energy. Keep using teleport. Blink. Giovanni, who was high in the sky, reluctantly looked back at the venue where he was fighting. It was found that Haoyan had left. There is a feeling of emptiness in my heart. Just now, Haoyan asked him a question. Why not use Beedrill against him? In fact, Giovanni had the answer in his heart. He just didn't say it. For Haoyan, Giovanni is conflicted. Indeed, Haoyan was a big worry for him. It is the biggest stumbling block in his future path. But at the same time, he and Haoyan have a kind of sympathy between heroes and heroes. Most importantly, he has expectation. Looking forward to the world of light in Haoyan's mouth. In case he fails in the future, no matter how hard you try, you can't change this fucking world. However, if there is still Haoyan, that means there is still hope. Therefore, he did not let the strongest Beedrill fight against Haoyan. Chapter 433 Bringing the Three Holy Birds Home. Boom, boom. It's like the mountains are shaking. Countless people felt scared when they heard this huge loud noise. The headquarters of Team Rocket. A huge explosion occurred. The explosion almost destroyed half of Celadon City. Back and forth in the lively Celadon City. At this time only the sky is full of fire. Outside of downtown Celadon City, a large number of evacuated citizens gathered here. All investigators, all extinguishing. Look for any citizens in the city who haven't had time to evacuate. Lance Crossing shouted loudly, directing the searcher to hack. Everyone started to hack. The rest of the Kanto region elite also participated in the rescue. At this time, Haoyan was resting in a temporary camp. The most troublesome thing he solved. The rest of the rescue is left to Lance Crossing. After the fierce battle with Giovanni, Haoyan felt that his body was hollowed out. The whole person was very tired, closed his eyes and fell asleep in the tent. The three holy birds surround the tent and are responsible for guarding. A week later, at Yuhong's temporary resettlement site, the Alliance held its biggest press conference. Countless reporters came from all over. The first seat at the conference was Lance Crossing. After our hard search, we can safely say that Kantoregion's Team Rockets have been wiped out by us 90%. The remaining Team Rocket, we will step up our manpower and continue to hunt. Although this operation did not catch Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket, but basically, Team Rocket can't make waves. Kanto region, the peace of the past has been restored. There was warm applause at the scene. It's definitely a good thing for Kanto region to hear that Team Rockets have been purged. At the same time, here we have a special thing. Investigators from each region support, especially Curator Haoyan from Hoenn region and Ms. Zulin from Sinnoh region. Curator Haoyan, in this operation, played an extremely important role. Without him, this operation would not have been possible. There is also Ms. Zulin, who also contributed a lot. Here, on behalf of myself, on behalf of the Kanto region investigators, I would like to express my 120,000 thanks to Director Haoyan. After Lance Crossing finished speaking, he stood up, bowed deeply to the camera. This bow, in addition to thanking Haoyan for his contribution to Kanto region, Lance Crossing also thanked Haoyan for the slap in his own personal capacity. Completely wake him up. Mr. Lance Crossing, this time Celadon City, Saffron City, and Vermilion City have all suffered losses to varying degrees. How does the Alliance consider it? The reporter began to ask. Today, I have received the lead plan. Next, we will start from several aspects to fully restore the post-event work in these cities. Lance Crossing talked to the camera. Haoyan did not participate in the press conference, so he was too lazy to deal with these trivial matters. Now he is worrying about one thing. Haoyan, what are you going to do? Zulin pointed at the three holy birds and asked curiously. Well, I don't know either. Haoyan spread his hands helplessly. After solving Kanto's matter, we are naturally ready to return to Hoenn region. This time, I stayed in Kanto region for a long time. Also have to go back to Kana Jim to see. Although Kana Jim has Sabrina, a free laborer, to help with Jim's affairs, but it will take a long time to show up, after all, with such a high salary. After this incident, the three holy birds have identified Haoyan. Wherever Haoyan goes, they will go. Haoyan also intends to bring them under his command, but the three holy birds and the others were affected by the dust ball before. Reluctance to get into the baby ball. In this case, how to bring back the Hoenn region becomes a problem. How about you fly back? Zulin made a suggestion. Fly back. Hoenn region is more than 9,500 kilometers away from Kanto region. It take half a day to fly. Flying back with a pair of wings, it is estimated that it will take 3 or 5 days to fly. Haoyan helplessly supported his forehead. Then what should I do, Tilda? Zulin imitated Haoyan and spread her hand. If the three holy birds are willing to fly with me, let alone fly for 3 or 5 days, even if they fly for half a year, I am also willing. Okay, it looks like this is the only way. Haoyan thought about it, and it seemed that this was the only way. Go back by boat. No, Vermilion City's ships are almost destroyed. There are no civilian ships at all. And if you go by boat, it will take more time. Looks like this is the only way. Eat and drink are easy to solve. Just buy some in advance. The food and drink problem is solved, but what about the lizard problem? Haoyan was a little confused. There are not islands everywhere in the sea, and it is convenient for Haoyan to stop and solve it. Okay, I don't care about you, Tilda. I'll go back to Sinnoh region first. We'll see you later, Tilda. Zulan smiled and waved to Haoyan. Well, see you later. Haoyan lowered his head and was still thinking about how to solve the lizard problem. Chapter 434. He is the sun. Since Haoyan was in the Kanto region, the news of Team Rockets was solved. The whole Pokemon world is boiling. Director Haoyan is amazing. As soon as he made a move, he wiped out the Team Rockets of Kanto region. As expected of the proud hero curator of our Hoenn region. It's so strong. One can't believe he's just a leader. I really envy Hoenn region. There is such a gym curator. Gym curator. It's just curator Haoyan's public identity. This year's Hoenn region's Evergrande City Conference, curator Haoyan has announced his participation. I think curator Haoyan, he will definitely win the final victory and successfully challenge Champion Wallace. And the curator Haoyan has already said that even if he succeeds in challenging Champion Wallace, he will continue to serve as the curator of Kana Gym. Wow, envy, jealousy and hate. Slateport City is really blessed to have such a gym curator. I'm envious of my real name, Tilda. On the internet, many people have caused heated discussions because Haoyan eliminated Team Rocket. Netizens from other regions have started a topic called #invite Haoyan to be a guest. Sinnoh region sent a congratulatory telegram and invited curator Haoyan to visit our Sinnoh region often, and also to fight crime in Sinnoh region. By the way, Unova region sent a congratulatory telegram and invited curator Haoyan to visit our Unova region often, and by the way, he would also fight crime in Sinnoh region. The Galar region sent a congratulatory telegram and invited curator Haoyan to visit our Sinnoh region often, and by the way, he would also fight crime in Sinnoh region. Slateport City, Kana Gym. Every day, a large number of citizens are waiting at the gate of Kana Gym, waiting to meet their hero. Children held flowers and adults laughed. There are also many fans who support, waiting with light sign. Because of being besieged by a large number of citizens, Kana Gym is not open to challenges. All the staff, under the arrangement of Keiko, the manager of gym, maintained law and order on site. Dad, look, there is a celadon rainbow in the sky. Tilda. The little girl Yushang was looking into the distance with a bouquet of flowers in her hand. How is it possible? Yushang, it's not raining. Where did celadon rainbow come from? Yushang's father was chatting with his companions about Haoyan. No, Dad, really celadon rainbow. The little girl Yushang shook his father's arm vigorously. Fragrant. The father was helpless and had to look in the direction that Yushang pointed. Sure enough, as Yushang said, 3 different colors appeared in the distant horizon. Blue, red, yellow. Color. Celadon rainbow has 7 colors. How come there are only 3? No, that's celadon rainbow still move. That's not celadon rainbow. That's the 3 holy bird. It's curator Haoyan who came back riding the 3 holy bird. Yushang's father, very excited, recognized the horizon. Celadon rainbow at a glance. Countless people looked up at the sky. Haoyan was riding on Articuno, leading Moltres and Zapdos, and was flying in the direction of Kana Gym. Director Haoyan, you're back. The citizens gathered at the gate of Kana Gym raised their hands and cheered loudly. Welcome them home, the pride of Slateport City. Sabrina and Keiko heard the noise outside the gym, so they put down their work and ran outside the gym. Both looked up. In the sun, Haoyan is light upping on auspicious clouds and descending from the sky. Teacher Haoyan. Sabrina opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Haoyan in the sky against the sun. Even if her beautiful eyes were illuminated by the sun, it made her very uncomfortable. She was also reluctant to blink and looked at Haoyan quietly. Saffron City, Kanto. Keiko is Sabrina's hometown. Sabrina is very grateful to Haoyan for protecting her hometown. She is even more grateful to Haoyan for destroying Team Rocket. Let her worry no more about being infested by Team Rocket. Keiko put her hand on her forehead and squinted at Haoyan in the sky. He couldn't help sighing. Director Haoyan is really dazzling. It's like a clone of the sun. Sabrina on the side said slightly excitedly. Teacher Haoyan is not a clone of the sun. He is the sun. Keiko knew exactly how Sabrina was feeling at this time. When Sabrina learned that Saffron City had been destroyed by Team Rocket, she had been fidgeting at Kana Gym. I want to do something, but I don't know what to do. Keiko, who has been by her side all the time, keeps her stable. He said slowly. That's right. Curator Haoyan is the sun. He is more powerful than the sun. In addition to exuding a calming warmth, he also exudes a light that allows people to see hope in the future. As long as Director Haoyan is there, everything will be so beautiful. Chapter 435 Xiaolu is angry. Residential area after Kana Gym. 1666, 1667, 1668. Haoyan watched TV while doing crunches. Find out what happened in the Hoenn region during this time. According to this TV station, more than a dozen small meteorites fell from the sky on the outskirts of Slatecourt City last night. According to observations from the center of the universe in Mosteep City, there will be a large-scale meteor shower around 10 o'clock tonight. At that time, the entire Hoenn region will be able to observe a grand meteor shower. The beautiful news host was broadcasting the news. Meteor shower. Haoyan, who was doing warm-up exercises, listened to the news curiously. There are many meteorites in the Hoenn region, which Haoyan has personally experienced. He has dealt with meteorites several times. Hoenn region also has a place called Meteor Falls to commemorate falling meteors. The frequent meteorite landings in recent days have triggered a nationwide treasure hunt frenzy. Many trainers gathered at the place where the meteorite landed, looking for the fire stone. When the meteorite falls, it will produce violent friction with the air. It caused a lot of fire energy to condense. So, ordinary meteorites will come with a lot of firestone. This triggered the treasure hunt frenzy. At the same time, Devon Corporation has issued a meteorite collection order. If special meteorites are found, they can directly get the appraised value of Devon Corporation in exchange for cash. 1999, 2000. After 2000 crunches, Haoyan got up in sweat and turned off the TV. The hands stretched out naturally. Feeling that there was no weight on his hand, Haoyan froze for a moment and looked around. I didn't see a familiar figure. When Haoyan got up early to do warm-up exercises, Gardevoir would always be by his side. When he wanted to wipe the sweat, Gardevoir would take the towel thoughtfully and help him wipe the sweat. Haoyan had no choice but to withdraw his hand and go get the towel by himself. In the dining room, 5 Pokemon gather for breakfast. Lucario handed Charizard a half-rare steak and rubbed his fingers at him. Out tilde. Charizard took the steak, controlled his tail, and grilled the steak with the fire on his tail. The flames on Charizard's tail were so hot that they charred the steak in one fell swoop. Lucario moved extremely fast, as if he had used agility 3 times. The blackened steak was snatched from Charizard's hand. Looking at the charred steak, he frowned and tried to take a bite. Unpalatable. Very unpalatable. Lucario couldn't help but vomit. It was the worst steak he'd ever had. However, looking at the dining table, there was a mess of dark dishes. After thinking about it, I had to reluctantly continue to bite the burnt steak. Charizard saw the difficult Lucario, anthropomorphically sighed, picked up a pot of unknown liquid that looked black and red on the table, and took a sip. The disgusting smell nearly killed him. The plate in front of Mewtwo was empty. He couldn't eat the dark dishes on the dinner table at all, so he might as well not eat. Ice Ninetales is similar, although hungry but cannot eat these things. In the best case, it was Tyranitar who was gulping down the sandscale fruit. Except for the dry mouth, there is no other discomfort. I'm here. What's there to eat today? Haoyan, who had washed up, walked in. As soon as he entered the dining room, he suddenly felt 5 sharp eyes staring at him. What happened to you guys? Did you miss me that much when I was away for 3 days? Haoyan looked at his 5 Pokemon curiously. During the 3 days that he came back, Haoyan was busy coping with Mayor Wuhei's celebration feast. Later, it was even more urgent to arrange the residence of the 3 holy birds. The 3 holy birds have been injured and do not like the crowded Kana Gym. Since they were brought under their command, it was natural to arrange a good living environment for them. In the woods not far from Slatecourt City Gym, a place has been specially opened for the 3 holy birds to live. For the past 3 days, I was busy outside and didn't come back to gym. Haoyan didn't bring a few Pokemon with him, and let them stay in gym to practice. Lucario and the others all rushed in front of Haoyan, all with expressions like "You're finally back. Come and save us." He was chattering around, telling Haoyan's hardship for the past 3 days. Even Mewtwo, who has always been quiet, interjected. After a few Pokemon's telling, Haoyan understood what happened. Since his return, Gardevoir has devoted himself to practicing. she let go of cooking. It just so happened that Haoyan wasn't there, and Gardevoir didn't cook. What about the rest of the Pokemon? Just do it yourself, Tilda. And this burden naturally fell on the eldest brother Lucario. The dark dishes on the dinner table were made by Lucario. Very talented against Lucario, but cooking really doesn't suit him. Feeling the grievances of a few Pokemon, Haoyan hurriedly comforted them. Okay, I'll make you a new meal. Hearing Haoyan cooking, the Pokemon finally got excited. After a lot of hard work, Haoyan finally fed a few Pokemon and came to the training ground to find Gardevoir. Shanaido. In the training ground, Gardevoir incarnates the Queen of Psychic, and the energy of Psychic is raging around. Gardevoir continued to abuse the fragile trainer. Little Lu Tilda. Haoyan shouted to Gardevoir. Gardevoir just looked back at Haoyan and continued training. If it is normal, if Haoyan is not seen for 3 days, Gardevoir will definitely rush over at the first time. But now, no. Xiaolu seems to be angry. Haoyan was acutely aware of the seriousness of the problem. Chapter 436. Apologize first, then coax. Since Gardevoir couldn't come, Haoyan had to go. But it's not easy to get past it. Tilda. The air was constantly vibrating, and Gardevoir would use mystical fire, which made the training ground burn with raging fire. A freezing wind will blow out, making the training ground as cold as snow. Moreover, Gardevoir kept flickering in anger, using teleport to keep Haoyan away from him. How do you do this, Tilda? Haoyan felt helpless, saw a pool of water on the side, pretended not to see it, and walked over, deliberately pretending to slip and fall. Gardevoir, who was floating in the distance, saw Haoyan slipping and finally couldn't hold back. Using teleport quickly, he hugged Hieroyan, who pretended to fall. I knew it. As soon as Haoyan's hand touched Gardevoir, he quickly turned around and hugged her, firmly, lock her in his arms. With Haoyan's skill, how could he fall? Shanaido. Tilda. Gardevoir realized that he had been fooled, and wanted to break free from Haoyan's embrace, but how could he let go? Xiaolu, don't be angry. I'm really busy with other things these days, ignoring you. Sorry. Although Haoyan doesn't know why is Devar angry and unhappy, but apologize first, then coax. This is the eternal truth of coaxing girl. Shanaido. Tilda. Gardevoir, who was held in Haoyan's arms, was shy. When she saw Charizard and the others with a good-looking expression next to them, her face became even more ashamed. Aware of the shyness in his arms, Haoyan took the initiative to say softly, Xiaolu, shall we go outside and talk? Shanaido. Tilda. Gardevoir used the teleport again to bring Haoyan to the gym's roof. On the roof, there is no one around, just the right place to chat. Xiaolu, I was wrong. There is something wrong with me. You tell me, I will change it in the future. Haoyan said softly to Kairiner in his arms. Although, he thought about it carefully, and did nothing wrong. But the attitude of coaxing girls should be correct. The shy Gardevoir, the blush faded from his face, and looked into Haoyan's eyes seriously. Why, you didn't let me play against that bad guy named Giovanni. I'm pretty confident that I can tackle Nidoking and Nidoqueen. Also, I've got an edge against that clunky Rhyperior, and that nasty Gengar. Why? Gardevoir looked forward to Haoyan's answer. It was this one. Haoyan finally knew why Gardevoir was angry. During the battle with Giovanni, Gardevoir was in the baby ball, but through her psychic power, she told Haoyan that she wanted to fight. It is true that Gardevoir's psychic has an advantage over the poison and ground-type Nido family. Gengars of poison and ghost also have attribute to suppress. However, Haoyan never chose to let her play. Haoyan did not directly answer Gardevoir's question, but instead asked Xiaowu, Xiaoming, Xiaolong, Xiaozi. They all made breakthroughs because of that battle. You are the only one who has not made a breakthrough, so for this reason, you practice hard as soon as you come back. It's also for this reason that you're not happy, are you? Gardevoir nodded silently. In fact, she was not angry with Haoyan, she was angry with herself. Lucario is the eldest brother in the team, and she is the eldest sister in the team. In such an important battle, he failed to help Han. This is what she regrets the most, annoyed that he has no power. Previously, Lucario was the strongest. Second, there is Gardevoir, but over time, Mewtwo's strength surpassed her. Now, even Charizard and Tyranitar who joined later are stronger than her. Only, the remaining Ice Ninetales are weaker. But the special physique of Ice Ninetales, it is estimated that it will surpass her in a short time. This made Gardevoir very unhappy. She also wanted to protect Haoyan and fight on behalf of Haoyan. Xiaolu. Haoyan hugged Gardevoir tightly and rubbed her cute little head with his chin. He said slowly, the fight against Giovanni was the hardest fight I've ever had. A little carelessness, it is very likely that you will die. During the battle, I kept a high level of tension. This, although you didn't play, I believe you can feel it. Xiaolu and the others, although they broke through. However, he also suffered a lot of injuries. I didn't let you play because I was scared. I'm afraid, if you get hurt like Xiao and the others, I can't control myself. I can't calm down. I can go crazy. I have said more than once that you are very important to me. If it wasn't for a battle with absolute certainty, I wouldn't let you play. Even if there is a 1 in 10,000 chance of being dangerous, it won't work. Haoyan sincere words hit Gardevoir's heart. Gardevoir put his head against Haoyuan's chest and listened to his strong heartbeat. His hand unconsciously wrapped around Haoyuan's back. Haoyuan's back is a little uneven. Gardevoir knew that it was because of the scar that Haoyuan left to protect her last time. Even though it had been so long, Gardevoir couldn't help but think about it. Haoyuan's words are not just words, but practical action. Haoyuan, you said that if I got hurt, you would go crazy. But if you're in any danger, I'll go crazy too. Gardevoir's word came to Haoyuan's mind. Little fool Tilda. Haoyuan smiled. The two hugged each other tightly, as if rubbing each other into their own body. At this beautiful moment, the energy between heaven and earth is rapidly melting into Gardevoir's body. Let Gardevoir, already on the verge of a breakthrough. Chapter 437 Bonds Deepen. Gardevoir Breakthrough. Human relations scientist. Summarize an iron law. A man can live a wonderful life only if his wife coaxes him well. In the relationship between men and women, if the man is skilled in coaxing people skilled, then the degree of harmony is far beyond the others. After Haoyuan's self-analysis, Gardevoir returned to the gentle and skilled look before. Xiaolu, the breakthrough thing is coming slowly. Can't be in a hurry. Understood. Haoyuan scratched Gardevoir's lovely nose. Shanaido Tilda. Gardevoir replied obediently. By the way, I just watched TV and said that there will be a meteor shower tonight. Have you ever seen a meteor shower? Haoyuan smiled. Shanaido Tilda. Gardevoir shook his head cutely. Meteor shower is a rare scene. I heard people say that facing the meteor lucky chant, the wish will definitely come true. Haoyuan said. Shanaido Tilda. Gardevoir looked surprised. Real. Today is so rare. Why don't we stop cultivating today and prepare food early? At night, eat delicious food. Let's watch the meteor shower together. What do you think? Haoyuan suggested. Shanaido Tilda. Gardevoir nodded vigorously, expressing that he was looking forward to the meteor shower. Just as he was about to get up, he prepared food in advance as Haoyuan said, but he was pulled back by Haoyuan. Xiaolu, don't go yet. Lie down with me. It feels good to be in the warm sun. Haoyuan lay down on the roof and opened his arms. Shanaido Tilda. Gardevoir imitated Haoyuan, lay down obediently, and snuggled beside Haoyuan. At night, there was no one else in the Kana gym. Manager Keiko and other staff have already gone home from get-off work. Sabrina asked Haoyuan for leave. Team Rocket's disbanded, and she didn't need to worry about being revenged from Team Rocket. Combined with the fact that Saffron City suffered a major trauma some time ago, Sabrina went back to her hometown, Saffron City, to visit her family. At this time, in the residential area behind Kana Gym, there were only Haoyuan and his few Pokemon. In front of the yard, there is a lot of food. Charcoal grilled steak, sizzling with oil and extra fat. Salt and pepper seafood, shrimp sashimi, neatly arranged. The rich big bone soup is creamy white in color and fragrant. Fresh fruit salad, healthy and organic. This meal was jointly cooked by Haoyuan and Gardevoir. The Pokemon that ate Lucario's 3-day dark food were already ready to move. Want to flex your muscles on these delicacies? Charizard's nose sniffed hard in front of the food. Lucario, who has always had a firm will, also swallowed hard. Mewtwo didn't speak, but the desire to eat also appeared in his eyes. Ice Ninetales also ran around the table, very restless. The most calm, but the foodie Tyranitar. Dark cuisine has little effect on him. As long as he has Sandscale fruit, he can be satisfied. Okay, the preparations can start. Haoyuan walked out of the back kitchen with a smile. Delicious dishes, controlled by Gardevoir's confusion, float to the table. Let start everyone Tilda. Haoyuan said hello, and several Pokemon immediately turned on the wind and cloud mode. Crazy predatory. Bang Tilda. Haoyuan opened a bottle of champagne and poured a glass for Gardevoir. Poured myself a glass too. Usually he doesn't drink, but today I don't know why. I just want to drink a little. A few Pokemon with a craving for food were lying on the ground. Charizard rubbed his belly, leaning against Tyranitar's feet, enjoying himself. Lucario and Mewtwo got together, talking silently. Bing Ninetales also changed the playfulness of the past, lying lazily at Haoyuan's feet. Gardevoir leaned on Haoyuan's side and looked at the stars together. It's really nice to have such a leisurely day. Shoot Tilda. A shooting star streaks across the sky. Immediately afterward, more and more meteors streaked across the sky. The meteor shower has begun. All the Pokemon looked at the meteors passing through the sky. Xiaolu, hurry up Lucky-chan, Haoyuan said softly to Gardevoir beside him. Shanaido Tilda. Gardevoir clenched his little hands and closed his eyes. Silent Lucky-chan, I want to become stronger and protect Haoyuan. I hope he can do whatever he wants and be at ease. Although Gardevoir was in Lucky-chan's heart, he didn't say it, but Haoyuan could clearly feel what she was thinking, and stretched out his hand to put her in his arm. Gardevoir opened his eyes, leaned on Haoyuan's arm, looked at the meteor shower, and asked curiously, Haoyuan, did you Lucky-chant just now? Haoyuan gently touched Gardevoir's small head with his chin, and said softly, no. Why? In the morning, didn't you say that facing the meteor Lucky-chant is the most effective? Gardevoir took his eyes back and looked at Haoyuan. Haoyuan also looked at Gardevoir and drank a little wine. Gardevoir's pretty pretty face was slightly flushed, making it even more charming. He said softly, "With you by my side, I have nothing to ask for." Hearing Haoyan's word, Gardevoir's face was even more ashamed, but his eyes bravely looked at Haoyan, responding to the long-lasting affection. This cute little attract. Haoyan pecked Gardevoir's forehead while he was slightly drunk. Ah! Gardevoir, who was suddenly attacked, quickly dissipated his bravery just now, and was replaced by infinite shyness. The bonds between the two deepened again, become unbreakable. Haoyan hugged Kainer in his arms and watched the meteors pass by together. As Haoyan's bonds deepened, the energy between heaven and earth poured into Gardevoir's body again. She broke through. Breakthrough to champion level. Chapter 438 Special Challenger. Kana Jim, you have a lot of potential, and you have to work hard in the future. Haoyan awarded a Kana badge to a yellow-haired challenger. Thank you, Director Haoyan. The challenger who received the badge from Haoyan jumped in joy. Sabrina went back to her hometown to visit relatives, so Haoyan had to take on the responsibility of gym leader and accept the battle with the trainer. Because of its great reputation, many trainers from various regions came to Slateport City to challenge Jim. This is already Haoyan, the 13th challenger received today. For almost a day, more than half of them were receiving challengers, which made Haoyan really busy. When will Sabrina come back? As soon as Sabrina returned to her hometown to visit relatives, Haoyan had the urge to ask her to come back early and take over the gym business. However, just think about it. Sabrina helps him take care of the gym diligently and without asking for anything in return, and it's time for a vacation. After all, they are human beings, so they can understand. And it was a bit too much to call someone back just 2 days after going back. Okay, next. Haoyan looked at Keiko, the gym manager. Manager Keiko, holding a list, shouted, "The next challenger is Kearney from Kalo's region." Hearing Keiko's cry, a young girl with full of vitality and yellow hair walked out from the side. Haoyan was stunned when he saw the other party. Kearney, isn't it Kalo's region? The gym leader of Solo City. The last time I saw her in the Sinnoh region's attribute expert tournament. Haoyan was deeply impressed. After all, most of the trainers who use fighting type Pokemon as the main battle are male. Women generally like you, good-looking Pokemon, but Kearney is very special. Director Haoyan. Hello. Kearney bowed slightly and gestured to Haoyan. Curator Kearney, are you going to challenge Jim? There was a number plate on Kearney, with the number 14 written on it. Generally, only trainers who challenge Jim will stick a number plate. Kearney nodded. That's right, I made a special trip from Kalo's region to challenge Curator Haoyan. The last time I saw Curator Haoyan's style in the attribute expert competition, I was very impressed, especially the Lucario of Curator Haoyan, whose strong and calm quality is hard to forget. Haha, Curator Kearney is very polite. Haoyan snorted. A gym curator, come to challenge another gym. What is this called? Tilda. Haoyan glanced at Keiko and gestured to her with his eyes that Kearney came to challenge. Why didn't he tell him in advance? Keiko shrugged, indicating what a fuss it was. Sabrina is also the gym curator. No, it's not the same. Join Kenna Gym as an intern. With Haoyan's current reputation and strength, it is normal for region champion to challenge Jim. Curator Haoyan, this time I took the liberty to come here to invite you to use your Lucario to fight against my Lucario. I don't know, is it alright? Kearney said seriously. To be honest, I got a Lucario Mega Stone, but my Lucario getting into Mega Evolution is not going well. I want to ask you to give some pointers. After Kearney finished speaking, she bowed with a sincere expression on her face. So it is. Haoyan expressed understanding. At the beginning, his Lucario's entry into Mega Evolution was not smooth sailing. After hard training, I got used to the state of Mega Evolution. Well then, after all, the other party came from the Kalos region, which is thousands of miles away, and it was not easy to refuse. Besides, it doesn't seem appropriate to reject a cute girl. Little oh, Haoyan called out in his heart, and Lucario ran from the training ground to the battlefield. So strong. It's much more tyrannical than the last time I saw it in the attribute expert tournament. As expected of Curator Haoyan, Korn didn't ink either. Took out her baby ball, and pulled out her Lucario. Open black lens bracket God Pokemon, Lucario. Attribute Steel. Fighting. Level 50, Gym P. Characteristic, Unyielding Heart. When a Pokemon with this characteristic falls into a state of fear, its speed will increase. Introduction. It is said that by virtue of the sensory fluctuations, even the appearance of an invisible opponent can be sensed. Remark. Female Lucario. The ratio of males and females is not harmonious. Lucario is a relatively rare Pokemon. Moreover, it is not difficult to capture a wild Lucario. It takes a strong will to conquer. Of course, once captured, Lucario will be very loyal to the trainer. The duel between two rare Lucarios is naturally interesting. Moreover, the two curators were fighting against each other. The trainers who came to gym to challenge all craned their necks in anticipation of this battle. Challenger Kearney. Fight against Kana Gym Curator Haoyan. The battle begins. The referee waved the flag and announced the start of the battle. Chapter 439 Lucario v vs Lucario. Haoyuan's Lucario. It was the first time he saw his own clan, and he was inevitably a little curious. Female and male Lucario. Their appearance is somewhat different. Females will have longer hair and shorter spikes, but before Lucario could take a closer look, Kearney had already launched an attack. Shauka. Use the backbone strike. Shauka is what Korn calls her Lucario. Kearney knew how strong Haoyuan's Lucario was, and immediately used the strongest attack at the beginning of the battle, which was also her strongest attack. Korn's Lucario condensed two bone sticks, held them in his hand, and quickly charged towards the eloquent Lucario. The bone stick was danced like a tiger. Haoyuan did not participate in the command, but let his Lucario play at will. The other party was aggressive, and Lucario, who was eloquent, also condensed a bone stick. With a bang, he fought with the opponent. The difference is too big, and the connection between moves is not smooth, and the strength and accuracy of the moves are not enough. It seems to be very ferocious, but in fact the defense has a lot of flaws. Haoyuan shook his head silently in his heart and looked at Kearney. It is undeniable that Kearney is a full of energy, lovely girl. Judging from her sportswear, she usually likes sport, but there is a big difference between sports and fighting. Just like a basketball player, although he usually maintains a high-intensity exercise, physical fitness is great, but in a ring with a boxer, the winner is likely to be a boxer. That's why a trainer who specializes in cultivating fighting Pokemon is not weak at all. Chuck, Bruno, Tangshu are all the same. Without a fighting foundation, it is difficult to understand the feeling of fighting Pokemon. As Haoyuan had expected, Korn's Lucario quickly retreated. Haoyuan's Lucario stumbled easily and knocked the opponent to the ground. Shauka, come back. Korn brought her Lucario back to her side to ease up. Haoyuan's Lucario didn't pursue him either, and took the bone rod back into his body. Director Haoyuan, I want to use Mega Evolution. Okay. Kearney looked at Haoyuan seriously. Please. Haoyuan waved his hand casually. Kearney came to visit Haoyuan this time, mainly to learn how to make her Lucario learn to control Mega Evolution. As soon as he agreed, he opened his sleeves to reveal the Z bracelet on it. Pressing the button above, he said loudly, Shauka, Mega Evolution. Korn's Lucario. The hair began to grow, and the spikes in the body began to slowly emerge. At the same time, the momentum also became violent. Shauka, use the flame kick. Kearney direct her Lucario to move, but her Lucario, after the Mega Evolution, is not under the command of Korn. Reuse the power of aura to condense the bone stick, and launch a new round of attack with a bone strike. Small card. Korn was a little flustered when she saw that Lucario, who grew up with her, didn't follow her arrangement. It doesn't feel right. Haoyuan, whose body has the power of aura, can quickly perceive Korney's Lucario, and his state is a bit drained, as if after Mega Evolution, the violent power in her body was gradually occupying her mind. Similarly, Haoyuan's Lucario also felt that his lesbian was in a wrong state. With a heavy step, he rushed forward quickly, staggered the opponent's attack, and directly pushed her to the ground. Lucario, the eloquent, tried to wake up his lesbians by shouting. However, it seems to have no effect. Kearney's Lucario broke free from the shackles as soon as he tried his best. Holding the bone stick again, he launched an attack with a violent attitude. Haoyuan frowned and said, Shao, subdue her. The bold Lucario stepped forward quickly, grabbed the opponent's bone rod with one hand, and with a firm grip, crushed the opponent's bone rod condensed with the power of aura. Then he kept his momentum, grabbed the opponent's shoulder with his backhand, and pressed against the ground. A ground dong came directly. Korn's Lucario, struggling constantly, the violent color in his eyes became more and more intense. Small card. Korn rushed into the battlefield worriedly, trying to wake up her Lucario, but if she could solve it by just talking, she wouldn't travel thousands of miles to ask Haoyuan for advice. Pinned to the ground, Lucario is manic and restless, struggling hard. She no longer has the master of Kearney in her eyes. The spikes on the back of his hands waved everywhere as he slapped wildly. Haoyuan's Lucario, who is the body of Orbor, is not afraid at all, but Kearney was different. She was strictly a little girl. If the spike hit her, it would cause immediate serious injury. Fortunately, Haoyuan on the side quickly stepped forward and pulled Kearney away. Leave it to me. Haoyuan stepped forward quickly and held down the female Lucario who was in a violent state. Use the Viridian power in your body to stabilize the opponent. Gradually, the suppressed Lucario stopped struggling. It is also safe to exit the Mega Evolution state. However, even if he was out of the state of Mega Evolution, the excessive force made Kearney's Lucario fall into a drowsiness. Small card. Seeing that her Lucario was all right, Kearney hurriedly hugged her weak Lucario and looked up at Haoyuan. Curator Haoyuan, thank you. I didn't expect Shauka to be so uncontrollable. Shauka, is she all right? Haoyuan's brows furrowed together. When he used the power of Viridian to enter the opponent's body to check the situation, he clearly sensed the opponent's situation. There's something wrong, and it's serious. Hearing Haoyuan's tone in such a serious tone, Kearney panicked immediately, her pretty face turning pale. Chapter 440. Kearney, I am willing to do anything. After discovering that Kearney's Lucario was in a frenzy, Haoyan immediately ended the battle and suspended the Neck Challengers Challenge. Take Orny to the training ground of Kana Gym and ask her, how long has it been since your Lucario didn't obey orders and attacked indiscriminately? Korn hugged her Lucario and said, the first time Xiaoka didn't obey orders was a month ago. At that time, Xiaoka and I were practicing Mega Evolution. Not long after entering the state of Mega Evolution, she became extremely irritable. I managed to get her under control. Since then, I've never dared to let her into Mega Evolution again. I don't know if it's the influence of Mega Evolution. Even in normal state, Xiaoka's character is much more violent than before. Haoyan frowned upon hearing this. It's similar to what he just checked. Director Haoyan, you just said that Xiaoka's situation is very serious. How serious is it? Korn changed from a girl full of vitality to a girl full of worry. Between the eyebrows, there is an inescapable sorrow. When your Lucario entered Mega Evolution for the first time, it should be hard to suppress the violent emotions in his head. Even, you will be consciously affected by the bully and attack you, right? Haoyan said slowly. Korn nodded again and again. Haoyan was right at all. At the beginning, her Lucario almost regarded her as an enemy and wanted to attack her together. Fortunately, she called out in time to barely wake up her Lucario. With the confirmation of the other party, Haoyan continued, Mega Evolution is to awaken the ancient power in Pokemon so that they can appear in ancient times in a short period of time. At the same time, it also acquires the ability of ancient form, but suddenly gaining a powerful ability will also make them affected by the violent gene. And your little card, if you can't control it effectively, it's very likely that she will go completely crazy. Rationality is swallowed up, leaving only endless fury. What Haoyan said. In fact, Kearney had probably guessed it. Xiaoka, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have used the Mega Stone on you so early. It's all my fault. I want to be stronger. Sorry. Korn's tears fell on her Lucario. Her Lucario slowly woke up. Luca Tilda. Kearney's Lucario raised her hand to wipe Kearney's tears. Luca Tilda. Haoyan's Lucario, also very reluctant to see his lesbian slowly become a puppet controlled by emotion. He wants Haoyan to help his lesbian. Haoyan sighed. Kearney was indeed greedy. Her Lucario is only gym class. Just enter Mega Evolution. Gym level Pokemon are relatively weak in terms of willpower and strength. Can't afford the mutation brought by Mega Evolution. However, now it is not when. Haoyan said on the side. Actually, it's very important for Pokemon to enter Mega Evolution for the first time. If the first Mega Evolution can overcome the violent factor with strong willpower, then nothing will happen in the future. If you want to get your Lucario back to normal, there are ways. Korn looked at Haoyan with hope. Curator Haoyan, please help me. As long as Xiaoka can return to normal, I'm willing to do anything. Haoyan looked at Kearney seriously and asked her in a serious manner, are you willing to do anything for your photo card? This matter is very dangerous. It may cost you your life. Even, the soul is trapped in violent emotions, unable to extricate itself. Even if you take such a risk, are you willing? Kearney felt Haoyan's seriousness, and her expression was equally solemn. Without hesitation, he replied, yes. As long as Xiaoka can be recovered, then I'm willing to do anything. Haoyan kept staring at Kearney's eyes, and through the window of Kearney's mind, he saw the firmness in her heart. Ask yourself, if Xiao falls into this state, as long as there is a way, Haoyan will try. As for danger, will lose life. Haoyan, who lives again, knows the value of life best, but some things are more precious than life. After a while, Haoyan retracted his gaze, took the lead and left, and said as he walked, let go, eat something first. The anxious Kearney quickly caught up with Haoyan. Director Haoyan. Haoyan knew what she wanted to ask, so he waved to interrupt her. You and your Lucario are in a bad state at this time. After you adjust your state, you can face difficulties in your best state. Kearney heard and knew that this matter could not be rushed. He took her Lucario and slowly followed behind Haoyan. Chapter 441. Korn tied to the bed. Kana Gym, the accommodation area. Are you ready? Haoyan asked Kearney, who was lying on the bed. Korn turned slightly to look at Lucario lying beside her. Kearney's Lucario also gave Kearney a gentle look. Korn grabbed Lucario's hand and said to Haoyan in a firm tone, I'm ready. It is good. Later, I will connect your consciousness with your Lucario. You need to share that violent consciousness with her. In this process, don't back down. No compromise. You use your will to defeat the opponent together. As long as the will is not firm enough, once there is a feeling of withdrawal and fear, your consciousness is very likely not to come back. Haoyan said seriously. Xiaoka and I will definitely defeat our opponent. Kearney said firmly. Hearing this, Haoyan started to use the nylon strap prepared in advance to bind Kearney to the bed, and her Lucario, also bundled and strong. In order to prevent them from being deeply conscious, they move around and hurt their body. Okay, close your eyes. Haoyan took a deep breath, stretched out his hand, and pressed them on the heads of Kearney and Lucario. At the same time, the viridian power in the body is activated, and the consciousness of the two is constantly communicated and connected. The power of viridian quickly pulls hold the consciousness of both sides together. Form a fusion. After doing all this, Haoyan was already sweating profusely. At this time, Kearney's body was twitching slightly. At the same time, Kearney's Lucario, with hair growing and spike protruding, entered the state of mega evolution in his sleep. This means that the consciousness of the two has merged. It also means that the two begin to jointly resist the madness that can make people lose their senses. Kearney, come on. Haoyan sat on the chair feebly. Luca tilde. The eloquent Lucario looked at his lesbian with a slightly worried look on the side. Shao, it's alright. They can get through this. Haoyan patted his partner beside him. Luca tilde. Lucario nodded vigorously. Time passed by, and Kearney, who was tied to the bed, frowned. Seems to be in great pain. His clothes were already wet with wet. The wet piece is quite a captivative sheet. Xiaozui said from time to time. Xiaoka. During this process, Haoyan was not idle either. Once Viridian's power is restored, it will be delivered to Kearney's body. The power of Viridian, transformed into energy, made Kearney's spirit stronger and more resistant to the erosion of the violent factor. Haoyan's clothes were also wet with wet. Suddenly, Korn began to struggle fiercely. The bound hands and feet moved around. His hands and feet, because of the fierce struggle, were strangled by the nylon strap. Has the battle started? Haoyan knew that now was the critical moment, when he brought up the few Viridian powers in his body and kept instilling them into Kearney's body. Let her have a stronger spirit to face it. Until Haoyan felt that his body was empty, and there was no Viridian power at all. Kearney, who was lying on the bed, shouted unconsciously, Xiaoka, come on. We definitely can. After shouting, Korn suddenly opened her eyes, breathing heavily. After Kearney opened her eyes, she was stunned for a moment, then looked at Lucario lying beside her. Luca tilde. Korn's Lucario also opened his eyes. He was also gasping for breath. His eyes were clear, without the rage of the past. Small card. Korn grew up with Lucario and saw that her companion was back to normal. Tears of joy flowed from the corners of his eyes unconsciously. Haoyan knew that Korn and her Lucario had successfully resisted the demons together. The whole person lay down on the chair, and the tense spirit was finally relaxed. Weakly waved his hand. Xiao tilde. Lucario, who was waiting on the side, cut open the nylon strap that bound the two with the spike on the back of his hand. Korn quickly got out of bed and hugged her Lucario. Small card. You're fine. It's really great. Luca tilde. Kearney's Lucario also hugged Kearney tightly. Haoyan's Lucario returned to Haoyan's side. Haoyan looked at each other and smiled softly at each other. After embracing her partner, Korn and her Lucario bowed respectfully to Haoyan. Director Haoyan, thank you. If it wasn't for your help, Xiaoka and I would definitely not be able to pass this level. After Kearney's consciousness was immersed, every time she couldn't hold it, she was about to be defeated by the berserk factor. The body enters a gentle force. Give her support and make her stronger to fight. She knew that it was Haoyan who gave her the support. You're welcome. Haoyan waved his hand weakly. Haoyan and Kearney walked out of the room together, covered in sweat. Haoyan's face turned pale, and Kearney's face was also pale, but she couldn't hide her excitement. This is a somewhat special scene, which happened to be seen by Keiko, the gym manager who passed by. In this case, it is difficult to make people not want to be crooked. Keiko sighed meaningfully. Curator Haoyan can really do it. Chapter 442. Haoyan's heart is wrong. It worked. What? Norman, came all the way from Kalos region to Slateport City just to meet Curator Haoyan. I hope to get the guidance of Curator Haoyan. I didn't expect that at Kana Gym. The one who accepted my challenge was actually the Curator Kearney of our Kalos region. A trainer who traveled from Kalos region to Hoenn region, wearing glasses, muttered with a weird expression. Ha ha ha, the world is so wonderful. I found out that Curator Kearney has officially apprenticed to Curator Haoyan. As an internet Kana Gym, I joined Kana Gym. I'll be training at Kana Gym for a while. A trainer who also traveled from Kalos region said excitedly while looking at his phone. You know, with the official apprenticeship of Curator Kearney to Curator Haoyan, there has been a new round of heated discussions on the internet. A curator named Maylene sent you a topic and made it to the hot search. What do you mean? Tell me quickly. The Chu curator of Johto region, the Tingshu curator of Hoenn region, the Corny curator of Kalos region. As long as they are gym curators who use fighting-type Pokemon, they are all apprentices to Curator Haoyan. Become the apprentice and grandson of Curator Haoyan. Right now, in the entire Pokemon world, the only one left is Curator Maylene of Sinnoh region, who is not yet a disciple of Curator Haoyan. Everyone is joking now. When will Director Maylene come to Kana Gym to apprentice? Ha ha ha, it really is. Director Haoyan is really charming. In the Kana Gym, Kearney came to the training ground excitedly and found Haoyan just after finishing a battle. Teacher, today I awarded 5 badges. Not enough badges. Haoyan took out a box containing the badge and gave it to Kearney. There are 20 badges in it, enough for you to use for a while. Kearney took it and smiled sweetly. The trainers who came to Kana Gym to challenge are so strong. Playing against these challengers has benefited me a lot. True, as Korn said. As Haoyan's reputation grew, the trainers trainers who came to challenge were very good. There were even well-ranked trainers at the core tournament or the Evergrande City tournament. They all came to Kena Gym specially to challenge. Obtaining the Kena Gym badge is something worth showing off. Thank you for your hard work. Haoyan readily agreed to Kearney's offer to apprentice. He's used to being the boss, and it's really boring for him to have him stay at gym every day to accept the challenge of trainers. The part where Sabrina is not their time, with Kearney to help take care of it. Haoyan is also happy. Anyway, Korn seems to like it too. Simply a win-win. Okay, teacher, then I'll go out first. Kearney said hello, jumped back to the battlefield, and continued to fight against the challenger. In the training ground, Korn's Lucario looked at Haoyan's Lucario training with admiration. It was the first time for her to see such a powerful family. Several times, Kearney's Lucario wanted to exchange ideas with Haoyan's Lucario. However, Haoyan's Lucario has been distracted by Mewtwo. Do not know why. Mewtwo don't really like Kearney's Lucario. Every time Kearney's Lucario wanted to approach, he exuded a strong pressure, kind of like targeting. Xiaoyao Gong Haoyan give pointers to Pokemon after training, or play around with Ice Ninetale. The rest of the time, he stayed with Gardevoir, Chat, Cook, etc. Very chic. Haoyan looked at the time. It was already 11 in the morning, so he was going to find Gardevoir and go back to the dormitory to prepare for cooking. Just as he was about to lift his feet, he saw the gym staff and rushed to the door of the gym excitedly. It seems that outside the gym, something happened. Out of curiosity, Haoyan also came to the door of gym. Many people looked up to the sky, and Haoyan followed their gaze and looked over together. There are many meteors streaking across the sky. A meteor shower formed. Wow, meteor shower. It's a pity it's daytime, not as good at night. Strange, the news didn't say there was a meteor shower today. What about him? Hurry up, Wish. Yes. Quick, Lucky-chan. Many staff members put their hands together and faced the meteor Lucky-chan. With a swish, Gardevoir also came to Haoyan's side, clasping his hands together on Lucky-chan. The last time she was just Lucky-chan, she broke through immediately. Make her very happy. After Lucky-chan, Gardevoir looked at Haoyan aside, but he found Haoyan's brows furrowed. A thoughtful look. He couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, Haoyan, what's wrong with you? Haoyan looked at the many meteors streaking across the sky and shook his head silently. He couldn't say why, but he felt something was wrong in his heart. It stands to reason that with a meteor shower of this scale, the center of the universe in Masti City will definitely notify in advance. But why haven't you been notified? Also, this meteor shower seems to be a bit dense. Just as Haoyan was thinking about it, the sky went from far to near. A burning meteor struck quickly. It's getting bigger and bigger in the eyes of everyone. Straight, falling toward downtown Slateport City. Boom! In the heart of Slateport City, there is a huge explosion. There is fire all over the smoke. What was wrong in Haoyan's heart has come to pass. Chapter 443 The Secret of the Meteorite. Slateport City. Smoke and dust are everywhere, and fire is constantly spreading. In the city center, there were all kinds of panic green. The place where the meteorite fell was chaotic. Even though Kena Gym is far on the outskirts of Slateport City, you can still hear the chaos in the city center. The gym staff member who was still at Lucky-chan just now had a pale face and no blood at all. Most of the staff working at Kena Gym are locals from Slateport City. The city center is their home. Just when everyone was caught off guard, when the sharp growls were all around, Haoyan shouted loudly, stunned everyone. All gym interns, go to the city with me immediately. Go to the rescue the affected people. Haoyan scolded calmly, making everyone come back to their senses. It was like a needle to stabilize the sea, calming everyone's emotion. Intern, get started quickly. The Pokemon trained at the training ground quickly came to Haoyan's side. Haoyan put away the other Pokemon and rode on Charizard. Quickly rushed to downtown Slateport City. The city center is called the city center because it is the most prosperous here. Also, the most people. The originally prosperous commercial street was mourning at this time. A meteorite about 300 meters long stood in the center of the commercial street. The surrounding shops were completely destroyed by the air wave falling from the meteorite, and the meteorite fall brought a lot of heat wave. The surrounding shops were set on fire. This is not the most terrifying. The most terrifying is the fall of this meteorite, which has led to the evaporation of human life. In addition, at least several thousand people were injured to varying degrees, howling everywhere. Here, it's like hell on earth. Even Haoyan, who was used to seeing big scenes, was moved by it. Quickly jumped off Charizard's body, took out the baby ball, and released all the Pokemon. Xiaoxi, Xiao, Xiaomeng, Xiaolong, Xiaolu, go and rescue the citizens outside. Xiaoju, use rain dance to control the fire over there. After Haoyan finished speaking, all the Pokemon immediately acted. Tyranitar grabbed his paw and lifted a car. Lucario quickly followed and helped a pinned citizen. Charizard took the injured from Lucario's hand and took them to safety. Mewtwo uses confusion to find trapped citizen, and then uses confusion to break the blocking objects and guide the citizens to leave in an orderly manner. Gardevoir is the most efficient. She finds the trapped citizens and immediately take them away with teleport. Ice Ninetales kept bouncing around the building, raining wherever they went, putting out the fire. Kana Jim's interns are also involved in rescue work. Didu tilde. Officer Jenny's speed was also very fast, and it didn't take long for the investigator to come to the scene. Everyone, start the rescue immediately. Officer Jenny gave an order, and the investigators under him began to act in an orderly manner. Curator Haoyan, I have informed the Alliance. The Alliance has dispatched investigators from the surrounding cities to come to support. Officer Jenny report to Haoyanwei. Well, I see. Let go save people together. Haoyan said calmly. Yes. Officer Jenny saluted Haoyan and joined the rescue work. Haoyan was alone, walking towards the meteorite standing in the middle. His intuition told him that the meteorite in front of him was very dangerous. The solid meteorite crust began to fall off. Haoyan's muscles were tense, and he looked at the meteorite in front of him with all his attention. In his heart, he felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Boom! Suddenly, it seemed that a huge explosion occurred inside the meteorite. Countless rubble flew. Haoyan immediately dodged and hid behind a wall to avoid the flying rubble. After the explosion, an alien-like Pokemon walked out of the meteorite. Its body is mainly orange-red, with a blue-green face and 3 blue-green spots on its back. There is a purple streak running through the face and a crystallized trachea in the chest cavity. Its rectangular black eye sockets have white round eye. Automatically, the data entered Haoyan's mind. Pokemon, Deoxys, normal form. Attribute, Psychic. Level, 96. Beginner level of Divine Beast. Characteristic, Pressure. When a Pokemon with this characteristic is played, it can cause a huge pressure on the opponent, causing the opponent to use skills. The energy consumption will be doubled. Introduction, Cosmic Viral DNA exposed to laser light undergoes a sudden mutation, creating Deoxys. The crystal on its chest appears to be its brain. Remark, this Pokemon has 4 forms, namely, Normal, Attack, Defense, and Speed. At present, there are only 2 forms of Ordinary and Speed. With the appearance of Deoxys, a heavy sense of oppression suppressed the audience. It's hard to breathe. Deoxys. Just when Haoyan was shocked, there was a thunderous sound of dragons in the air. Haoyan ignored the shock in his heart and looked up quickly. I saw a green dragon appear in the sky. The sky-shattering dragon roar just now was made by Rayquaza. Rayquaza's dragon roar was obviously different from what Haoyan had heard before, with rage in the dragon roar, and the person who let him rage is Deoxys in front of Haoyan. Chapter 444 Rayquaza and Deoxys Fight. A thunderous dragon roar from Rayquaza directly dissipated the heavy pressure created by Deoxys. Facing Rayquaza's rage, Deoxys quickly floated into the air of Slateport City. Face off with Rayquaza. Rayquaza saw Deoxys and lifted off right in front of him. A little more anger. The sky is the domain of the god of the sky. The power of Rayquaza must not suffer from taunt. Rayquaza opened his mouth and suddenly spewed out a saffron-colored energy beam. The target, it is taunt his Deoxys. Rayquaza's attack. Even Kyogre, who was turned into blue armor by the sea, was afraid. Even the rough-skinned Groudon dared not wipe his edge lightly. Deoxys, too, dare not fight hard. I saw Deoxys' body changing rapidly in an instant, becomes full of streamline. In Haoyan's eyes, Deoxys in normal form has become a speed form. There was a flash before Rayquaza's attack hit. Dodge Rayquaza's mighty attack. The speed is so fast that even if Haoyan has such perfect dynamic vision, he can only see clearly. Boom! Rayquaza's attack landed on the streets of Slateport City, causing a huge explosion. If one shot fails, Rayquaza is more and more rage. I don't know why. Haoyan feels that Rayquaza hates Deoxys. You can even use the word hate. Once upon a time, the great Charizard also spread his wings in front of Rayquaza. But at that time, Rayquaza, instead of blaming Charizard, actually appreciated Charizard. However, it was too late for Haoyan to think about it. Rayquaza again sent out several beams of Saffron's energy to attack. Every time, it was flashed by Deoxys. Deoxys can get past it, but Slateport City get caught. One of the energy attacks slammed right next to Haoyan. Rayquaza, are you his? Haoyan threw down a sentence of national quintessence and hurriedly dodged. Constantly shuttle in the building. Fortunately, it was Haoyan, a walking humanoid Pokemon. If you were someone else, let alone avoid it, it would be pretty good to not be afraid of peeing your pants. Deoxys used his high speed to dodge constantly, quickly dodging behind Rayquaza. 2 slender pipe condensed psychics attack and quickly threw a black energy ball, bombarding Rayquaza. Rayquaza, caught off guard, resisted a Deoxys attack. Although the power is not strong, it seems to completely anger Rayquaza. Roar! Roar! Rayquaza once again issued a thunderous dragon. The huge sound caused the air to form a wave of great destructive power. The doors and windows of the entire Slateport City were shattered by Rayquaza's roar. One after another, Rayquaza launched several more energy attacks. Deoxys is also estimated to have been hit with real fire, constantly using high speed and fighting Rayquaza. Boom! 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 A bunch of intense attacks knocked Slateport City out of the way. Countless helpless Lakeport City citizens took shelter everywhere. Fortunately, because of the meteorites landing just now, many citizens have moved away. Jenny and others who came to the rescue quickly fled with ordinary citizens. Get out of range of Rayquaza and Deoxys. This did not cause too many casualties. Watching the battle between Rayquaza and Deoxys continued. A beam of energy was sent out again, and Deoxys still used his high speed to dodge. It may measure the beam, but it falls straight down. A little girl hugged the doll and looked at the falling energy attack with horror. At the critical moment, Haoyan quickly ran towards the little girl, hugged the little girl. At the same time, he called out to his Pokemon, Xiaolu, Xiaoming, use light screen to block that attack. When the energy beam fell, all of Haoyan's Pokemon returned to him. Gardevoir and Mewtwo quickly created a transparent light green, blocked that energy beam. Rayquaza's attack is very powerful. After the breakthrough, Gardevoir teamed up with Mewtwo, and then reluctantly blocked it. Rayquaza is God. He is supreme. He didn't care about the life and death of human beings. He doesn't care, but Haoyan does. Keep fighting for them, and the entire Slateport City will be destroyed. He's the gym curator at Slateport City. He has the responsibility to protect Slateport City. Impossible. Just watch Rayquaza and Deoxys wreak havoc on Slateport City. Haoyan was also angry and shouted, Mega Evolution. The one who responded to Haoyan was the Pokemon's shout growl. Luca, Shanaido, roar, roar, class. 5 powerful auras rose up. Am I. Although Ice Ninetales will not be Mega Evolution, its strength is relatively weak. However, she also mustered the momentum that belonged to her. Face off against Rayquaza and Deoxys in the sky. Feeling the momentum of several Pokemon, Rayquaza and Deoxys in the air stopped attacking each other. Rayquaza's pair of dragon eyes staring at Haoyan. Chapter 445 looks like Rayquaza. He really likes me. Although Bing Ninetales' courage is commendable, Haoyan knows this level of battle, and she can't help for the time being. Xiaoju, take that little girl away. Haoyan's words are beyond doubt. Ice Ninetales also knows that this is not the time to play, and the tail is curled. He rolled up the little girl and ran out quickly. Haoyan took a step and rode on Charizard's body. Command Charizard into the air. Mewtwo and Gardevoir pumped up Psychic's energy, flew up, and floated beside Haoyan in case of an accident. Lucario took a leap and jumped onto Tyranitar's body. Blood-red eyes fixed on Rayquaza and Deoxys. Facing the stares of Rayquaza and Deoxys, Haoyan shouted angrily, what kind of grudges do you have between you? I do not care. You guys want to fight. I don't care. But you can't fight on my territory. If you want to fight, find a place where no one is there to fight. The air suddenly became quiet. There is an indescribable depression. Jenny and the other investigators didn't dare to catch a breath. That's the Rayquaza that rules the sky. Hoenn region, the highest myth. Curator Haoyan actually dare to scold the other party so bravely. Aren't you afraid of angering the other party and attacking him? Officer Jenny was so nervous. His palms were all sweaty. Roar tilde roar tilde. Rayquaza uttered a dragon roar to Haoyan. In the face of Rayquaza's prestige, Haoyan's Pokemon, he immediately responded. Roar, roar. Charizard took the lead in making a huge roar, and growl was full of wildness and domineering. Shanaido, Psychic Queen Gardevoir and Mewtwo. The surrounding air created a sense of nothingness. This is because they are using Psychic's laws to prepare for a condensation attack. Luca, class. Tyranitar and Lucario on land, not to be outdone. What about the god of the sky? What about the strongest myth? Even if you lose, you can't lose your aura. Rayquaza opened his mouth again, silently sending out a sound wave, and Sonic hit Haoyan. Haoyan's strong beating heart suddenly stopped at this moment. Time seems to stop at this moment. At the same time, on Rayquaza's body, a white star was emitted. It quickly merged into Haoyan's body. This process is very short, only a short 5 seconds. 5 seconds later, Haoyan's heart resumed beating again. It seems that he has a layer of insight, a mysterious feeling. When he looked at Rayquaza again, there was no anger in Rayquaza's eyes. Instead, it is full of admiration. Haoyan didn't understand what Rayquaza did to him. Just when he wanted to ask aloud, Rayquaza uttered Rage's dragon cry again, because Deoxys, who confronted him just now, is gone. Deoxys ran away in just a few seconds. Roar, roar. Rayquaza is furious. He quickly sensed Deoxys' breath and chased after him. Seeing Rayquaza and Deoxys leave, Jenny and the others just felt relieved. Shanaido, Gardevoir quickly came to Haoyan's side, stretched out his tender white hand, and stroked Haoyan's cheek. Concerned about what Rayquaza did to him just now, Haoyan spread his hands and comforted her. I don't know, but it seems, maybe, Rayquaza, he likes me quite. Gardevoir and Mewtwo, all confused. I don't understand what Haoyan means. Okay, don't worry about it. It's important to save people. Haoyan quickly directed Charizard to fly back to the ground and continued the rescue work. Shoot tilde. In the air, many flying Pokemon appeared. It's the investigator who came to support from the surrounding cities, and gym leader Steven, Wallace, and 4 elites also came. They get word that Rayquaza Rayquaza is fighting an unknown Pokemon in Slateport City. They ask Haoyan to understand the situation. When they learned about the situation, they were immediately surprised. Haoyan, did you scold Rayquaza just now? Also, drove Rayquaza away. Haoyan waved his hand, indicating that they don't care about such trivial matters. Saving people is the first priority. After quickly arranging the rescue work, Haoyan rode on Charizard again, chasing in the direction where Rayquaza left just now. On the other hand, Rayquaza followed Deoxys' breath, chasing after him. Although Deoxys is fast, his breath has been picked up by Rayquaza. There is absolutely no escape. When it came to the outskirts of Slateport City, Deoxys simply stopped running. The battle continued with Rayquaza, who was chasing after him. For a time, two different energies attacked each other. A beam of energy from Rayquaza, flattening a hill. Deoxys' black energy ball, blasting a hole in the ground. Haoyan, Steven, and Wallace also came after him, watching the two Pokemon fight each other from a distance. Chapter 446 Long Kungxing kills Deoxys clone. Compared with Deoxys, Rayquaza is obviously rough and thick. The black spherical energy body that Deoxys used hit Rayquaza. It doesn't have much effect. In contrast to Rayquaza's energy attack, Deoxys didn't dare to resist, and could only dodge passively. This may be because Deoxys now only has two forms, normal and speed. Roar, roar. A dragon roar sounded, and Rayquaza once again launched an energy attack. The pure golden energy beam contains supreme prestige. Hash and asterisk hash. Deoxys made a strange noise in the face of Rayquaza's attack. Deoxys was also upset about Rayquaza's push. With a shudder, the body began to fission. Many individuals have changed. At first glance, there are at least 100. This double team. Steven, who was watching the battle with Haoyan, was surprised. Haoyan shook his head and said, "It's not double team. It should be one of Deoxys' special abilities. Look at the clones created by Deoxys. The colors are obviously different from his main body. What double team pursues is to make the clone look the same as the main body, so as to confuse the opponent. Obviously, Deoxys made these doppelgangers with no hope of confusing Rayquaza." Wallace repeated Haoyan's word. If these clones are not to confuse Rayquaza, then what is the purpose of Deoxys making these clones? Attack. Deoxys used these clones to attack, Haoyan said slowly. As Haoyan's voice just fell, hundreds of clones of Deoxys flew to Rayquaza's side quickly. With their arms full of streamlined, lights-off steel pipe, they kept pounding Rayquaza. There are so many Deoxys clones that they almost cover Rayquaza's body. Although the damage these clones can do is limited, hundreds of clones beat at the same time, it is still very important. Rayquaza felt the pain, constantly shaking his long limb, trying to get rid of these annoying clones. As Rayquaza swung his body, Deoxys' body started to move, quietly dodging to Rayquaza's side. A black, huge energy ball condensed, hit Rayquaza in the head. Unprepared, Rayquaza has nowhere to hide. A loud explosion sounded. Rayquaza was smashed to the ground directly by the explosion. Deoxys, who has been pursued by Rayquaza, took this opportunity to make another move. He wanted to return the embarrassment that Rayquaza had just chased and beaten to him. The main body Deoxys condensed a huge black energy ball. At the same time, the surrounding clones congealed together. Hundreds of black energy balls were thrown at Rayquaza lying on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Explosion sound, one after another. The whole earth trembled because of this move by Deoxys. This level is equivalent to the bombardment of hundreds of missiles. Under the indiscriminate bombardment, the location of Rayquaza was directly blown into a deep pit 300 meters deep. Deoxys originally created clone, which was a waste of physical strength and energy. Two consecutive attacks with such a heavy attack cost him a lot of energy. This point, Haoyan, who possesses the power of aura, can clearly feel it. Rayquaza, he'll be alright. Steven and Wallace were both surprised by Deoxys' attack. He looked at the pit with a worried look on his face. Deoxys are new species. Rayquaza is the highest myth of the Hoenn region. In the hearts of Steven and Wallace, although they don't know why the two of them fought, they both hoped that Rayquaza would win. After all, Rayquaza represents but Hoenn region. Rayquaza is fine. Although Haoyan didn't know the real situation of Rayquaza, in his heart he just knew that Rayquaza was fine. Roar. In the deep pit, a thunderous dragon roar sounded. Dragon roar. That's Rayquaza's exclusive growl. The sound was so loud that both Steven and Wallace blocked their ears. The sound waves generated directly blow away the dust and mist. The clouds in the sky seemed to be rudely pushed aside by a big hand. But with such a sound, Haoyan was actually nothing. It doesn't feel hard. I saw Rayquaza back to the sky. The long body shone with a strange streamer. It seemed that the explosion just now had no effect on him at all. Roar. Rayquaza, flying back into the air, sent out roar again. And this time, in response to Rayquaza, hundreds of meteorite fell from the sky. Dragon stars. The powerful skills of the dragon system. Rayquaza, known as the dragon god, unleashed the strongest dragon department skill. Suddenly, a devastating attack formed. The burning meteorite kept falling. As soon as Deoxys' clone was hit, it dissipated into nothingness. The power power of the meteorite remained undiminished, and when it landed on the ground, it caused a huge sound of collision. The clones that Deoxys had worked so hard to create just now were all destroyed by Rayquaza's attack. Chapter 449. Haoyan, come on, what are you doing? After Rayquaza hit Deoxys's clone with a single shot, he didn't continue to attack but kept staring at Deoxys with his pair of dragon eyes. Deoxys didn't move either, just gasping a little. The confrontation between the two divine beasts had a heavy sense of depression. Stephen and Wallace, even if they were watching the battle from a distance, felt the depression in them. He stared at the battlefield intently, for fear of missing any detail. It was Haoyan who broke the tranquility. Go back, Haoyan shouted, and quickly let Charizard back away quickly. Just now, a voice suddenly sounded in Haoyan's heart. This sound came very suddenly. At the same time there is a familiar strangeness. The voice told him it was dangerous. Let him go. After this voice, Haoyan's hair stood up. An extremely dangerous feeling rose from the bottom of my heart. Immediately drives Charizard back. Gardevoir and Mewtwo immediately followed Haoyan back. Stephen and Wallace didn't know why Haoyan acted suddenly, but I have been in contact with Haoyan for a long time. Know that Haoyan will not aimlessly. He also hurriedly urged their respective flying Pokemon to retreat. A full 2 kilometers back. Viewed 2 kilometers apart, the Rayquaza of hundreds of meters has already minimized a lot. Deoxys, or only the size of a thumb. When Haoyan backed away, Rayquaza let out a dragon groan. The momentum began to rise. Around Rayquaza, a strange air formed. This air is extremely powerful. Anything that dares to approach Rayquaza will be shredded. The prestige of the god of the sky is fully unfolded. Rayquaza finally gets serious. He's going to make a big move. Stephen and Wallace felt the prestige and knew how correct Haoyan's decision was just now. Rayquaza moved. The long body is shaking, constantly stirring the surrounding air. Get angry and give Deoxys to lock on directly. Deoxys felt an unprecedented crisis, and kept using the high speed of the speed form to dodge around, trying to avoid Rayquaza's lock-on. It's a pity, no matter how he dodges, Rayquaza's anger still hung firmly on him. Rayquaza's momentum reached its peak. He opened his mouth lightly, and a strong golden light appeared. Knowing that he couldn't dodge, Deoxys simply stopped dodging. He began to condense all his energy, creating a black energy ball 20 meters wide, in an attempt to confront Rayquaza. Xiaomang, Xiaolu, make a light green, Haoyan said. Shanaido, the Psychic Queen Gardevoir's white and tender hand was placed on her chest, stirring psychic energy. Mewtwo also entered the Y form, using the law of psychic, together with Gardevoir, in front of Haoyan, created an airtight light green. Looking back at the two mythical beasts fighting, Deoxys took the lead in condensing his attack. A huge black spherical energy attack with a width of 20 meters threw it towards Rayquaza. Facing Deoxys' attack, Rayquaza opened his mouth and exhaled a solid beam of golden energy. Rayquaza's golden energy beam, compared to Deoxys' black energy ball, much smaller in size. The two energies collide with each other, cancel each other out, and devour each other's energy. At the center of the collision, the strong pulling force seemed to shred even the air by two huge energies. Finally, Rayquaza's golden energy beam is even better. Pierced Deoxys' black energy ball. Like a steel needle, it pierced the black balloon made by Deoxys. Later, with Rayquaza's supreme prestige, he hit Deoxys. Deoxys looked at his body in disbelief. Deoxys' right body, attacked by Rayquaza, was directly pierced with a large hole. Deoxys' shattered body, along with the wound, began to dissolve. No longer able to fly in the air and fall from the air, the breath belonging to Deoxys began to gradually weaken. At last, dissipate. Roar. The supreme Rayquaza roared in victory, showing off his authority to his heart content. Deoxys is dead. Died from Rayquaza's attack. Haoyan's face is solemn. He, with the power of aura in his body, he couldn't feel the existence of Deoxys at all. But just as Haoyan was thinking about it, Rayquaza floated up from the sky. The huge Longan stared at Haoyan closely. The sky is the authority that belongs to Rayquaza. Spreading your wings in front of the god of the sky is a blasphemy. What's more, it is Rayquaza who is full of momentum. Skarmory. Steven Skarmory couldn't stand Rayquaza's prestige at all. Quickly fell from the sky. Pelipper. Wallace's Pelipper couldn't bear it either. The wings are no longer flapping, and they fall straight down. Even Champion's Pokemon was defeated by Rayquaza's momentum. In the air, only Haoyan, Charizard, Gardevoir, and Mewtwo are left. Oppressed by Rayquaza, Charizard, who has always been wild, first made a wild and domineering roar. The first to stand up against Rayquaza. Shanaido. Gardevoir of great word. Whatever Rayquaza is, she only cares about Haoyan. Whenever Rayquaza is malicious, she will attack without hesitation. The Y-shaped Mewtwo uses the psychic law to linger around him. Compared with Rayquaza, a mythical beast that has existed for thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. Although Mewtwo is also very strong, but after all, the age is still very young, and it is not the opponent of Rayquaza. However, it did not affect his fighting spirit at all. It was not the first time that Haoyan felt the special care of Rayquaza. To Rayquaza, tell me, what are you doing? Chapter 450 Scumbag Rayquaza. Giovanni suddenly appeared at Sky Pillar. Rayquaza used to stare at himself in Slateport City, settling Groudon and Kyogre's feud. Before leaving, Rayquaza stared at himself again. Just now, when he and Deoxys didn't decide whether to win or lose, he stared at himself again, and even made something that got into his body. Now, beat Deoxys and run over to see him again. If you have something to do, just say it. You don't fall in love with me, do you? Haoyan laughed slightly exaggeratedly. In fact, Haoyan wasn't a joke at all. Obviously, Rayquaza's attitude towards himself was also curious from the beginning. There is an inexplicable sense of closeness. I thought it was just a joke, but I didn't expect Rayquaza to give Haoyan a slight nod. Forehead. Are you serious? Haoyan touched his face. Although he knew that he was not bad, he was indeed a handsome guy in human society, but Pokemon should have their own aesthetic. He was about to continue asking questions, but Rayquaza didn't give him a chance at all. With a swoosh, it flew high into the sky and disappeared. Looking at Rayquaza, who was far away, Haoyan felt that he was Pua by him. Every time I do this, I run over and flirt twice, and then leave. Well, what does that mean? Scumbag. Tucow returns to Tucow. This time, the matter was resolved. Haoyan took Steven and Wallace and rushed back to Slateport City to organize rescue work. When Haoyan left, on the ground, an orange-blue figure appeared. It was Deoxys, whose half-body was shattered just now, but at this time, the half of Deoxys' destroyed body had fully recovered. Obviously, he has the ability to self-recover, but his breath was unprecedentedly weak. Silently glanced at the direction where Rayquaza left. Deoxys was ready to leave, looking for a place to repair his injury, but at this moment, a man in black clothes with a short head walked out from the side. Behind the man was a Beedrill. This person is exactly Giovanni, who will be destroyed and disappeared at the headquarters of Celadon City. Deoxys sensed Giovanni's Beedrill urge to attack and was full of hostility. Giovanni didn't pay any attention to Deoxys' alertness and approached calmly. As he walked, he spoke silently. You are a disaster. As soon as you appeared, you brought destruction. You will not be liked by selfish human. You and I are of the same kind, and we all belong to the darkness, and neither is liked, hated, abused. Giovanni finished and pulled out a baby ball. This special baby ball has a streamer on it. If Haoyan was here, he would definitely recognize the baby ball in Giovanni's hand. This baby ball represents the highest craftsmanship of mankind. There is another name, called Master Ball. This Master Ball, I originally planned to use it on Mewtwo, but when I wanted to use it, there was a voice that stopped me. It turns out that Mewtwo and I were out of sync. Until I fail, until I meet you. This Master Ball has real meaning. Giovanni looked at Deoxys and said seriously. Deoxys was able to feel the powerful binding ability from the Master Ball in Giovanni's hand. With his current situation, he is not enough to resist the restraints of Master Ball. At this time, he just wanted to escape from here and find a place to rest. Seeing Deoxys trying to escape, Giovanni muttered to himself, you were destined to lose to Rayquaza, and it's fate that you want to be subdued by me. Don't resist. All this is doomed and cannot be changed. Struggling, it's useless. When Giovanni said the last word, the Beedrill behind him moved. Beedrill's thin cicada wings inspired a powerful driving force. It can be said that it was almost instantaneous, and the distance with Deoxys was shortened. Deoxys quickly condensed a 1-meter-sized black energy ball and threw it at the incoming Beedrill. Beedrill, moving at high speed, with a sharp needle in hand, gently stroked, easily cut through Deoxys' attack, undiminished, straight into Deoxys' body. At the same time, the sharp spikes also instilled a large amount of toxins into Deoxys' body. Let Deoxys, who was already injured a lot, suffer even more. Deoxys still wanted to move on, but he felt that if he moved a little bit, Beedrill's thorns would stab again without hesitation. I have already said that everything is doomed. There is no point in resisting. Giovanni pressed the button on the Master Ball and threw it at Deoxys. After a burst of red light, Deoxys was sucked into the Master Ball. The Master Ball fell to the ground and kept swaying. Covet-free Deoxys, unwilling to be controlled by Master Ball, constantly struggling with the ball. Giovanni looked at Master Ball, who was shaking on the ground, and frowned. I can let you get the ability of the other two forms, as long as you surrender to me. I don't know if Giovanni's word played a role, or if Deoxys didn't have the extra energy to struggle. The shaking Master Ball stopped shaking. Chapter 451. The precursor of big things will happen. Slateport City Hall quickly organized relevant personnel to receive the affected people, helping hand them rebuild houses. Just over a week has passed and Slateport City has returned to its former prosperity. Even Slateport City Town Hall, where Rayquaza and Deoxys fought, has become a tourist attraction. Many people heard that a meteorite fell and a new Pokemon appeared, and had a fight with Rayquaza, the supreme myth of the Hoenn region, are quite interested. Come and visit Slateport City. This has also indirectly led to Slateport City once again becoming a place where people gather. More people came to travel, and more people went to Kana Gym to challenge. Kena Gym. Number 1 against the battlefield. Sabrina defeated the trainer who came to challenge, and then said to Keiko, the gym manager, Keiko, my battle here is over, let the next challenger take the stage. Number 2 faced the battlefield, and Korn also defeated the trainer who came to challenge, and also spoke to Keiko. Miss Keiko, the battle on my side is over, please send the next one up. Sabrina and Carney are secretly comparing. Beat more challengers than anyone. Keiko flew up in a hurry, and kept arranging challengers to come to power in the 2 opposing battlefields. Sabrina, after seeing the information that Haoyan accepted Kearney as an apprentice on the internet, she ended her family visit early and returned to Kena Gym from Kanto region. As soon as she came back, she found that Kearney had actually taken the place of her previous position and accepted the challenger's challenge. This made Sabrina very upset. The position of chief intern belongs to me. No one can take it away. Korn is also a strong person in her bone. After all, she is a girl who uses fighting type Pokemon. Feeling Sabrina's challenge, I also want to fight. So, there is just the scene. Sabrina and Korn's temperament led to 3 days in a row. No one could take the Kena badge from their hands. Haoyan didn't care about this, because he's here, preparing for the Evergrande City Convention, training Pokemon. Time passed slowly, and it was found that there were only 3 months left for the Evergrande City Conference. Although his Pokemon's current strength has been greatly improved, except for Ice Ninetales, all rose champion level, but you have to fight 4 elites in a row and then defeat Wallace to get champion. Still a little difficult. Don't look at the good field battles before, but the battles with regular trainers are still different. And being prepared is never a bad thing. While training at the training ground, Wu and the mayor in suits interrupted Haoyan's training. There was a faint worry between his brows. Everyone will train according to the tactics I just arranged. Let me go away. Haoyan greeted Mayor Wu and Mayor Wen he saw him. Arrange for Mayor Wu he to sit in the reception room. Mayor Wu, hey, what the matter? Haoyan said straight to the point as soon as he sat down. To preside over the operation of a city, Mayor Wu he has many meetings to hold every day, and many things to do. Generally, there is nothing wrong, and he will not come to him. It's okay. The reconstruction of Slateport City is proceeding in an orderly and stable manner. Wu Hei Mayor took a sip of tea, only to feel bitterness in his mouth. Haoyan was stunned for a moment. Isn't it fine? But don't rush. Just wait for the other party's opening. Hey, Mayor Wu he sighed and said, I don't know why. Curator Haoyan, I haven't been able to sleep well for the past 2 days. It always feels like something is going to happen. I don't know if Curator Haoyan is watching the news. In the past 2 days, there have been several Absols near our Slateport City. Absol. Haoyan was a little curious. In the past few days and nights, he has been thinking about something that goes deep into his soul, and he hasn't watched the news much. Yes, in addition to our Slateport City, our entire Hoenn region, all in different cities, there are many Absols. It's just that we have more Slateport City. Absol, also known as the Plague Beast. In ancient times, superstitious people believed that Absol brought disaster, so as soon as they see them, they will be expelled. But now, after scientific analysis, the public already knows that the horn on Absol's head can sensitively detect changes in the sky and the earth, giving him the power to perceive natural disasters. Not that Absol itself would spell disaster. The emergence of Absol is to remind people that natural disasters are approaching, and they must know how to seek good luck and avoid evil. In terms of the Alliance, is there anything to say? Haoyan asked. The Alliance has invited Professor Oak from Kanto region and Birch Professor from Hoenn region to form an investigation team, looking for the source of the disaster and where it came from. It's just a pity that there are no results yet. It is precisely because of the unknown that I am worried. Mayor Wu he said with worry. Mayor Wu Hei, I am the curator of Kena Gym, and I have the responsibility and obligation to protect Slateport City. If you need anything I will do. Please feel free to speak. Haoyan made a promise. Well, I'm here to thank Curator Haoyan first. Oh, I don't have anything to trouble Director Haoyan. Mayor Wu he was grateful. After a few chats, Haoyan sent Wu he Mayor away. After this conversation with Mayor Wu and Mayor, let Haoyan have a kind of omen that something big is about to happen. Chapter 452. The meteor shower comes again. In the middle of the night, Haoyan stayed in the room, turned on the TV and listened to news report, but the attention was not on the news broadcast by the beautiful host. Instead, he thought about something in his mind that made him think for a long time, but he couldn't decide. Would you like to exchange? What Haoyan considered was an item sold in the system store. This item is called Transformation Stone. Transformation Stone, a strange stone that absorbs the energy of the moon. Once used, it can temporarily transform a Pokemon into a human form. Open black lens bracket remark close black lens bracket. The form can only be changed at night. I don't know what Xiaolu think. What if she doesn't want to? Should be willing. Seeing Gardevoir packing his clothes in the room, Haoyan dared to speak. Gardevoir, who was packing her clothes, didn't know what Haoyan was thinking, but Haoyan kept staring at her, making her face a little blush. Thinking so much. That thing needs a lot of reward points. point, and the system hasn't released has for a long time. It's like trying to change, and there aren't enough reward points. Hey tilde. Just as Haoyan was going up and down, Bing Ninetails suddenly ran into his room, and his nine tails kept shaking, yelling at Haoyan, Mimi. What the matter, Xiaoju? Haoyan was obviously absent-minded. Bing Ninetails used his tail to pull Haoyan out. Gardevoir also followed out curiously. Outside the house, many meteors crossed, forming a massive meteor shower. The tail of the meteor pierced the night sky with flame, light up the night sky. This scene is as gorgeous as fireworks. Seeing such a beautiful meteor shower, Haoyan's heart skipped a beat. It's not right. Didn't Deoxys be broken up by Rayquaza? Why is there a meteor shower? Originally, Haoyan thought that the affair between Rayquaza and Deoxys would end with Deoxys' failure. Unexpectedly, just over a week later, the meteor shower landed again, and bigger than the last time. After the last lesson, Slateport City has been alarmed at this time. Officer Jenny took the search officer and walked through the streets, shouting non-stop with the horn, "Let the residents of Slateport City pay attention to the meteorite fall." Having experienced the last meteorite fall, the citizens of the entire Slateport City were terrified, afraid that once again, the meteorite fell on his head. For a time, Slateport City was a little chaotic. Little Dragon, Haoyan called out Charizard, quickly rode on him, and headed to the center of Slateport City. Always prevent casualties in Slateport City as a result of a meteorite fall like last time. Officer Jenny, who was constantly walking, saw Haoyan riding Charizard in the sky. He shouted loudly with a loudspeaker, "Don't panic, everyone, stay in your own home. Director Haoyan and his Pokemon are guarding us outside. Don't worry, with Director Haoyan here, we will be fine." To echo Officer Jenny, Haoyan made Charizard growl. The citizens of Slateport City have heard the iconic, domineering and wild growl of Haoyan. Charizard quickly settled down. Director Haoyan is here. We don't have to worry. Slateport City was quick to settle down. Several small meteorites broke through the atmosphere and landed near Slateport City, all of which were shattered by Haoyan's Pokemon. After a full hour, the meteor shower faded away. Haoyan rode Charizard away until it was confirmed that it was safe. According to a reporter from this station, the entire Hoenn region saw the largest meteor shower in history last night. With this meteor shower, there are many small meteorites falling in various places in the Hoenn region. The falling meteorite has caused a lot of losses to various cities. Purple Hibiscus City, Rustboro City, and Lilycove City all suffered varying degrees of loss. Among them, the most serious loss is Petalburg City. There were two larger meteorites that fell into Petalburg Woods and sparked the Petalburg Woods fire. At present, the Alliance has dispatched a large number of search officers to put out the fire. The fire is under effective control. At this time, Haoyan was watching the news broadcast in the office of Officer Jenny in Slateport City. What happened? Why are there so many meteorites falling? Officer Jenny thumped the table with a pink fist. She had not slept all night, and her mental state was not good at this time. Haoyan just wanted to call Wallace to ask what was going on. The phone rang first. It was Wallace's call. Haoyan quickly connected, and Wallace's slightly anxious voice came from the phone. "Haoyan, please come to Evergrande City now. Hoenn region, something has happened." It was the first time Haoyan heard Wallace so anxious, and his voice trembled obviously. Wallace, but the most elegant person. At the same time, he is also the champion of Hoenn region. Even with the last dispute between Groudon and Kyogre, although he didn't know what to do, at least he wouldn't be so panicked. Moreover, Haoyan also heard Wallace and trembled because of fear. What could make Wallace so scared? Haoyan didn't stop, rode on Charizard and hurried to Evergrande City. Chapter 453 Meteorite enough to destroy Hoenn region. Evergrande City, the League headquarters in the Hoenn region. In the conference room, the atmosphere was low. In addition to Gym Leader of Hoenn region, 4 Elite, Steven, Wallace gathered, and most particularly, Stone, the president of Devon Corporation, also attended the meeting. When Haoyan was seated, everyone gathered. Wallace said heavily, "Everyone must know what happened last night. At about 10 o'clock last night, the largest meteor shower appeared. At the same time, many meteorites fell to different cities, causing great losses. Speaking of which, everyone's eyes were focused on Wallace. Whole word, no exception. Would love to know what happened." Wallace looked at Steven next to him, and waved to him, motioning for Steven to speak. Steven also said with a heavy face, "Through the observation of the Green Ridge Cosmos Center, it was found that in the far outer space, there is a meteorite with a weight of about 300 square kilometers and a conservative estimate of 10,000 tons, which is rapidly approaching the Hoenn region. And the meteor shower last night was caused by the collision of this huge meteorite." Yasha, who is not very good at mathematics, first asked, 300 square kilometers, 10,000 tons of meteorite, how big is it? Will it affect us? Haoyan heard Yasha's words and said quickly, "This meteorite is about the size of Lavaridge town. If this meteorite has fallen to the city, just the aftermath of the touch is enough to destroy the entire city in an instant. Even if this meteorite does not fall to the city, it falls falls to the sea. The tsunami caused is enough to destroy several coastal cities, and it's just a superficial effect. The real influence is the back. After the meteorite landed, a series of upheavals would cause the entire Hoenn region to undergo earth-shaking changes. Meteorites must contain a large number of micromolecules, and even radiation. At the same time, smack down the ground will spread smoke and dust, and a large amount of carbon dioxide is enough to kill all living beings with hypoxia. If the impact of the meteorite is too large, once it breaks the crust, it is likely to trigger the eruption of mega-volcano. All in all, once the meteorite falls into reality, the entire Hoenn region will become a forbidden area for life. Haoyan's explanation caused everyone present to take a deep breath. The girls present, including Asha, Winona, and Roxanne, suddenly turned pale. At the same time, even Norman, who has seen strong winds and waves, has a dignified face. The meeting room was silent. The one who broke the silence was Haoyan. Stephen, according to your observations, where did this super large meteorite land at the end? Stephen looked a little unbearable and said, Slateport City. Haoyan, who got the reply, turned pale, and fell weakly on the chair. He finally knew what Absol's appearance represented. Disaster. A catastrophe that can destroy everything. Haoyan bit his tongue. The sweet bloody smell and tingling sensation calmed him down. Now, what's the solution? Stephen flips a switch. In the conference room, a picture appeared. It is the super large meteorite just mentioned. Stephen said, this is the detection screen of the Mosteep City Universe Center satellite. According to the calculation of the speed, it will take about 7 days for this meteorite to touch the sky above the Hoenn region. At present, we have initially drawn up a solution. Make a bomb capable of producing 1,000,000 tons and bring it to that meteorite by means of a rocket launch. Then control the bomb and detonate that meteorite. The best result is that the explosion blew the meteorite directly into pieces, or the fluctuation of the explosion, changing the direction in which the meteorite fell, keeping the meteorite away from our planet. Even what I just said, I can't do it. But if the size of the meteorite can be reduced to 1/5, then the damage can also be reduced to a minimum. And to make 1,000,000 tons of explosive, we at Devon Corporation can do it. We also have the technology for launching rockets. To bring everyone together is to let everyone vote and pass our plan. Or, if you have other plans, please come up with them. Hearing that there was a solution, everyone in the conference room breathed a sigh of relief. His face was no longer as heavy as before. Only Haoyan did not relax in the slightest. The method proposed by Stephen sounds very effective, but in fact there are still many shortcomings. Because in this world there are Pokemon. This has also led to the direction of human technology, most of which are hid on Pokemon. Therefore, the research on aerospace and explosives is relatively backward. To accurately hit and detonate a super large meteorite, the success rate is not high in Haoyan's view. But for now, that seems to be the only way to go. Chapter 454, The Highest Myth of Hoenn Region. It has been 5 days since Haoyan returned from a meeting in Evergrande City. All the people in the Hoenn region know about the fall of the super large meteorite. You can't hide it. You can't hide it. Absols appear everywhere, heralding the destruction of the scourge. The bustling Slateport City is no longer lively. The streets are empty. Almost everyone in Slateport City is in their own homes, watching TV. On TV, reporter Kishi Shang is broadcasting live in the audience. Look behind me, everyone. This is the temporary rocket launch base on the outskirts of Slateport City. The 50-meter-high giant behind it is an aerospace rocket built by Devon Corporation with the highest technology. On this rocket, 1,000,000 tons of explosives are filled. Later on, the aerospace rocket will soar into the sky under the precise calculation of the Green Ridge Cosmos Center. Go and blow up that super large meteorite. Before the operation, we invited Mr. Champion Wallace, who presided over the operation, to give us an interview. Reporter Kishika put the microphone in front of Wallace and interviewed. Mr. Wallace, are you sure that this bombing operation can solve the crisis in our Hoenn region? Wallace took the microphone with confidence and said loudly, this time, the operation has been carefully calculated by experts from all sides. The space rocket we launched is enough to blow up the meteorite. Please also the people of the Hoenn region, don't panic. We, Hoenn region, will definitely be able to withstand this difficulty. The rocket has not been launched yet. Can it blow up that large meteorite? No one knows. Wallace has no idea. However, Wallace had to put on a confident look. Come and appease the people of the Hoenn region. Hearing Wallace's confident words, the audience in front of the TV breathed a sigh of relief. Ease their anxiety. Okay, I believe that under the leadership of Mr. Wallace, we will definitely land crossing through this difficult time. In the headquarters command room of the temporary rocket launch base, Haoyan and a group of superiors from the Hoenn region gathered here. The president of Devon Corporation, Stone, received a notification from his subordinates and said, Wallace, the equipment has been debugged. It's time to act. Call. Wallace took a deep breath and opened a lid in front of him. In the lid, there is a red switch. He knows that as long as the switch above is pressed, the space rocket loaded with explosives will rise flat. that. It's just that now he is not as confident as he was in the interview just now, but instead is full of worry. President Doan, can our Hoenn region really overcome this difficulty? This red switch represents the spark of hope. Once the plan fails, it means that hope is extinguished. This puts a lot of pressure on Wallace. Wallace's words resonated with everyone in the command room. Can land crossing really get through this difficult time? If you haven't been able to land crossing, then the people present were all locals from Hoenn region. Hoenn region, for them, is their hometown. Once the plan fails, it means that the Hoenn region will cease to exist. There is no wiggle room. Even Haoyan felt deeply powerless about this. In the face of the natural disaster that destroys the sky and destroys the earth, no matter how strong an individual is, it is of no use. He has a deep attachment to Hoenn region. Having lived here for more than 10 years, I have long regarded it as my hometown. Feeling the depression in the command room, Stephen patted Wallace's shoulder and said softly, "Let's start. This is the best way we can think of." Yeah. Wallace reluctantly lifted his spirits and pressed the red button hard. Chi. Outside the command room, the ready-made rocket spewed out a large amount of white gas. The steel frame mounted on the periphery of the rocket fell off one after another. The bottom of the rocket sprayed out hot fire. The audience standing in front of the TV held their breath. Watch the rocket representing hope soar into the sky. Come on. We can definitely get through this difficult time. Come on. Countless spectators sitting in front of the TV shouted vigorously. At present, everything is going well, and it is expected to reach the outer periphery of the giant meteorite in 5 minutes. In the command room, many researchers were operating instruments to observe the rocket situation. Haoyan, like the others, watched the screen nervously. In the picture, the rocket successfully broke through the atmosphere and quickly approached the giant meteorite. Time passed by minute. It has entered orbit, and it is expected that in 20 seconds, the rocket and the meteorite will touch. Countdown to 19 seconds. Countdown to 13 seconds. Countdown to 5 seconds. Countdown 1 second. Detonate. In the picture, the rocket has already touched the giant meteorite. The explosives loaded in the rocket exploded violently as everyone expected. 1 million tons of explosives formed an unprecedented spectacular scene. In the explosion, huge pieces of meteorite splattered. Did it work? Everyone in the command room looked at the scene in front of them with anticipation. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. A meteorite with a tail flame broke through the explosion circle. 1 million tons of explosives were indeed successfully blasted, but only 1/3 of the huge meteorite was blown up. The remaining 2/3 continued to fall towards the Hoenn region. What? Command room. People's faces turned pale. Wallace, already soft on the table. This time the blasting plan completely exceeded everyone's expectation. There are still 2/3 of the meteorites that fall into the Hoenn region, which can still destroy Slatecourt City and destroy the ecology of the entire Hoenn region. Desperate. It's not just the people in the command room who were desperate. All the viewers who watched the live broadcast together also fell into despair. Just when everyone is desperate, outside the screen, a tiny green dot appeared. It is rapidly approaching the giant meteorite. Although Haoyan couldn't see what the green dot was, but he knew that it was the highest myth of Hoenn region, God of the Sky, Rayquaza. Chapter 455. As Rayquaza fell, the light disappeared. Small green dot. As they get closer, everyone sees it. Rayquaza is approaching a giant meteorite. What is he going to do? He seems to be attacking that giant meteorite. In the picture, the 100-meter-long Rayquaza emits a golden energy beam. Attack the giant meteorite. Boom. Rayquaza's energy attack shattered the outer periphery of the giant meteor. Gravel splash. Roar. Rayquaza succeeded in one blow, and his momentum spread wide. It completely showed the domineering power of his God of the Sky. Even if you can't hear Rayquaza's roar through TV, countless people are ignited by Rayquaza's domineering. Rayquaza, dissatisfied with the giant meteorite in the territory that dares to invade. The energy was condensed again, and a saffron-colored energy beam was sprayed at the giant meteorite. The energy attack kept consuming the giant meteorite. It seems to be very effective, but in fact, Rayquaza's attack only wears off a layer of skin of the giant meteorite. The size of the giant meteorite has not decreased much. Roar. Rayquaza, who kept releasing energy attack, also realized this problem. No longer wasting physical strength, but quickly fly away. The crazy mobilization of energy formed a strange air on the surface of Rayquaza. That's the gas exclusively for Rayquaza. It is also the prestige of the God of the Sky. Milky white air covered Rayquaza's body. Roar. Rayquaza, with indestructible prestige, slammed into the giant meteorite head-on. Boom. Be hit by the giant meteorite of Rayquaza tackle, with countless rubble splashing. The falling rubble formed a splendid meteor shower. The strength of Rayquaza's attack seemed to make the huge meteorite pause for a while. At the same time, Rayquaza also flew out because of the huge recoil. Rayquaza, who was ejected, was not discouraged. Once again, he mustered his own air, and once again launched an attack. Again and again, he kept using his solid body. Tackle was a giant meteorite meteorite thousands of times bigger than him. Every time, it can cause the fragmentation of the meteorite. Come on, Rayquaza. Haoyan, who was watching the live broadcast, clenched his fists and shouted silently. This seems to be a signal. Everyone in the command room, inspired by Rayquaza, clenched their fists and cheered for Rayquaza like Haoyan. Come on, come on. The sound is getting louder. A wave has formed. All the audience in front of the TV clenched their fists, cheered for Rayquaza, who is in the picture, tackle meteorite again and again. Throughout Lakeport City, there are uniformed shouts. Rayquaza in outer space. Looking back, it seems that he heard the encouragement of everyone. He didn't attack like he did just now, but stay in the distance. At this time, he is drumming up all the energy in his body, formed an unprecedented, strong and inseparable chi. Rayquaza, muster up all his strength and attack. Haoyan in the command room clearly felt Rayquaza's thought. As Haoyan expected, Rayquaza's momentum reached an unprecedented high. There was a huge power and rushed towards the giant meteorite. All eyes are on Rayquaza. I'm so nervous I can't breathe. Boom. From the air above 10,000 meters, there was a huge collision sound resounding through the sky. The aftermath of the collision directly overturned the monitoring satellite. The live screen shake for a while. For some reason, a panic flashed through Haoyan's heart. He hurriedly shouted to the technician, quickly adjust the satellite image. Technicians, operating quickly, directed the satellites back into orbit to start monitoring. In the picture, the meteorite has been reduced by Rayquaza's tackle, only half the original size, but still, falling towards the Hoenn region. In the picture, there is no Rayquaza figure. Where's Rayquaza? Haoyan shouted immediately. Technicians quickly adjusted the angle of the satellite to capture images of Rayquaza. I see. Rayquaza was recoiled by the giant meteorite and was falling at breakneck speed. Rayquaza is full of scars after the collision. His eyes are closed. Rayquaza, which fell sharply, disappeared from the satellite screen soon after. Haoyan, I don't know why. My heart is full of grief and sadness. What happened to Rayquaza? Rayquaza's anger. Why did it disappear? Did Rayquaza him? Haoyan didn't dare to think further. It's over. President Stone in the command room fell into the chair. The spirit of the whole person seems to be drained. It's over. Hoenn region is over. Wallace's feet were also weak, and he fell on the chair. Even the giant meteorite was reduced to half. But everyone knows that meteorite can still cause devastating blows to the Hoenn region. Millions of tons of explosive failed to blow up the giant meteorite. Even Rayquaza, the highest myth of Hoenn, under the crazy tackle, failed to change the fate of Hoenn region's destruction. Countless citizens in front of the TV all fell to the ground like the two of them. It seems, with the fall of Rayquaza, the flame of hope is extinguished. Light gone. Chapter 456. Shajana, the citizen of the meteor. In the command room with low air pressure, a clear female voice with a little rage sounded. Didn't I say before, that damn meteorite will arrive in 2 days? We still have time. We can continue to make explosive, and then use rockets to blast up that damn meteorite. Right. It was the red-haired Asha who spoke. Asha's scolding shocked everyone in the conference room, and all looked at Steven and President Stone. That's too late. Making millions of tons of explosives consumes a lot of resources. 2 days is not enough for us to make, Steven said with a sullen look. We mobilize the power of the people of the entire Hoenn region. Let everyone work together. We must still have a solution. Right. Asha didn't give up and continued to say loudly. Maybe it's really like what you said. 1 million tons of explosives can be made in a short period of time. But, in 2 days, we can't build a rocket that lifts off. There is no way. Everything is over, President Stone said. When he finished saying this, he let out a sigh of relief, as if his head went white all of a sudden. The stubborn Asha still didn't give up. Could it be that we just gave up? We must have a way. Steven shook his head dejectedly. There's no way. Could it be? Are we just watching the Hoenn region be destroyed? No, no. We must have a way. We must have a way. Grandpa, you're right. We must have a solution. Asha shouted to Mira, who was beside her, with tears in her eyes. Mira sighed silently, avoiding Asha's gaze. Winona, Roxanne, did you just give up? Asha looked at her good sisters Winona and Roxanne. Unfortunately, neither Roxanne nor Winona responded to Asha. No one responded to Asha, and Asha was almost desperate. In despair, Asha thought of Haoyan. That's right, Haoyan. We have Haoyan. Haoyan is so smart. There must be a way. In the command room, Yasha seemed to be looking for Haoyan. However, he found that in the command room, Haoyan disappeared. Where did Haoyan go? Asha's remarks made everyone around them notice that Haoyan, who was still there just now, has disappeared. Director Haoyan, he just left. Norman, who was sitting near the door, said indifferently. Haoyan is gone. Did even Haoyan give up? The stubborn Asha couldn't get any support, and couldn't find Haoyan, so tears ran down her cheek. Wallace, who had not spoken, slapped the table abruptly. He woke everyone up and said loudly, since things can't be changed, then we have to minimize the loss. According to the direction in which the meteorite fell, Lakeport City was the first to be affected. Evacuate the citizens of Lakeport City first. As for what happens after the meteorite falls, called put aside for now. At least for now, we can't be indifferent. Wallace took on the responsibility of a region champion at this time. Inspiring people, the Hoenn superiors present began to act in an orderly manner. When Rayquaza plummeted, Haoyan had already rushed out of the command room, summoned Charizard, and rushed towards Gravity Island on the 127th waterway. With Rayquaza and his bond, he knows that Rayquaza is not dead. Just under the impact, was seriously injured. In his heart, there is an inexplicable feeling. Wanting to solve this one is enough to destroy Hoenn, the natural disaster of N region. The key point is still on Rayquaza. The whistling wind kept ringing in his ears. Feeling Haoyan's eagerness, Charizard flapped his wings rapidly and kept flying towards Gravity Island. It is also unknown if Gravity Island lost the gravity influence because of Rayquaza's injury. Gyarados were also gone in groups on the outskirts of Gravity Island. Haoyan easily and Charizard boarded Gravity Island. A tower with a height of about 200 meters, like a towering giant, stood in front of him. In the towering tower, Rayquaza, who Haoyan could feel the serious injury, was inside. Haoyan didn't stop, walked directly through the glowing door of Sky Pillar, and walked in. A familiar feeling of weightlessness. Haoyan saw Rayquaza lying on the ground with scars all over his body. Rayquaza, where is there any prestige of the god of the sky? Rayquaza's eyes were closed. Seems to be in great pain. Thanks a lot. Haoyan didn't care about anything else, and quickly ran to Rayquaza's side, stroking Rayquaza's body with his hand. At the same time, the Viridian power in the body was continuously instilled into Rayquaza's body, almost exhausting the energy in his body. The weak Rayquaza barely opened his eyes. The huge dragon head clearly saw Haoyan. There was a hint of consolation in his eyes. Also, a little smile. Roar tilde roar tilde. Rayquaza glanced at Haoyan, then turned his head hard and made a sound to roar in the corner. I know how to do it, Lord Dragon God. The sudden voice made Haoyan stunned for a moment. He quickly followed the sound. I saw a woman in a gray cloak in the corner, standing up from her kneeling state. The woman removed the hood from the head and said to Haoyan, my honorable inheritor, I am Siana in the name of the meteor. Chapter 457 Rayquaza's fate. After a long cry, Rayquaza closed his eyes weakly again and fell into a deep sleep. Even if Haoyan instills the power of Viridian into Rayquaza, it will have no effect. Don't waste your energy. Lord Dragon God is too vast. Before you completed the inheritance, you are not enough to recover. Lord Dragon God. After Sigana with short hair finished speaking, she looked at Haoyan. Time is running out. The inheritor of the Dragon God. Please follow me. People of Meteor. Heirs. Haoyan looked at the other party with some vigilance, but did not listen to the other party's word. After all, the first time they met, they were obviously uneasy about each other. Siana explained, the people of Meteors are the guardians who uphold the Millennium Oath. At the same time, the most loyal servant of Lord Dragon God, the person recognized by Lord Dragon God as the inheritor. Haoyan didn't care about these nicknames, and asked the core question, do you have a way to make Rayquaza recover from his injury? It should be possible, Sigana said distressedly, looking at Rayquaza, who was weak and falling into a deep sleep. But the one who understands the divine enlightenment the most is the grandmother. I'll go with you. Haoyan agreed without hesitation as soon as he heard that the other party might have a way to restore Rayquaza. Sure enough, it is the inheritor of Lord Dragon God. Siana muttered in her heart, and quickly released her salamander, rode on it, and led the way in front. Haoyan didn't say much, called out Charizard and followed him. Here is the entrance to the meteor. Sigana took Haoyan to the depths of Meteor Falls from the number 127C route. What appeared in front of Haoyan at this time was a pitch-black pothole. Here, Haoyan frowned, looking at the big pit in front of him. Yeah, Sigana replied coldly, and then directed Salamence to go deeper. Haoyan followed suit. After passing through the dark passage, Haoyan came to the legendary meteor. This is a huge valley. There are all kinds of flowers and plants around growth, as well as many rare tree fruit. The fresh air is refreshing, with a touch of floral fragrance. In the depth of this meteor, there are more than a dozen old and new wooden houses. The appearance of the wooden house is very simple and has a unique flavor. From the size and number of these wooden houses, it can be judged that there are about 100 people here. There are many Pokemon running around among the flowers and plants. Most of them are some dragon-type Pokemon, Dratini, Harkale, Gible, etc. Here, it feels a bit like a paradise. However, Haoyan didn't have time to enjoy the beautiful scenery. He was more concerned about how to restore Rayquaza and resolve the meteorite catastrophe in Hoenn region. Follow me. Sigana led the way in front of Haoyan. While walking, he introduced the basic situation to Haoyan. Honorable inheritor, you will meet my grandmother later. My grandmother is the elder of Meteor family. You can just call him an old lady. Haoyan followed Siana to the open spaces. In front of the open space, hundreds of Meteor citizens stood and waited. The head of the crowd was an old man in a gray robe with white hair and a vicissitude face. Grandma, this is curator Haoyan. It is also the acknowledged inheritor of Lord Dragon God. Siana introduced on the side. side. Honorable inheritor. The old woman took the lead in offering the salute, and all the clansmen behind her also gave salute together. This is. Haoyan hurriedly accelerated 2 steps, grabbed the old woman, and prevented the other party from continuing. An old man who is at least 90 years old, giving himself a gift. This is too unreasonable. Lord Dragon God is the belief in our clan, and you are the inheritor recognized by Lord Dragon God, and you should receive the highest courtesy in our clan. The white-haired old woman did not stop because Haoyan stopped her, and insisted on giving her salute. He couldn't stop it, and Haoyan didn't force it. After giving the salute, the old woman looked reminiscent and said with deep eyes, Master Inheritor, you must be very doubtful about this catastrophe. Let me tell you, a long time ago, maybe the ancestors of the Hoenn region made too many mistakes, caused a fight between Groudon and Kyogre. Dry and flood come together. I don't know how long the war lasted. Finally, the appearance of Lord Dragon God stopped 2 super ancient Pokemon. Dating back thousands of years, a giant meteorite fell from the sky and accidentally awakened Groudon and Kyogre again. At the same time, 2 ultra ancient Pokemon were affected by a meteorite and turned into a primitive state. The 2 Pokemon in their original state joined forces, and even Lord Dragon God couldn't defeat them, and the ancestors at that time stood up and used the Celadon, Rainbow Stone to let the Dragon God complete the Mega Evolution. That stopped them. After the war, the ancestors began to believe in the Dragon God, and built Sky Pillar in honor of Lord Dragon God. At that time, our ancestors once left a divine revelation, predicting that after 1,000 years, a catastrophe named Deoxys would fall. With this catastrophe, a larger meteorite fell, and that meteorite is too huge. Even Lord Dragon God can't defeat it. The old woman explained what happened. Haoyan understood why Rayquaza chased after Deoxys as soon as he came. An immortal look. Chapter 458 Obtaining Inheritance. Dragon Ascent. Then how to solve this world-destroying disaster. Haoyan frowned slightly. If you want to stop this disaster, you can only let the inheritor enter the meteor's secret realm, get the colorful stone, let the Dragon God restore, and let the Dragon God enter the state of Mega Evolution. It can be resolved, and you are the only inheritor recognized by Lord Dragon God. The old lady said in a devout tone. Why are you so sure? I am the inheritor. Shouldn't the inheritor be born from your meteorite? The old woman took out a stone fragment from her bosom and handed it to Sienna, who was beside her tremblingly, letting her deliver it to Haoyan's hand. This one is a fragment of Celadon, Rainbow Stone. Only the inheritors who are recognized by the Dragon God will bloom in color. When other people touch it, it's just an ordinary stone. If you don't believe it, try it. Haoyan took the shards that Sigana handed over and held them in his hand. In an instant, there was a faint comprehension in my heart. The white light that Rayquaza brought into Haoyan's body at first overflowed Haoyan's body one after another. On his body, it kept wrapping around, and finally gathered in his hand. The colorful brilliance immediately bloomed in his hand. Meteor family, meet the inheritor. When the old woman saw the colorful brilliance in Haoyan's hand, she immediately led her clansmen to kneel down and salute devoutly. Is this the meteor's secret realm? Haoyan asked, pointing to the cave in front of him. Yes, this is the holy land of my clan. Meteor's secret realm. There is the Celadon, Rainbow Stone, the highest sacred object sacrificed by our clan. For 1,000 years, no one has set foot there. The old woman replied. Haoyan accepted his identity as the inheritor, and under the leadership of the old woman, he came to the holy land of the meteor people. I understand. Haoyan took a deep breath and stepped into the cave. When Haoyan's figure disappeared into the cave, the old woman led the rest of the clan and sat at the entrance of the cave, praying with folded hand. Lord Dragon God, the faithful covenant of 1,000 years has been opened. On the other hand, after Haoyan entered the cave, he immediately felt that he had lost his 5 senses. It was as if he had fallen into the void. Suddenly, a powerful energy poured into the body. Then came the severe pain. The meridians of the body seemed to be rudely opened by the huge energy, and then poured energy into his body. This process was extremely painful. Even Haoyan's strong will couldn't hold it, and he let out a painful roar. This process lasted a whole day and night, but to Haoyan, it seems like a year has passed. Haoyan had been tortured to the point of being unable to hold on, so he stopped. Consciousness returns to the body. Limbs reluctantly return to action. In the dark cave, I could barely see it clearly. Haoyan's hand. I do not know when there is a stone head. He put the stone in his pocket, discerned the direction a little, and left the cave with heavy step. Lord Inheritant, have you completed the inheritance? The old woman who stayed behind outside the cave saw Haoyan come out, and hurried forward with the clansmen who stayed behind, looking at Haoyan with hope. Haoyan didn't answer the old woman's question, but directly extended his hand. Give it to me. The answer was unanswerable, but the old woman was surprised. He quickly took out a scroll from his arm, and put his hands on Haoyan's hands respectfully. Please put away this scroll. The above records the exclusive skills of Lord Dragon God. Dragon Ascent. Dragon Ascent. Very strong. If Rayquaza Rayquaza doesn't learn. Even if he enters Mega Evolution, his strength is only half of his limit. This scroll. It's the scroll that the inheritor of the 1,000 years, after establishing contact with the Dragon God, spent his whole life making. For the past 1,000 years, it has been reserved by the Patriarch of the Meteor Nation. Now, handed over to the inheritor. Haoyan didn't hesitate, took the scroll directly, and opened it. After the scroll was unrolled, white stars appeared and quickly entered Haoyan's mind. So, Haoyan knew how to get Rayquaza to obtain Dragon Ascent's ability. Haoyan, who had obtained the complete inheritance, summoned his Charizard. The handsome turned over with a stride, and said hello to Meteor family. Okay, I'm leaving. Left quickly. He's going to Sky Pillar to use the energy stored in his body to restore Rayquaza. And, with the obtained Celadon, Rainbow Stone, let Rayquaza Mega Evolution resolve this catastrophe in Hoenn region. Looking at Haoyan's figure, he disappeared into the distance. Sigana clenched her fists and asked her grandmother, Grandma, do you think he can stop this catastrophe? The old woman showed a kind smile and nodded affirmatively. Yes, if he didn't get the complete inheritance, he wouldn't know the scroll of Dragon Ascent in my hand. He is the one chosen by Lord Dragon God. Chapter 459. The Flame of Hope ignites again. Slateport City. With the approach of giant meteorite can be seen far away. The giant meteorite, with the change of time, began to grow bigger in the eyes of everyone. Gradually, from the size of a sesame seed, it became larger, start blocking out the sun. Even in the morning, the sunlight was blocked by meteorite. Before long, the meteorite will completely block sunlight. At that point, the light will disappear completely, thus become dark. Kena Gym. All the superiors of the Hoenn region are gathered. Mayor Wu Hei, how's the evacuation of Slateport City going? Asked Wallace, the leader. The citizens of the entire city were only evacuated by half. The other half will stay in Slateport City. Mayor Wu Hei said sadly. Wallace sighed with a dignified expression, expressing understanding. How can people give up their feelings for their hometown so easily? And, even if you leave, how can that be? As the huge meteorite fell, the climate of the entire Hoenn region would change drastically. At that point, the entire Hoenn region becomes a forbidden zone for life. Excuse me, Mayor Wu Hei. Wallace smiled hard. Hey, Mayor Wu Hei sighed heavily. Wallace looked around. Steven, the 4 elite, and the gym curator at his side. There are also many superior investigators. It can be said that the entire Hoenn region, the most elite forces, are concentrated here. In 2 hours, the giant meteorite will fall. People who stay here, everyone knows what it means. Wallace said heavily. This batch of Hoenn region, the most superior people are concentrated here, and they all know what will happen later. In order to protect the Hoenn region, they will do their best. At the moment before the meteorite landed, let all the Pokemon to launch a powerful attack. Go attack that giant meteorite. They are the most powerful fighting force of Hoenn region. The Pokemon used is also the top existence of Hoenn region. Although each Pokemon is far worse than the Rayquaza of the Supreme Myth, but a large number can also cause a lot of power to giant meteorite. Even if the meteorite cannot be completely crushed, as long as the meteorite is further reduced, the loss of the meteorite falling will be minimized. It's worth it to fight for a chance for Hoenn region. Just to stay here is to take a huge risk. Under the power of heaven, no one can survive. Everyone is dying. This suicidal plan, proposed its Wallace. Wallace, it's an honor to be your friend. Steven put his arm around his friend Wallace's shoulder and said softly, I don't do well in this position of champion, but at least, I'm not ashamed. You're right. Wallace also put his arms around Steven's shoulders. Of course, I'm proud to have a friend like you. Steven bumped Wallace. As time passed, the citizens who were stranded in Slateport City came out of their homes one after another. Gather at Kana Gym. Gather with the superiors of the Hoenn region. Look up to the sky together. In the air, the giant meteorite had completely blocked the sunlight. When the last ray of sunlight dissipated, Slateport City was plunged into darkness. The light seems to no longer shine on this land. It's almost time. Wallace flicked the baby ball, releasing his 6 Pokemon. Come out, my friend. Steven also released his Pokemon. The rest of the gym leaders and the investigators also released their own Pokemon. Silently looked at the giant meteorite in the air. Seeing that the rumbling Tianwei was about to fall, everyone gasped for fresh air. After waiting for the meteorite to fall, there will be no chance to breathe fresh air again. Is Slateport City about to be destroyed? Has the Hoenn region become a barren land from now on? Although everyone is unwilling in their heart, they have to admit that under the power of heaven, no one can survive. At this moment, there were bursts of lay growl in the distance. Got everyone's attention. The 3 holy birds perched near Kana Gym came together. Blue, yellow, and red figures illuminated the sky without sunlight. Landed on the roof of Kana Gym. The 3 holy birds of Curator Haoyan. Why are they here? The gathering of the 3 holy birds means that. Everyone exclaimed. I saw the 3 holy birds that landed on the roof of Kana Gym and lowered their noble heads in unison, as if waiting for something. Just when everyone was almost in despair, there was a sound of dragon roars in the distance. distant. A green spot of light approached rapidly from a distance. In the dark, it is so dazzling. The green spot is getting closer. Everyone sees what it is. That is Rayquaza, the supreme myth of the Hoenn region. There is a man on the body of supreme myth. He is the patron saint of Slateport City, the pride of Hoenn region. Haoyan, who disappeared for 2 days, is riding a Rayquaza coming from a distance. Director Haoyan didn't abandon us. Suddenly, the citizens gathered at Kana Gym let out a loud cry. After many setbacks, the citizens of Slateport City know one thing. As long as Haoyan is there, then everything will be solved. The appearance of Haoyan brought hope to them. The flame of hope once again ignited in everyone's heart, blazing brightly. Chapter 460. This time, we will not lose. Roar tilde. The clear dragon roar recalled the hope in everyone's heart. Haoyan rides the Rayquaza and floats above the Kana Gym. Wallace and Steven, among others, were pushed aside by the tearful citizen. Haoyan pressed his hand slightly, and the crowd quickly quieted down, waiting for Haoyan to speak. When natural disasters came, these Slateport City residents did not choose to leave, but firmly guarded their home. A group of Alliance superiors, such as Steven and Wallace, are still fulfilling their obligations and sticking to the most dangerous front line. What surprised Haoyan the most was Kearney, an internet Kana Gym, who also stood at the forefront with Sabrina. Looking at the familiar face, Haoyan's heart sank. He shouted at the countless citizens under him, "Thank you for not giving up. With your support, I believe that with our joint effort, Lance Crossing will definitely be able to overcome the difficulties. This time, we will not lose." Haoyan's loud cry aroused the fire in everyone's heart. "We will not lose. Won't lose." The citizens present responded by shouting from the bottom of their hearts. Steven put his arms around his friend Wallace's shoulder and shouted hard, "Yes, we will not lose." The three little sisters, Asha, Winona, and Roxanne, held hands with each other and shouted along with everyone. Tangshu and Norman looked at each other, and both saw the fire in each other's eyes, and it was burning. "This stinky boy made my old bones burn." Mula looked at the inspiring words with relief. "Ignite everyone's hope." Haoyan jumped off Rayquaza's body and began to arrange action. After all, the immediate crisis has not been resolved. The tail of the meteorite has already brought flame. This means that the giant meteorite has entered the atmosphere, and after a while, it will fall to the ground. Later me and Rayquaza will go to meet that giant meteorite, and your job is to smash those flying meteorite fragments. Protect Slateport City from harm as much as possible. Also, protect the citizens of Slateport City gathered here. Wallace nodded quickly, expressing understanding. Steven said from the side, "Haoyan, the last time Rayquaza attacked that giant meteorite, it failed one. This time, will Rayquaza succeed?" Haoyan glanced, hovering in the air, glaring at the giant meteorite. Rayquaza said, "No problem. I built bonds with Rayquaza. At the same time I have also mastered the ability to make Rayquaza Mega Evolution." "Let Rayquaza Mega Evolution." Steven and Wallace gasped. This is completely beyond their expectation. Everyone was shocked because Haoyan had mastered Rayquaza Mega Evolution. Just when everyone was concerned about whether Haoyan could resolve the crisis, only Mula was concerned about Haoyan's stability, and said worriedly, "Haoyan, you just said that you and Rayquaza will go to meet the meteorite. Will this be wrong? It would be too risky." Mula's words reminded everyone. In other words, Haoyan will rush up with Rayquaza. Rayquaza is the supreme myth, but Haoyan is just a human being. Rayquaza can resist giant meteorite, but how can a human resist this devastating impact? This is tantamount to letting Haoyan die. All eyes were on Haoyan. I saw Haoyan smiled indifferently and replied, "Teacher, only with me and Rayquaza can Rayquaza successfully complete Mega Evolution. And Rayquaza, he'll protect me. Moa loves this student who made him proud and is afraid that he will have any accident." He hurriedly said, "But this is too dangerous. Is there no other way?" Before Mula's words were finished, Haoyan interrupted, "Teacher, I remember you told me when I first became the curator of Kana Gym, in addition to educating and screening new trainers, the curator of gym, and the duty to protect the local city. I'm the gym curator of Slateport City, and it's my duty to protect my city." Haoyan's words made everyone silent. The citizens of Slateport City are reluctant to evacuate. That's because they both believe that their patron saint will not give up. Everyone present clearly understood this, and looked at Haoyan with reverence. Feeling the heaviness of the people around him, the smile on Haoyan's face bloomed like sunshine. "Don't make it so heavy. Didn't I say, this time we won't lose? So, please don't worry." After speaking, Haoyan released his sick Pokemon. Let them guard Slateport City together. Then, under the eyes of everyone, he left Kana Gym. With a call in his heart, Rayquaza quickly fell from the air. Haoyan turned over handsomely and jumped onto Rayquaza's body. "Raise your fists and shout firmly to everyone. Everyone, let's work together. This time, we will not lose." These two simple sentences make everyone's blood boil. Countless citizens and investigators raised their fists and shouted at the same time, "I won't lose." Seeing the people who are united, Haoyan patted Rayquaza lightly. Roar tilde roar tilde. Rayquaza let out a cool dragon roar and shot straight into the sky. Chapter 461 Break the damned darkness with the power of thunder. Hao-Yan's Charizard flew into the air first and roared in the direction Hao-Yan left. Roar, roar. The three holy birds standing on the roof of Kana Gym flew to Charizard's side and sent Growl to support him. Claff, claff. Tyranitar, the tallest and heaviest, stood at the door of Kana Gym. The rock armor on his body constantly glowed white, strengthening his defense. With his solid body, he stood in front of everyone. Lucario and Mewtwo glanced at each other and started to use their buff skills to prepare for the meteorites that would be scattered later. Shanaido tilde. Mi tilde mi tilde. Gardevoir incarnates the Psychic Queen, standing with the Ice Ninetail. Together they look at the person they love the most. Wallace shouted. Curator Hao-Yan set a good example for us. We must not hold him back. All investigators listened to orders. Ready to fight. Yes. Everyone shouted and released their Pokemon one after another. Countless flying Pokemon lift off. The wind was howling, and Rayquaza quickly climbed to a height of several thousand meters. The closer you get to the giant meteorite, the more you can feel his hugeness. The huge meteorite has blocked the sunlight, making the surrounding visibility not high. I don't like the feeling of darkness. I prefer warm sun. What do you think? Roar tilde roar tilde. What responded to Hao-Yan was the sound of the dragon roar of Rayquaza under the sea. Then let's get started. Hao-Yan took out a Celadon, Rainbow Stone, no longer suppressed. There is a lot of energy in his body. Let the massive energy pass through the Celadon, Rainbow Stone to Rayquaza's body. In an instant, Rayquaza was enveloped in a layer of colorful light. Under the dark environment, the rays of the sun are shining. Rayquaza for Mega Evolution. Mega Evolution's Rayquaza has a green skin that glows like an emerald, and has long, silk-like golden shape. The length has also grown from the original 100 meters to a 150-meter green dragon. At the same time, the chi dedicated to Rayquaza has also changed. Roar, roar. The clear and high-pitched dragon roar shook the sky and the earth. Wallace and others, thousands of meters away, saw Rayquaza shining like light. Hao-Yan looked at the giant meteorite in front of him, and the energy surged out of his body, drumming left and right energy, and Rayquaza integrated. Let the scrolls that have been integrated into the mind turn into Rayquaza's thought. Rayquaza, Dragon Ascent. With Hao-Yan's loud shout, Rayquaza glowed with emerald, the golden long shape of the ribbon glittering with golden light. Together they form a golden green glow. With the efforts of Hao-Yan and Rayquaza completed Mega Evolution and Dragon Ascent. Feel the supreme power of Rayquaza above the 9 days. Wallace and the others on the ground were in high spirit, clenching their fists involuntarily, and waving together to make a cheer. Come on, Director Hao-Yan. Come on, Rayquaza. Come on. We will not lose. It seems that Hao-Yan and Rayquaza, who are above 10,000 meters, have felt the cheers from countless citizens. Hao-Yan let out an unprecedented roar. Rayquaza, let's smash this damn darkness with the power of thunder. Roar, roar. It was Rayquaza's dragon roar that responded to Hao-Yan. With unparalleled momentum, Rayquaza rushed towards the giant meteorite falling from the sky. Boom. Above the sky, a huge explosion sounded. The dazzling light that erupts is like daytime. Then came the deafening hyper voice. The giant meteorite, attacked by Rayquaza, shattered into countless pieces. All around, there are flying and fragmenting meteorite. The block sunlight once again illuminated the land of Slateport City. Countless citizens stretched out their hands to touch the light. Light, it's light. The citizens exclaimed in surprise. The sun shines again, which means that the giant meteorite hanging over everyone's head has broken. Countless people looked up. I saw the sky above. The rays of the sun were shining. Shining golden green. Rayquaza stands high in the sky. Director Hao-Yan succeeded. A citizen in the crowd shouted loudly. Immediately a wave formed. Countless citizens gave out a huge cheer. Wallace wrapped his arms around Steven's shoulders, shedding hot tears excitedly. Steven, Hao-Yan succeeded. We, the Hoenn region, are saved. The pressure of the past few days almost drove Wallace crazy. Now, he can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Yeah, the Hoenn region is saved. Steven also hugged his friend Wallace. Asha and the three little sisters also hugged each other tightly. Hao-Yan, my proudest and proudest student. Mula looked at the glow of the sky in the sky, and was excited. On the roof of a tall building in Slateport City, a man with a short hair reached out and touched the sun. The inch-headed man kept mumbling what Hao-Yan had said to him. If there are no stars in the world, let's be the only light. After a while, the inch-headed man suddenly raised his head and looked at the flickering light in the sky, with mixed emotions in his eyes. Hao-Yan, you did it. Chapter 462 Giant Sculpture. Commemorating great achievement. Time flies, and a month has passed since the crisis of the giant meteorite was lifted. Slateport City has returned to normal. Absol, heralding the disaster, has disappeared. Everything has returned to normal. Today will be a special day for Slateport City. In the center of Slateport City, a giant battle arena has been built. Next to this giant battle arena, there is a giant object that is as high as 100 meters. It's just that this giant object is covered by a red cloth, and I don't know what is inside. In this new giant battle arena, a grand unveiling ceremony was held. Countless citizens gathered here. Countless reporters came from all regions to broadcast today's feat. A group of superiors from the Hoenn Alliance, Stephen, Wallace, Bora Lee, etc. should also be there. Haoyan, as the face of Slateport City, naturally arrived early. Mayor Wu He walked to the center of the stage with a smile and waved to the reporters and friends at the scene. He took the microphone and said to the reporters in the audience, "There are two things in this Slateport City press conference. First thing first, thank the League for taking care of us in Slateport City. The venue for this year's Evergrande City Conference is Slateport City. In order to prepare for this Evergrande City Conference, our Slateport City has specially built related battle hall. Today, it's the unveiling ceremony of the Battlefield Pavilion." Following Mayor Wu He's word, there was a round of applause at the scene. The Evergrande City event is the battle feast that countless trainers are looking forward to. Being able to hold it in Slateport City will definitely attract huge crowds to Slateport City. As usual in previous years, the Evergrande City Conference will be held in Evergrande City, Hoenn's headquarters. Many people already knew about this. They didn't come for this. Mayor Wu He looked at the excited people, held a microphone and continued. Today, in addition to unveiling the completion of the construction of our battle arena, one more important thing. That's what we want to give to the hero who saved us, Curator Haoyan, a special gift. Now, have our Curator Haoyan come to the stage to accept gift. The expectant audience in the audience applauded enthusiastically. Amid the applause, Haoyan, dressed in a formal suit, took the stage. Countless cameras aimed at Haoyan and broadcasted the real-time situation. Mayor Wu He took a button and gave it to Haoyan. "Curator Haoyan, please accept this copy. A gift that includes Slateport City, and thanks to all the people of Hoenn region." Haoyan took the button from Mayor Wu and waved his arm to the people in the audience with a smile. At the scene, applause and cheers erupted like landslides and tsunami. "Please, Curator Haoyan, press the button above," Mayor Wu He said aside. "Okay." Haoyan pressed the red button in his hand. Suddenly, next to the giant battle arena, the covered giant revealed his original face. A giant sculpture with a height of hundreds of meters appeared in front of everyone. This giant sculpture is exactly what Haoyan looked like when he rode Rayquaza straight into the sky. It is lifelike, and the scene at that time is completely restored. Mayor Wu He held a microphone and said passionately to the citizens in the audience, "In the meteorite crisis a month ago, Curator Haoyan rode Rayquaza and came from the sky. In the sky above Kana Gym, we are encouraged to shout loudly, shouting that we will not lose this time. I believe that all citizens who have experienced it will remember it in their heart. In memory of Curator Haoyan who saved Slateport City and Hoenn region, we found the most skilled craftsmen who were best at sculpture, and it took us a month to build this great sculpture. Use this sculpture to thank and commemorate Director Haoyan for his great deeds to our Slateport City and Hoenn region. The name of this sculpture, we named it Light. Let's give the applause and cheers to Curator Haoyan once again." After speaking, Mayor Wu He took the lead in applauding. The citizens at the scene immediately applauded again. Everyone's heartfelt thanks. Haoyan, who stood on the stage to accept the cheers of the crowd, looked up into the sky. "Rayquaza, did you hear that? Everyone is thanking you," Haoyan said silently in his heart. In Haoyan's mind, a voice was talking to him. "I hear. They're not thanking me. They're thanking us. It's a pleasure to be friends with you." With Rayquaza's affirmation, Haoyan smiled even more. "Yeah, I'm also very happy to be friends with you." Chapter 463 Preparing for the Evergrande City Conference. Looking forward to the form transformation stone. Kana Gym. In the training ground. Class. Tyranitar was roaring. The energy in his body was surging. He used Dark Pulse, surrounded himself, and stared vigilantly at Charizard in the air. Charizard in the air. He kept flapping his wings and did not fall to the ground at all, causing Tyranitar, who was not good at long-range attack, a headache. Roar. Unable to hold back, Tyranitar aimed at Charizard in the air, used Hyper Beam, and sprayed out a solid white energy blow. Charizard, who was already prepared, quickly pulled away and dodged Tyranitar's attack. This Hyper Beam trick by Tyranitar is a miniature version. I didn't expect to be able to hit, it was just a feint. The big Tyranitar pretended to be weak after the move and lured Charizard in the air down. Seeing Tyranitar's weak appearance, Charizard didn't dare to attack impulsive melee because he wasn't sure if Tyranitar was deliberately trying to lure him. But Charizard was still tentative, throwing a scaled-down flamethrower at Tyranitar. Claff. Tyranitar put on a weak look, pretending to be unable to move, and resisted Charizard's attack. Roar tilde. Charizard saw that Tyranitar actually resisted, and whether it was a trap or not, he printed a Dragon Claw against Tyranitar. Claff. There was a hint of cunning in Tyranitar's eyes. After captivate for so long, Charizard finally took the bait. He quickly made a rock slide against Charizard in the air. Charizard was exhausted by the constantly flipping rock, 4 times weaker than him. Being hit is no joke. "Okay, Xiaolong, you lost." Xiao see one you with a trick. Haoyan, who was watching the game, interrupted the game. That's right, Haoyan is currently training against Pokemon. After solving the Hoenn region meteorite crisis, Haoyan concentrated on training Pokemon, preparing to participate in the Evergrande City Conference soon. As the strength of several Pokemon increased, Haoyan rarely trained them personally, but for this Evergrande City Conference, Haoyan gave them special training for half a month. The purpose is to successfully win the Evergrande City Conference, because I haven't seen a moving system for a long time. Finally posted a task. Mission objective: win the Evergrande City Conference, and challenge the 4 elites to defeat Wallace. Quest reward 30,000 reward point. Open black lens bracket. Punishment for mission failure: close black lens bracket. None. Remark: during the battle, Rayquaza cannot be summoned to participate in the battle. During the battle, the rules of the conference must be strictly followed, and Viridian's power of helping hand Pokemon cannot be used to restore stamina. The reward points can be exchanged for the Transformation Stone that Haoyan wants, so that Gardevoir can change his form. Transformation Stone requires 50,000 reward points. As long as champion is successfully obtained, the exchange for Transformation Stone is just around the corner. The rewards of the task are very rich, but there are also restrictions. Therefore, Haoyan has been preparing for the battle very seriously. A little mistake is not allowed. Xiaolong, Xiaozi, you continue to practice combat training. Haoyan helping hands 2 Pokemon recovered their strength and let them continue. Roar tilde, class tilde, class tilde. Tyranitar and Charizard continued to fight. At the same time, several other Pokemon were also training on the side. Haoyan, your Pokemon are very motivated. It seems that Hoenn region champion, you are the only one. Zulin Shishirin walked in outside the training ground. You're here. Haoyan greeted Zulin. You are going to participate in the Evergrande City Conference. I will definitely come to cheer you on, Zulin said carelessly. After a casual chat, Zulin said to Haoyan seriously, I'm sorry Haoyan, I didn't come to help with the meteorite crisis some time ago. It's because it happens to be Sinnoh region, and it's a bit messy. A little messy. Haoyan's first reaction when he heard Zulin say that the Sinnoh region was a little chaotic was actually a bit of surprise, but soon, the emotions were hidden. The system usually issues quests to move the world forward. In other words, if Sinnoh Team Galactic messes up, as long as the disputes there are resolved, isn't that enough reward points to exchange for Transformation Stone? Zulin didn't know what Haoyan was thinking. Haoyan replied, yes, it's a little messy, although it's resolved for the time being, but I guess Team Galactic's next move should be no small thing. Zulin was a little worried. Bamboo Orchid, Sinnoh Region, if you need help, please remember to tell me as soon as possible. It is everyone's responsibility to fight against evil organization, Haoyan said with a little excitement. Thank you. Zulin looked at Haoyan somewhat moved. After all, in the last meteorite crisis, she didn't come to help, and she was a little sorry. Unexpectedly, instead of blaming her, Haoyan said with a sincere expression that if there is any difficulty, come to him. Such an enthusiastic person. Not much. Chapter 464. In front of the sun, everyone is bleak. Slateport City, a happy and peaceful atmosphere. There are bunting and banners everywhere as it hosts the Hoenn region, the annual Pokemon Battle Feast, the Evergrande City Convention. The Evergrande City event attracted the participation of superior trainers from various regions to compete for the winner. It can be said that it is a lifelong dream of a Pokemon trainer to get the first place in the Evergrande City Conference. Although the first place only has a bonus of 10 million Alliance coins, the honor of this first place is enough to make all trainers go crazy. The format is simple. 32 contestants were selected in the audition, and after a fierce battle, the first place was finally decided. Each player can choose 6 Pokemon to fight, and they can choose whether to replace the Pokemon in each round. The new large-scale battle arena in Slateport City can accommodate 500,000 spectators. The battle facilities and battle environment can be said to be the best in the entire Hoenn region. Inside and outside the venue, there are investigators led by Officer Jenny patrolling, and it is also equipped with a special medical team, timely helping hand to fight against the injured Pokemon. In addition, the scene is full of countless camera equipment. It is specially responsible for broadcasting the wonderful pictures of the battle to the entire Hoenn region. The audience of Hoenn region, everyone who can come to the scene has already arrived. Those who couldn't be at the scene also stayed in front of the TV early to watch this feast of battle. Inside the venue, the light dimmed. In the center of the stage, the light gathered, and in the place illuminated by the light, Vivian with exquisite makeup and gorgeous clothes appeared. Dear viewers, friends who are already in front of the TV, hello everyone. I'm Vivian, and I'm honored to host this edition of Evergrande City. The host, Vivian, pointed at the camera and smiled sweetly. The huge LED screen behind her also showed her pretty figure to the audience present. The Evergrande City Conference is finally here. Wow lala tilde, wow lala tilde. Countless audiences burst into applause. Thank you tilde. Vivian covered her chest with her hands and bowed to thank the audience around her. After the applause, Vivian smiled and said, "Before the conference, please let us give warm applause to welcome the guests present." There is a team of curators led by curator Adam. Adam headed the curator. A group of 9 people slowly walked from the backstage to the front of the stage, waving to the crowd. Sabrina, because Haoyan participated in the competition, attended as an intern of Kana Gym, and was also in the sequence of the curator. The curators of Gym are all superiors in various cities in Hoenn and have a strong fan base. Their appearance immediately caused cheers from the audience. The audience was met by Sabrina's representative. Everyone knows that Haoyan has already prepared in the background as a player, and everyone is full of expectation. The curators, please move to the guest seat and take a seat. Vivian's slender hand pointed to guide the curators to take their seat. Next, let us welcome the 4 elites representing the highest combat power of the Alliance, as well as Hoenn region champion, Mr. Wallace. The light come on again. The 4 elites led by Wallace walked to the center of the stage amid the applause of the crowd, enjoying the cheers from the scene. Meanwhile, let's invite champion from the Kanto Alliance, Land Crossing, champion Bamboo Orchid from Sinnoh region, and champion Alder from Unova region, and professional Oak from Kanto region, known as the Pokemon Encyclopedia, and Johto region curator Chuck, Kanto region's new curator Blue, Kalos region curator Carney, and also this session of the Evergrande City Conference, because there are 2 heavyweight players to participate. Therefore, people with heads and faces in each region will come to watch the show as long as they have time. Their presence made this Evergrande City Conference star-studded. Almost everyone who knew Haoyan came. After introducing all the guests, Vivian took a deep breath and introduced to the audience. Next time, please, today's hero. The player who has collected all 8 gym badges is on the field. Wow la la tilde, wow la la tilde. Live again. The overwhelming applause sounded, and each trainer, male or female, dressed in superior, slowly walked out from the backstage. They are either handsome, beautiful, high-spirited, or a little nervous, but everyone had a confident look on their face. Because of these people, each of them has collected all 8 Hoenn region badges. A trainer who can collect all 8 local badges is a superior trainer no matter which region he is in, and he is a respected person. That one over there, is that Steven? Yes, he is Steven. Steven, who participated in the competition, was recognized at a glance as the former champion. Whether it was the audience at the scene or the people around the TV, they all made comment. But soon, these discussions did not last long. Behind Steven, there is another person. This person is exactly what everyone is looking forward to. Haoyan. Let Kanto region cut off the great words of Team Rockets who have been ill for many years. He is the hero who saved Hoenn region several times and saved Lakeport City. The 500,000 people were uniform, giving out huge applause and cheers, as if to overturn the entire venue. All cameras aimed at Haoyan, and the audience's eyes were focused on Haoyan. If the other person is a lamp, it can emit different levels of light. That Haoyan is the sun. In front of the sun, everyone is bleak. Chapter 465. Student, report to the teacher. The audience, who kept applauding, had already passed 3 minutes, and they didn't seem to stop. No way. Haoyan's popularity is too strong. Handsome, young, powerful, heroic, recognized by the supreme myth. With so many labels attached to Haoyan's body, how could people not love him? Vivian knew that this would be the case for the non-stop cheering at the scene. Originally, according to the rehearsal of the Evergrande City Conference in previous years, after introducing the players into the arena, Vivian took the opportunity to introduce the rules of the game. But today is different, because of the participation of star curator Haoyan. According to her past hosting experience, every time Haoyan appears on the stage, it will cause huge cheers from the audience. Even if she had a microphone, she would not be able to withstand the chorus of 500,000 people. Wallace was in the auditorium, looking at Haoyan with the 4 elite, feeling that there was endless pressure on him. During the past period, he has been cultivating with unprecedented effort. He originally thought it would increase his chances of winning, but when he remembered that he was going to be an opponent with Haoyan, he couldn't help wetting his palms nervously. Steven, who was standing beside Haoyan, was the same. In order to cultivate, he worked hard every day. He was born a noble son, and often forgot to take a shower in order to cultivate, just to have a real battle with Koyan, who is also a player, at the Evergrande City Conference. Also attending the Evergrande City Conference, and Sapphire. Compared to Wallace and Steven, Sapphire doesn't have much pressure. She never thought of defeating Haoyan at all. Because of the difference, it's really too far. Haoyan, who was gathered by everyone's eyes, still looked calm and calm. Vivian skillfully asked Haoyan for help. Haoyan understood, and pressed her hand with a smile. This is a signal, and the audience put away their applause and cheered, and waited obediently for the start of the game. This terrifying popularity, with just one gesture, 500,000 people aligned themselves. Finally quiet. Vivian glanced at Haoyan gratefully, raised the microphone again and said to the audience, "Thank you for your applause and cheers. I believe that all the players have received warm encouragement from everyone. I believe that that there will be a wonderful game. Let's wait and see. Afterward, Vivian took the time to explain the rule. The audition is very simple. It is one-on-one. The winner advances. Nothing special. The entire battle hall is set up very large, distinguishing hundreds of battlefield. At the beginning of the audition, the players compete one by one. Please follow the serial number and go to your respective battle arena. The game start. Vivian Jade waved her hand down, and the game started. In fact, with Haoyan's level, he can directly participate in the finals. However, still have to follow the rule. The opponent of Haoyan's audition is an opponent named Liang Jia. Facing Haoyan, every cell in Ryosuke's body was 10. I remember you. You should be called Ryosuke. Right. Haoyan saw the other party's nervousness and said aloud to ease him. It's me. Director Haoyan actually remembers me. Ryosuke replied excitedly. He didn't expect that Haoyan actually remembered his name. Ryosuke challenged Haoyan not long after Kana Gym was built. You used the tactic of shedding ninjas as the core, which left a deep impression on me. Haoyan said lightly. Shedinja is the shell of Ninkata. Ninkata is very special. After reaching a certain level, he can become ninjask in evolution. Evolution takes off the shell, but it can evolve into another Pokemon, aka Shedinja. A Ninkata can get 2 Pokemon through evolution. And Shedinja is very special, because he is Ninkata's shedding shell. His endurance is extremely poor. However, only flying, evil, raw, ghost, and fire-type skills that have outstanding effect will hurt him. Other skills hit him with no effect. At that time, Ryosuke used Shedinja's uniqueness to play a good tactic, so Haoyan will remember him. Thank you. I'm so touched. I didn't expect that I would be remembered by Curator Haoyan. Since the last battle with Haoyan, Haoyan has been Ryosuke's idol. Being able to be remembered by his idol, his name and the Pokemon he used, Ryosuke felt that in the future, he would be able to boast a lifetime of bullshit. I will keep all your encouragement to me in my heart at that time. Curator Haoyan, please check it out. My training results in the past few months. Ryosuke is like a student, reporting his studies to the teacher Haoyan. Well, come on. Seeing that he was no longer nervous, Haoyan released Pokemon to fight him. After a while, the battle was over, and Ryosuke's Pokemon couldn't survive a single move. The two sides are not of the same magnitude. In this way, Haoyan successfully ended his audition, waiting quietly for the next battle. After the 32 contestants were decided, this time, it was a battle for the top 16. Coincidentally, this time his opponent was Sapphire. Sapphire smiled bitterly when he saw that his opponent was Haoyan. It seems that my luck is really bad. I can only stop at the top 32 of the Evergrande City Convention. Chapter 466 Fierce Attack. Easy to resolve. Your Pokemon has recovered. Please keep. Nurse Joy, who was in charge of the medical treatment, handed the baby ball to Sapphire. Thank you, Nurse Joy. Sapphire takes the baby ball from Nurse Joy. Every one of the players at the Evergrande City Conference is wrong. Even in the audition, the contestants won at least 8 badges. A trainer with great potential recognized by the curators of the entire Hoenn region gym. Sapphire's strength has grown nicely over time. Tactics and command have also matured a lot, but facing equally strong opponent, it also consumes a lot of physical strength. Only then will Nurse Joy and Helping Hand be restored. Sapphire looked at her opponent Haoyan and said bitterly, Brother Haoyan, I didn't expect to meet you so soon. I thought I could go a little further. Sapphire has been training for a while. It's just that she didn't meet Haoyan and Steven, but she was still very confident that she could make it to the quarterfinals or even the final. Unexpectedly, just after passing the audition, I met Haoyan. The pace of the game can only end here. Haoyan saw Sapphire's downfall and encouraged her. Sapphire, is it so easy to give up? This is not the Sapphire I know. The Sapphire I know, even when the Weather Institute was in crisis, even knowing that it was no match for an evil adversary. A passionate trainer who will bravely stand up and fight. Encourage the opponent. Let the opponent cheer up and fight with himself. It is estimated that there is no one other than Haoyan. Thank you, Brother Haoyan. Sapphire, I knew Haoyan a long time ago. When I first met, Haoyan only had 2 Pokemon, and his strength was not wrong. But as time passed, Sapphire knew that the gap between her and Haoyan was getting bigger and bigger. High mountains she can work hard to climb and surpass. However, what if the target is the sun, moon and stars? However, Sapphire is still looking forward to being able to play against Haoyan. Brother Haoyan, let's get started. Sapphire releases her Blaziken. Her Torchic, which was naughty and playful at the beginning, slowly grew to Blaziken, one of her trump cards. Bring it on. Haoyan glanced at Blaziken with admiration. Haoyan also pressed the baby ball and released Lucario. Flame Tilda. Blaziken of Sapphire made a disciple salute to Lucario. Blaziken's fighting skills were all taught by Lucario, the wise man. Lucario can be said to be Blaziken's teacher. Luca Tilda. Lucario, like Haoyan, looked indifferent and waved his hand in return. Blaziken, use Sword Stance. Sapphire knew that his Blaziken had the upper hand in attribute. Regardless of whether it is a fire or fighting type, Lucario of the steel and fighting types is feels restrained. What is lacking is physical fitness. Use buff skills at the beginning of the game, which can effectively shorten the differences in physical fitness. Haoyan didn't intervene in command. He was confident in Lucario's fighting instinct. Lucario didn't interrupt Blaziken, just watched him quietly and let him use his skills to stack buff. Just like a teacher, test your disciple. Flame. Blaziken has undergone special training, and the effect is still very obvious. Using Sword's Dance to stack the attack power to the highest level, it only took 10 seconds to complete. There was relief in Lucario's eyes, and he was satisfied with the effect of his disciple's cultivation. Sapphire pulled up his sleeve, pressed a mega ring on his wrist, and shouted loudly to Blaziken in the field. Blaziken, Mega Evolution. Flame. The shape of the feathers on Mega Blaziken has changed, and the original yellow pattern has become black, and it appeared as a flame, and 4 long flame streamers appeared on the arm. Sapphire's father is the famous Birch Professor of Hoenn region. Under the helping hand of Birch Professor, Haoyan was not surprised to get a piece of Blaziken's Mega Stone. Come on Blaziken. Sapphire had already arranged tactics before the battle, and no longer called out specific move. It is obvious that he is very prepared. Flame. Blaziken's 4 flame streamers turned into spark, twinkling in an instant. This is Quick Attack. After Mega Evolution, Blaziken's acceleration characteristics were brought into full play. With Quick Attack, the speed is greatly improved. Blaziken stomped hard. In front of Lucario, a lot of rubble appeared. Gravel, not directly attacking Lucario. Rather, it's to block Lucario's view. At the same time, Blaziken's limbs burst into flames as he rushed forward. The burning flame, like burning fuel, gave Blaziken a strong impetus. Boost Blaziken's speed to the limit. Finally, when approaching Lucario, the long-prepared fire punch was used. Sitting in the guest seat, Mula nodded involuntarily when he saw Sapphire's series of attack, and said, Sapphire's series of combined skills are really wonderful. Unova region champion Alder, who was sitting on the side, also nodded in approval. Mr. Mura is right. I didn't expect this little girl to be able to do such a smooth combo. Zulin also nodded and said, Sapphire is just the strength she has shown now. If she participated in the Lily of the Valley conference, she could at least be in the top 3. Land Crossing nodded and said, if it's at the core competition, there's a good chance it'll win first. But unfortunately, at this Evergrande City conference, a high-level player like her can only stop at the top 32. Indeed, Sapphire's Blaziken performed very well. The combination of Quick Attack, Heavy Tread, Flame Charge, and Fire Punch can produce extremely powerful destructive power. It is no wonder that the 3 region champions can be unanimously affirmed. It's a pity, as Land Crossing said, even with such a superior level, it can only stop at the top 32. Because her opponent is Haoyan, that man like a monster. Facing the opponent's attack, Lucario just stretched out a hand, flourishes on Blaziken's fist. Pulling hard into his arm, he immediately destroyed the offensive that Blaziken had just created. Blaziken at high speed lost his balance, fell out. The fierce attack hit the air directly. The attack of Blaziken after Mega Evolution was easily diffused. It's that simple and easy. Chapter 467. The teaching is over. Looking forward to the battle with Steven. Blaziken, who fell out of balance, shook his head and stood up. Lucario controlled the force and didn't hurt him at all. But flying out of the battlefield, it has already shown that he has lost the qualification to continue fighting. Quick Attack, Flame Charge, greatly increase Blaziken's linear speed, but if it's just straight line speed, the effect will be greatly reduced. While pursuing speed, flexibility needs to be taken into account. In flexible speed, it's just a running tool. Like a race car, it determines the outcome of the race. Yes, it is the performance in the corners, not the speed when accelerating in a straight line. Haoyan said with a faint smile. That is to say, taking advantage of this, Lucario took advantage of the situation to catch Blaziken's attack, and used his flexible big grabber to throw Blaziken out without any effort at all. I understand. Thank you, brother Haoyan. Sapphire bowed to Haoyan. Flame tilde. Blaziken of Sapphire also bowed to Lucario's instructable. The other players are in a fiery battle, and only Haoyan is teaching in a leisurely stroll. It can be said that this Evergrande City conference is a different kind of scenery. Come on, Haoyan said with a smile on his face with his hands on his back. A show of master style. Sapphire then releases her second Pokemon, Twello. Twello, get away with Air Slash. The second round begins. Twello opened the distance and waved an air cutter from his wings, attacking Lucario. Lucario had already judged the direction of the attack, and moved his step to the side at will, and easily avoided the attack. Twello, Hyper Beam. Twello, use. Sapphire has been directing Twello, trying to attack continuously. Even if the entire battlefield was punched into several potholes, Lucario still failed to hit. Lucario seemed to know the direction of the attack in advance, dodging the attack lightly every time. In the end, Twello exhausted all his energy, and finally lost the possibility of continuing the fight. Although Sapphire lost in the second round, she was not discouraged. After all, this situation was completely expected. side, looking at Haoyan expectantly, waiting for the technical analysis that Haoyan gave her. Sapphire. Dwello has limited ranged energy consumption skills, only 3, Hyper Beam, Round, and Air Slash. As for other skills, they are all skills that require close combat. Although the height is wide, don't worry about Lucario's offense, but at the same time, because the distance between the two sides is not enough, they can't hit the opponent. You didn't take advantage of Dwello, Haoyan analyzed in a simple way. If you let Dwello use Giga Impact from the beginning, maybe you can make a hard swap with Xiao. Sapphire lowered her head and thought about it. Just now, because of Blaziken's failure, she was a little intimidated. That led to the same failure of Dwello. Brother Haoyan, I understand. When fighting, you must be resolute, not timid. After Haoyan's analysis, Sapphire felt empowered. Next, Sapphire released Agron, Donphan, Tropius one after another, but fell under Lucario's Iron Fist. Although Sapphire was encouraged by Haoyan, his mind quickly adjusted. Tactically well executed, but it's a pity. In the face of Lucario's absolute power, there is no chance of victory. In this way, Haoyan ended the teaching time and successfully advanced to the top 16. Steven, who has been following Haoyan's battle, he can also beat Sapphire with ease. However, he couldn't do Haoyan's ease in the battle. It won't be long before he fights Haoyan. I just felt the pressure on my shoulders getting heavier. In the quarterfinals of Snatch, Haoyan still easily defeated his opponent. All as easy as Sapphire's battle. If the opponent is a girl, Haoyan will explain it a little bit and start lightly. If it's a man, it's all a trick without wasting time. At the same time, Steven also successfully advanced to the quarterfinal. It's just that Haoyan has received too many people's attention, resulting in this former champion Steven. No one pays attention. Coupled with his battle, it seems to be quite satisfactory, and there is nothing too new, and no one will notice. As the so-called layman watches the fun, the expert watches the doorway. The region champions sitting in the guest seat all frowned. They were all amazed at the strength of Steven's Pokemon. Even Stevens and Wallace were surprised by the change in their best friend. Steven, the special training during this period is also very effective. Fortunately, I also had special training. Otherwise, compared with the current Steven, maybe I will suffer a lot. Wallace sighed in his heart. All the people in the guest room were looking forward to the collision between Steven and Haoyan. Former champion Steven, known as the Hoenn region barrier. What kind of ember can be produced against the heroic curator Haoyan, who has created countless miracles? Chapter 468. The main event is finally here. Mr. Tetsuya, do you want to retire? The host Vivian asked one of the contestants in surprise. Yes, I give up, Tetsuya said with great certainty. Tetsuya, outborn in Zijin City, he received 8 Hoenn region badges a long time ago. A well-known trainer. Giving up on a big game like this doesn't give you a good reputation. Mr. Tetsuya, we are competing for the top 4 seats in the Evergrande City Conference. Are you sure you will give up now? Vivian confirmed again. Yes, I'm sure. After Tetsuya finished speaking, the whole person relaxed. He knows what it means to give up the game in a game that has been watched by countless people at the Evergrande City Conference. In fact, he does not want to give up the game, but the opponent he was fighting against was Haoyan. According to Haoyan's previous battle habit, if the opponent is a male, all moves are made in second. Tetsuya is a bit famous anyway. It would be too embarrassing if he was also beaten for a second. Instead, it's better to just give up. Anyway, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't possibly win. It is a good thing to have the courage to climb the peak. However, people also need to be self-aware, and as long as he doesn't fight Haoyan, then he doesn't lose. Well, since it is Mr. Tetsuya's will, the competition will also respect it. Then let's congratulate Haoyan player for being the first to advance to the semi-final. Vivian raised the microphone helplessly and said, hosted so many contests for promotion and ranking. Every trainer compete for the top spot. Voluntary withdrawals are rare, but it is also understandable. The shadow of the famous tree of people. The strength of Haoyan has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Haoyan shrugged. His opponent didn't fight, so he also saved a lot of time and sat on the side watching Steven's fight. Haoyan's side won without a fight, and Steven's side was fighting extremely hot. Steven is commanding Agron, fighting against rival Hippopotas. Agron, use the heavy impact to defeat the opponent. Boom tilde boom tilde. Steven's Agron, trained very well. It is significantly taller than the ordinary Agron. Reached a height of nearly 4 meters. Covered in Orbor. Every time he took a step, he felt a tremor on the battlefield. Although compared with Haoyan's Tyranitar in size, it is much smaller. But for ordinary opponent, it is extremely deterrent. In the face of such a behemoth, Steven's opponent's reaction is not bad. Shout out to Hippopotas. Hippopotas, use protect. Steven's Agron bowed his head and used the Orbord horn on his head to hit the Hippopotas protected by the white protective cover in one fell swoop. With a forceful push, the opponent will fly back more than 10 meters. Nicely done, Agron. Pick up the iron tail. Don't leave the other party any chance. Agron then took advantage of Hippopotas' retreat and swung the iron tail. Defeat Hippopotas. After Afterward, Steven became more and more brave in battle, without changing the Pokemon in the middle, and repeatedly defeated the opponent's Pokemon, successfully advanced to the quarterfinals. Yes, with Aggron's height and weight, he can still maintain a slow speed. It can be seen that weight training is usually carried out a lot. Hao-Yan spoke highly of Steven's performance, especially for Steven's deep understanding of the steel system. It is worthy of being an expert in the steel department. The steel system has very few weaknesses, only the 3 weaknesses of ground, fire, and fighting. In addition, there are many resistances. In terms of attributes alone, it can be said to be one of the strongest attributes. The great philosopher Chuzan said, "As much as you gain, you will lose as much." Most steel-type Pokemon are bulky and slow. There are 2 sides to everything, and being overweight also has advantages. When using skills such as heavy impact, it can deal very good damage. After finishing the battle, Steven walked to Hao-Yan's side, looked at Hao-Yan seriously and said, "Hao-Yan, I really look forward to the battle with you." "Well, me too." Facing the serious Steven, Hao-Yan responded with a smile. In the smile, he is still calm, and it has not changed because he is Steven. "Okay, the battle between the last 2 players is over. The top 4 of this Evergrande City Conference have been selected. Let us encourage them with warm applause." On the stage, Vivian said with a smile. Following Vivian's word, the heads of 4 people appeared on the big screen behind him. "Please look at the big screen behind me and ask our staff to match the 4 players." As Vivian's voice fell, the avatars of the 4 began to change. Hao-Yan and Steven only care about each other, because in the end, the champion of the Evergrande City Conference will only be the 2 of them. The rotation of the avatars stopped, and there was a thin line between Hao-Yan and Steven, connecting their avatars together. This also means that they will have to decide the winner in the next round. Hao-Yan and Steven looked at each other and both laughed. There was thunderous applause from the venue. Evergrande see the highlight of the Thai conference is finally here. P.S. Does anyone know who this Tetsuya is? Tilda. Chapter 469 Mega Tyranitar vs Mega Aggron. Let's hand over the stage to Steven and Hao-Yan. Vivian left without any extra introduction. As a former champion, Steven's strength is self-evident. As a star curator, Hao-Yan's strength is also bottomless. The battle between the 2 of them does not need to mobilize the enthusiasm of the audience at all, and the audience is already fixated on it. At the Gessie, Champion Alder of Unova region and Mura have a lot of faith, and the 2 are chatting. "Mr. Mola, do you think your students will win?" Mola thought for a moment and said, "Although I have confidence in my student, but Steven is also very strong." Looking at the entire Pokemon world, at the champion level, most of them are Pokemon with multiple attributes. Only Wallace and Steven use unique Pokemon. Steven's understanding of the steel system has surpassed everyone, even against such an experienced Mr. Alder. "You can't guarantee that you will win." Alder nodded in approval. "Mr. Mura is right. Steven is indeed a tough opponent. It depends on the actual situation of the battle." Sabrina is not from Hoenn region, and she is not familiar with the surrounding gym leader and champion. In addition, her temperament is cold, and she rarely takes the initiative to talk to her. But when she heard the conversation between Mura and Alder, she said firmly, "Teacher Hao-Yan, you will definitely win." Mola is a former elite, and also Hao-Yan's teacher. Alder is the current Unova champion. Neither of them dared to judge. "Why is Sabrina so sure?" Mola was delighted to see Sabrina so sure, but she was more curious, and hurriedly asked why. As soon as Mura spoke, everyone focused their attention on Sabrina, waiting for her answer. Sabrina frowned slightly, and everyone's eyes were focused on her, which made her a little uncomfortable. He said slowly, "I know one thing. During the time I spent with Teacher Hao-Yan, he never does anything he's not sure about. He didn't come to the Evergrande City Convention to get first place at the Evergrande City Convention, and not just for champion. His goal is to stand on the highest mountain and overlook the world. Champion of Hoenn region, but only a station on his journey, not a destination. Teacher Hao-Yan, I won't stop here." Sabrina's words made Wallace, who had been standing in front of the window without saying a word, feel that his body was heavy, as if there was a big mountain pressing down on him. Sabrina continued, "Besides this, there is another reason that makes me believe that Teacher Hao-Yan will win." Sabrina spoke again, drawing everyone's attention to her again. Even Wallace turned around and looked at Sabrina. "Because of him. His name is Hao-Yan," Sabrina said slowly. Originally, others thought that Sabrina would analyze a wave, but Sabrina gave everyone this answer. But this answer, it seems right. The word Hao-Yan, in their heart, is omnipotent and omnipotent. Defeat Groudon, save the 3 holy bird, and fight alongside Rayquaza. Who can do these? Only Hao-Yan alone. Wallace's face darkened, and he sighed heavily. Yes, because he is Hao-Yan. Apparently he also agreed with Sabrina's illogical statement. "Steven, come on. I'm going to cheer up too." The battle had not yet begun, and subconsciously, Wallace felt that Hao-Yan had won. "Hao-Yan, let's get started." Steven took out a baby ball and got ready. "Well, come on." Hao-Yan also took out a baby ball. Before the start of the battle, both sides should be the first to show the starting treasure Master Ball. This is a relatively fair setting for the competition system. Come out, Aggron. Steven was the first to release his Pokemon. Come out, Sith. At the same time, Hao-Yan was unequivocal and released the Pokemon he was fighting against. Tyranitar is an offensive shield and Aggron is a defensive shield. As soon as the battle started, Steven pressed the Mega Evolution bracelet without any reservation. Aggron, Mega Evolution. Aggron began to change. The sharp horn on his forehead shortened, a sharp-edged horn grew on his nose, and a downward-pointing thorn appeared on his lower jaw. The bulge on the shoulders becomes longer and curves towards its head. The steel rings on the extremities are noticeably increased. Long. Aggron, who was originally only 4 meters tall, has grown to 6 meters tall. But even at 6 meters, it is not as tall as Tyranitar, who is 20 meters tall. Clatilda. Tyranitar was a little excited when he saw his opponent's height rose to 6 meters. It seems to have encountered some fun toys. Looking back at Hao-Yan nodded. Tyranitar growled. Body shape and appearance also began to change. Sandstorms condense around Tyranitar. The power of the desert tyrant is fully unfolded. 2 large Pokemon both completed their respective Mega Evolution. Wait for the trainer's order. The war between the two sides is about to start. P.S. Lance Crossing is a Pokemon with the word dragon in its name, such as Aerodactyl, Gyarados, etc., but it is not a single attribute. Trainer tilde. Chapter 470. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket. Aggron, Mega Evolution. Attribute Steel, Rock. Level 89, middle stage of champion. Characteristic Filter. This feature can reduce the damage caused by extremely effective move. Introduction. The wild Aggron will take a mountain as its own territory, and if anyone dares to make a fool of it, it will beat it mercilessly. Always patrol the mountain. In terms of attribute, Aggron of the Steel system, Tyranitar of Restraint, Hao-Yan. But in a high-level duel, it is the game between the trainers that decides the outcome. Facing Steven, Hao-Yan felt a little excited, and a tactic quickly formed in his heart. Command Tyranitar to strike. Sue, use Earthquake. Class. Tyranitar stomped the ground quickly, using the skills he was most familiar with. 25 meters of Tyranitar. The power of one kick directly cracked the ground. Numerous cracks quickly attacked Aggron. Aggron, you also use Earthquake. Steven's commander quickly followed. Aggron, like Tyranitar, stomped the ground and fought back with Earthquake. The 2 giant beasts ravaged the battlefield hand in hand. The audience in the auditorium only felt the earth tremble. Vivian, who was wearing high heels off the court, almost fell down due to the impact of the collision of the 2 giant beasts. Fortunately, I supported a pillar next to it, and it stabilized. In the first round, Tyranitar had a slight advantage due to his height and weight. However, it did not hurt the opponent. Steven also observed this. Tackling only weighs energy and doesn't lead to any substantial result. Aggron, rush up and use kick down. With Tyranitar's height, it's easy to lose balance. Boss. Aggron immediately began to run, and with each step, he pressed a huge footprint on the ground. Ignoring all kinds of gravel, I was directly trampled into gravel. In Steven's vision, fighting skills can quadruple the effect of Tyranitar. Moreover, what he values most is the effect of the skill after hitting. Admittedly, the huge impact. It is easy for Tyranitar to fall. The moment Steven spoke out, Hao-Yan knew that this round, he had won. Sun, Sand Tomb. Class. Tyranitar roared and used the energy in his body, and the surrounding environment began to change. The sand that has condensed around, aggregated on the ground that had been damaged and bumped, and turned into a sand vortex. Aggron, who kept slamming his head into the distance, faced the sudden vortex. There was no time to react, just stepped in. Aggron, who was deep in the sand whirl, felt an invisible pulling force under his feet. Completely restrict Aggron. Not good. Steven was shocked when he saw Aggron, who was passively struggling in the sandstorm, was about to make a noise to let Aggron break free. Hao-Yan was one step ahead of him. Shao Si, Thunder Wave. Class. In Tyranitar's mouth, spark appeared flashing, aiming at Aggron, who couldn't dodge at all. ZZ tilde. The electric current kept beating on Aggron's body. The Aggron in Orberg body is a perfect conductor. Moreover, the thunder wave kept invading Aggron's body. It made his limbs weak and entered a state of paralysis, into complete passivity. Faced with such a good opportunity, how could Hao-Yan let it go? Shao Si, Brick Break. Class. Tyranitar ran quickly, raising his hand, hit Aggron, who was paralyzed in the sandstorm. Aggron couldn't dodge at all. At the critical moment, Steven shouted loudly, Aggron, use Facade. Roar. Aggron used his sharp horns to push up hard. Aggron is not as expected of a Pokemon with champion strength. Even in a paralyzed state, Aggron used his willpower to restrain his physical discomfort and meet Tyranitar's attack. Moreover, the Facade skill, after the Pokemon is in an abnormal state, it can exert twice its power. Sharp rock flashed across the heavy Orberg, causing a screeching sound. The surrounding audience covered their ears. The 2 giant beasts quickly separated after the collision. Aggron's Facade was placed on Tyranitar Tyranitar's rock armor. There are tiny cracks. However, it has little effect. Even if the power of facade is doubled, it is still an ordinary skill. Rocky Tyranitar, with good resistance. On the other hand, Aggron is much worse. He resisted an attack with outstanding effect, leaving many scratches on his body. Both sides have injuries of varying degrees, but the discerning person knows it. Haoyan completely had the upper hand. It's only a matter of time before Steven's Aggron loses. Chapter 471 Mega Lucario vs Mega Metagross. In the Gessie, teacher Haoyan, from the time he saw the opponent's first Pokemon, he had already planned his tactics. Sabrina said abruptly. What? It has been designed from the beginning. Alder looked at Sabrina in surprise, not because he questioned Sabrina, but because he didn't believe it. In such a short period of time, how could it be possible to specially design a good strategy? After all, the two sides release Pokemon before starting the battle. It's only a few seconds. How could someone have formulated a strategy in such a short period of time? That's right. Sabrina nodded with absolute certainty. Sabrina's affirmative attitude made everyone around look at her. Yes, Haoyan's tactics were indeed very successful, but why did Sabrina decide that Haoyan designed it from the beginning? Facing everyone's doubtful eyes, Sabrina said calmly, Earthquake at the beginning was not the teacher's temptation. It's what the teacher did on purpose. Tyranitar uses Earthquake, a ground-based skill that can deal massive damage to Aggron. And to stop Tyranitar's attack, Steven has only two options. One is to use Protect to defend, and the second option is to use Earthquake to attack. And just at the beginning, Steven obviously won't choose passive defense, but will take the initiative. Destroying the venue is a key part of the teacher's tactic. The next step, Steven asked Aggron to use Kick Down, which was completely expected by the teacher, because in Aggron's skill pool, Kick is the skill that does the most damage to Tyranitar. Since then, Steven has completely fallen into the trap created by the teacher. After Sabrina's explanation, everyone quickly sorted out the clues. Steven's response, wrong. That's right. On the contrary, quite right. Even if it were someone else, it would be the same. Haoyan took advantage of this, and completely grasped Steven's psychology. What an ingenious tactic. What a quick mind. Everyone in the guest room deeply admired Haoyan for being able to formulate tactics in such a short period of time, and even more admire Haoyan's understanding of each other's mentality and action. Wallace, who was standing by the window watching the battle, thought to himself, Steven's Aggron won't last long. This start is very passive. Little C, Fire Punch. Xiao C, 100,000 horsepower. Haoyan kept commanding Tyranitar to attack. Tyranitar played quite excited. Usually he fights other Pokemon of Haoyan, and most of the time he gets beaten up. But now, the situation is reversed. Let him have the feeling of turning over a surf and singing. Aggron, caught in the vortex, regained his freedom after many hardships. But what's the use after regaining freedom? In a state of paralysis, he is a cumbersome target. However, Aggron still showed strong combat effectiveness. After fighting until his stamina was completely depleted, he fell to the ground unwillingly. In the first round of the battle between the two sides, Haoyan won. The referee shouted from a distance with a loudspeaker, Referee, don't dare to approach, because it's too dangerous. Two huge Pokemon, every time they collide, it is like a landslide and a tsunami. Aggron, thank you so much. Steven took back Aggron silently, looking at Haoyan's indifferent face. The pressure was unprecedentedly huge, and he had imagined all kinds of possibilities for the battle with Haoyan, but he never imagined that the start was so difficult. Picking up the mood again, the defeat in the first round, although the pressure of the battle is very high, it is not unacceptable. Anyway, got champ Ion people, the psychological quality is still good. Putting away the mess, Steven released the second Pokemon. Come on, Metagross. Metagross, kind of like a crab in a metallic form. The whole body is blue, and the body is composed of crystals, like a metal sculpture. Metagross is a rare combination of steel and psychic, with strong racial potential, known as the Hoenn quasi-god. It is also Steven's favorite and most dependent Pokemon. Then changed to Xiao. Haoyan took back Tyranitar and released Lucario. Lucario was a little excited about Metagross. He hadn't played against Metagross yet, and looked at Metagross curiously. Having experienced the defeat in the first round, Steven did not dare to be careless and quickly commanded Metagross to enter Mega Evolution. Metagross after Mega Evolution, floating on the ground, the four claws exude a cold light, full of desire to attack. Open black lens bracket Pokemon closed black lens bracket. Metagross. Attribute Steel. Psychic. Level 90. Champion P. Characteristic Tough Claws. Increases the power of contact move. Introduction. Its mind has become better, and as a result, the battle has become horribly cruel. Xiao. You can also Mega Evolution. Luca. The hair on Lucario's body began to grow wild, and sharp spikes emerged from his body. Exude a powerful aura and fight against Metagross. Chapter 472. The strongest fighter on the surface. Against Steven's Mega Metagross, Haoyan chose to take the initiative. Xiao. Use the Aura Sphere at a distance. Lucario ran dashingly, releasing the Aura Sphere sphere as he ran. No need to aim at all. Easily lock on opponents with Aura's power. Although this skill, not only Lucario can learn, but it is the most suitable fighting style for Lucario. Metagross. Use Psyshock to crush the Aura sphere. Metagross frequently converts psychic energy into entities and destroys the Aura sphere that come. The collision between the two energies caused a huge explosion. The explosion swept up sand and gravel on the ground. Metagross. Be careful of the opponent's melee attack. In the dust mist, Steven didn't dare to be careless, and beware of Lucario's sneak attack. Xiao continued to use Aura sphere. Haoyan doesn't seem to have any idea of close combat. Lucario, who was originally on the periphery, quickly gathered the Aura sphere and kept throwing the Metagross in the field. For Lucario's indiscriminate bombardment, Steven can only reluctantly let Metagross use Psyshock to block. No, Lucario can't be consumed continuously. Compared with Lucario, Metagross is more difficult to attack from a distance. As a steel specialist, Steven knows the difference between Lucario and Metagross. Lucario is very strong in melee combat and very good in ranged attack. Far, you can fly a kite. Close, you can disintegrate your opponent with your fist. Except for the relatively mediocre defense, everything else is excellent. On the other hand, Metagross, known as a quasi-god, has a relatively hard body and a good beat. The special attack ability is also very strong, but the most outstanding is the physical attack. Fighting against Lucario's energy attack is a bit like using one's own weaknesses to attack the opponent's strength. Have to use a solid body to get close to Lucario. In this way, we can take advantage of Metagross. Metagross hits the Aura sphere hard, and then uses Earthquake to limit the opponent's range of movement. Steven quickly adjusted his tactic. With Metagross physique, it wouldn't cause much damage to resist a single shot of Aura sphere. The important thing is not to fall into passiveness like just now. Giant goal. Giant goal. With a solid body, Metagross took a shot of the Aura sphere. At the same time, 4 sharp claws were inserted into the ground at once, constantly passing through the energy of the body. Earthquake is triggered to attack. The site, which was almost destroyed originally, no longer has a complete ground. The corners of Haoyan's mouth rose slightly, knowing that Steven had fallen into his rhythm. Xiao dodged the opponent's attack, and when moving, leaned towards the edge of the field. Lucario put away the attack and floated away. He dodged around. Fighting against Tyranitar all year round, Lucario already knew how to dodge Earthquake's attack. Coupled with the advantage in speed, Steven's plan failed. Steven didn't expect a normal Earthquake to hurt Lucario either. Even if some of the aftermath can hit, Metagross doesn't have the bonus of the ground system, and it doesn't cause much damage. Seeing Lucario back down to the edge of the field due to Earthquake's influence, a perfect shot. Steven was delighted at first, but quickly frowned. Could this be a trap? Should not. Just because of dodging, moving to a position close to the sideline. For 2 seconds, Steven thought about all the skills that Lucario could learn, and he didn't have the ability to cause trouble like Tyranitar just now. Faced with such a perfect opportunity, Steven chose to strike. Metagross, use the Psyshock, then rush over to get the Zen Headbutt. Giant goal. Giant goal. Metagross swiftly drifted towards Lucario, simultaneously sending out Psychic Psyshock. The materialized psychic energy formed an attack around Lucario, blocking Lucario's movement. Then 4 strong and sharp claws, all over the cold light, grabbed Lucario in the corner. It is said that the claws of Metagross can easily break thousands of kilograms of stone. Once Lucario gets hit by these 4 claws, it's basically impossible to escape. Immediately afterward, a series of attacks will follow. At the Gessi, when Tengshu saw Steven's Metagross rushing towards Lucario, he muttered to himself, Steven's Metagross lose. Although his tone was murmured, his demeanor was unusually certain. Yes, this round, Steven lost. Chuck nodded. Mr. Haoyan has won again. Kearney also said on the side. Tengshu, Chuck, and Kearney are the fighting curators of the 3 regions. The 3 of them are just the curator. If the judging person is champion, it may be more persuasive. However, champion didn't say a word. The 3 curators had already determined that Steven would lose this round. The 3 of them were so unanimous that everyone around them looked at them. Metagross, but quasi-god. Also Steven's strongest Pokemon. Yasha is watching the battle and doesn't want to miss the wonderful scene, but she can't help but ask curiously, Tengshu, why do you all say that Mr. Steven's Metagross will lose? Isn't it indistinguishable from each other now? Tengshu said, the reason why Metagross will lose is because of the way Steven fights. It is undeniable that Steven's Metagross is extremely powerful, but his tactics are wrong, and he shouldn't be in melee with Lucario of the division. How about melee combat? Metagross has a relatively high physical attack. Do you want to give up the advantage and fight with long-range consumption instead? Yasha continued to ask. Ash's words raised everyone's doubt. At this time, Chuck of Johto region said, because of Mr. Haoyan, he is the strongest fighting champion on the surface. So, his Lucario is also the strongest fighting Pokemon on the surface. None of them. Chuck's opening made Tengshu and Kearney nod together. Chapter 473. The reason why I call Haoyan a teacher. That because the teachers teacher's fighting skills are many times stronger than mine. Teacher's fighting skills are unparalleled in the world, and his Lucario, the king of melee combat. As soon as Chuck opened his mouth, everyone was shocked and inexplicable. Who is Chuck, the recognized strongman in the fighting world? 3 disciples, 1 elite, 2 gym curators. Even Lian Wu of Unova region should humbly call him senior. Everyone reacted. Yeah, why was Haoyan able to conquer the fighting curators Lai Shu, Chuck and Kearney? That's because Haoyan himself is a master of fighting. It's just Haoyan's handsome appearance and a somewhat immature fate. It's hard to connect people with rough fighting. Then why did Haoyan not choose close combat at the beginning, instead of letting Lucario distance himself and use ranged consumption? Asha asked and thought, and an answer appeared in her mind. Could it be that Haoyan deliberately lured Steven into the bait? That's right, it must be so. Haoyan said that once the intention is caught by foresight, it will be full of flaws. His eyes returned to the battlefield. Facing the powerful attack of Metagross, Haoyan was not nervous at all. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, bringing out a nice arc. Xiao, use Dark Pulse to cancel out Metagross's Psy Shot. After he gets close, use Extreme Speed to go around the opponent's side, and then connect to close combat. Luca. Black energy waves appeared from Lucario, like black flame. Dark energy has an erosive effect on Psychic's energy. Then, when Metagross gets close, take a step back. Leave a D-tread on the spot. Metagross, who was rushing forward, couldn't react at all. It was found that Lucario in front of him had disappeared from sight, and when Lucario reappeared, he was already beside Metagross. He kept hitting Metagross' body with fists and feet glowing with white light. After the Mega Evolution, the Metagross reached a weight of 2 tons. With such a weight, it is difficult to move flexibly. You can only wave your claws a little to resist. Chang tilde Chang tilde. The collision between metal and metal brought bursts of ember. Lucario's punches and kicks are all in one spot. On the right side of Metagross, near the abdomen, there is a white mark after the blow. After several hardships, Metagross turned his body around and resisted the attack of the storm. Hateful. Steven didn't expect Haoyan's Lucario to be so flexible, but at this time Metagross was already approaching, and there was no way out. Can only continue to attack. Metagross, use the arm hammer. Metagross swung at Lucario with 4 powerful claws. It's a good defense. Even if I took Xiao's close combat, I didn't suffer too much damage. It seems that we need to attack in a different way. After the battle, Haoyan couldn't help but boast. However, the victory he has firmly locked on. Xiao, stagger the opponent's attack. Lucario ignored Metagross's 4 claws, despite their strong bite. But in Lucario's view, the opponent's attack was just a paper tiger. Metagross is full of flaws. He stretched out his hands and grabbed one of Metagross's claws, then turned halfway to the side, and fell to the ground, allowing Metagross's strength to be completely released to the ground, smashing a deep hole on the ground. Then, while Metagross didn't respond in time, he twisted his steps and came to Metagross's side. Haoyan was satisfied with Lucario's perfect unloading, and said, Xiao, Ice Punch and Fire Kick attacked Metagross's right side. By staggering the Metagross attack, Lucario was ready to attack. There is a cold air. The strong legs are even more flaming. Keep hitting the spot where Metagross had just created the white mark. Here comes a trick of ice and fire. Metagross' body, light eel-type Pokemon, is made of metal. Orberg melts when exposed to fire, and becomes brittle when exposed to cold. Under the alternation of Lucario's Ice Punch and Flame Kick, the already damaged white marks are infinitely magnified. Metagross let out a pained growl. At this time, Steven finally understood. Getting Metagross to melee combat is so stupid. He didn't expect that Lucario, the eloquent man, would actually use his skills so superbly that his power was several times stronger than the skills themselves. I want to open up the distance and reorganize the attack, but Haoyan would not give him any chance at all. Xiao, use Batu, and then hit close combat again to completely solve the opponent. Haoyan still looked calm, and used the power of Aura to command Lucario. Hearing this, Lucario grabbed one of Metagross' claws and threw him into the air violently. Metagross, who was tortured by pain, couldn't resist at all. The 2-ton Metagross was thrown out like a toy. As Metagross hit the ground, Lucario quickly followed the constant punches and kicks. The landing point of the attack was all concentrated on the crack just now. Hit the nail on the head. When the dust settled, Metagross had fallen to the ground powerless and lost his fighting power. The quasi-god Metagross, for Lucario, is just a target. Looking at Metagross who fell to the ground, Steven's heart was full of frustration. My most reliant Metagross just lost. Chapter 474 Wallace, not like Steven. Clap. Steven slapped himself white. I want to calm down. No more, here goes. At this moment, he is very confused. Aggron, even with the advantage of attribute, was defeated. The most important Metagross also failed to organize any effective offense. In order to get good luck at the beginning of the battle, the 2 Pokemon sent a relatively strong Pokemon. But from the very beginning of the battle, he has been suppressed and beaten by Haoyan. Could it be that my special training in the past few months has has no effect at all. Even the former champion was beaten by Haoyan and fell into a vicious circle of self-doubt. Steven knows that Haoyan is very strong. How can someone who can be recognized by the three holy birds and Rayquaza be weak? But he didn't expect to be strong enough to be so perverted. In addition to the power of Pokemon, it can also target all his shortcomings and amplify them. Steven vigorously rubbed the face he slapped just now, took a few deep breaths, and quickly adjusted his state of mind. Think about the next Pokemon to play. Bronzong can't do it. The bulky body and slow movement speed will only make him a target. Although the commander of hacking is faster, it is 4 times weaker in combat. Excadrill is faster, but his defenses are fragile. It's very likely that it won't survive Lucario's 2 attacks. Now, Steven has to break through the great Lucario in order to achieve something. Otherwise, if it drags on like this, he will lose nothing at all. No way. The fighting system is to restrain the steel system, which is determined by the attribute. Steven is not a master of inverse attribute and has a headache for Haoyan's Lucario. Only use him to try to force Haoyan's Lucario back. Among the limited Pokemon, Steven chose one to continue the battle. He took out his baby ball and signaled to the referee that he was ready. The referee looked at Haoyan. Contestant Haoyan, do you want to change the Pokemon? After Haoyan won the second round, he kept observing Steven's micro-expression and guessing the Pokemon he would use next. There are not many types of Steel-type Pokemon, plus Steven suffered a melee loss on Metagross. It's impossible to have his Pokemon fight Lucario close combat again. Then you must choose a Pokemon with a certain advantage to fight. He is the only Steel-type Pokemon that has an advantage over Lucario. Haoyan smiled at the referee and said, I want to replace the Pokemon. Withdrew Lucario, then pulled out another baby ball to signal. Haoyan replaced Lucario. There was something wrong in Steven's heart. Does he know what I'm thinking? For a moment, Steven was a little distracted. Haoyan didn't rush, and looked at Steven with a light smile. Are you both ready? The referee asked tentatively. Although the question was asked from both sides, the main question was Steven. Pretty ready. Steven was a little absent-minded. He had no choice but to look at Haoyan, who was still smiling calmly, and he was a little flustered. Forget about it. It's decided. No use thinking about it. Steven released his Pokemon, Skarmory. At the same time, Haoyan also released his Charizard. Roar, roar. Charizard's hyper-voice growl has become a habit after his appearance. Seeing that the opponent is Skarmory, he doesn't take his opponent seriously at all. Although Haoyan has replaced Lucario, Charizard is even more difficult to deal with. Skarmory is slow and doesn't have much advantage in the air. Haoyan, you really guessed my thought. Steven's heart was bitter, and his Aggron had the stat advantage from the start. But still, he also lost. Now, Haoyan is replaced by Charizard, but Charizard restrains Skarmory. Attributes or restrain. Steven, my heart is gray. Changzi cheered up and shouted, Skarmory, use Autotomize. In bird Pokemon, Skarmory is low. That's all because of his overweight, 50.5 kg. Autotomize, temporarily lose weight. In other words, increase speed. Haoyan smiled. This is the shortcoming of the specialization department. It is easy to guess the Pokemon used by the other party, especially the steel type. There are not many Pokemon to choose from. To Charizard, come on, little dragon. In the spectator stand, Winona shook her head and said, Steven Skarmory also lost. Hearing Winona say this, everyone in the audience seemed to be used to it, especially after losing 2 consecutive rounds. Everyone already subconsciously felt that Steven could not win. Winona said, I also have a Skarmory, and I used to fight Charizard of Haoyan. Past. At the time, I also put Skarmory on Autotomize, trying to catch up with Charizard at speed, but it was this step that kept me behind, and finally led to the loss of the game. Then, Winona simply recounted the situation of the battle at that time. Sure enough, the scene began to change. By the time Skarmory was using Autotomize, Charizard was already on the offensive. A red flame hit him exactly. The fire element restrains the steel element, and the effect is outstanding. Although Skarmory's endurance is good, it is also very difficult to suffer from this blow. In desperation, Steven can only let Skarmory use Root, which can restore physical strength, but a slow step leads to a slow step. Just after using Root, half of his stamina was recovered, and Charizard's attack came again. After several round trips, Steven went down the same path that Winona failed at the time. In front of the crowd, once again lost. Wallace looked at his friend Steven absent-mindedly after losing in a row, and his heart was filled with infinite emotion, as if the loser was not someone else but himself. I hope I won't be like Steven now when I fight Haoyan. Chapter 475. The Evergrande City Conference ended. Steven's Skarmory fell to Charizard's relentless scorching. Then Steven sent Magnezone, Excadrill, Bronzong. These Pokemon, except for Bronzong, who has heat resistance properties, are a little bit more resistant to beating, and none of them can do anything to Charizard, who flies in the air and breathes flame. Steven lost. Thank you, Haoyan. Let me understand what it means that there are mountains outside the mountains, and there are people outside the people. Steven bowed to Haoyan to thank him. Assignment. Haoyan took back back the Pokemon and patted Steven on the shoulder silently. I wanted to say something to comfort Steven after the defeat, but for a while I didn't know how to say it. Steven saw Haoyan's thought, waved his hand, and said casually, "Don't console me, I'm not that vulnerable yet, and losing to you, I am convinced." After experiencing the failure, Steven felt a lot calmer. I also let go a lot in my mind, and I don't have the kind of worrying about gains and losses at the beginning. In the future, I will continue to work hard. I will try my best to catch up with you. Steven smiled brightly. Yes, I'll be waiting for you. Haoyan also smiled back. Vivian stepped forward excitedly and raised Haoyan's hand to signal to the audience. Let's congratulate Haoyan, our winner of this year's Evergrande City Conference, with the warmest round of applause. All the audience in the venue, including Champion and others in the guest seat, all stood up spontaneously, applauding and cheering non-stop. Congratulations to the winner of this year's Evergrande City Conference. Steven, your battle is very exciting and you are very attentive. Backstage, Wallace patted his best friend Steven's shoulder with his right hand, and held the trophy to be awarded later in his left hand, but unfortunately this trophy was not awarded to his best friend Steven. Thank you, Wallace. Steven put his arm around his best friend Wallace's shoulder, and encouraged him earnestly. You will surely perform well. Well, I will. Wallace nodded equally earnestly. Fighting against Haoyan has taught me a lot. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it too. The two looked at the screen together in the background, enjoying Haoyan's applause of 500,000 people, and chatting in a low voice. Let's invite Hoenregen's current champion, Mr. Wallace. A trophy for Haoyan, the winner of this Evergrande City Conference. Vivian put down Haoyan's hand and said passionately. Under everyone's eyes, Wallace took the trophy and slowly came to the stage. Give the trophy to Haoyan. Blessed. Congratulations, Haoyan. Thanks. Haoyan took the trophy calmly, with a faint smile on his face. There was thunderous applause once again at the scene, and the sound was like a wave. After a while, Haoyan pressed his hand down, signaling the crowd to be quieter. The 500,000 people in the venue quickly quieted down. Vivian looked at Haoyan gratefully, and immediately started the next process. She took a deep breath and said, the winner of each Evergrande City Conference has a chance to challenge the 4 elites and compete for the glory of champion. Then asked Haoyan player, do you choose to challenge? After speaking, Vivian immediately handed the microphone to Haoyan. Although the last time, Haoyan had publicly said once that he would challenge, but the audience at the scene is still looking forward to this moment. Because it's been too long, no one has picked battle over champion. A full 20 years. They are looking forward to a new champion. I choose to challenge. Haoyan held the trophy and answered clearly. It's just different from the past. His eyes contained strong confidence and fighting intent. Wallace felt the heat of Haoyan, and replied full of fighting intent. I have been looking forward to this battle for a long time. Wow la tilde wow la tilde. Once again, there was thunderous applause, which lasted for a long time. Under the applause of the crowd, Haoyan and Wallace walked to the backstage together, until the two disappeared in front of the curtain. It finally starting. Mura was in the spectator seat, his fist clenched. He is very much looking forward to tomorrow. Champion is the supreme title of the trainer. It's the glory of a trainer's life. Mulla worked hard all her life, but she only stopped at elite all her life. It's one step away from champion. Now his student Haoyan is finally going to that step. Mulla is like an old father, full of expectation that his best student Haoyan can fulfill his long-cherished wish. Adam looked at the excitement that Mulla was holding back, and he couldn't help but be excited, cheering for his apprentice. Wallace, come on. The 4 elites looked at each other silently. They are also waiting for the start of the fierce battle tomorrow. The audience of the venue, under the guidance of the staff, left satisfied but full of expectation, waiting for tomorrow, that exciting battle. Chapter 476 Giovanni's Prison Robbery. The Evergrande City Conference is the biggest event in Hoenn region. The eyes of countless people are concentrated there. When Haoyan received countless praises in Slateport City. At this time, the Pokemon prison in the Hoenn region, where Maxie's cells were held, opened with a snap. A foul stench came. Maxie, whose hands and feet were disabled, was lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling blankly. Outside the cell door, Archie with a blue turban covering his head walked into the cell. Looking at his old rival in the past, in such a downhearted state, he shouted absently, Maxie, some people live, but their hearts are dead. This sentence is the most suitable to describe Maxie. For the call of the old rival, Maxie did not change a bit. Even the out-of-focus eyes did not move. Archie wanted to say something else, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw a man with an inch head and walked into the cell. He wisely stepped aside. Archie knew that he had no right to speak in front of this short-haired man. An inch-headed man with 2 Pokemon by his side. One is the unremarkable Beedrill that can be seen everywhere in each region, but this Beedrill gave people a feeling of extreme danger and trembling. Another Pokemon, Archie is also the first time to meet. Looks like an alien, blue-orange, arms like lines like Pokemon. That's right, the 1-inch man is Giovanni. As Giovanni approached, Maxie turned his head slightly and glanced at each other. But soon, he took his eyes back and kept his half-dead look as he had been at the beginning. Giovanni didn't pay too much attention to the smelly cell, but sat down in a relatively clean place casually. He said slowly, "Maxie, I want to know your so-called great wish. Do you still believe in it? If you still believe in it, then I have a way to make your long-cherished wish come true." Hearing Giovanni's word, Maxie's eyes quickly focused. After changing the numbness like a mummified corpse before, he came back to life. Turning his head, he stared at Giovanni with eagle eyes, and said in a hoarse voice, "What are you saying is true?" Giovanni waved his hand casually, but there was still no expression on his face. "Otherwise, I work hard to control this prison, not to joke with you." Maxie looked at Giovanni's side, like a sidekick. Archie asked in a hoarse voice, "Great wish, I still believe in it. Just what can you do to achieve it? What do you want from me again?" He Tilda. Giovanni waved to Archie beside him. Archie understood, walked over to Maxie's side, and whispered a few words beside him. After listening to Archie's word, Maxie's eyes seemed to have a gleam of light. With a hoarse voice, he shouted, "Okay." Giovanni looked at Maxie's eyes full of hatred with satisfaction, and stood up with a smile on the corner of his mouth. One step ahead, first out of the cell. Outside the cell, the guards all fell to the ground. Throughout the Pokemon prison, Giovanni came and went freely. Giovanni looked in the direction of Sinnoh region and murmured, "Cyrus, such a perfect opportunity, you shouldn't miss it. There are 2 flowers, one on each side." While Giovanni was jailed, Haoyan's challenge began. Vivian has hosted many large-scale competitions and is quite experienced. It was the first time she could preside over a Challenge Alliance matchup. This really made her feel a faint throbbing. Next, let's welcome the winners of our Evergrande City Conference with the warmest applause. It is also the protagonist of today, the first person to challenge the Alliance in the past 20 years. Famous throughout the Pokemon world, the first curator of Slateport City, the justice trainer who destroyed the evil Hoenn region, Kanto region organization, the hero who saved Laveridge Town twice in Slateport City. He is Haoyan. In the venue, the lights were dimmed, and then dozens of light gathered in Haoyan, who slowly walked up to the stage. With a signature warm smile and a clean dress, the whole person looks young and handsome. There was huge applause and cheers at the scene. After the applause was a little smaller, Vivian began to introduce. Because no one has challenged the league for so long, many people have forgotten what the rules of the league are. Vivian explained it in detail for 3 minutes, and it was completed. Many Haoyan fans were a little worried when they heard the rule. To challenge the Alliance, you need to fight 1 against 5, defeat 4 elites in order, and finally defeat Wallet. During this process, there is no chance of recovery. This is a heavy test for both trainers and Pokemon. This is also the hardest part. Seeing that the explanation was similar, Vivian said, "Not much to say. According to the rules, the first round of challenges, it's Curator Haoyan against Mr. Sydney, one of the 4 elite. Let's give the applause to Curator Haoyan once again, and wish him well. Then back off and hand over the battlefield to Haoyan and Sydney. Confirm on the right, confirm on the left. Confirmation of field control. For this game, the entire league attaches great importance to it. 5 referees are specially equipped to control the scene from different directions. There is also a chief referee, who is always watching every move on the battlefield at the main station. Haoyan challenged the league first game. The game begins. The referee gave an order. Following the referee's voice, Haoyan took the first step towards the highest mountain in the Hoenn region. Chapter 477. It's an elite anyway. Give me some faith. Sydney Elite, a Pokemon that masters Dark. There are many types of Dark Pokemon, and they are also comprehensive. Unlike Steel, which are mostly bulky build, Dark has excellent shield. Tyranitar, Umbreon. There are also output players Weavile, Houndoom, Absol and so on. Dark's attack surface is not bad, and it only has the weak points of fighting an insect. Another feature of Dark is that he is very good at playing fast break. Curator Haoyan, please give me more advice. As the first gatekeeper of the league, Sydney usually stayed in Evergrande City and had little contact with Haoyan. Sydney Elite, give me more advice. Haoyan responded with a smile. The two are not very familiar, so let's talk about fighting. Sydney threw his baby ball first, and Absol. At the beginning of the battle, Sydney pressed the Mega Ring on his arm. Absol, Mega Evolution. Open black lens bracket. Pokemon close black lens bracket. Absol, Mega Evolution. Attribute, Evil. Level, 85. Initial champion. Characteristic, Magic Mirror. Pokemon with this characteristic will bounce back the change moves used by the opponent, and the change moves used by the opponent will be invalid. Introduction, Mega Evolution's energy becomes a deterrent aura, spreading everywhere. The faint-hearted will be killed by Astonish. Absol is Sydney's signature Pokemon. Come out, Xiao. Haoyan released Lucario. For this challenge Alliance, how to retain physical strength is the key. So 1-up, choose to use Lucario. In terms of attribute, Lucario has the advantage. Fighting restrains Dark, and Dark damage is only half of the power of Steel. Sydney didn't have any surprises for Haoyan to use Lucario to fight, and Sydney never thought that he could beat Haoyan. The job he has to do is to consume the physical strength of Haoyan Pokemon as much as possible. Opportunities for those behind. Sydney quickly commanded, Absol, use Fire Blast. Sydney watched Haoyan and Steven play yesterday. No need to pay attention to any tactics anymore. Any tactics will be used by Haoyan Foresight anyway. Might as well come up as a big move. Xiaowu Mega Evolution. Extreme speed connected to close combat to solve each other. Resolve the state of the other party's immediate withdrawal from Mega Evolution. Haoyan used the power of Ura to command. With trick to trick, the comparison is pure physical fitness. See who is faster and who is stronger. Absol quickly mobilized energy from his body using Fire Blast, a powerful fire-type skill. Sydney believes that if it hit, it can do a lot of damage to Lucario. Lucario, who saw the eloquent word, left a footprint on the ground and flew out quickly. He directly broke through the flame and came to Absol. Absol, watch out! Sydney yelled hastily. After Mega Evolution, Lucario resisted a Fire Blast, and then used the high speed of extreme speed to dodge in front of Absol. The fizz has arrived. Immediately after getting close, a ferocious combo attack directly knocks Absol out. The effect is outstanding. After Absol fell, he never got up again. This. Sydney looked at Absol in disbelief. So fast, so strong, so rude. Lucario does not have any fancy. Directly kill the opponent. It's not like Haoyan's previous battle style at all. Everyone in the guess heat was done. It was less than 10 seconds from the beginning, and the first round is over. Looking back at the opposing field, Sydney had difficulty accepting the fact that his Absol was killed in one move. He shook his head vigorously, as if to get rid of the negative emotions in his heart. He looked at Haoyan with a solemn expression. Please, Weavile. Sydney released his second Pokemon. Weavile always look bad, but has a different kind of cuteness. Just in terms of attribute, it was still beaten by Lucario. Ice and Evil take quadruple fighting damage, and have low defense and endurance. It is an assassin with high attack and high speed, but Sydney couldn't do anything. If he didn't use the faster Weavile, he couldn't keep up with Haoyan's rhythm. Weavile, use. As soon as the Weavile was replaced, Sydney immediately commanded, want to rush attack. However, he was not finished yet. Haoyan made Lucario attack again. It is still unpretentious to accelerate with extreme speed. There was no tricky going straight, and when Weavile was in front of him, he just raised his hand and slapped it. Fighting brick break. Sydney was so anxious that his eyes almost popped out, and Weavile could only instinctively use two sharp claws to stop. You can stop one move, but you can't stop the second move. He was knocked out again and fell to the ground. Sydney was going crazy, and in less than a minute he had lost two Pokemon. At this rate, wouldn't the battle be resolved in 3 minutes? He's an elite anyway. It's too embarrassing to settle the battle in 3 minutes. Chapter 478. Sydney. Haoyan. Sure enough, Foresight got my tactic. 2 Pokemon in a row were killed in second, and Sydney felt misery in his heart. That Lucario is too strong. Whether it is attack or speed, it has reached its peak. If you don't look carefully, you won't even be able to catch his figure. Combined with the fighting skills against the sky, it can be said to be the king of the Lucario group. What do I do? Sydney kept thinking. The remaining Pokemon. Crafty. No, the speed is too slow. It is estimated that Lucario will be hanged and beaten. Shiftry. No, it's still restrained to death. Zoroark. The speed and special attack are good, and the moves used are quite comprehensive, but the body is too fragile, and it is very likely that it cannot withstand an attack like Absol. Spiritomb. Wait, the two of them combined can make a perfect tactic. Maybe you can deceive Haoyan. Haoyan will definitely replace that Lucario. Suddenly, Sydney's eyes lit up. A perfect tactic came to mind. Quickly recovered the fallen Weavile and threw a baby ball. A black mist passed. A pod of Pokemon like a ghost flower appeared in the battlefield. This Pokemon is exactly Spiritomb. At the guessy, after seeing Sydney release Spiritomb, Asha murmured, Haoyan should replace Lucario, who is invincible. After all, Spiritomb, a combination of ghost and dark, is not affected by fighting skills. The unique attributes of Spiritomb avoid the weaknesses of dark and ghost. Only the fairy department has this weakness. Lance Crossing said, that right, if I were Haoyan, I would also replace Lucario. The ghost system has a very disgusting skill, and that is Hain Split. This skill can force sexual and opponent's physical strength are added together, and then the physical strength is divided equally. If you can't kill in one move, it is very likely that this skill will consume too much physical strength. Although Haoyan's Lucario is very strong, it is very difficult to easily solve the Spiritomb. If Haoyan's Lucario loses too much physical strength, it will have a great impact on his next battle. What Lance Crossing said made sense. The difficulty of challenging the league is to defeat 4 elites in a row. Keep your stamina and face the final champion. Wallace is the best way. If you are in the front and are consumed too much stamina, you will be passive in the back. After all, the whole process of the challenge has no chance to be supplemented. Hoenregen's elite Phoebe, who majored in Ghost, also spoke. The Ghost system also has a special skill. That curse. You can reduce part of your physical strength to cause a curse effect on the enemy. The enemy who is cursed will lose stamina over time. If you use the curse first and then the pain pain split. You can drain Lucario's stamina the most. Such a tactic is incomprehensible. Once Lucario has these two skills, then the Lucario of Haoyan is basically not much of a threat. The conversation of several people made the people around them nodded in agreement. The referee asked Haoyan, "Director Haoyan, do you need to replace the Pokemon?" I saw a faint smile on the corner of Haoyan's mouth, shook his head gently, and said, "No change. I'll keep playing with Lucario." The referee was stunned for a moment but soon returned to normal. He waved the flag and said, "The third round of Curator Haoyan vs. Sydney Elite is about to begin." When Haoyan proposed not to change the Pokemon, Sydney's heart flashed a little. Could it be that Haoyan discovered my secret? When Sydney wondered, Haoyan commanded again, "Xiaowu, Mega Evolution, Extreme Speed plus Close Combat to deal with each other." Luca. The spikes on Lucario's body popped out again. With a heavy step, he rushed out. Everyone in the Gesite saw Lucario rushing out, suddenly shocked. What? Haoyan actually made Lucario attack. It's fine if you don't change the Pokemon. It looks like you're still using close combat. Could it be that Haoyan doesn't know that fighting skills and ordinary skills are ineffective against Spiritomb, which is a combination of Ghost and Dark? Could it be that Haoyan is a master of inverse attribute? Just when everyone was amazed, Lucario had already used the high speed of Extreme Speed to rush to the front of Spiritomb. A punch was thrown. Lucario's fist smashed into a ball of hazes. Spiritomb was smashed and flew out. The entire audience was dumbfounded. This scene subverted their cognition. The ghost-type Spiritomb was actually knocked out by a fist. That's the ghost-type. It's not the same as everyone's surprised expression. One of the two in the battle was full of bitterness. A confident face with a warm smile. Sydney. Sure enough, Haoyan has foresight. My tactic. Chapter 479. No matter how sophisticated tactics are, they will be rejected by Haoyan foresight. After Lucario succeeded, he quickly retreated to Haoyan's side. Also exited the status of Mega Evolution. The hit, Spiritomb, haze disperses, revealed its original form. A red-gray Pokemon that looked a bit like a fox was lying on the ground. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket. Zoroark. Attribute, Evil. Level, 83, Elite P. Characteristic, Illusion. Pokemon with this characteristic can change their appearance when they appear in battle. Once attacked, they will change to their original appearance. Introduction. It is a Pokemon that can protect the safety of the group by confusing opponent. It turned out that this Spiritomb was disguised by Zoroark. After a systematic investigation, Haoyan was able to see through the other party at once. That's why it's so confident to let Lucario attack. In fact, even if Haoyan has no system, through the characteristics of Pokemon, it can also be clearly judged. The real Spiritomb has only one feature, that is oppression, and Haoyan happened to have a Pokemon with the same characteristic. That's Mewtwo. The characteristic of oppression can form a strange energy magnetic field invisibly. It will cause opponents in the environment to use energy-based attack skills to consume increase. And when this Spiritomb came on the field, there was no change in the surrounding. Then there is only one possibility, which is counterfeiting. When Zoroark revealed his true face, the audience suddenly realized. At the Gessie, Asha finally knew why Haoyan let Lucario attack so decisively just now. It turned out that it was Zoroark in disguise. Lance Crossing and Phoebe were eloquent just now, but now they are silent. The two of them said so much just now, and they were immediately slapped in the face. The atmosphere was suddenly awkward. The one who broke this embarrassment was Drake, the leader of the 4 Elite. Drake said to the other 4 Elite, "Did you find it? No matter how subtle the tactics are, Haoyan will be foresight all at once. Instead of spending time organizing tactics, it's better to exchange moves with Haoyan from the very beginning. Consume his Pokemon stamina as much as possible. Haoyan, you are a monster. A monster who can penetrate all tactics." Phoebe and Bonnie both nodded in agreement. Again, another blow. No chance at all. The most proud tactic was cracked at once. Sydney grimaced. Her heart was as bitter as if she had eaten 10 pounds of berberine. Within less than 2 minutes before and after, every Pokemon will be killed as soon as it appears. I'm elite. Can you give me some faith? Sydney has nothing to do with the handsome opponent in front of him. Sydney felt like a rookie trainer talking to a curator. Sydney elite. The referee beside him, seeing Sydney distracted, waved to him. It's your turn to release the Pokemon. Through the referee's wave, Sydney came back to his senses. I see. Sydney put away all the helplessness in his heart. After all, he was still fighting, so he took out a baby ball, released his 4th Pokemon, Shiftry. Faced with the tough Lucario, Sydney didn't have to think about it. He knew that Shiftry was no match at all. Once hit, it will fall directly as in the previous situation. Seeing the opponent release the Pokemon, Haoyan still uses Lucario. He said softly, "Xiao-O, the same as before." Lucario stomped hard and rushed out again. I can't hide it anyway, so let's be hard deal. Sydney gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, "Shiftry, use the Razor Leaf." Razor Leaf is a grass-type skill. Lucario is a steel-type and a fighting type, and grass-type skills can only cause 0.5 times the damage. moment. It's not that Sydney doesn't know this, but that he knows he will do it. Because the razor leaf covers a large area, it moves quickly. If there is no effect, at least hit it first, and don't even have a chance to make a move like Zoroark just now. The blades on Shiftry immediately moved with the wind, cutting the air and attacking Lucario quickly. Lucario punched Shiftry as he rushed forward. Shiftry was knocked out. At the same time, the flying leaves hit Lucario as much as possible. It's just that this level of damage is nothing to be afraid of. There was an obvious smile on Sydney's face, and even in that smile, there were a few tears in his eyes. As long as you can wear off a little physical strength, that progress. This is a qualitative step for Sydney. It also regained a lot of confidence. Although the fourth Pokemon has been lost, at least it has effectively organized a wave of decent attack. That way, it won't be too embarrassing. The audience at the scene saw the expression on Sydney's face. They all sighed that Hao-Yan was too powerful, strong enough to be an elite, just doing a little bit of damage. All so happy. Chapter 480. Isn't elite gym leader powerful? In the audience, a little girl shone with curiosity, asking her father, "Dad, didn't you say that 4 elites are more powerful than gym leader? Why did Sydney elite lose in just a short while?" Sydney's 5th Pokemon, Crafty, was still taken away by Lucario, a close combat. The Spiritomb, a little more troublesome. The Gardevoir replaced by Hao-Yan was taken away with a dazzling gleam. All are instant kills. The little girl's father watched the final battle on the field, and he faltered and couldn't explain clearly. This elite is indeed stronger than ordinary curators, but is Hao-Yan an ordinary gym curator? Gym curator, just one of his identities. I can't tell when I see my husband. Little girl. Her mother stroked the little girl's head and said, "What about elite? Because it is curator Hao-Yan who is fighting Sydney elite Tilda. Delia, you just need to remember that curator Hao-Yan is the strongest." Is it? The little girl holding the doll in her mother's arm stretched out her cute little head, looked at her father who had a deep research on Pokemon, and asked with puzzled eyes. The little girl's father was speechless about what his wife had just said. But think about it. There is nothing wrong with it. Nodding affirmatively at her daughter, Delia will understand this by remembering that Director Hao-Yan is the strongest. Okay. The little girl got the answer from her parents and seemed to understand. Waving the doll in his hand, he waved to the handsome Hao-Yan in the middle of the stage, and said in a milky voice, "Curtain Hao-Yan, come on Tilda. The first challenge. The winner is curator Hao-Yan." The referee waved his hand and announced the result of the battle. "I lost, and I was convinced that I lost." "Hey, don't say it. I am a loser who has no right to speak." Sydney said with disappointment that he was incompetent as a gatekeeper, just like a goalkeeper in a football game. In just a few minutes, being scored 6 goals in a row will inevitably lead to frustration. Hao-Yan opened his mouth to say something, but thought about it. Is it to comfort Sydney that he is also very good? Say it out in this case. Are you sure it's not sarcasm? With Sydney's departure, there was huge applause and cheers from the audience. Praise never begrudges winners. Sydney had just returned backstage and was about to walk to the guest seat when he bumped into Phoebe. "You've done a great job. It's just that Hao-Yan is too strong. Maybe I'm not as good as you," Phoebe said to Sydney. Sydney almost cried when she heard what Phoebe said. Sydney squeezed out a wry smile. "Phoebe, come on." Phoebe nodded solemnly and walked slowly to the front of the screen. "Let's welcome the second elite, Phoebe elite." With warm applause, Vivian moved the audience with her passionate voice. Hao-Yan solved Sydney in a few minutes, clean and neat, giving the audience an illusion. It seems that challenging the Alliance champion seems to be quite simple Tilda. Even if the Pokemon's stamina can't be restored halfway through, it's no big deal. Curator Hao-Yan, please give me more advice. As soon as Phoebe came on stage, he greeted Hao-Yan with the corner of his skirt. Phoebe was born in Mt. Higher of Hoenn region and practiced in Mt. Higher since childhood. This also gave her the ability to communicate with ghost-type Pokemon. Although he is good at using ghost-type Pokemon, he is not gloomy at all. On the contrary, the appearance gives a very warm and open feeling. Dress up is also very naughty, with 2 pink flower hairpins on her head. A bohemian-style long dress has a sense of sight of a beach girl. Unlike Sydney, who specializes in quick attack flow, Phoebe is a disruptive type of fighting style. "Miss Phoebe, give me some advice." Hao-Yan responded modestly and politely. The warm smile and handsome face made Phoebe in a trance for a while, and almost fell into Hao-Yan's appearance. "No, I'm fighting now. I have to be serious." Phoebe immediately took out the baby ball and released it first. As soon as it came up, she used her representative Pokemon, Dusknoir. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket Dusknoir. Attribute Ghost. Level 85. Initial champion. Characteristic Pressure. When a Pokemon with this characteristic is played, it can cause a huge pressure on the opponent, causing the opponent to use skills. The energy consumption will be doubled. Introduction. It is said that the soul that has nowhere to go will be inhaled into his elastic body and taken to another world. The 4 elites of Hoenn region are Dark, Ghost, Ice, and Dragon. What troubled Hao-Yan the most was the Go system. Ice, Tyranitar, Lucario, Charizard, Lizard can be used to restrain. Dragon type with Gardevoir restraint. Ghost Tyranitar can also be restrained, but the Ghost type has a skill that is Destiny Bond. This skill is very disgusting, and when it can be attacked by the opponent and is on the verge of death, the opponent will also be on the verge of death. As long as Phoebe uses Destiny Bond from the beginning, Hao-Yan will be tied. Hao-Yan prepared in advance and released his Pokemon. Chapter 481 Special Features of Ice Ninetales. Facing Phoebe's Dusknoir, Hao-Yan chose to play Ice Ninetales. Among so many Pokemon in Hao-Yan, Ice Ninetales is currently the weakest in combat. However, no matter how weak it is, it still has the level of Elite in the midterm. The gap between Dusknoir, which was used against Champion in the early stage, is not too big. Ice Ninetales can play very happy. Amber Eyes looking around curiously. He even rubbed Hao-Yan with his tail. There was no tension at all about the coming of war. Phoebe looked at Hao-Yan's Ice Ninetales and looked around excitedly, a little speechless. From the excited expression of Bing Ninetales, it is obvious that Bing Ninetales usually does not participate in too many battles. It is true that Hao-Yan has basically never used Ice Ninetales to play against others. Phoebe said somewhat uncertainly, Hao-Yan, are you sure you want to fight me with this Ice Ninetales? The implication is that I feel that I don't have enough combat experience with Pokemon like Ice Ninetales, and it is not suitable for her to fight. That's right, the last time Ice Ninetales fought was a long time ago. In addition to using Ice Ninetales against Sapphire not long after Kenna Gym was built. Never use Ice Ninetales to fight again. As soon as Hao-Yan was about to answer, he was a little angry and unhappy with the Ice Ninetales in the battlefield. Ice Ninetales is good at observing human thought, and she can hear that Phoebe looked down on her. Hao-Yan bent down, touched Ninetales' head, and comforted her in a low voice. Okay, Xiaoju, you need to be calmer during the battle. It's a very important battle right now. It's easy to lose if you don't stay calm. Under Hao-Yan's soft voice, Bing Ninetales stopped making a sound, and just looked at the Dusknoir in front of him a little unhappy. Usually in the team, Ice Ninetales has always been the group pet, and it is inevitable that there are some problems with the little princess. Hao-Yan is very confident about the combat power of Ice Ninetales, answering Phoebe's question with a smile. Yes, I will use her. Hao-Yan was still calm, but Phoebe felt a sudden panic in his heart. Although she didn't have much contact with Hao-Yan, she at least knew a little. That is, in such critical occasions, Hao-Yan will not joke. It seems to be a little more careful. Hao-Yan actually uses Ice Ninetales with no combat experience at such a critical moment. It seems that there must be something unusual about that Ice Ninetales. Phoebe's battle plan was quickly replanned. Dusknoir, try it out with Fire Punch. Remember, don't use all your strength. As soon as there is a situation, return immediately. Because of his special physique, Phoebe can silently communicate with Ghost-type Pokemon. Dusknoir's body, flickering and darkening, was characteristic of his movement. Keep flashing, came to the front of Ice Ninetales. At the same time, they waved their fists with a hot breath. Xiaoju, change form. Hao-Yan did not let Bing Ninetales come up to use skills, but chose to first let Bing Ninetales adapt to the atmosphere of the battle. Ice Ninetales faced the scorching Fire Punch, with beautiful snow-white hair that quickly changed color. From the original Ice and Fairy series to the Fire series, the characteristics have also changed from the original Snow hidden to a Fire. Dusknoir's Fire Punch, which does no damage. Dusknoir felt that something was wrong and quickly returned to Phoebe's side. At the Gessie, the champions and the curators were inexplicably shocked. What? Hao-Yan's Ice Ninetales can actually change form. What going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. Only Sabrina's face was calm. Mr. Hao-Yan's Ninetales are very special, able to change back and forth between normal form and Alola form at will. Lance Crossing said incredulously. How is this possible? Hao-Yan's Ninetales completely subverted his understanding of Pokemon. If it hadn't happened in front of him, he would never have believed it. Alder, Wallace and others on the side were also shocked. Hao-Yan's Ninetales has a very special origin. When Ninetales was still a baby egg before it hatched, she already showed her uniqueness. Zulin also said to the side. Then, in the surprised eyes of everyone, Zulin said the special of the baby egg. If you touch it, it's cold. If Jenny touches it, it's hot. Lance Crossing muttered incredulously. Hearing Zulin's remark, Steven on the side remembered something. That's right. I once exchanged 400 fire stones for the same thing with Hao-Yan. I asked Hao-Yan at the time what to do with so many fire stones. He said it at the time to his Vulpix evolution. Hearing Steven's word, Lance Crossing's face was filled with disbelief. With 400 evolutionary stone, ite to evolution a Vulpix. Wallace seemed to think that Lance Crossing's surprise was not enough, and said to him, Hao-Yan's Ice Ninetales can not only change form, but also stand on the sea like walking. What? Still on the sea? Isn't that the same as the legendary Suicune? Here the more and more special places of Hao-Yan's Ice Ninetales. Lance Crossing's mouth couldn't close because of surprise. Chapter 482 Hail, Hypnosis, Double Team. Hao-Yan, you're Ninetales is really special, Phoebe said with difficulty during the battle. Haha, my little Nine is something special, Haoyan replied with a smile. Before he was born, he received the gift of Arceus, the blessing of Ho-Oh, and the blessing of the sea god Lokia. Certainly different. Transformation is just one of the features. With Haoyan's excavation, his Ice Ninetales also has a strong attribute. Then let's continue, Haoyan asked. Phoebe looked at the field extremely solemnly. On the battlefield, Ninetales changed back to the appearance of Ice Ninetales after taking Fire Punch. Since the skills of the fire element are invalid, then use other skills, Phoebe said to Dusknoir. Dusknoir, use Earthquake, blocking Ice Ninetales' action. Because of the special nature of Ice Ninetales, Phoebe did not dare to let Dusknoir rush forward, so I chose Earthquake, which is more secure and can reflect physical attack power. Gia Gia tilde Gia Gia tilde. Dusknoir's hand slammed on the ground, and countless cracks appeared in the battlefield. Xiaoju, use Glaciate to attack the ground, Haoyan commanded lightly. Mi tilde Mi tilde. Ice Ninetales let out a soft cry. Flash high. When she fell back to the ground, she exuded a strong ice energy. On the ground around her, a hard ice surface suddenly formed, completely blocked Dusknoir's earthquake attack. That's okay too. Phoebe's eyes widened in surprise. Just when Phoebe was done, Haoyan said again, Xiaoju, use Hail. Mi tilde Mi tilde. Ice Ninetales radiates her energy once again. With her at the center, Iceirus formed in the sky. Iceirus, constant condensation, formed into fist-sized hailstone. Mi tilde Mi tilde. Ice Ninetales blew into the air, causing the surrounding hailstones to spin. On the battlefield, the temperature plummeted. Meanwhile, spinning hailstones hit Dusknoir. In just a few seconds, the battlefield turned into a world of ice and snow. Standing on the battlefield, Phoebe sneezed coldly. I was shocked again. In such a short period of time, the entire environment of the battlefield has been completely changed. Such an ability is even more powerful than Bonnie, who specializes in ice element. Although he was surprised, Phoebe's command did not stop. Now is the serious league challenge. Dusknoir, use Shadow Punch. Dusknoir, still flickering forward. The ground freezes and does not affect the actions of the Go system. Shadow Punch is a Ghost type skill. Dusknoir's physical attack is relatively high, and it receives the bonus of the Go type. If it hit, can deal good damage to Ice Ninetales, who are not good at physical defense. Just as Dusknoir's fist full of dark energy was about to hit Ice Ninetales, Haoyan glanced at the Ice Ninetales who had entered the battle state. Knowing that he was already familiar with it, he commanded, Xiaoju, use Hypnosis. Mimi tilde Mimi tilde. Ice Ninetales opened his mouth and sang a bizarre melody. At the same time, as she sang, strange ripples rippled around. Phoebe's Dusknoir was preparing to attack, without a single bit of defense. Suddenly I heard this strange melody. Let his eyes full of fighting spirit quickly diminish. It was replaced by boundless drowsiness. The fist that was about to attack also wilted in an instant. Dusknoir fell to the ground, and fell asleep. Hypnosis, as the name suggests, is able to force the opponent to sleep. It is not an easy task to make the other Pokemon fall asleep. Of course, this skill is not 100% successful. 10 times, there is a chance of success about 6 times, but for Ice Ninetales, it's almost 100%. As long as it is an additional skill, Ice Ninetales are easy to trigger special effect. With the flamethrower, you can easily put your opponent into a burning state. With Ice Beam, you can easily freeze your opponent. The ability of Ice Ninetales reminds Haoyan of the time when he obtained the Ice Ninetales baby egg. Explanation given by the system. This baby egg is blessed by the joint blessing of the 3 gods, and it has great luck and luck. Close black lens bracket. Because of this feature, Haoyan chose to use Ice Ninetales to fight against Phoebe. Dusknoir, get up! Phoebe shouted at Dusknoir in the arena. It's a pity that Dusknoir, who fell into a sleep state, is not a normal sleep but a forced sleep. It is not easy to call out a few words. You can wake up. Haoyan ignored the sleeping opponent and said to Bing Ninetales, Xiaoju, use double team. Mi tilde Mi tilde. The well-behaved Ice Ninetales are constantly beating in the surrounding field. As she kept beating, one clone after another appeared. Phoebe was surprised to find that in this hailstorm environment she couldn't see which Ninetales was the real body of ice. Chapter 483. Haoyan, can you stop doing this? Cold hailstones slapped randomly on Dusknoir's face, constantly draining Dusknoir's stamina. On the other hand, Haoyan did not rush to attack, and still let Bing Ninetales use double team. With more and more clones of Ice Ninetales, Phoebe became impatient. No, if it goes on like this, there will be more and more clones of Ice Ninetales. If you go on like this, you won't be able to tell where your real body is at all. And the hail is so smashing. It is estimated that when Dusknoir wakes up, there will be residual blood. The Pokemon must be replaced to stop that Ice Ninetales. Phoebe took out the baby ball and took the sleeping Dusknoir back to the baby ball, replaced with a new Pokemon. Please, Mismagius. Open black lens bracket. Pokemon close black lens bracket. Mismagius. Attribute Ghost. Level 83. Elite P. Characteristic characteristic floating. The Pokemon floats on the ground and will not be affected by ground-based move. Introduction: a Pokemon that sings spells, not only to torment opponent but also spells that bring happiness. When Phoebe first started to take back Dusknoir, Hao-Yan knew about the battle with Phoebe. He won. When Phoebe just replaced the Mismagius and was ready to do something. The air is full of strange energy. Makes you sleepy. Radiate this strange energy. It was released together with many Ice Ninetales present. It wraps the Mismagius in all directions and in all directions. Even Phoebe, who was standing on the sideline, was obviously sleepy. Mismagius, who just came on the court, didn't have the slightest bit of defense and didn't have the slightest concern. He just fell asleep like this. Xiaoju, Ice Beam. Hao-Yan did not waste the opportunity and directed Ice Ninetales to make a move. The clone and the main body all moved together. Totally confused Phoebe. There is no way to tell who is the body. Ice Ninetales' attack easily hit Mismagius in his sleep, and Coldhail continued to beat on Mismagius. Although there is no attribute restraint, this level of attack has already reduced Mismagius' physical strength to half. When Mismagius would wake up, Phoebe didn't know, but she knew that with another Ice Beam, Mismagius would be useless. Ah, what a nasty tactic. Phoebe complained and quickly found a way to deal with it. After weighing the pros and cons, she chose to change the Pokemon again. When Phoebe took out the baby ball, Hao-Yan was not in a hurry to let Bing Ninetales attack. Chandelure, come on. Phoebe moved quickly, replacing Mismagius in a new Pokemon, Chandelure. But Phoebe, who was slow, was completely behind. Little 9, Hypnosis Hilda. Hao-Yan asked Bing Ninetales to repeat the trick and continue to hypnotize the opponent. Chandelure, be careful of the other party's hypnosis. Phoebe shouted loudly. Chandelure also listened to his trainer's word, and was vigilant around him when he played. Unfortunately, strange sound waves came from all directions, 360 degrees without dead end. There is no way to parry. Poor Chandelure, once again, was hypnotized by Ice Ninetales. I'll change again. Phoebe continued to switch Chandelure down, swapped out her Frostlass. Unfortunately, he was still mercilessly hypnotized. Frostlass fell asleep again. The 4 Pokemon were all put to sleep by Hao-Yan's Ice Ninetales. What to do? What shall I do now? Phoebe looked at Hao-Yan's handsome face with a calm smile, trying to get angry but couldn't. She really didn't know how to solve the dilemma in front of her. Her head was spinning rapidly, trying to find a way to crack it. Would you let Frostlass fight hard and then use Destiny Bond for Ice Ninetales when you wake up? No. Hao-Yan's Ice Ninetales can transform into a fire type. One shot of Flamethrower was enough to kill Frostlass, and before he could use the same name, he fell first. But if you don't fight hard, then you can only play another Pokemon. As soon as you play, you will be hypnotized by Hao-Yan's Ice Ninetales again. Phoebe was in a dilemma. Don't change it, for fear of being consumed by Ice Ninetales. Instead, I'm afraid of being hypnotized. But she had no choice. Carrying it hard will only give away the Pokemon for nothing, and have no choice but to change people. Hope, the new Pokemon, don't be hypnotized. In the end, after thinking twice, Phoebe chose to change his opponent. Swap out Frostlass, swap out Gengar. Just playing with the ghost. I still can't bear the reincarnation of being hypnotized. Phoebe wanted to cry without tears. Of her 6 Pokemon, 5 have fallen asleep under hypnosis. All that remains is Drifblim, who has never played 5 times. Ice Ninetales 5 times in a row. With hypnosis, bizarre energy reverberate throughout the venue. As a result, the host Vivian, who is not far from the battlefield, also looked sleepy. Not to mention Phoebe on the edge of the battle. Too close. Sleepiness is the most obvious. Sleepy, resulting in a much slower head speed. Because of the drowsiness in the brain, the speech is a little confusing. Phoebe looked at Hao-Yan with 3 points of helplessness, 3 points of grievance, and 3 points of prayer. Hao-Yan, can you stop sleeping with me? Chapter 484. Phoebe's head was dizzy, and the words he said were full of ambiguity. However, Hao-Yan understood the meaning of her word. He chuckled lightly and said, no problem. At the same time, the Ice Ninetales was taken back with the baby ball. As the Ninetales returned to the baby ball, the hailstones all over the sky lost their traction and all fell to the ground. At the same time, the avatars in the sky also disappeared together. Phoebe was stunned, a little blush on his face. She just complained casually, nothing else. Hao-Yan actually agreed. The battle between trainers, using abnormal state to weaken the opponent's Pokemon, is normal. Even Phoebe itself, among the 4 elite, is the elite that focuses the most on weakening opponents. Supersonic, Confuse Ray, throw opponents into chaos. Use Toxic to reduce the opponent's stamina. Use Will-O-Wisp to burn the opponent and reduce their attack power. These weakened routines are used with great skill. It's just that I didn't have a chance to use it just now. As an elite, Phoebe does not let Hao-Yan continue to use abnormal status to fight. That's a bit like only allowing state officials to set fires and not allowing people to light lamps. Hao-Yan could completely ignore her, but Hao-Yan didn't. As soon as she opened her mouth, she directly took back the Ice Ninetales, which had an absolute advantage. I just said something casually. You don't have to take take it to heart. Phoebe's face was a little red, and so many people were watching. As a 4 elite, he actually made such a request. Fine, I didn't intend to continue to sleep with you. Haoyan made a rare teasing sentence. Take out the baby ball and let the Gardevoir out. Shanaido. Gardevoir's small white and tender hands were placed on his chest. Since Haoyan said so, he did it. Phoebe didn't care about Shane, and replaced Drifblim, who didn't play. Fight against Haoyan again. Drifblim, use the shadow ball. On Drifblim's head, a black energy ball slowly condensed. At the same time, Haoyan also gave a gentle instruction. Xiaolu, use imprison. Shanaido. The small hand on Gardevoir's chest waved lightly towards the air. Psychic's energy vibrate through the air. The black energy ball that Drifblim was condensing at first disappeared immediately. The skill of imprison is a key part of Haoyan's ability to deal with the Ghost Elite Phoebe. Imprison, a Pokemon that can make opponents unable to use moves that they learned with themselves. To put it bluntly, even the skills of the Gardevoir can't be used by Drifblim. Shadow Ball. Gardevoir also has this skill. It should be imprisoned. Phoebe's head has begun to slowly wake up. After a little thought, it became clear why Drifblim's energy ball dissipated. Drifblim's skills are imprisoned. Hurry up and deal with him. Xiaolu, Mega Evolution. Use Icy Wind. This skill of imprison is very overbearing. However, you can only control your opponent for a while, and cannot be controlled for a long time. Therefore, Haoyan must defeat Drifblim in a short period of time. Once the time dragged on, the opponent dismissed imprison. Then it is very possible to use Destiny Bond for 1-for-1. Shanai. Gardevoir quickly transformed into the Psychic Queen. With a wave of both hands, the hailstones that had fallen to the ground suddenly flew again. The flying hailstones, wrapped in the cold air, headed towards Drifblim. The skill of Icy Wind has been enhanced to the greatest extent in this icy and snowy field. Drifblim is both a ghost and a flying type, and it is estimated that he will fall down if he is hit by this. Phoebe wanted Drifblim to resist, but was influenced by imprison and could only temporarily use Gardevoir's uncommon skill. Hastily commanded, Drifblim, get out of the way. Drifblim was constantly running around on the battlefield, but the entire battlefield had already been covered with a layer of snow. Even if Drifblim tried his best to dodge, he was only surviving. After several back and forth, Drifblim finally fell under Gardevoir's powerful attack. Director Haoyan played against Phoebe Elite. In the first round, Director Haoyan won. The referee waved the flag and announced the result of the first round. Phoebe was no surprise to Drifblim's defeat. After all, the power displayed by Gardevoir is not something that Drifblim can resist, and under the influence of imprison, the combat effectiveness is greatly reduced. It's been more than 10 minutes now. I just lost a Pokemon, so it shouldn't be too ugly. At least, much better than Sydney just now. In the first round defeat, Phoebe did not feel any sense of loss. As far as the current situation is concerned, she is much better than Sydney just now. Just now, Sydney's 6 Pokemon were defeated, and it was only 5 minutes. She persisted for 10 minutes before losing a round, which seemed to be acceptable. But when she wants to put on a new Pokemon and continue fighting, she was in trouble. The remaining 5 were all forced to sleep. What to use against Haoyan's Psychic Queen? At this point, her head was fully awake, and she finally understood why Haoyan easily replaced the Ice Ninetales and no longer eyes her, because she has been eyes down enough. Chapter 485 Bonnie, Alliance of Losers, count me in. Phoebe Elite, are you ready? The referee reminded in a low voice, letting Phoebe put on a new Pokemon and continue the battle. Forehead. Phoebe was helpless and could only stare at Haoyan with sleepy eyes, wickedly. If she wasn't one of the 4 elite, she would definitely give up the game immediately, because there is no way to fight next. Facing Gardevoir with high attack and high speed, her sleeping Pokemon had no resistance at all. Can only be someone else's fish. Hey Tilda. Phoebe sighed bitterly. No choice but to keep fighting. Weakly, she took out the baby ball and released her Pokemon. Chandelure. Hold on. Chandelure fell asleep on the battlefield. Haoyan smiled lightly and commanded unhurriedly, Xiaolu, Dream Eater. Shanaido. Gardevoir dodged to Chandelure's side, and waved his little white hand. From Chandelure's body, white energy appeared. Then Gardevoir's little hand waved again, drawing energy into his body. Dream Eater can absorb the energy of the other party to replenish itself. Take the opportunity to devour energy to restore Gardevoir's previous energy consumption. Dream Eater's movement is relatively small, and it is not easy to wake the other party. At the same time, when the opponent absorbs energy in the dream, you can take the opportunity to observe the sleep level of the opponent and whether they are ready to wake up. Chandelure, wake up. Phoebe can only wake up her Pokemon by shouting. Other than that, there is no other way. In the end, Chandelure was drained of his stamina and energy under Gardevoir's Dream Eater. The other Pokemon are similar. However, under Phoebe's persistent effort, Frostlass and Mismagius were successfully awakened by her. Unfortunately, Gardevoir sucked up their physical strength and energy, and they have no ability to change for battle. When Phoebe wanted them to use Destiny Bond in an attempt to get Gardevoir away, Haoyan would let Gardevoir use Imprison. Do not give the other party the opportunity to use Destiny Bond. First use the ability of Ice Ninetales to force the opponent to sleep. Then switch to Gardevoir and use the Dream Eater to devour the opponent's energy. Even Pokemon who accidentally wake up in battle are restricted by Imprison and cannot use Destiny Bond. In the end, beat Phoebe without taking any damage. I am called the Master of Interference. In front of you, it's just a class door. You are the real tactician. I am convinced that I lose. Even though I lost, I also learned a lot. Thank you, Haoyan. Let me know the flaws in the ghost tactic. After Phoebe lost the game, he felt a lot easier. He slightly bent over the corner of his skirt and bowed to Haoyan. Hehe, Phoebe Elite is overrated. It's a fluke to win you, Haoyan said modestly. Lucky. Phoebe remembered the battle just now. The Ice Ninetales that played a key role. As long as you use hypnosis, you can 100% hypnotize successfully. I sighed again in my heart. Maybe Let's congratulate our dear curator Haoyan with the warmest applause for winning the second round of battle. Also let us applaud and thank curator Haoyan and Phoebe Elite for the tactical feat. The host, Vivian, spoke to the audience in a warm voice. The audience applauded and cheered vigorously. Haoyan responded to the audience's applause indifferently on the stage. Phoebe looked at the much anticipated Haoyan. She knew that this applause was for Haoyan, nothing to do with her. Silently retreated backstage and returned to the guest seat. The look of Phoebe's loss. Everyone present can feel her loss. I don't know why, but the two flowers on Phoebe's head are wilted in the eyes of everyone. Winona, who is also a woman, walked to Phoebe's side, put her arms around her shoulders, and comforted her. I can understand your mood. You are already very powerful. It's all because Haoyan is too evil. Yes, relax. Asha also stepped forward to comfort her. Even Steven lost. You're already amazing, Roxanne whispered in Phoebe's ear. Phoebe felt the comfort of Winona's three little sisters, and felt much more comfortable in her heart. Thank you. Thank you. Phoebe thanked Winona for their kindness and felt a lot better. You're already amazing. It also showed your level. And Phoebe, you're much better than me. I only lasted for less than 5 minutes just now. You can still fight back and forth with Haoyan for more than 10 minutes. Sydney comforted her. Seeing that Phoebe's mood has improved, the joking Sydney continued. By the way, welcome Phoebe to our alliance. What alliance? Phoebe looked puzzled, his attention pulled by Sydney. Sydney winked deliberately and said, everyone here, as long as they have fought against Haoyan, have all lost to Haoyan. So just now, we formed an alliance of losers. The Losers League has me, Asha, Winona, Roxanne. Ha ha ha. Phoebe is amused by Sydney. The League of Losers. Although the name is not very good, but it seems to be nothing. Phoebe had a sense of finding organization and laughed happily. A few people were joking. Passing by Bonnie, who was ready to face off, he laughed at himself and said to a few people, the Losers Alliance, count me as one. Chapter 486, Fire vs. Ice. Next, let us invite the third elite with the warmest applause. Major in the Ice Department, Miss Bonnie, known as the Snow Queen. Vivian's passionate introduction was greeted with bursts of warm applause. Although Bonnie is not a native of Hoenn region, she is very popular in Hoenn region. Bonnie's appearance is different from that of the local. She was born with yellow hair and bright eyes and snow teeth, high nose bridge, white skin. There is an exotic vibe. In particular, she wore a long blue-black dress and white gloves on her hand, which was full of aristocratic atmosphere, as if it was the Marquise from the Kalos region. She follows the style of the royal sister and is loved by the young trainers of the Hoenn region. Curator Haoyan, it's a pleasure to play against you. Bonnie stepped forward and stretched out her hand. Although she is called the Queen of Ice and Snow, Bonnie is not arrogant but has the feeling of a big sister next door. Canon Bonnie, it's my honor to fight against Elite. Haoyan stretched out his hand and shook the opponent politely. After Haoyan and Bonnie finished chatting, they stood alone in the corner of the battlefield. The ice surface field created by Xiaoju just now continues to be used. If nothing else, Bonnie's starting lineup should be Abomasnow. It will allow Abomasnow to continue to strengthen the transformation of the surrounding environment. Haoyan guessed Bonnie's tactics in his heart. Ice type. This attribute is very special. Ice type restrains ground, grass, insect, flying, and dragon type, and in addition to fire, water, and ice, all damage can be doubled. In terms of attack, it's pretty good, but the ice system also has a fatal disadvantage, that is, in addition to the 4 attributes of fighting, steel, rock, and fire restraint, except for the ice element itself, all other attributes can cause double damage to the ice element. In short, it's a good attack surface, but it doesn't have any resistance. But Bonnie, who majored in ice, was different from Sydney, who also majored in dark, and Phoebe, who majored in ghost. Dark and ghost skills have no field bonus, but ice-type Pokemon can get decent bonuses in a hailstorm environment. Although Xiao restrains the ice system, it is not easy to play in this kind of venue, and you should also let Xiao take a break so that he can play his strongest strength when he faces Wallace. Haoyan took out a baby ball to signal the referee to start. Curator Haoyan, against Bonnie Elite. The game officially officially begins. The referee waved the flag. Come out, Abomasnow. At the beginning of the battle, Bonnie called out Abomasnow as Hauyan expected. Mega Evolution. Abomasnow. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket. Abomasnow. Mega Evolution. Attribute Grass. Ice. Level 87. In the beginning of Champion. Characteristic Snowfall. When the Pokemon appears, the weather turns to hail and lasts for a while. Introduction. A Pokemon that triggers Blizzard. As long as it shakes its huge body, the surroundings will immediately turn white. Roar. Roar. Abomasnow, after Mega Evolution, yelled into the air. On the battlefield, the temperature dropped significantly. Hailstones kept falling from the sky. Come out, Xiaolong. Hauyan released Charizard. Roar. Roar. Every time Charizard comes on stage, he has to growl, showing his wildness and domineering. As soon as Bonnie saw Hauyan releasing the Pokemon, she immediately grabbed the move. Abomasnow, use Hailstone. Roar. Roar. Abomasnow constantly emits roar, exuding his ice energy. Let the entire battlefield be filled with flying hailstone. Originally, Abomasnow's characteristic was Snowfall. Using the hail again, the hail, which was originally only the size of a fist, quickly became larger. The weather team's mission is to change the weather in their favor. In the white snow, Hauyan said softly, Xiaolong, Mega Evolution is in Y form. Roar tilde roar tilde. Charizard didn't like this snow and the temperature was noticeably colder. Hearing Hauyan's word, his nose spewed too hot breath, and he began to change. Hot black flames emerged from his body. The heat spreads all around. Charizard Mega Y form. Characteristic is sunshine. Charizard at this time is like a sun. It's just that the sun is black. The hailstones flying around quickly minimize as Charizard stretches his sunshine property. There are even some hailstones that are closer together. Directly melted by Charizard's heat, it turned into water, turned into rain. The site that was originally an ice surface has become a large hole. There was only a little hailstone flying around Abomasnow. Bonnie never expected that the snowfall characteristics of Abomasnow, coupled with the use of a hailstorm, would create a weather change. Charizard is just Mega Evolution, which completely dismantles Abomasnow's hard work to create an enabling environment. Xiaolong, use the super powerful Extreme Flame Bomb. Chapter 487. Watching the battle took Asana by the way. Roar. Roar. Charizard let out a thunderous roar, and the surging energy ravaged everything around him. A black searing shot condensed from his front. That hot breath seems to be able to burn up all the moisture in the air. Roar. Roar. Charizard threw his attack at Abomasnow, who was floating on the water. Bonnie never expected that Hauyan would use the ultimate move from the very beginning. Only now, she has no time to think. Abomasnow is grass and ice, 4 times weaker fire. Once hit, you don't have to think about it, you just fall to the ground. Bonnie could only shout at the battlefield, Abomasnow, use Protect. In the face of the huge fireball gushing out, a white protective shield condensed on Abomasnow's body, blocked in front of him. Charizard is using a super powerful ultimate blaster. Even with Protect, it still deals a quarter of the damage. Boom. On the battlefield, a huge explosion sounded. The entire battlefield seems to have been blown up. However, there are only flying rubble, but no splash, because the water in the battlefield has been burned dry. The entire battlefield was full of white water vapor. Uncomfortable. Vivian, who was not far from the battlefield, felt that the surrounding air was stuffy. It was so hot that she couldn't breathe. The whole venue is like a huge sauna. There was sultry steam all around. The audience at the scene had no idea. They just came to see the battle, but they took a sauna by the way. On the battlefield, Bonnie's Abomasnow reluctantly stood on the ground. The arrogant Charizard flew in the air and roared wantonly, showing his wildness and domineering. Abomasnow. Bonnie looked at Abomasnow, who was about to fall, and knew that he was just holding on. It's not completely down yet, but it's almost there. Bonnie took another look at the battlefield. The water has already dried up. All around is hot and dry air. The ground hit by the bombardment was burned red. She finally knew why Hauyan used Wang Zan at any cost as soon as he came up. The purpose is to completely cut off the possibility of her releasing hail and create the possibility of weather. The weather team, once there is no advantage of the venue, it is difficult to play. Bonnie brushed away the sweat-soaked hair on her forehead, sorted out her thoughts, took Abomasnow back, took out a baby ball and signaled to the referee that she was ready to start the second round. The first Pokemon lost. Bonnie was a little lost, but there was not much psychological change. Mentality. Bonnie is slightly better than Sydney and Phoebe before, but at this time, Hauyan also signaled to the referee, in the second round, I want to change the Pokemon. After he finished speaking, he took Charizard back. Bonnie was a little puzzled when she saw that Hauyan actually took Charizard back. Although Charizard used a super powerful Z move, judging from his situation, he still has enough energy to continue fighting. Why replace him? Isn't it good to be in a hurry? Does he know it's Walrein that I'm going to send later? After getting the referee's nod, Hauyan took out the baby ball again. Come out, sis. This time, Hauyan sent Tyranitar. Claff, claff. Tyranitar's huge body appeared in the battlefield. battlefield, wind and sand flying around with his appearance. The battlefield at this time is like a hot sandy land. When Bonnie saw Haoyan's Tyranitar, she knew she had lost. Helpless, Bonnie had to release her second Pokemon. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket. Walrein. Attribute, Ice. Water. Level, 83, Elite P. Characteristic, Thick Fat. When a Pokemon with this trait is attacked by Ice or Fire type move, its damage is halved. Introduction, swim around in the sub-freezing sea while using the huge tusk crunch iceberg. Thick Fat can bounce back attack. Shao C. Mega Evolution. Class tilde. Tyranitar's body began to change, making him, who was originally like a small building, turned into a hill. Almost 1/3 of the entire opposing battlefield was occupied by Tyranitar. This time, Haoyan took the lead. Shao C. Use Earthquake. Clap. Tyranitar roared and slammed his feet on the ground. Countless cracks attacked Walrein. In front of Tyranitar's huge height and weight, Bonnie's Walrein has the advantage in attribute. Even people who don't know how to fight will not be optimistic about Bonnie's Walrein. It seems that Bonnie's defeat is only a matter of time. Chapter 488 Tenacious Bonnie. When people stand under a mountain, it is easy to feel fear, and fear that is determined by human DNA. So there are many places where people will revere and fear mountains, and even worship them as God. Although Bonnie knew about Haoyan before that, there was a Tyranitar with an exaggerated body, but when it was really against such a giant beast, it still felt quite heavy on the shoulders. What a strong breath. Such a Tyranitar deserves to be the king of the same race. No wonder Haoyan can drive away the awakened Groudon on empty. Bonnie admired Haoyan in her heart, and remembered that at that time, Haoyan was on his own, Groudon on the empty. It's my honor to be able to play against an opponent like you. Bonnie wasn't intimidated by the giant Tyranitar. Don't look at Bonnie's usual mature royal sister, gentle and noble appearance. In fact, in her heart, she is a person who likes challenges very much. Come on, Walrein, it's hard to be able to fight an opponent like that. Exercise opportunity. Don't be afraid, even if your opponent is strong. Don't give up the fight. Attack him with the Hydro Pump. Bonnie shouted loudly to her Pokemon. Walrein's eyes were a little sloppy at first, but with Bonnie's encouragement, he withstood his fear. Encouraged by Bonnie's loud voice, Walrein defied his fear and attacked Tyranitar. Perhaps it was fear that inspired Walrein's potential. A huge water column burst out from the soles of Tyranitar's feet, washing Tyranitar's body from bottom to top. It's just that Hydro Pump, a powerful skill, has lost most of its attack power in a dry environment. Haoyan's evaluation of Bonnie is not low. For now, Bonnie is the strongest of the four elite. Few people can maintain the will to fight under the great deterrence of Tyranitar. Since the opponents are so fighting spirit, Haoyan has also aroused a little desire to fight. Son, use Rock Tomb to control your opponent, and then use Stone Edge. Tyranitar heard the words and stomped on the ground, a cage of rock trapping Walrein inside. Then the huge rock tail swept away, swept up a huge rock on the ground, and swept towards Walrein. This stone is the gravel of the venue that was damaged by earthquake just now. Said to be gravel, that is to compare with Tyranitar's 25-meter figure. In fact, it is 3 meters wide. The 3-meter-sized gravel, driven by Tyranitar's enormous force, immediately erupted with enormous power. Walrein, who had nowhere to hide, had no chance of struggling at all. He was accurately hit by Tyranitar's attack and fell directly to the ground. What a terrible force! Bonnie exclaimed. Her Walrein has decent defense and good endurance. Under Bonnie's careful training, her strength is still outstanding. It's just that under the terrifying power of Tyranitar, it still can't withstand a single blow. Bonnie wasn't discouraged when the second Pokemon fell, quickly changed to another Pokemon and continued to fight. Come on, Beardick crashed with icicles. As soon as she came up, Bonnie showed her tenacious fighting power, directing her Pokemon to attack. Beardick slapped his chest, drumming up the few ice energy around him. Sucker Punch was launched violently at Tyranitar. After the two sides got closer, Beardick lashed high. In his hand, a sharp icicle condensed hit Tyranitar head-on. Dodging Beardick's attacks is of little significance to the huge Tyranitar. Moreover, Haoyan did not intend to let him hide. Shao C. Fire Punch. Clap. Tyranitar roared, his fist with hot flame, facing the opponent's Beardick. For a time, the entire attack on the battlefield kept going back and forth. Although in the end, Bonnie's Pokemon were defeated by Tyranitar's absolute power. But Bonnie's and her Pokemon, after repeated defeat, showed all the audience a strong will to fight. I believe that after this battle, many people's impression of the weak royal sister Bonnie will be changed. Full of fighting spirit, has a strong fighting will, and has a very important helping hand for the battle. However, it is the strength of strength that dominates the outcome of the battle. If the strength is the same, perhaps the side with the stronger will to fight wins. Aside from other factors of fighting will, Tyranitar has already crushed all of Bonnie's Pokemon in terms of comprehensive strength. When Bonnie's last Pokemon was also defeated, Haoyan's third battle was also won. Chapter 489. Gujing's heart can't help its urge. Sydney was ruthlessly killed by Haoyan. Phoebe is teased by Haoyan. Although Bonnie still lost in the result, the fight went back and forth. For the audience at the scene, it was the most intense and exciting battle. Driven by Vivian, there was overwhelming applause at the scene, and Bonnie was sent off. Bonnie, with no loss on her face, stepped down with her usual grace. The power of the four elites is vividly displayed. Even if you lose, you have no regret. On the battlefield, one after another was hit by a huge force. It is impossible to continue fighting. The staff took Machamp and Golem to quickly clean up the venue. Machamp was in charge of finishing the ground and moving the rubble, and Golem rolled into a ball, flattening the field. Miss Vivian, the work on repairing the venue has been completed, and the next battle can be played. It didn't take long for Vivian's ears to return to the voice of the staff. Vivian raised her eyes and looked at the venue. After the staff spent 30 Machamps and 50 Golems to repair it, it was in good condition. Vivian holding a microphone, he said emotionally to the audience, "Next, we will be playing the fourth game of the Alliance Challenge. If Curator Haoyan also wins this battle successfully, then according to the rules of the challenge, it is against the current champion Wallace. Let's applaud with affection. The last elite of the four elite, the Drake elite who masters the dragon-type Pokemon and has powerful combat power, come on stage." Before I knew it, Haoyan's Alliance Challenge was drawing to a close. As long as Drake is defeated, the final impact will be launched against the current champion Wallace. Most of the audience came to witness the new champion, especially the citizens of Slateport City. They are most concerned about today's champion competition, whether Haoyan can succeed. Drake walked off the stage silently from the guessy four elite. Drake has always come out on top. It is the most uncontroversial powerhouse among the four elite. Even if Lance Crossing sees Drake, he should call his senior in a low-key manner. If it weren't for Drake's older age, his mental and physical strength would have decreased a lot. Otherwise, he will definitely charge champion. What gave him confidence was his powerful dragon-type Pokemon. The Pokemon world classifies thousands of Pokemon into 18 attributes. If there is a ranking in terms of attribute, there is no doubt that the dragon system ranked in the top 3. Dragons have excellent resistance and good resistance to most ills. Moreover, the population potential of the dragon system is huge, and it can be said to be the first place worthy of dragon-type Pokemon. At the same level, their physical fitness is obviously higher than others. Pokemon like Gyarados, Ampharos, Aerodactyl, are strong, but none of them are true dragon-type Pokemon. Because these Pokemon are strong, they will be crowned with the dragon character. And Drake is using the orthodox dragon-type Pokemon. Unlike someone, Mr. Drake, Haoyan took the initiative to extend his hand. This is the first time he has taken the initiative to reach out and hold it. It is to recognize the power of Drake. Director Haoyan. Drake stretched out his big hand and shook hands with Haoyan in a friendly way. Drake recalled for a while, and said, "I remember the first time I met Curator Haoyan, in Yantushan, catching the drops of Team Aqua. At that time, you were still very weak, but the weak you are still stubbornly stronger than yours. Since then, I have known that Curator Haoyan is not a creature in the pool. Sooner or later, he will turn into a dragon and take off." As expected, when I saw Curator Haoyan again, you alone defeated Team Magma's conspiracy and arrested Team Magma's senior cadre. Afterward, Curator Haoyan directly defeated 2 evil organizations. Today, you easily defeated the first 3 elite. The period before and after seems to be less than a year. Haoyan also fell into memory and thought for a while. A little more than a year. A little over a year. So fast. Drake was full of emotion, and he didn't know if it was because time passed by so fast, or because of how fast Haoyan was growing. "After you beat me, you can challenge Wallace and attack the home region's champion name." Drake looked at Haoyan seriously and said, "Do you have the confidence to defeat me?" "Defeat Wallace?" "Yes," Haoyan replied firmly. "Very good. You're such a vibrant young man. I love so much. Come on, let's start the battle." Drake patted Haoyan on the shoulder. "As you wish." Haoyan nodded in agreement. Afterward, the two of them, one by one, ready to fight. Director Haoyan challenges the 4 elite. Drake, start now. After the referee waved the flag, he quickly stepped back. The final battle to challenge the 4 elite is about to begin. As Drake said, just beat him. Haoyan is only one step away from climbing the highest mountain in the Hoenn region, thinking of getting the highest honor as a trainer soon. Haoyan's ancient well-like heart couldn't help but start to stir. Chapter 490. The powerful Mewtwo crushed the momentum of Salamence. Against Haoyan Zan, Drake chose to start with the Pokemon he was most familiar with, Salamence. And against Salamence, Haoyan chose Mewtwo. Mewtwo, standing on the spot with a restrained breath, looked at Salamence in the air. Drake Salamence, staring solemnly at Mewtwo. Salamence, Mega Evolution. Drake pioneered the use of Mega Evolution. During the battle, the appearance of Salamence flying in the air began to change. Pokemon Salamence, Mega Evolution form, attribute, Dragon, Flying. Level 88, middle stage of champion. Trait, Overconfidence. When a Pokemon with this trait defeats an opponent, his attack will rise. Introduction, use the blade-like wings to cut all of the block in half while flying continuously. The 2 wings of Mega Salamence are twisted and glued together to form a giant crescent wing. The aura became more rude. Even in the auditorium, Salamence's powerful momentum can be felt. At the same time, his special form gave him an alias. Open black lens bracket bloodstained crescent moon close black lens bracket. Lance crossing in the Gesseet looked at Drake's Mega Salamence with a solemn expression. What a strong Salaman. After entering Mega Evolution, the breath is even more tyrannical. Even my Dragonite is not as good as Drake Senpai's Salaman. Mr. Drake, he is indeed the top trainer of Dragon-type Pokemon. It seems that Haoyan has a fierce battle. The rest of the people nodded in approval. The aura displayed by Drake's Salamence was simply too powerful. They all think that Drake is the biggest stumbling block for Haoyan to challenge champion. Only, Zulin said noncommittally. Mr. Drake's Salamence is really strong. The breath displayed is also very powerful. But you forgot one thing. Haoyan uses Mewtwo, reputed as the strongest biological weapon. What kind of destructive power Haoyan's Mewtwo caused when fighting Team Rocket's Giovanni? Have you forgotten Lance Crossing? Lance Crossing was startled and recalled that Haoyan used Mewtwo and Lucario to play against Giovanni's Nidoking and Nidoqueen. The aftermath of the battle almost destroyed the entire Team Rocket HQ. Thinking about it now, it makes me shudder. Following Zulin's word, everyone turned to Mewtwo, who was standing beside Haoyan in a low profile. The strongest biological weapon. But there was no movement. Naturally, everyone ignored his existence. Xiaoming, Mega Evolution has entered the Y form, Haoyan said quite lightly. The silent Mewtwo, in Haoyan's light word, revealed his hideousness. The psychic energy in his body is constantly gathering on his body. From Mewtwo's body, there was a vast sense of oppression. The sense of oppression spreads in all directions. This sense of oppression is extremely heavy. The 500,000 spectators at the scene seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds of boulders in their heart. In the entire venue, due to such oppression, it was silent. As Salamence who was fighting, the feeling was the deepest. The vast oppression crushed Salamence's aura with the appearance of thunder. As if fighting against such a horrific oppression, Drake Mega Salamence let out a thunderous roar. This is relieved. The boulder that can be pressed in the hearts of the audience has not been reduced in the slightest. Mewtwo was born not long ago, although it is not comparable to the top divine beasts that have existed for thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. But he is the top group of mythical beasts on the pyramid of battle power in the entire Pokemon world. As long as he was given time to grow, he might be able to fight against Rayquaza and Arceus. At the Gesseet, good, so strong. Mewtwo is just Mega Evolution, and it has completely suppressed Drake's Salamence. Whoa, it is indeed the strongest biological weapon. With such a strong sense of oppression, even my Volcarona has to bow his head. Champion Alder from Unova region muttered to himself. Sabrina, who has a special physique, has the deepest feeling for Mewtwo's power. Mewtwo is much stronger than when I was born. Master Haoyan, Mewtwo is in your hands to be truly released. You are Mewtwo's fate. On the battlefield, Drake also felt the power of Mewtwo. He looked relieved and a little proud. Haoyan never used Mewtwo when playing against the top 3 elite. When fighting against him, he sent the strongest Pokemon. This is equivalent to acknowledging Drake's rank. Drake looked at his Salamence and said firmly, Salamence, are you afraid of facing such a strong opponent? Roar tilde roar tilde. Responding to Drake was Salamence's equally determined roar voice. Salamence, a powerful war broke out. Feeling Salamence's will to fight, Drake shouted loudly, then let me attack together. Roar tilde roar tilde. Chapter 491. Haoyan, such a monster, was born in the same era. Dragons, although they have great potential, are mostly late bloomers. After a long period of practice, improve the strength, and spend a lot of money to train them to grow into a unique Pokemon. Because of the difficult cultivation and its own rarity, as a result, it is rare to see trainers who use Dragon-type Pokemon. Salamence, use Dragon Stars. Drake shouted, and immediately let Salamence move. Dragon Stars is a powerful skill of the Dragon system. Powerful skill power can cause huge damage. Like other powerful skills, there will be short-term side effects. Due to the excessive use of energy, its own special attack ability is temporarily reduced. Such moves are not suitable for long-term tug-of-war. But Drake doesn't care, because it's Mewtwo. Haoyan will not give him a chance to tug-of-war. Roar, roar. Salamence charged high into the air. A roar echoed throughout the venue. The dragon energy on his body burst out. Afterward, dozens of energy balls like meteorite continued to fall from the sky, and these meteorite energy balls composed of energy are pulled by Salamence. In order not to let Mewtwo dodge, they all concentrated around Mewtwo. Haoyan glanced at it and commanded, Xiaomeng, use Psystrike to break the connection between Salamence and these meteorites. Mewtwo closed his eyes and stretched his right hand into the air. Countless psychic energy poured out of him. There seemed to be psychic laws surrounding him. Psychic Pokemon is a master at controlling energy, and Mewtwo is the king of the psychic Pokemon king. Mewtwo's right hand squeezed. If a substantial Psywave disperses, it easily breaks Salamence's energy pull. Then, with a slight swing of his right hand, the falling meteorites attack, all scattered around. Boom, boom, boom. Like the energy attack of a meteorite, all fell to the ground. There were bursts of explosion, deafening. The audience in the entire venue covered their ears with their hand. At the same time, the bursts of explosions caused countless air waves. Let the gravel keep flying. All psychic Pokemon, use light green. The referee immediately shouted into the headset. The staff distributed on the battlefield and in the auditorium immediately acted. Thousands of Pokemon, release light green together. Isolate the flying gravel and sound wave. Do not let the audience be affected. Countless people craned their neck, trying to see the situation on the battlefield. The dust and mist dissipated. I saw that Drake was disgraced. His clothes and hair were covered in dust, and his Salamence wearily fell in front of him. On the other hand, Mewtwo, the ferocious attack, didn't hit him at all. Just now, he had cut off Salamence's energy traction and guided the meteorite's attack smack down elsewhere. He even had his spare time to build a light green to block Hao-Yan from the flying dust, mist and gravel. Hao-Yan's clothes were neat and tidy, and he was not affected in the slightest. Standing in the guest seat, Wallace murmured when he saw the unaffected Mewtwo frown. Draculite's sharp attack. Even if my Pokemon uses Protect, it will take a lot of damage. But Hao-Yan's Mewtwo has no influence at all. Really too strong. Wallace's master Adam said, yeah, Hao-Yan's Pokemon is really too strong. If this goes on, Mr. Drake will also be defeated. It won't take long. Adam patted Wallace on the shoulder and comforted his proudest apprentice. Wallace, go get ready first and adjust your state. Your time at Sutopolis Gym has been very productive. You are also very strong. Remember, don't take the gains and losses too seriously. Showing your best and strongest self is what you have to do. Thank you, Master. Wallace nodded and said seriously, I'll go backstage first to prepare. After speaking, he took a deep breath and walked silently to the backstage to prepare. Drake had only just started the fight, and Wallace had already told everyone with practicality that Drake was losing. Moreover, the battle between Drake and Hao-Yan will not last long. Otherwise, it will not go to the backstage to prepare in advance. Adam watched his proud apprentice leave with infinite emotion in his heart. Wallace, you are really nice. Blue is better than blue. You are the pride of my master. However, your luck is really bad. You were born in the same era as a monster like Hao-Yan. Hey Tilda. Chapter 492. Leon and Diantha. Their brilliance was overshadowed by one person. It's so easy to diffuse Salamence's energy bombardment. As expected of a unique Mewtwo, Drake patted the dust on his body and sincerely admired Mewtwo. Since the energy attack is ineffective, let's fight with the flesh. He tore off the jacket that had been draped over his body and pressed the Z bracelet on it. At the same time, Drake seemed to have a force that merged with Salamence in the air. The gray-bearded and aged Drake, who seemed to be rejuvenated with youthful energy, shouted, Salamence, use our unique trick. The ultimate dragon, shake the world. Roar tilde, roar tilde, roar tilde, roar tilde. Salamence in the air kept roaring and flapping his crescent wings, while releasing a terrifying murderous aura. The speed of flight is accelerated until it increased to the highest speed. It fell straight from the air. If Salamence used the dragon stars before, it was like a meteor shower falling to the ground. Then Salamence now gathers all the power of the meteor shower into itself and makes itself fall like a huge meteorite. Salamence showed his savage attack incisively and vividly. At this moment, Salamence's aura was on par with Mewtwo's. Even, at a certain moment, it was slightly better. Once Salamence is smashed, it is very likely to smash a big hole on the battlefield. Seeing such power, the staff at the scene got busy. Let the Pokemon release the light green constantly to prevent the destruction of the venue later from affecting the 500,000 spectators in the venue. At the Gessie, Mira's eyes lit up. Drake is indeed Hoenn's evergreen tree. When I was young, I was not as good as him. When I'm old, I'm not as good as him. Lance Crossing clenched his palm. So strong. Is this the power of Drake Senpai? The power of dragon-type Pokemon has been developed to the greatest extent. Only the Salamence of Senior Drake, my Dragonite, is not as good as his. Zulin and Alder, even if they were champion, couldn't help but admire Drake's Salamence blow. Seeing such a fierce attack from the other party, Hao-Yan remained indifferent, but his eyes were full of admiration. As expected of the strongest elite, dragon-type Pokemon are really tyrannical. Feeling the powerful offensive, Hao-Yan also quickly commanded, Xiaoming, convert to X form. Use Ice Punch to fight back. Spending time with Lucario subtly changes the way Mewtwo fight. Make him love to use his flesh to collide with his opponent to get Ember out. Sensing that the opponent's attack was about to strike, Mewtwo closed his eyes slowly. The body changed quickly, converted to X form. Attributes also become fighting and psychic. When Mewtwo opened his eyes again, his eyes were full of fighting intent. In the stadium, a cold wind blew from nowhere. The cold wind is getting bigger and bigger. Countless icy auras condensed on Mewtwo's fist. Mewtwo's fist radiated a strong blue light that couldn't be melted. 1 foot stepped into the void, and the body was like an arrow, rushing up into the sky. Waving his fist, he met Salamence's attack. Boom! The collision of Mewtwo and Salamence created a huge air wave. Countless spectators stretched their necks and looked towards the battlefield. I saw that the blood-red crescent moon in the sky had disappeared. The only one occupying the air is Mewtwo. Mewtwo egg form, floating in the air, exuding the oppression of Wanjun, like a god of war descending. Mewtwo's opponent, Salamence, stood on the ground with difficulty. The wings are full of ice lag, looking tired. Under the counter move just now, Mewtwo caused a huge amount of damage to him. Obviously, the previous match against Mewtwo was even better. This result is unexpected and reasonable. After Salamence's Mega Evolution, he used the Z move, the ultimate dragon, to shake the world. Still lost to Mewtwo's Ice Punch. This is unexpected. Mewtwo's stabilizer Salamence showed his strength. This is reasonable. Against the backstage of the battlefield, Leon from Galar region and Diantha from Kalos region both arrived late. Because the two regions are far apart, the two came late. When the two of them entered the venue, they saw an extremely fierce battle. The two looked at each other, and surprise flashed in each other's eyes. What a fierce collision. What a high-level battle. Is this the strength of the strongest region trainer? Leon was shocked. Since the last time Haoyan led the team and participated in the attribute special in the home game, Hoenn region overwhelmed the curators of other regions with absolute rank. Hoenn region was crowned the title of the strongest region. Diantha looked at Haoyan, who was handsome and indifferent on the battlefield. Is this the Haoyan that Zulin has mentioned many times? His Pokemon is so strong. It stands to reason that Leon and Diantha will come together, as the host Vivian will definitely introduce it. After all, the two of them are other region champion. Diantha in particular, in addition to being champion, is a well-known actor in the Pokemon world. But now, no one cares about them at all. Everyone is paying attention to the battle in front of them, to Mewtwo, and to Haoyan. It seems that the brilliance of the two of them has been overshadowed by Haoyan alone. Chapter 493. The reason why the Hoenn region is strong is because of Haoyan alone. Even though he has been defeated, Drake Salamence still maintains an extremely tenacious will. Even if the limbs are weak, they can no longer spread their wings. But he still refused to give in and stood on the ground, unwilling to let himself fall. Drake stepped down to the battlefield, stroking his partner softly. Having been a partner with Salamence for so many years, Salamence's situation as a trainer is very clear. Salamence is now powerless to fight. Thank you for your hard work, Salamence. You've done a great job. I'm so proud of you. We continue to refuel, and we will be able to rush to the higher sky again. Roar tilde roar tilde. Salamence exited the Mega Evolution state under Drake Air. Rest, my old buddy. Drake pulled out the baby ball and retracted Salamence. It's a thrilling and bloody battle. It seems that my blood is full of youthful vitality. This feeling has not been experienced for too long. Curator Haoyan, thank you. Drake clenched his fists at Haoyan in relief. Where is Mr. Drake? Fighting with you also makes my blood boil. It is an honor for the junior to play against a senior like you. Haoyan smiled back. Hee, let's continue. Drake pulled out a baby ball to signal the fight to continue. It is good. Haoyan took back Mewtwo and took out the baby ball to signal. With the confirmation of the referee, the second round of the two sides began. Come out, my Garchomp. Drake quickly released his second Pokemon. As before, Drake opens with Mega Evolution to strengthen the Pokemon. Mega Evolution. Garchomp. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket. Garchomp. Mega Evolution. Attribute Dragon. Earth. Level 88. Middle stage of Champion. Characteristic Sand Power. Pokemon with this feature will increase the power of Ground, Rock, and Steel moves in sandstorm weather. Introduction. The character is rougher than before Mega Evolution. It smashes enemies to pieces with its scythes on both arms. Garchomp is also known as the Earth Dragon because of the combination of the dragon and the ground system. However, the ground-type Garchomp has the ability to fly. It is an ability that a certain ground-type Pokemon cannot possess in its entire life. Like Salamence just now, Garchomp is one of the most powerful dragon-type Pokemon. After Mega Evolution, it has a very strong momentum, but it is different. Salamence's physical attack and special attack are excellent, but Garchomp, more prominent is his physical attack, so his aura was even more brutal. At the same time, the huge blade like a sickle adds a bit of sharpness. Roar tilde roar tilde. Garchomp roared wantonly, and after Mega Evolution he was abnormally violent, and Covet was able to release the desire to attack. Guided by Garchomp breath, the audience who were too close were a little scared. Haoyan also released his Pokemon, Charizard. Little Dragon. Mega Evolution X form. Charizard, who was ordered by Haoyan, turned the Saffron's flame into blue. The whole body is wrapped in blue flame, and the form changes to the domineering and wild X form. Roar, roar. Charizard is quite dissatisfied with Garchomp's roar. Charizard of the lofty word, even in front of the supreme myth of Hoenn, Rayquaza, a Pokemon who dares to spread his wings and compete. His goal is to challenge the supreme myth of Hoenn region. The most annoying thing is that the opponent pretends to force in front of him, immediately retaliated, roaring with a louder voice, shaking the entire venue. In the roar, there was also a faint dragon roar. On the volume of the voice alone, Charizard's roar completely overwhelmed Garchomp. Garchomp looked at Charizard, who was holding his head steady in his aura, and his frantic expression was full of solemnity. At the guessy, Diantha and Leon had already taken their seat, hurriedly greeted the others, and then focused on the battle. Diantha from the Kalos region, seeing the power of Drake Garchomp, couldn't help but said to her good sister Zulin, "Zulin, Mr. Drake Garchomp is so strong, can compete with your Garchomp." Zulin nodded and said, "Indeed, Mr. Drake deserves to be called the strongest elite. This Garchomp alone is enough to explain everything." Leon on the side was also surprised in his heart. "This Charizard is so strong. After his Mega Evolution, he is no weaker than my Dynamax's Charizard. It doesn't matter if the long-established senior Drake is strong, even a rising star, Hauyan, is so strong. Hoenn region, as expected of the strongest region. Looks like I have to cheer up. Leon is the champion of Galar region. Galar region and other regions are not very closely related. I don't know much about Hoenn region and Hauyan. Only met once in the attribute expert competition. The rest of the information comes from some league documents, so Leon doesn't know. The reason why the Hoenn region is called the strongest region is only because of Hauyan alone. Change the entire Hoenn region." Chapter 494 Mega Charizard vs Mega Garchomp. Little Dragon, attack with Dragon Claw. Under Hauyan's command, Charizard spit out a blue flame and flew over. Using the feature of Tough Claws, print a huge Dragon Claw and grab Garchomp. Garchomp, fight back with a double chop. Drake commanded loudly. Garchomp returned fire with claws in his hands that looked like giant scythes. Boom! Two Pokemon moving at full speed, colliding together. The recoil of the collision sent them back several meters each. In terms of power, Garchomp stands out more, but Hauyan's Charizard has Tough Claws. The attack of close combat has been greatly increased. None of the moves the two sides exchanged did harm to the other side. Garchomp, use Lash! Drake shouted loudly, squinting at Garchomp fighting in the air. Garchomp, flying beside Charizard, wields his attacks with his giant scythe. Little Dragon, use Dragon Claw. Hauyan also responded. Close combat is his advantage. In this regard, he has absolute confidence. Charizard's blue flames suddenly covered his claws, making his already sharp claws even more powerful. The two Pokemon collided again. This time, when the two Pokemon were separated due to the collision, Hauyan commanded again. Little Dragon, Dragon Pulse. Charizard pumped up the dragon energy, and a huge dragon shockwave came out of his mouth. Drake quickly followed. Garchomp, you use Dragon Pulse too. Garchomp also used Dragon Pulse. The two shock waves collided in the air, causing an explosion. Charizard's Dragon Pulse, significantly stronger than Garchomp. Little Dragon, use Dragon Claw to attack. Garchomp, use the double chop. After one move, the two sides continued to attack. Both sides, you made one move, I made one move, and the fight was extremely fierce. The fierce collision of the two Pokemon made the audience off the field extremely enjoyable. Everyone's eyes are wide open for fear of missing out on this wonderful moment. As the so-called layman watches the fun, the expert watches the doorway. Champion and others in the guest room saw that Hauyan's Charizard had the upper hand. Leon frowned and said, "Mr. Drake Garchomp, compared to Hauyan's Charizard, Charizard is even better. Garchomp can't overpower Charizard in melee combat, but Charizard is keeping Garchomp in check when it comes to long-range attack. As time goes on, Charizard will win." Zulan, who was familiar with Garchomp, also replied, "Yes, the seemingly ferocious close combat between the two sides actually cannot cause substantial damage to the other side. The competition is about the energies of the two sides after the melee battle. Exist in this regard, Hauyan's Charizard is indeed superior, because they are all fighting in the air. Garchomp's ground-based move cannot be used. Mr. Drake suffers even more at this point. The representative Pokemon of Leon and Zulan are Charizard and Garchomp respectively, and the two of them have the most say." Alder, who had not spoken for a long time, said, "But Drake and Hauyan have different natures. Hauyan is to win at the least cost, and Drake's task is to consume the stamina of the Hauyan Pokemon. It goes on like this. Even if Drake Garchomp loses, it's not a loss. Although Charizard's attributes are not very useful against water-type Swallow, but it's still very useful to preserve physical strength as much as possible." Alder's speech caused the rest of the curators to nod their heads frequently. Against Drake in battle, know his mission. It is to consume the physical strength of Hauyan Pokemon. Therefore, even if Garchomp is inferior to the opponent in special attack, he is not wrong at all. After another collision and separation, he continued to command the battle. Garchomp, use the double split attack, and then hook up the Dragon Pulse. Garchomp spewed a stream of air from his back and quickly stepped forward, still wielding his giant scythe to attack. It's time to close the net. The corners of Hauyan's mouth rose slightly. Little Dragon, use Dragon Claw to resist the opponent's attack. This time, while the opponent is using Dragon Pulse, go forward and grab Garchomp claws and use the Earth Throw. Hauyan's order is to command Charizard through the power of Aura. You don't need to be like Drake. You need to command with your voice. The changes Drake didn't understand at all. Roar. Roar, roar. Charizard, after the order, as usual, printed out a huge dragon claw to fight Garchomp. With a bang, the two sides stepped back at the touch, when Garchomp was using the Dragon Pulse's attack according to Drake's orders. But he was surprised to find that Charizard did not compete with him remotely as before, but quietly came to him. This sudden change made Garchomp unsure whether to continue his attack or change his move. In Garchomp's stunned moment, Charizard's claws firmly locked the joints on Garchomp's giant sickle. Then a scorching blue flame erupted from his body and instantly enveloped Garchomp. Garchomp, who lost his power, was completely restrained by his joint, and his body was scorched by blue flame, so he couldn't react at all. All he could do was let Charizard hold him under him and fall toward the ground. I'm sorry to all readers. The cold air during this period has made me fall into a bad cold. Sitting with a runny nose. Lie down, a little less uncomfortable, but the snot oozing from the corners of the eyes. I couldn't code at all yesterday, so I asked for leave yesterday. After a rest today, I feel a little better. I promise you that the chapters I owe will definitely be made up when I adjust them. Make it up as soon as possible this week. Thank you all. Tilda. Chapter 495 Dragon Trader. Mega Altaria. Boom. Charizard grabbed Garchomp and fell heavily to the ground, sending a cloud of dust over the battlefield. After falling, Charizard pressed Garchomp under him tightly. Roar tilde, roar tilde. Garchomp, who was shattered, wanted to struggle to break free, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from Charizard's giant claws. Little dragon, Dragon Pulse. Haoyun's voice reached Charizard's mind at the right time. Roar, roar. Charizard opened his mouth and aimed at Garchomp, who was struggling on the ground, and sprayed out a shock wave composed of dragon energy. The shock wave completely hit Garchomp, who had nowhere to hide. Dragon type versus dragon type. The effect is outstanding. The powerful shock wave dispelled the scattered dust and mist all at once. The dust and mist dissipated, and Charizard, who was covered in blue flames, flashed high with his wings waving. Garchomp, who had been crushed under him just now, finally regained his freedom. It's just that he's been tortured by Charizard. Standing up is quite laborious. Although it has not completely fallen, there is no extra fighting force to continue fighting. Roar tilde, roar tilde. Charizard, who was flying in the air, let out a roar. He looked at Garchomp, who was standing on the ground, with disdain. Weren't you brave just now? Aren't you pretending to be in front of me? Get up. Fight again. Charizard, who is wild and domineering, completely ignores Garchomp, his target, but Hoenn are the supreme myth of Aegon. As long as Haoyun's Lucario, Mewtwo, Gardevoir, Ice Ninetales are not there, then he is the strongest. A mere Garchomp, not worth comparing with him. The brutality in Garchomp's eyes disappeared under Charizard's scrutiny. Only surrender to the strong. Director Haoyun vs. Draco Lee. Curator Haoyun wins in the second round. The referee waved the flag and announced the end of the round. Drake silently retracted Garchomp, whose confidence was hurt. Take out the third Pokemon and continue the battle. Come out. Altaria. Altaria looks like a bird of paradise, with a sky blue body and fluffy wings like cotton. As before, Drake put Altaria into a Mega Evolution state before the match began. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket. Altaria, Mega Evolution. Attribute, Dragon, Fairy. Level, 88. Middle stage of Champion. Characteristic, Fairy Skin. The general attribute moves you use will become Fairy attribute, and the power will be slightly increased. Open black lens bracket Introduction close black lens bracket. A Pokemon that sings in a beautiful high-pitched voice, and can fly high into the sky with the help of Updraft with wings like cotton cloud. Altaria is an outlier among Dragon-type Pokemon. Among the powerful Dragon-type Pokemon, Altaria's ability is not outstanding, but his peculiar attributes are full of topicality. After Mega Evolution, it is a combination of Dragon and Fairy. Therefore, he was jokingly called a traitor of the Dragon family. In addition to the special combination of attribute, he also has a very special skill. It can greatly enhance his combat power. That's the Grass-based Cotton Defense. This skill can be said to be the strongest defensive buff skill. Just use 2 Cotton defenses to increase physical defense to the maximum increase. Altaria's defensive ability is not low, and it will be difficult to cause actual damage if the physical defense is increased by 4 times. If Charizard stays on the court, either in X or Y form, it's going to be tough against Altaria. Just when Haoyun was about to put on the Ice Ninetales to fight, suddenly Gardevoir's voice came in his heart, and Gardevoir wanted Haoyun to send her to the battle. Haoyun doesn't really want Gardevoir to play if it's not necessary, but this is Gardevoir's opinion, and it is not easy to stop it, so Haoyun had to change to Gardevoir. Xiaolu, Mega Evolution. Shanaido tilde. Gardevoir completed the transformation in an instant. Bainen's hands waved gently. The entire space is full of energy, creating a sense of illusion. The wonderful figure floats in the air, so smart and chic. If Lucario is Haoyun's most trusted Earl Dervish Pokemon, then Gardevoir is Haoyun's natal Pokemon. At the guessy, Diantha's eyes lit up. Her representative Pokemon was also Gardevoir. She couldn't help saying, Gardevoir of Haoyan, so beautiful, and there's something noble, special about it. It always feels different from the general Gardevoir, but I can't tell what the difference is. Zulin and Haoyan have acted several times, but it is rare for Haoyan to use Gardevoir to fight with all his rank. She was also very curious about the strength of Haoyan Gardevoir, so she asked her friend Diantha, if you compare it with your Gardevoir, do you think it is you or Haoyan? Diantha thought for a while, and said uncertainly, I don't know. It's not accurate if judged by the appearance of a single round. Zulin also nodded to show her understanding. After all, a Pokemon's combat power is largely related to the trainer's command. Just when she was about to continue watching the battle, Diantha said abruptly, although I don't know which one is better between me and Haoyan's Gardevoir, but I know a little. Gardevoir of Haoyan can definitely defeat Mr. Drake's Altaria. Just when Zulin wanted to ask why Diantha was so sure, the battle between Haoyan and Drake began. Chapter 496. Well, I know you are amazing. At the beginning of the third round, Drake took the lead. Altaria used Dazzling Gleam. Because Drake knew that he had 6 Pokemon in all, only 3 can perform Mega Evolution. The remaining Flygon, Haxorus, and Hydreigon cannot perform Mega Evolution. It's not that Mega Evolution has to be great, but from code can greatly enhance physical fitness. Salamence and Garchomp after Mega Evolution are unable to fight against Haoyan's Pokemon. The rest cannot be Mega Evolution, only passively beaten. If you want to achieve something, you can only count on Altaria after Mega Evolution. Lee tilde. Altaria uttered a high-pitched growl, and its wings fluttered like cotton clouds. A strong light was formed in the air and fell on the direction of Gardevoir. Haoyan frowned slightly. Altaria's defense ability was stronger than his attack ability. Gardevoir's special defense is also outstanding, and he doesn't shy away from Altaria's attacks at all. However, he just didn't want Gardevoir to be attacked. Who made Gardevoir his natal Pokemon? Xiaolu. Teleport dodged the attack. Shanaido. Gardevoir put his hands on his chest, condensed the power of Psychic, and disappeared in place with a swish. Let Altaria's attack smack down empty. Haoyan let Gardevoir dodge actively, which made Drake a little confused, but he would not let go of such a good opportunity, and continued to command. Altaria continued to use Dazzling Gleam. Lee tilde. Altaria strikes again, and the light forms again. Xiaolu used Teleport to dodge. Shanaido. Gardevoir uses the Teleport again to dodge. Altaria, Dazzling Gleam. Xiaolu, Teleport. For a time, Drake was the main attack, and Haoyan was the main defense. At the Gessi, the champions and the curators were a little confused. Miss Diantha, didn't you just say Gardevoir, who is so eloquent, that you will definitely win over Mr. Drake's Altaria? Why does Mr. Haoyan keep asking Gardevoir to dodge? Asha asked suspiciously. The rest of the people also looked at Diantha curiously. After all, her representative Pokemon is also Gardevoir. She has a say in Gardevoir's tactic. This. Diantha was also a little embarrassed, not quite understanding Haoyan's thought. After thinking for a long time, he said vaguely, this may be a special tactic of Curator Haoyan. Keep Gardevoir's stamina as much as possible, and then attack with thunder. Oh, that's right tilde. Asha looked at Diantha suspiciously. His eyes returned to the battlefield. Gardevoir is still executing Haoyan's orders and dodging. Gardevoir and Haoyan have long been in the same mind, and she is fully aware of Haoyan's thoughts at this time. While dodging, he said to Haoyan in his heart, big idiot, this level of attack has no effect on me at all. We are now in a very important battle. Usually Gardevoir is very well behaved and listens to Haoyan's word. This was the first time that Gardevoir had asked for an active attack. After Gardevoir's reminder, Haoyan nodded in agreement. Okay, Xiaolu, you also use Dazzling Gleam. Under Haoyan's command, Gardevoir no longer dodged. Let the strong light created by Altaria in the air fall on him. The Fairy series has no restraint effect on the Fairy series. In addition, Gardevoir's special defense is as good as special attack. In terms of special defense, her defense ability is not weaker than the Shield Tyranitar. An attack of this level would not cause any damage at all. Shanaido. Gardevoir's small hand was placed on his chest, and he swung it casually into the air. On the battlefield, 5 rays of light shine. The light all converged on Altaria. Haoyan challenges the alliance, and the entire Hoenn region attaches great importance to it. In order to broadcast this battle in an all-round way, Slateport City specially set up hundreds of 20,000-watt spotlight for the battlefield. The purpose is to illuminate every corner of the battlefield. 360 degrees all-round broadcast without dead end. But the 20,000-watt light is not as bright as Haoyan Gardevoir's Dazzling Gleam. The intense light shone so brightly that everyone at the scene could not open their eyes. Altaria and Gardevoir, they both use the same move, but the power is very different. Gardevoir's Dazzling Gleam is clearly several notches higher. 5 strong light, constantly eroding Altaria's physical strength. Lee tilde. Altaria is simply unstoppable. The effect is outstanding. After Gardevoir's attack was over, the audience hadn't recovered. Gardevoir dodged to Haoyan's side, and secretly carefully squeezed Haoyuan's palm with Bai Nan's little hand. With a coquettish tone, he said in Haoyuan's heart, "Big idiot, I'm good." Haoyuan was amused by Gardevoir's mischievous appearance, and responded with tenderness in his eyes, "Well, I know you are amazing." A serious battle, for Haoyuan and Gardevoir, is like a relaxing of play. Chapter 497. The battle at the top of Wanmi Mountain. With the fall of Altaria, the defeat for Drake is set, but he still tenaciously released other Pokemon to fight. Flygon was defeated by Gardevoir's energy blast. Haxorus, Gardevoir floated into the air under Haoyuan's command, took advantage of the height, continued to consume, and finally won it smoothly. Only Drake Hydreigon had trouble, but he wasn't Gardevoir's opponent either. At this point, Haoyuan defeated all the elites with invincibility, and in the end only the last one remained. 10,000 meters of the top of the mountain, only the last step. Haoyuan leader defeated the 4 elites in one fell swoop with tenacious perseverance. Let's end applause and cheers to Haoyuan leader and his powerful Pokemon. The host Vivian's voice was transmitted to the ears of the audience through the microphone. All the audience stood up, applauded and cheered vigorously. For a time, the atmosphere in the entire venue was pushed to the highest level. Haoyuan showed a high level of tactical training when he played against the 4 elite, and those few unmatched Pokemon. The applause and cheers were endless. Haoyuan squeezed his hands a little and motioned them to be quiet so that the challenge process could continue. Curator Haoyuan, according to the rules of the competition, there is one more person who needs your challenge. Only if you beat him, then you are the champion of the entire Hoenn region. Excuse me, are you ready? According to the rules, the host Vivian needs to confirm again. No problem, I'm ready. Haoyuan still looked indifferent, not emotionally fluctuating because the other party was Wallace. It is good. Then let us invite the first person of Hoenn region. He is known as the master of the art of using water, and he is also the champion of the Hoenn region. Wallace is playing. Vivian used the most passionate tone to invite Wallace to play. Wallace was backstage preparing when Drake and Haoyuan fought. He was already ready, adjusted his energy to the best 8, and walked from behind the scenes to the stage. Haoyuan, I'm really looking forward to it. I've been looking forward to the final showdown with you for 3 months. Standing in front of him, Wallace smiled and stretched out his hand, his eyes full of determination. I'm also looking forward to playing against you. I hope we can give each other a satisfactory answer later. Haoyuan stretched out his big hand and shook Wallace. The shocking confrontation between the two attracted everyone's attention, and even Vivian, who had always been the focus of the crowd, was bleak. Silently retreated to the stage, and handed the stage to 2 talented people. At the Gessie, champions of several regions have seen the power of Haoyuan Pokemon. Lance Crossing was full of solemnity, and was sighing in his heart, if the challenger was me at this time, I would not be able to defeat C-Elite as casually as Haoyuan did. Maybe it will be easier against Phoebe and Sydney, but in the face of Bonnie's Ice-type and Drake Sr.'s Dragon-type, even if I can win, the Pokemon's remaining stamina is not much. Totally incapable of fighting Wallace again. Maybe this is the gap between Haoyuan and me. Diantha, my Gardevoir, even against Mr. Drake who has an attribute advantage, it's hard to be as easy as Haoyuan Gardevoir. On this point alone, Haoyuan is stronger than me. Leon, Haoyuan's Charizard is no weaker than my Charizard. Hoenn region is indeed the strongest region. I have to keep trying. Zulin, Haoyuan, your growth rate is too fast. When I first met you, your Pokemon was only elite. In just a few short months, you have reached the heights you are now. Looks like I have to do my best. Alder, unfortunately, Haoyuan was not born in Unova region. With his qualifications, he will definitely be qualified for the position of champion, so I don't have to work hard to train the next champion candidate and can retire with peace of mind. It is different from the champion of each region, which is under enormous pressure. The curators of the Hoenn region are very relaxed. At the current level of Haoyuan, it has already crushed all of them. Everyone looked expectantly at the 2 of them on the battlefield. Mulla and Adam, no exception. Adam looked at Wallace solemnly, the most proud disciple in his heart. Come on. Mulaw's fist clenched together unconsciously. When he was young, the highest was only elite. Couldn't go any further. Now his students are only 1 step away from the peak of the mountain. This made his heart unbearably excited. His long-cherished wish for many years, covet Haoyuan can help him fulfill. Chapter 498. Sabrina, Teacher Haoyuan, take it seriously. This time, it doubled. On the battlefield, it is the water-type field. The referee announces the rules of the game before the match begins. Choosing doubles and choosing a water-type venue was proposed by Wallace. As the challenged, Wallace is qualified to decide the format and venue of the battle. According to the Elite Duel just now, it was a 1v1 duel. Wallace knew that his Pokemon couldn't match the strength. Use doubles and cooperate with each other to jointly restrain and shorten the gap between an Haoyuan Pokemon. As a water-type Pokemon, if the venue is favorable, they have excellent fighting space and a wealth of attack and defense means. Director Haoyuan, is there a problem? The referee looked at Haoyuan. No problem. Haoyuan was not surprised by Wallace's request. Okay, the game starts. The referee quickly stepped back back from the sideline, leaving enough space for the two of them. Come out, Melodic. Kingdra. Wallace made his starter at the start of the game. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket. Melodic. Attribute, Water. Level, 90, Champion P. Characteristic competitive. When the ability change is reduced by the opponent, the special attack will be increased by 2 for each ability reduced. Introduction, living at the bottom of the Great Lake. When it emits a bright pink glow, it emits waves that can soothe the irritable heart. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket. Kingdra. Attribute, Water. Dragon. Level, 90, Champion P. Characteristic, leisurely. In rainy or heavy rain, the speed ability is doubled. Open black lens bracket Introduction close black lens bracket. Inhabits the deep sea where no creatures live. For a long time, it was believed that Kingdra's yawn could cause turbulent ocean current. In the stand, Melodic was ahead, blocking Kingdra. Melodic has decent defense, as well as the recovery skill of Recover. Acts as a shield in the front. On the other hand, Kingdra, with high special attack and fast speed, can be used as a damage player. This is the standard shield in front, protecting the output. When the match started, Wallace definitely used Kingdra's properties to create a rainy environment. Xiaomeng and Xiaolu can float on the water without being affected by the venue. It's perfect to use them to fight. Haoyan did not hesitate to release his starting Pokemon. Xiaolu, Xiaomeng, leave it to you. Shanaido, Mewtwo and Gardevoir, both fighting, looked at Wallace's two Pokemon. Water type vs Psychic. When Wallace was in special training, he had already made a targeted analysis of Haoyan's Pokemon. The appearance of Mewtwo's Gardevoir did not surprise him. Melodic stand in the way. Use the Aqua Ring. Kingdra hides behind and uses Rain Dance. Melodic's wonderful snake is constantly covered with dirt, and it seems to be wearing a layer of water armor. That is the water type, a move that can always replenish stamina. Kingdra roared into the air, and suddenly the dark clouds in the battlefield were dense, and it began to pour down rain. Xiaolu, use Calm Mind. Xiaomeng, use Nasty Plot. Haoyan's command followed closely. Mewtwo's right hand squeezed lightly, allowing psychic energy to flow around his body. Gardevoir's white and tender fingers waved in front of her, and countless white light converged on her. After Mewtwo and Gardevoir teamed up to release the buff skill, the surging momentum overflowed, and it seemed that a layer of protection had been condensed on their body, dispersed the rain around him. Haoyan and Wallace, both of them tacitly did not attack at the beginning. Instead, they are using skills that are beneficial to their own side. At the Gessie, Sabrina, who had not spoken for a long time, said solemnly, Mr. Haoyan, he is serious. Sabrina, who doesn't like to talk, attracts the attention of people around her every time she speaks. Leon said in surprise, Haoyan serious? What the meaning? Could it be that he wasn't serious when he played against the 4 elites just now? Sabrina nodded and said, that's right. Teacher Haoyan only becomes serious when facing Wallace. Sabrina spoke with such certainty, and immediately let the defeated C elite looked a little ugly. Who is 4 elite, but the most superior people in Hoenn region? When he was fighting with the wheel, he couldn't make Haoyan take it seriously. Why are you so sure? Mura asked aside. Everyone in the guest room, with Sabrina's character, Sabrina doesn't care. But Mula is different. He is Haoyan's teacher and the most respected predecessor of Haoyan. Sabrina had to answer respectfully. When fighting against the 4 elite, Mr. Haoyan has never used a buff skill like Calm Mind that temporarily strengthens attack or defense. Because it's not necessary. This is enough to show that the previous battle is not enough to pose a threat to teacher Haoyan. There's no need to be serious. Everyone quickly recalled that it was exactly as Sabrina said. Sabrina's remarks made the 4 elites in the Gessie both helpless and powerless. Along with that, the champions of the other regions felt the enormous pressure on them. Chapter 499. The falling rainwater overflowed, filling the place outside the battlefield with a large amount of water. Both Haoyan and Wallace didn't rush for a move, but silently looked at each other's Pokemon. The 500,000 spectators did not dare to take a breath for fear of disturbing the duel between the two. Kingdra, use Whirlpool to restrict Gardevoir's action. Although Wallace knows that Mewtwo's special defense ability is not as good as Gardevoir, Mewtwo has a recover move. You can use energy to restore your physical strength. In contrast, Gardevoir has no recovery skills, so he set the breach to Gardevoir. Kingdra, lurking under the water, used a Whirlpool like a twister. The vortex doesn't have much damage, but once it hits, it can limit Gardevoir's action. Under the limitation of the Tide Whirlpool, the range of her movement can be greatly compressed. Melodic, immediately follow Kingdra's attack and use Surf to attack Gardevoir. Melodic's wonderful snake tail, a slap on the heavy water, suddenly formed a strong current. Join forces to attack Gardevoir. Hula Latilda Hula Latilda. Whether it's Melodic or Kingdra, the moves they use are boosted by the environment, and the effect is significantly higher by several grades. Facing Wallace's attack, Haoyan immediately commanded to fight back. Xiaolu, use Light Screen to defend. Shanaido. Gardevoir waved his hands gently, and psychic energy formed a huge light green in front of her. With a bang, the light green built by by Gardevoir was shattered by Kingdra's attack. While blocking Kingdra's whirlpool attack, Melodic's Earth attack is coming. It's now. Xiaomeng rushed to Kingdra's side and pretend to attack Kingdra. Actually use Thunderbolt to attack Melodic to get the opponent's attention. Mewtwo's speed increased to maximum, leaving an afterimage. When he saw him again, he was already above Kingdra. Hands condensed countless sparks. Wallace was taken aback. Kingdra, a combination of water type and dragon, is not restrained by electricity, but in the opening game, Mewtwo used a nasty plot, doubling the special attack ability. In addition, Kingdra's defensive ability is not high. Take it hard, it will be very uncomfortable. On balance, Wallace can only let Melodic be in charge of defense and play the role of a shield. Melodic, use Protect to protect Kingdra. Kingdra, lean on Melodic's side. When Mewtwo's attack came, Kingdra took advantage of the speed of the characteristic and hid by Melodic's side. Melodic gave up Earth, who continued to attack Gardevoir, and turned his head to condense a white protective cover around him, blocking Mewtwo's attack. Xiaolu used Teleport to bring Xiaomeng back and be alert to Wallace's attack. With a swoosh, Mewtwo returned to Haoyan's side. Both sides maintain the appearance at the beginning. Judging from the situation in the first round of the official fight between the two sides, neither of them caused damage to their respective Pokemon. But during the battle, Haoyan gave Wallace a psychological illusion. On the battlefield, it was still raining heavily. Wallace's side still has the edge on the court, but Wallace's heart, not at all easy. The rain dance skill does not last indefinitely. Over time, the rain will minimize and disappear. His Kingdra is not Kyogre. It is impossible for the rain to continue indefinitely. Once the rain stops, Kingdra's speed will drop, and water types moves are not as powerful as before. Therefore, it is necessary to create enough advantages before the rain stops. After thinking for a while, Wallace decided to give up Gardevoir, who could use Teleport to dodge, and turn to attack Mewtwo. Kingdra, use Surf to attack Mewtwo. Kingdra, rolling up the choppy water again, formed a huge shockwave and attacked Mewtwo. When Kingdra took action against Mewtwo, a smile flashed across Haoyan's mouth. Xiaolu used Teleport to send Xiaomeng to the sky above Kingdra. Shanaido. Gardevoir waved his hands and immediately teleported Mewtwo away. Came behind Kingdra. When Mewtwo appeared behind him, Wallace naturally thought that Haoyan would let Mewtwo attack. Immediately loudly commanded, Melodic, use Protect Kingdra. Melodic followed the trainer's command and quickly formed a protective shield to block Kingdra. Just when everyone thought that Haoyan would let Mewtwo attack, Haoyan had already predicted Wallace's prediction and commanded lightly, Xiaomeng, use Nasty Plot. Use buff skills on the opponent's face. This is so rude. Chapter 500. Even if the opportunity is small, then we must fight. Wallace knows the power of Nasty Plot, especially Mewtwo, a Pokemon with outstanding special attack ability, play a huge role. Wallace wanted to interrupt Mewtwo. Helpless, Melodic and Kingdra just use the skill. Can't make moves in a hurry. When Mewtwo finished the second Nasty Plot, Haoyan said, Xiaolu, send Xiaomeng back. Shanaido. Gardevoir waved his little hand lightly and teleported Mewtwo back to his side. Using the fighting inertia at the beginning, hit me with a time difference. Are all my actions in Haoyan's plan? What a deep scheming. Wallace felt helpless. Although it was still raining on the battlefield, Mewtwo's ability to improve once again gave Wallace quite a headache. No, it can't go on like this. If Mewtwo can't be solved, then the rest of my Pokemon will be passive. While Wallace was thinking, Haoyan took the initiative to attack. Xiaomeng, use Thunderbolt to attack Melodic. Mewtwo stretched out his hands and gave Melodic a light grip. Immediately above Melodic, a flickering spark appeared. ZZ tilde. Countless sparks twinkling on Melodic wonderful body. On his graceful snake, he left many scars. Just smash that layer of water armor on Melodic body. In Mewtwo with triple special attack bonus, Thunderbolt with outstanding effect in one hit still failed to kill Melodic in second. However, it caused great damage to Melodic. Seeing this, Wallace quickly said loudly, Melodic, use Recover. The energy in Melodic body is transformed into physical strength, nourishing Melodic body. The wound that had been charred due to lightning began to heal. Physical strength has also recovered to 2/3. A little surprise flashed in Haoyan's eyes. It's actually able to resist Xiaomeng's attack, and in such a short period of time, a lot of physical strength can be recovered. As expected of Wallace, who uses water-type Pokemon to the extreme. At this moment, Wallace felt bitter in his heart. Since I was champion of the Hoenn region, Melodic has never been attacked so hard. Haoyan's Mewtwo is too terrifying. If I can't stop him in time, then my defeat is doomed. It can't go on like this. Wallace made a quick decision, pulled off the Z bracelet on the bracelet, and pressed the button on it. He said loudly to his two Pokemon, Melodic, Kingdra, use the strongest move of the water type, Hydro Vortex. The Kingdra, which is at the bottom of the water, quickly wanders in the water, stirring up the energy of the water type. Melodic, who is floating on the water, also kept lapping the water with his snake body. 2 watts at the peak of champion Earth-type Pokemon worked together. A huge vortex is about to form. While la tilde wow la la tilde. The water in the entire battlefield kept rolling. There is a huge water-type energy lurking. Although the attack has not yet been formed, the power caused by it must not be underestimated. Such power reminded Haoyan of Kyogre who fought against Groudon. Are you going to decide the winner? Come on then. This scene also made Haoyan's mind rippling, and he commanded with the power of aura. Xiaoming, Xiaolu, use shattered psyche. Mewtwo's momentum, Psychic's laws, seemed to revolve around him. Shanaido. Gardevoir's white and tender little hand clenched into a fist, constantly emitting psychic energy from his body. Gardevoir teamed up with Mewtwo. Let the energy of Psychic without substance continue to ravage everything around. Representing the strongest move of water type, Hydro Vortex. Welcome to the strongest move representing Psychic, Shattered Psyche. Two powerful energies collide fiercely on the battlefield. Let the entire battlefield be covered with flashes of water. Countless spectators watched the situation on the battlefield with wide eyes. I saw that under the collision of the strongest move from both sides, the entire battlefield sank nearly 10 meters. Like a whole, Wallace's Kingdra, Melodic, are still on the court, but the audience could see from their trembling bodies that they had no more energy to fight. On the other hand, Haoyan's Gardevoir and Mewtwo still wasted energy floating in the air. Nothing but a little tiredness. Obviously, Haoyan has won. Thank you for your hard work. Wallace walked to the opposite field, stroked Melodic gently, and said to his two Pokemon, "You've done a great job. Thank you all." Later, Wallace took out the baby ball and took the initiative to take back two Pokemon. Then, without hesitation, he took the initiative to signal to the referee. In the first round, I lost. Two Pokemon were defeated, and Wallace was disappointed but not discouraged. In the battle just now, he and his Pokemon have done their best. Although I lost two Pokemon in the first round, it was not without a chance. Even if this opportunity is small, go for it.